desolate, debris floating, devoid of air, absent of carbon-based life, lacking the essential conditions for existence. Approximately 5,500 kilometers from Earth, about half the size of the planet. Gaia consciousness? The consciousness of an individual? Yang Chun chuckled wryly, realizing he had transformed into the Gaia consciousness of Mars. This unexpected reincarnation was indeed a shocking surprise. For him, the boundless solitude while gazing upon the galaxy in this new existence was far from pleasant. Before my demise, humanity's technology for interstellar colonization seemed a distant dream, still far from achieving even a Type 1 civilization. Is there any way for me to foster my own development? This was the dilemma Yang Chun was grappling with, although he now embodied the Gaia consciousness. The desolate Martian landscape posed immense challenges for any form of advancement. However, I am capable of manipulating all the materials on Mars. The pace of evolution is rather slow at this rate. It would take over 1 billion years to successfully transform the climate, and I must intervene. Could extensive use of consciousness lead to a state of slumber? Yang Chun, akin to a creator, wielded divine power, and under his intervention, what would typically require eons to materialize was achieved in a mere century. Let's just eliminate those probes launched by humanity. The gravitational rules surrounding Mars have been entirely disrupted, causing every human attempt at launch to end in catastrophe. A natural storm barrier now envelopes the Martian sky, rendering it inscrutable even to humanity a century hence. However, this transformation has only deepened humanity's curiosity about Mars. Another century has passed, and the Martian surface has undergone a profound metamorphosis. No life forms have emerged. It is encased in a metallic shell, resembling an impervious steel sphere adrift in the cosmos. Previously, Mars did host life, but one might wonder if Yang Chun would allow their evolution. No, Yang Chun would eradicate them, wielding every non-sentient force to annihilate these naturally occurring life forms. This is his domain, and one day, he shall reign over this planet with the power of his will. Perhaps, once he can exercise complete dominion over all consciousness, he might tolerate the emergence of life. The depletion of Gaia's consciousness has plunged Yang Chun into a slumber one that prevents him from interfering in Mars' development. Though he remains capable of eavesdropping on all that transpires there, his awareness intact. Yet, the force of evolution continues to manifest relentlessly. During Yang Chun's repose, an unexpected event unfolded. Somehow, the inhabitants of Earth harnessed the solar energy of their star, amplifying it to emit electromagnetic radio frequency signals. In a vast expanse of the universe, this signal resonated as loudly as a newborn's cry. The stellar energy surged forth like a colossal tide, swiftly traversing the cosmos and penetrating Mars in an instant. As the embodiment of Gaia's consciousness, possessing the energy of the entire planet, it is only natural to receive signals from humanity, which are then transmitted throughout the vast cosmos. Nearly a century later, Yang Chun intercepted a peculiar frequency from offering an intricate string of signals that, at present, he lacks the capacity to decipher. After 2 decades through the remnants of fallen spacecraft, he finally managed to decode these 2 signals. The seismic signals emitted from Earth serve to announce the existence of Earth itself, its flourishing state, and its developmental progress. The significance of this message cannot be overstated. However, upon receiving the signal, humanity still initiated a response, the specifics of which Yang Chun has grown indifferent to interpreting. What is paramount is that even he may find himself exposed to peril. Rocks have once again cloaked the surface of Mars, with all actions stealthily orchestrated under Yang Chun's guidance. Isn't this courting trouble? It is imperative to develop myself before those extraterrestrial forces arrive. I require greater technological assistance. A discrete advancement is the key to success. Moreover, Calculations suggest that the source of the signal is located at least 10 light-years away from Earth. Even extraterrestrial civilizations likely have not attained the capability of faster-than-light travel, I presume. The storms on Mars have abated, and the gravitational forces have stabilized. All of this is the result of the calm that ensued after Yang Chen's long slumber. The people of Earth, upon discovering this promising news, immediately began to embark on plans for Martian exploration, precisely the outcome Yang Chen had desired. The peculiar phenomena on Mars have transformed the atmosphere into one conducive to extraterrestrial colonization, promptly drawing a multitude of spacecraft towards the planet. However, due to the incomplete preliminary explorations, only unmanned probes are currently en route, affording Yang Chen significant maneuverability. Meanwhile, humanity on Earth remains incapable of repairing these devices, resorting instead to the continual launch of additional spacecraft. Opinions regarding the existence of civilization on Mars have polarized. One faction firmly believes in the presence of extraterrestrial life, while opposing any human contact. In contrast, Yang Chen has adeptly deconstructed the technological marvels of humankind to assemble everything he requires, gradually shaping his Martian base. With a century's worth of Earth's existing technology, I have achieved a comparable, if not superior, level of advancement. All processes are governed by artificial intelligence that learns and manufactures with precision. These machines operate devoid of negative emotions, functioning entirely under Yang Chen's command, with productivity exponentially surpassing that of humans. Yang Chen has devoted all resources to the mechanical revolution. His Mars base is now capable of mass-producing robotic entities to replace human labor, a feat unattainable on Earth. These robots are under his conscious control, with the AI operating within strict limitations, ensuring that they do not develop self-awareness, even in the course of learning. In this regard, Yang Chen exerts tight control. Humanity's technological studies are complete. It is now imperative for the AI to learn autonomously. As for the potential threat of extraterrestrial civilizations, that is a concern for the inhabitants of Earth to ponder at present. I am of little assistance. For nearly a century, extraterrestrial civilizations have failed to manifest, leading humanity to lose interest in the exploration of Mars, while instead establishing a space defense base on the Moon, our nearest celestial neighbor. A year after the first transmission from humanity over a century ago, they received a peculiar message. You are but insects. It was only today that the higher echelons of humanity publicly disclosed the receipt of this ominous warning from an alien civilization. Meanwhile, Yang Chen's slumber has come to an end. Chapter 2. The arrival extraterrestrial civilizations regard humanity as insignificant insects, their provocations serving as proof of their interstellar navigation capabilities. Following the announcement of this revelation, chaos ensued. Panic and confusion reigned among the populace, who possessed limited power, while the higher echelons of leadership had seemingly anticipated such an upheaval. Consequently, the ensuing riots were short-lived. Humanity established a lunar base and constructed a space defense network beyond Earth's gravitational pull. The lunar surface became a bastion of human ingenuity, with vast areas transformed into robust steel fortifications capable of unleashing explosions of terrifying magnitude. Yet, the journey to attain a Type 2 civilization remains a distant aspiration. The fruits of technological advancement have nearly been harvested, leaving humanity to ponder how many more years of evolution are required to progress further. Though Yang Chen resided on Mars, he vigilantly observed humanity's trajectory, for all his technological prowess had been pilfered from terrestrial civilization. While human advancement risked stagnation, his own did not. Yang Chen gazed with delight at his mechanical legions, diligently transforming the Martian landscape. The interstellar weaponry at his disposal far surpassed that of humanity. Presently, humanity's pinnacle of technology consisted solely of electromagnetic pulse-based Gauss weaponry. Their insatiable desires hindered further progress. In contrast, Yang Chen focused solely on weapon development. having already evolved to the sophistication of particle beam and laser weaponry. What brought Yang Chun the greatest pride was that he had successfully materialized the positron cannon from EVA. This was his ultimate weapon, capable of collapsing the very essence of atomic matter and annihilating all existence. Time, like a shooting star, flowed gradually within the galaxy. And in the blink of an eye, a century had passed since humanity announced the potential invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations. Despite humanity's relentless pursuit of technological advancement, progress had long since stagnated. All technological developments had been frozen in time 100 years prior, with only minor improvements in craftsmanship that were hardly noteworthy. Yang Chun felt as though he were ensnared by some unseen force, his technology trapped at a level 1.5 civilization, struggling to evolve. Yet today, the descent had commenced. A multitude of spacecraft departed from Neptune, heading towards Earth. These vessels, shaped like shuttles, formed a formidable array in the vastness of space, their surfaces shimmering with an otherworldly light. The seemingly endless battleships stood out even amidst the cosmos. A level 3 civilization. No, it should merely be classified as a level 2 civilization. Otherwise, there would be no need to deploy such an extensive fleet for an assault, as they could easily conquer humanity with the launch of a single object. Their speed had barely reached 1/20th of the speed of light. Yang Chun utilized the energy of Mars for observation, a method that posed no risk of revealing his presence, as it was merely the natural radio frequencies emitted by the planet. On Earth, humanity had already detected those bizarre spacecraft. Orders were issued for Jupiter 1 and Saturn 1 bases to commence indiscriminate fire coverage. Marshal Li Jie of the Cosmos issued an immediate command. The wars of the universe are devoid of smoke and sound, yet they possess a far greater and more terrifying destructive power than the conflicts waged by humanity on Earth, appearing far more awe-inspiring. Numerous small shuttles gathered around the rings of Saturn, swarming like wasps as they surged towards the elongated alien vessels. The efficacy of electromagnetic pulse weapons in space is exceedingly pronounced, particularly against high-precision electronic devices, rendering them virtually lethal. High-compression magnetic flux generated powerful microwave electromagnetic pulses, which were unleashed, striking directly towards the alien civilization's elongated ships. Suddenly, the lights aboard the fleet formed a barrier that shielded the electromagnetic pulse projectiles, visibly distorting in irregular patterns. The electromagnetic pulse munitions failed to achieve their target. Truthfully, humanity deployed its finest defensive measures in this initial strike. Yet the results appeared nearly futile, casting a shadow of concern over the ensuing battle. The alien fleet must not be allowed to breach the defenses between Saturn and Jupiter, encroaching upon the near-orbital zone of Mars. Countless beams flickered in the vastness of space as many shuttles incessantly fired upon the extraterrestrial fleet, their ammunition coalescing into luminous arcs to fend off the advancing, elongated vessels. These ships, however, offered little in the way of retaliation, resembling immense humpback whales gliding through the ocean, while humanity's shuttles were akin to mere flotsam, incapable of inflicting any harm upon such titanic entities. Every motion requires energy, and even the barriers must possess energy limitations. Even if the unmanned shuttle self-destructs, it must deplete the energy of these barriers before reaching Jupiter. Once the ammunition of the shuttle is exhausted, it will directly collide with the barrier of the shuttle-shaped spacecraft, creating a series of minuscule explosions illuminating the barrier in a chaotic display of annihilation. Utilizing the shuttle in such a manner is akin to extracting the very essence of one's being. Setting aside the costs, Earth has long entered the era of the Federation. Yet these resources have nearly drained Earth's reserves to develop such a vast fleet of spacecraft. It is akin to squandering precious resources. If humanity can preserve its civilization, any amount of resource is justified. If it cannot be preserved, these resources will inevitably fall into the hands of others. The explosions continue to erupt, and the screen displays that of the tens of thousands of unmanned shuttles, less than a tenth remain. This number is steadily diminishing, and within mere minutes, the defense system of Saturn I is on the verge of complete collapse. Such a method of attack is utterly foolish. Yang Chen silently observed the unfolding events on Saturn. Humanity had expended a vast quantity of shuttles and ammunition, yet it seemed they had barely consumed even 1% of the energy of the cosmic fleet's barrier. With such an approach, humanity is destined for annihilation. In his previous life as a human, Yang Chen naturally wished to aid human civilization. But given the current state of development on Mars, he feared that any intervention would lead to a fate akin to that of Earth's civilization. The defense chain of Saturn I has faltered, and the Saturn base has been utterly destroyed. The dire news continued to arrive. The Saturn defense plan had completely failed, and it would not be long before this fleet traversed from Jupiter to Mars, directly reaching the lunar surface base, and even descending upon Earth itself. Chapter 3. The battlefield and gains beneath the shadow of Jupiter. Fleets gradually emerged, launching a surprise assault on the alien armada from the flanks. The ships, flat and heavily armed, were encircled by a multitude of escort vessels. The fleet unleashed a barrage of firepower as beams of light converged in the vastness of the galaxy. Various mixed munitions detonated simultaneously against the alien vessel's shields, causing the luminescence of the barriers to flicker and ripple with increasing intensity. By exploiting the interactions of various unstable substances, the alien civilization's shields were thrown into disarray, significantly depleting their energy reserves. Yang Chen nodded in approval. This tactical approach was commendable. The shields, being a form of energy matter, possessed their own fundamental structure. However, their stability was so pronounced that singular assaults would merely negate under the constant flux of materials. At this moment, the mixed munitions, electromagnetic projectiles, and other weaponry striking the shields disrupted their natural equilibrium, thereby escalating the energy demand required to maintain stability. After a decade of travel, it was evident that the fleet had expended a substantial amount of energy. If this continued, humanity might find a remarkable opportunity. Yang Chen conducted a preliminary assessment of the current situation. The alien civilization had stretched its forces thin, while humanity adopted a strategy of waiting and conserving resources. Despite the significant technological disparity, the advantage of fighting on home turf remained. The alien warships, akin to heavily armored tanks, charged forward relentlessly, while humanity's combat style was characterized by its adaptability and cunning. After the failure of the frontal assault, the main battle fleet, concealed behind the colossal Jupiter, launched a surprise attack, catching the alien fleet off guard and achieving commendable results. Nevertheless, throughout the engagement, the alien civilization's fleet exhibited no signs of panic. Moving steadily through the solar system, Marshall, calculations indicate that the energy shields of the alien vessels may be operating at less than 30% capacity. Excellent. Let us strive to annihilate them before they reach Mars. The initial attack may have faltered, but the subsequent offensive proved fruitful, igniting a glimmer of hope for humanity. The onslaught continued, undeterred by the absence of day and night in the cosmos, as humanity exerted every effort to eradicate the alien civilization. Yet, the formidable presence of the alien armada was overwhelming. The first fleet has exhausted its ammunition. The second fleet is out of fuel. Assess the losses. Li Jie gazed at the screen, where those fleets appeared as mere specks in the vastness of space, insignificant yet embodying the aspirations of humankind. Within a mere few days, from Saturn to Jupiter, humanity's large battleships had lost a third of their numbers, and nearly half of the unmanned shuttles were gone. In stark contrast, humanity had merely breached the alien fleet's defensive barriers. Marshall, the speed of the alien ships is astonishing. Our fleet may not reach the lunar base for resupply before being completely overwhelmed. Deploy unmanned shuttles for interception. Release them all. Leave none behind. The unmanned shuttles were consumed in vast quantities, akin to expendable resources. Once the barrier of the alien spacecraft was breached, the true form of the elongated vessel became apparent. Resembling a shark with its maw agape as countless gun ports emerged from its surface. Some of these ports appeared as straight rulers, while others resembled two chopsticks propped upright. Yet, these unassuming gun ports were capable of annihilating at least 1,000 human unmanned shuttles in an instant. The particle beam weapons wielded by the vessel exuded a terrifying power. They operated at nearly 1/20th the speed of light, rendering the existence of such weaponry unsurprising. Marshal, do not succumb to despair. We have compromised their protective barrier. And after such an extended flight, the energy reserves of their ship must be nearing exhaustion. The lunar base should be able to intercept these vessels. Moreover, our investigations revealed that, paradoxically, the primitive artillery inflicted greater damage on the alien ship's armor. Regrettably, thus far, we have had no opportunity to dismantle a single vessel. Capturing the material of their ships would enable us to devise targeted weaponry. They have at most a few days left to traverse from Mars to the Moon. And even if we were to bring one down, time would be of the essence. Announce the civilian evacuation status. I harbor a pessimistic outlook on the lunar base's capacity to thwart the alien civilization's ships. Marshal Li Jie rubbed his eyes wearily. Since the discovery of the alien fleet, the highest command center of their operations had accumulated no more than 12 hours of rest over the course of nearly 10 days. Damn it! What exactly is concealed within that vessel? Li Jie, in a fit of rage, hurled his coffee cup aside. Frankly, if not for the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, he would have succumbed to despair at this moment. The pressure was overwhelming. Have we already approached my gravitational sphere? Yang Chun composed himself, acutely aware that any movement within Mars was to be avoided. The technology of extraterrestrial civilizations was far superior. Humanity might be incapable of probing the depths of Mars, yet perhaps the aliens possessed the means to do so. Given Mars' inhospitable nature, no defenses had been established here, and the final bastion of human defense lay beyond, at the lunar base and the myriad defensive rings encircling Earth. The alien fleet evidently hesitated upon reaching Mars. This is not good. Yang Chen's heart raced. Had he been exposed? He regretted not having redefined the gravitational laws to incite a tempest above, thus making it even more challenging to scrutinize his position. However, he remained uncertain whether he had truly been discovered, and thus refrained from taking rash action. The alien spacecraft exited Mars' gravitational influence, but dispatched a small vessel towards the red planet, seemingly intending to conduct a landing on its surface. They sent a small ship? It appeared they sensed something amiss, yet failed to comprehend the entirety of the situation, opting instead for an on-site investigation. While you engage in fervent conflict there, I shall seize your diminutive craft, which would fortuitously bolster my stagnating technological advancements. Yang Chun mused, envisioning a delightful scenario. It was as if they were delivering sustenance to him. The alien spacecraft's descent was significantly superior to that of vessels utilized on Earth, as they were equipped to withstand far harsher environments. The surface material far exceeds titanium alloy. It appears that such a substance is non-existent on Earth. However, I have a substantial stockpile of it on Mars. Yang Chen's technological repertoire lacks a specific application for this type of material, resulting in its prolonged neglect. Now, through the analysis of extraterrestrial spacecraft materials via non-biological consciousness, Yang Chun finds his capabilities expanding considerably. Chapter 4. Capturing aliens upon the spacecraft's descent. No life forms emerged immediately from within. Yet, Yang Chun was acutely aware that multiple entities resided inside, carbon-based life forms with seemingly prolonged lifespans. He could only sense the dynamic presence of life within the spacecraft, unable to discern their forms, as the materials employed in the vessel were impervious to his current technological prowess. Moreover, he hesitated to probe further. Revealing a planet with self-awareness would likely incite a full-scale assault from these alien civilizations. What could they be doing inside? If they intend to investigate, they should proceed without delay. After approximately half an hour, the rear compartment of the spacecraft finally opened, and two robots gradually emerged. These automatons stood about 2 meters tall and weighed several hundred kilograms, radiating a dark metallic sheen. Lacking any biological traits, they were purely mechanical entities. Are they planning to utilize these robots to survey my Martian base? Yang Chen scoffed as a storm suddenly erupted above Mars, swirling countless grains of sand into a tornado. Just as the two robots ventured a short distance from the spacecraft, they were violently hurled away by the raging winds. Remarkably resilient. Although the tornado was filled with a considerable amount of earth and stone, it merely shattered upon striking the two robots, which sustained minimal damage. It appeared that mere natural storms could not dismantle these machines designed for interstellar development. After some contemplation, Yang Chun decided to take a risk and emit a faint signal, prompting the two robots to embark on an exploration mission. Indeed, upon detecting the slightest signal from Yang Chun, the robots sprang into action like cats drawn to a scent, swiftly moving towards the far side of Mars. The distance remained under Yang Chun's control. Should they venture too close, the spacecraft could promptly provide assistance to the robots. The speed was astonishing. Yang Chun marveled, realizing his robots could not achieve such velocity, reaching at least 1,000 kilometers per hour, almost rivaling that of an aircraft. The technology to compress the core to such a diminutive size was truly remarkable. The robots took approximately 10 hours to reach the far side of Mars, where the two large black blocks gradually descended to the surface. Suddenly, a green beam shot forth from their wrist components. Upon encountering matter, this beam expanded, forming a series of grids. Indeed, they had fallen into a trap. While the two robots meticulously conducted their search, a sudden electromagnetic storm swept across the Martian surface. The alien civilization spacecraft armor seemed to possess an innate ability to shield against electromagnetic storms, allowing the internal systems to function normally. However, the two dark robots were abruptly severed from their connection to the spacecraft by this tempest. Yang Chun moved with remarkable swiftness. As the lifting platform elevated to reveal two rows of robots emerging from the Martian depths, armed with laser weaponry, their beams pierced through the bodies of two black robots, disrupting their internal energy conduits. Although these two black automatons lost their ability to receive commands, they retained an autonomous will to resist. Their wrist-mounted diamond-shaped firearms reoriented to target Yang Chun's robots. Struck by the diamond beams, these machines were rendered incapacitated, unable to move further. Yang Chun discerned clearly that this phenomenon was not merely random reflection, but rather a calculated multi-directional attack aimed at the core, obliterating the core programming of his own robots. What a remarkable discovery! Despite the fierce resistance from the two robots, Yang Chun's forces were overwhelming in number. Even if someone were maneuvering the two robots, their diamond weaponry would spell doom against such odds. After an intense battle, Yang Chun ultimately succeeded in seizing control of the two robots, albeit at the cost of over 100 of his armed machines. He dragged the two black iron masses into the Martian base and promptly arranged for them to be placed on the operating table, initiating a process of disassembly. No, to be precise, it was a process of decomposition. Yang Chun resembled a frenzied scientist standing before the disassembly platform. As the robots before him appeared more enticing than anything else, their scientific treasures and crystallized wonders laid bare before his eyes. The insatiable AI eagerly absorbed knowledge, enriching the reserves of his base. The productivity of the internal base on Mars far surpasses that of Earth's civilization, which boasts billions of inhabitants. Everything operates through computers, transformed into a series of assembly line tasks. Once the process of generating change from 0 to 1 is understood, Yang Chun will be able to mass-produce these robots with ease. The evolution of the technological tree commences, aiming for a 3.0 technological civilization. Meanwhile, the spacecraft reaches the far side of Mars. With the robots gone, I wonder how you will escape. Yang Chun genuinely wished to capture 1 or 2 extraterrestrials to ascertain their appearance. Little did he know that the spacecraft, after lingering for a while, would tear through the gravitational pull of the Earth and soar into the cosmos. This is dire. The gravity of Mars suddenly intensified, and gravitational storms along with magnetic field storms rapidly formed, obstructing the spacecraft's departure. Flee. I wonder where you think you can run. Yang Chun was resolute in preventing the spacecraft from leaving Mars, all the while monitoring for any electromagnetic radiation emitted by communication devices. Everything was executed flawlessly, completely thwarting any potential mishaps. Regardless, the spacecraft found itself severed from communication with the mothership entirely isolated above Yang Chen's Martian base. For the sake of safety, he refrained from deploying his forces to directly shoot down the spacecraft. Trapped beneath the storm, the spacecraft was unable to force its way through. Even though they could traverse star systems and engage in interstellar travel, civilization had yet to surpass the energy of the universe. Moreover, the energy of Mars was entirely under the control of a non-biological consciousness. Mobilizing the entirety of Mars energy to suppress a single spacecraft was, for Yang Chen, an exceedingly simple task. The extraterrestrial civilization's flagship has now entered the gravitational wave range of the Moon. The alien fleet has reached the artillery strike zone of our lunar base, and an attack is requested. The commander of the lunar base immediately sends a request for assault to Marshal Li Jiao on Earth, urging the approval of all forms of attack, determined to obliterate the alien fleet at any cost, ensuring they do not breach the Moon and enter the Earth's defensive perimeter. Affirmative. The lunar base has long since deployed 180 main cannons, each capable of launching munitions with a yield exceeding 10 times that of the A-602 Big Ivan. Their effective range extends to a radius of at least 300 kilometers. We shall exhaust all human resources to annihilate the fleet of the alien civilization beyond the Moon. As the lunar commander issues the command, the 180 main cannons begin to gather energy, while the concentrated fire units deployed on the lunar surface commence their protective function for the energy accumulation of the main cannons. Chapter 5. Ancient waves. To the left, the rays emitted from the alien spacecraft exhibit both wave-like and linear forms, each yielding different effects. The collision with the rays creates a dazzling explosion amidst the Moon and the cosmos, illuminating the darkness with fiery brilliance. However, behind this seemingly exquisite display lies the culmination of countless human efforts over centuries. Ultimately, the advanced techniques of the extraterrestrial civilization prevail as the explosions dissipate. The concentrated fire units on the lunar base are entirely obliterated, and the lunar surface is marred with countless craters, reminiscent of those formed by meteorite impacts. A multitude of main cannons gradually ascended from the lunar surface, having narrowly escaped a devastating fate. Otherwise, in the face of such relentless bombardment, scarcely a remnant would remain. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, several cannons lay in ruins, their destruction heralding violent explosions that ravaged the pristine visage of the Moon, which had been gazed upon in wonder by countless souls. 180 main cannons had completed their energy accumulation, though 30 had been lost to the chaos. Fire! Let the extraterrestrials taste the wrath of humanity. The commander bellowed, his voice resonating with urgency. The fate of humanity hung precariously in the balance, and every individual bore the weight of responsibility. With a sudden and collective eruption of energy, a radiance emerged that surpassed even the sun's luminous embrace. 150 miniature suns soared into the heavens, aimed squarely at the alien fleet. The entire galaxy was enveloped in a blinding white glow, coalescing into a brilliant line that condensed into a singular point before erupting once more with magnified ferocity. Boom! The lunar base suffered extensive damage, with fierce winds scattering debris and certain structures enduring calamities beyond reason. Countless meteorites cascaded from the sky, shattering numerous defensive installations. Once again, the main cannons focused their energies. The commander, now donned in sunglasses, faced the blinding brilliance that rendered all unable to gaze directly upon it. Preparations for the second volley commenced, the remaining 108 cannons initiating their charge. The successive firing groups continued to provide cover, persistently targeting the swirling tempest. Despite the presence of precision-guided electronic devices, once they entered the gravitational and magnetic maelstrom, achieving any semblance of control over the ensuing explosions became a mere stroke of fortune. The tempest in the cosmos continues to rage, with droplets composed from below cascading endlessly, while explosions above the lunar surface erupt one after another, akin to colossal raindrops merging into rivers, igniting fiery ripples. Commander, I see no necessity for a second strike. The Moon can only endure so much pressure. As can our base, have you ever heard the adage? The commander sighed. The law of smoke without injury commenced the second round of fire, until we exhaust our energy. Aside from the minimal oxygen supply required for survival, all energy shall be directed to the main cannon. Although energy may be adequate, the durability of the materials at the cannon's firing port poses a significant concern. Such intense firing cannot be sustained for long before the main cannon succumbs to destruction. Did you not comprehend my words? Execute the orders. The commander removed his sunglasses and descended from the command tower, where countless stars continued to twinkle against the vastness of the galaxy. Yet the illumination above the moon had long surpassed the brightness emitted by the sun. Seated at the table, the commander retrieved a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling slowly. As he exhaled, another round of fire erupted. Was all the lights extinguished? After taking 2 more puffs, the base's power supply was nearly entirely severed, with only the oxygen generator still operational, and a projector on the main command platform continuing its function. The circuitry of the 78th main cannon overheated and ignited, rendering it inoperative. The condensing unit of the first main cannon malfunctioned, suffering cooling mechanism failure, and was also rendered unusable. One by one, the main cannons began to exhibit a multitude of issues, and ultimately, only 10 remained capable of firing. This marked the 7th occasion the main artillery group had engaged in combat. Even from the distant Earth, the terrifying beam of light continued to shine defiantly in the sky, vying for brilliance with the sun. It was only when all the cannons fell silent that this radiance gradually dissipated. Hours later, a plethora of wreckage began to drift into view, prompting the personnel at the lunar base to erupt into frenzied excitement upon witnessing the debris of the elongated spacecraft. "Commander, we have succeeded. We have obliterated their fleet," the officer exclaimed, turning to face his commander. In just a few hours, the commander had consumed countless cigarettes, filling the ashtray to capacity, and a thick haze surrounded him. Slowly, the commander rose, stepping out from the swirling smoke. Just as the colossal vessels of the extraterrestrial civilization began to materialize, transitioning from transparency to tangible form, they had employed a camouflage pattern on their hulls. Yang Chun immediately noticed a ship nearly the size of half a moon. A wave of fear surged from within. While the lunar base had indeed destroyed the alien fleet, it had merely vanquished the escort vessels. Now, the true flagship revealed its formidable visage. The flagship retained an elongated shape, yet its wings unfurled like those of a seagull, presenting an aggressively poised stance. Most striking of all was the massive turret that began to rise at the bow of the flagship. This colossal turret dwarfed humanity's cannons by an unfathomable magnitude. If humanity's cannons were akin to aircraft stationed on an aircraft carrier, then the alien's main cannon was the very essence of the carrier itself. The main cannon appears to employ levitation technology, its hollow, flattened caliber accumulating a cerulean light that continuously compresses and coalesces into a small luminous sphere above the hovering battleship. Countless crimson beams have also ignited, radiating brilliance akin to the circuits of an integrated circuit board, distributing energy to various capacitors. The commander, holding a cigarette, remained oblivious even as it burned down to his fingertips. With a trembling voice, he commanded, "Concentrate all forces and obliterate that thing. Quickly." Every available artillery unit immediately opened fire, and the resupplied fleet surged forth to annihilate the extraterrestrial main cannon. Another barrage commenced, while the human fleet, replenished behind the moon, emerged, their firepower converging upon the alien artillery like a sky full of stars. Surrounding the main cannon were smaller clusters of defensive artillery, which began to intercept the electromagnetic pulses launched by humanity. "This is futile. Our weapons cannot penetrate the enemy's defenses." The brilliance emanating from the alien cannon intensified, enveloping its elongated barrel in a vibrant cerulean glow. In the next instant, a deafening roar reverberated, followed by an overwhelming white light. Can sound travel through the cosmos? Such knowledge is elementary, yet the humans at the lunar base indeed heard the thunderous sound in their final moments. Planetary Annihilator. Yang Chun gasped. Though as a non-sentient entity, he had no means to vocalize his alarm. Yet from the perspective of Mars, a cerulean beam pierced the heavens, striking the lunar base's surface and subsequently traversing through from the opposite side, lingering in the atmosphere without fading. Chapter 6. The Soul-Consuming Star Destroyer. The moon has been obliterated. Like a rapier, the beam penetrated the lunar surface. The soul-consuming star destroyer annihilated the moon in an instant. The celestial body shattered into countless fragments, with a myriad of lunar debris scattering chaotically under the tumultuous gravitational forces, while innumerable meteors cascaded towards Earth, drawn by its gravitational pull. Prepare for the electromagnetic pulse storm. All defensive satellites initiated counter-electromagnetic pulses. Countless defense satellites orbiting Earth radiated red luminescence from their 6 points, resembling a hexagram, as these luminous dots interlinked, creating a harmonious display of light. In an instant, a crimson protective shield enveloped the Earth, with the counter-electromagnetic pulse forming in tandem, warding off the dreadful chaos instigated by the lunar explosion. Ground-to-air missiles were deployed to intercept the lunar meteors. Each high-yield missile ascended to collide with the multitude of meteors, igniting breathtaking fireworks in the upper atmosphere. Even though Marshal Ligier reacted with remarkable swiftness to shield against the electromagnetic pulse storm and utilized ground-to-air missiles to intercept the majority of the meteors, the destruction wrought by the moon's explosion still posed insurmountable peril to Earth. A blinding light briefly robbed one of sight, and upon regaining clarity, the sky transformed into a crimson expanse, with countless fireballs streaking across the heavens. Plumes of smoke billowed from various regions of Earth post-explosion, while the torn remnants of the moon continued to emit residual heat and luminescence as colossal waves surged towards the coastline. Cities near the coastline have been reduced to rubble by the tsunami, while inland cities have been disfigured by debris. Li Jie feels fortunate that his decision to evacuate ordinary citizens was indeed prudent. Although countless cities have been destroyed, the majority of humanity remains unharmed. It has been commendable. Yet he wonders if the ultimate defensive system upon which humanity relies can withstand the onslaught of such apocalyptic vessels. Yang Chun continues to analyze the various intricacies of the two robots, while simultaneously embarking on the creation of a compact energy storage device. Their energy source is not nuclear. Rather, it is far more advanced than nuclear power. A stable hydrogen fusion reactor. How astounding it is for a Type II civilization to harness stellar energy. Yang Chun marvels at the prospect, knowing that given time, he will swiftly decipher the manufacturing process and initiate experimentation. Once trials commence, he will soon be capable of producing a stable hydrogen fusion reactor himself. Achieving such a technological milestone would herald fundamental breakthroughs in numerous domains. The technological evolution continues unabated. While Yang Chun revels in his progress, human civilization teeters on the brink of catastrophe. The starship has approached Earth, and within mere hours, it will be poised for landing, leaving the efficacy of the final defense network in question. All satellites are operating at full power. It is a desperate last stand. Li Jie grits his teeth. For the elite forces of humanity have perished on the lunar surface, leaving only this last line of satellite defense. The once blooming hexagram reopens and expands, a crimson defensive net forming a golden barrier between the starship and Earth. The azure planet, enveloped in golden radiance, appears increasingly resplendent. If it unleashes another annihilation cannon, we shall be utterly powerless to resist. The aide beside Li Jie remarked. Perhaps their own planet has encountered a crisis, leading them to seek a second homeland. Is it conceivable that we might coexist peacefully with them? Following the catastrophic event on the moon, most have lost all confidence in the final defense network. Humanity's technology lags far behind the extraterrestrial civilization that has launched this assault. Clenching his fists, Li Jie lamented that despite humanity's relentless efforts, we seem no more than insects, utterly incapable of resistance against such a second-tier cosmic civilization. The Federation has dispatched orders for us to seek peace. The presidents of various nations have unanimously approved this course of action. A message reached Li Jie's ears. Very well, I harbor no illusions. Li Jie nodded and instructed his subordinates to initiate the transmission of the electromagnetic signal. The sky appeared shrouded in ominous clouds as the colossal shuttle-shaped starship spread its wings. Encircling the Earth, resembling death's embrace of human civilization, oppressive and devoid of light, the signal for peace was sent forth, and the fleet of the alien civilization came to a halt. We are the Baltan civilization, mere insects in the cosmos of humanity. We can allow you a small space on Earth to survive, but nothing more. You cannot ask for anything beyond that. The starship has even marked the distribution map of continents vital for human survival. The eastern region? Its barren land can hardly sustain the sustenance for billions. The leaders of various nations cursed vehemently, for it was evident that the intention was to incite humanity to annihilate itself, gradually fading into the annals of history. With no technological advancement permitted, and only the most rudimentary agricultural conditions provided, which could not meet the needs of all. It was tantamount to compelling people to turn against one another. We seek peace, yet under such terms. No, these conditions are absolutely unacceptable. If we cannot fight, let us all perish in battle. After all, what is death? Indeed, we could even deploy continental shelf oscillators. If we must die, we shall take our homeland down with us, leaving nothing for those accursed Baltans. The leaders of humanity were incensed, although their words were tinged with frustration. They bore an unwavering resolve to face death. You have one day to contemplate. After that, our ship shall land. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that your satellite defense networks can withstand our starship. Can we arrange the continental shelf oscillators within a day? Certainly. In fact, we have long been prepared. Even if we cannot destroy the Earth, we can sufficiently disrupt its entire ecosystem, especially with the recent explosion of the Moon, which has already inflicted tremendous shock upon Earth's ecology. Immediately assign personnel to execute this plan. We shall die standing if we must. Ultimately, the leaders of humanity reached a consensus. This azure planet shall never be surrendered to the Baltans. Even in death, humanity shall uphold its final dignity. God, myriad Buddhas, if it is within your power, grant us a sign, a beacon to guide us through the trials of existence. Li Jie had never placed his faith in such ethereal concepts. Yet now these intangible entities seemed to serve as his spiritual foundation, bolstering his resolve. Tonight marks humanity's inaugural night devoid of the Moon's presence, and it may very well be our final instance of such. Humanity might fade alongside the Moon into the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 7. I am hope the leaders of various nations had never anticipated that a single night could stretch on for eternity. Even the warnings from extraterrestrial beings were crystal clear to all on Earth, including the distant Martians, and Yang Chun understood this all too well. It is time for me to take action to save this world. Hee. The alien spacecraft, hindered by the tempest, plummeted from the sky, not due to fuel depletion, but by Yang Chun's design. His objective was to construct a vessel akin to that fallen ship, meant to transport his army. The analysis had been completed over the past few days. Civilization had ascended to a second tier of advancement, deciphering the intricacies of those robotic entities and their weaponry. A single day of Earth's rotation was sufficient for Yang Chun to fabricate a spacecraft. Perhaps time is of the essence. However, my endeavors should have alerted those Barton aliens. They are now aware of the downfall of their vessel. In an instant, communication with the ship was severed. Yang Chun worked swiftly, dismantling the spacecraft and isolating it. 1,000,000 robotic soldiers, ample force to give your alien fleet a formidable challenge. Yang Chun chuckled softly as a colossal spacecraft gradually took shape, preparing to journey from Mars to Earth. My anti-scanning system and dynamic camouflage, having absorbed the technology of the Baltan aliens, now surpassed theirs in sophistication, rendering my vessel undetectable. Yang Chun dispatched the spacecraft, setting its course towards the Azure planet. The Baltan aliens did not perceive Mars as a formidable threat. Indeed, even Mars was not deemed a suitable planet for their colonization. Yang Chun's consciousness was expansive enough to encompass the entire solar system. allowing him to sense the intentions of the Baltan aliens. My defense system was genuinely on par with a level 2 civilization. Your flagship would struggle to breach my defenses, and mere warships posed no significant threat. With unwavering confidence, Yang Chun concealed his dispatched spacecraft at the threshold of Earth as the Baltan fleet approached Mars. The dawn of Earth had arrived, yet the immense flagship of the Baltan aliens obscured the radiant light that should have graced the land. Humans, declare your decision. We will never surrender, never. Li Jie bellowed, broadcasting his conviction to the masses. At this moment, the people of Earth had already united as one. To compel them to abandon their homeland would be a fate worse than death. Very well, then let us proceed to annihilation. Channel all energy to the satellites in the sky. Li Jie commanded that all energy on Earth be channeled through a colossal launch tower into the sky, momentarily thwarting the ships of the Baltan aliens. Humanity retained only a modicum of energy, solely to activate the continental shelf oscillator. In a desperate measure, humanity would rather obliterate Earth than allow it to transform into another's second homeland. They resolved to take the Baltan aliens down with them in a mutual destruction. From a different perspective, such a self-destructive act is undeniably detestable. However, when invaders approach your very doorstep, one cannot simply invite them in and surrender without resistance. This is an action humanity would never entertain. Above, the satellites operated beyond their power capacity, functioning at full load. It would not be long before they would detonate in unison. The satellites began to maneuver, their defensive net gradually constricting around the Baltan mothership, enveloping it completely. Indeed, defense would not merely serve as a shield. The best defense lies in a striking offense. A blinding explosion erupted silently, the atmospheric currents violently disrupted. As if a colossal aperture had torn open in the sky, humanity had cunningly orchestrated such a finale, nearly draining the planet's energy reserves. Yang Chun, on Mars, candidly critiqued the actions of Earthlings. Humanity had indeed prepared for death, leaving no contingency plans. Yet, such an explosion also. Yang Chun clicked his tongue and shook his head. Undoubtedly, the Baltan mothership remained resplendent, yet its energy had significantly waned. Humanity's strike had achieved substantial impact. Despair and sorrow permeate the realm beneath the earth, as if all that lies below has transformed into a hellish abyss. The spacecraft of the Baltan aliens descends slowly, resembling a colossal hand intent on seizing the earth within its grasp. Li Jie, filled with despondency, realizes that humanity's defenses have ultimately proven ineffective against the extraterrestrial forces. In his trembling hand lies a remote control button, and the mere press of it would cause the Earth's tectonic plates to fracture in an instant, leading to the demise of billions and delivering a catastrophic blow to the planet's ecological balance. The atmosphere would become untenable, rendering Earth uninhabitable for any living beings. How he longs to continue cherishing life in this world. With trembling hands, Li Jie reaches for the button. "Patience, my old friend. Reinforcements have arrived," echoes Yang Chen's voice from all directions. A modest spacecraft materializes above the Earth, and simultaneously, 3 luminous points ignite on its surface, unleashing a concentrated beam of cold energy towards the alien vessel. In comparison to the Baltan mothership, this craft is akin to a mosquito facing an aircraft carrier. The disparity is staggering. Moreover, the design of this ship is remarkably unconventional, adorned with bizarre shapes that seem almost comical. No one believes that this diminutive vessel could perform any miracles, despite its weaponry appearing far superior to that employed by Earth. This ship bears no classification, nor is it of terrestrial origin. Reports regarding the spacecraft's status swiftly flow in from subordinates. It is not a product of Earth. Li Jie fixed his gaze upon the screen, pondering the existence of extraterrestrial beings. Could these aliens be adversaries of the Baltan race? Why refer to them as old friends? Were they the reinforcements from Earth? Meanwhile, the battle on Mars commenced, with countless main cannons emerging from the depths of the planet. Mars had long since been transformed into a bastion of technology, a fortress of war. Even the mightiest alien flagship might not entirely annihilate it. Beams of light surged upward from below, while the once invincible alien fleet detonated in a series of explosions above Mars, plummeting to the ground. On the other side, on Earth, 3 beams of concentrated light converged in the sky, growing increasingly robust. The inhabitants of Earth beheld this elongated ray of light, hoping it would bestow upon them a myriad of miracles. In that moment, Yang Chen's spaceship embodied divinity, akin to a celestial multitude. Chapter 8. The Bearer of Hope. The thick beam penetrated the warship of the Baltan, a ray that ignited boundless hope within the hearts of humanity. Seemingly insignificant against the formidable vessel, it was even less painful than a mere mosquito bite. This hope burgeoned, intensifying with each moment, as fireballs erupted in a cascade of explosions upon the Baltan flagship. Even the faintest light, when gathered, could illuminate the path of the lost. At this juncture, the brilliance multiplied, causing the alien flagship above to tremble. Using their own technology to assault their own flagship yielded surprisingly effective results. Yang Chun erupted into laughter. At this moment, chaos erupted among the Baltan aliens. The Martian offensive plan had failed, with 70% of the Earth's flagship severely damaged. And their pride, the space fortress, was in grave jeopardy. They were compelled to confront the risks of failure and the looming possibility of close combat. Countless single-pilot spacecraft emerged, their objective clear: to annihilate the warships dispatched by Yang Chun. To the people of Earth, did any aerial capabilities remain? Was there still any air defense left? If so, this moment would determine your ultimate fate. Yang Chun's fleet also deployed a multitude of single-pilot combat craft, all operated by robots, showcasing formidable combat prowess. The skies became a flurry of activity as the dense swarm of aircraft darkened the heavens, unleashing a barrage of energy beams and pulse weaponry above the Earth. Bring forth all capable pilots. Our allies have arrived with the light of hope. Li Jie glimpsed a flicker of optimism, the hope of all humanity. Remarkably, this hope stemmed from a seemingly inconspicuous, even comical, aircraft. How he wished it had arrived sooner. With a deep sigh, Li Jie witnessed a multitude of planes roar forth from his command center, carrying heavy munitions and high-caliber ammunition. These fighter jets represented the last remnants of usable force. The attacks were effective. Repeat strikes were successful. Within the command center, Li Jie received the exhilarating news: the alien defense systems had been utterly obliterated, allowing even outdated weaponry to penetrate and shatter the alien single-pilot combat crafts. The cost borne by humanity is indeed greater, often requiring the deployment of 3 to 5 aircraft to successfully destroy a single alien spacecraft. Li Jie set down the continental shelf oscillator and rose to his feet, striding down from the command platform towards the outside. "General, where are you headed?" his aide inquired. "I was once a pilot. I too can fly," Li Jie declared with unwavering resolve as he stepped through the command room's door, recognizing that there was no longer a need for further direction given the chaos unfolding above. The skies resembled a tumultuous pot of porridge, and the immediate necessity was to continuously deploy forces to cool this boiling broth. The battle on Mars was decisively managed by Yang Chun with remarkable ease. The main force of the Baltan aliens was not present on Mars, and after lying in wait for such an extended period, Yang Chen's strength far surpassed that of the Earthlings, leaving little room for doubt. On Earth's front, while humanity possessed a significant stockpile of fighter jets, the number of pilots capable of operating them dwindled alarmingly. The energy systems required for controlling drones had long since collapsed under the strain of overuse. Those pilots who had been downed parachuted to the ground, seeking refuge with ground forces, only to rejoin the fray and continue their aerial combat. Each individual exerted their utmost, displaying unwavering courage in the face of death. Yang Chen's individual combat aircraft far surpassed the antiquated fighter jets of humanity in every regard, rendering them the primary means of countering the Baltan aliens. Fortunately, I had the foresight to nearly exhaust my resources to deploy every available robot. Through the battles fought by these robots, Yang Chun gained an intuitive understanding of the battlefield on Earth, akin to watching a live broadcast of a grand spectacle. It is time for me to create a body for myself. With a sly grin, Yang Chun acquired an abundance of top-tier materials from the extraterrestrials, intending to utilize these resources to forge the mightiest body for himself. As long as humanity can sustain their combat efforts on Earth, they are destined for victory. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the battle raged on for an entire day. The Baltan aliens exhibited no signs of fatigue, nor did Yang Chun's robotic creations, humans, driven by the imperative to protect their homeland, dared not succumb to exhaustion. However, they had exhausted all their strength in this interstellar plundering, and the sudden emergence of a new civilization had disrupted their meticulously laid plans. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. The high-ranking officials among the Baltan aliens conferred. These extraterrestrials bore a striking resemblance to upright lobsters, presenting an amusing sight. Even in failure, they could not allow humanity to thrive here. They resolved to disseminate news of this planet's situation, summoning other marauders to annihilate humankind. The Baltan aliens seethed with rage, yet they found themselves incapable of obliterating Earth at that moment. Their energy supply system had faltered, rendering their planet-destroying cannon incapable of firing a second shot. With the activation of their exoskeletal battle armor, they unleashed their forces, urging them to kill and burn. The Baltan aliens had descended into madness, even in death. They sought to drag Earthlings down with them. The flames of war spread from the skies to the ground, but fortunately, Earth's terrestrial forces proved far more formidable than their aerial counterparts. While the Baltans' individual combat armor was impressive, humanity's main battle tanks were no mere pushovers. Heavy-caliber machine guns could indeed shake the Baltan armor. The struggle endured for a week. The great conflict persisted for a week, marking one of the darkest periods in human history. During this week, an estimated 4/5 of the human population perished. The calamity wrought by the Baltan aliens was finally halted. In their final moments, the Baltan launched a cosmic signal, summoning all marauders to seek out and annihilate humanity. Their flagship self-destructed, causing varying degrees of devastation across large portions of Earth's continental plates, nearly obliterating human civilization. Yang Chun sighed as he stood on Mars. He had successfully created a physical form, enabling him to move freely. Even beyond the confines of Mars, he retained the ability to manipulate everything on the planet. He remained the architect of Mars. The robotic army he dispatched had been entirely vanquished, and the beleaguered remnants of humanity continued to resist. Grappling with the onslaught of nature unleashed after the self-destruction of the alien stronghold, they were utterly exhausted. Yang Chun was well aware of the Baltans' final actions. The task of rebuilding their homeland and confronting new dangers would undoubtedly be an exceedingly protracted endeavor. Chapter 9. The Age of Chaos. Humanity's civilization had been significantly weakened. Yang Chun stood within the Martian base, orchestrating efforts to assist Earth's inhabitants in re-establishing their civilization and gathering remnants of the technological advancements left by the Baltans. To be candid, the Baltans exhibited unwavering loyalty. None among them contemplated survival at any cost. Had they chosen to conceal themselves and develop discreetly, they might have still harbored a glimmer of hope. Yang Chun shook his head. The highly advanced Baltan aliens exhibited a stubbornness that was quite perplexing. However, were it not for this obstinacy, humanity would undoubtedly face a grave crisis. Once these beings settled into their dormant state, Earth, in its current condition, would lack the necessary resources to eradicate the extraterrestrial threat. "The spaceship is ready, my lord," a stunning beauty clad in a maid outfit stated. Her head bowed in deference beside Yang Chun. "Then let the 001 units proceed and seek the lost technologies of humanity, so that we may reconstruct a new civilization on Earth," Yang Chun commanded. Initially, he intended to undertake this journey himself, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Aiding humanity in restoring its civilization was not an insurmountable task. Most of humanity's elite had been preserved. Yet the prevailing climate and environment were far too harsh for any scientific endeavors. The primary objective of the robots he dispatched was merely to assist humans in constructing an environment conducive to survival amidst the severe conditions. Without Yang Chen's intervention, the Earth's climate would require millennia to revert to its former state. The first batch of robots embarked on their voyage to Earth aboard the spaceship, while Yang Chen had his own matters to attend to. Though he had absorbed alien technology, his civilization's advancements still languished in the 2.0 era, which fell short of his aspirations. To transition into the 3.0 or even 4.0 era was essential. Only by fully embracing the 3.0 age could he hope to traverse the cosmos at the speed of light, embarking on grand adventures. Moreover, the electromagnetic waves ultimately emitted by the Baltan aliens would be intercepted by other extraterrestrial beings, far more advanced than the current civilization. At that point, not only Earth, but even Mars would be imperiled. Upon the arrival of the advanced forces on Earth, they would immediately employ their technological prowess to transform a continent, cultivating suitable soil, establishing adequate water sources, and creating a livable climate, at least to ensure humanity's self-sufficiency. At this juncture, Earth was in turmoil, with the landscape fracturing and bizarre climatic phenomena manifesting unpredictably. One moment, the sky was devoid of clouds, and the next, torrential rains would descend. The temperature fluctuations were confounding. In the morning, it could soar above 40 degrees Celsius, only to plummet to sub-zero levels by nightfall. Such extreme variations were beyond the endurance of contemporary humanity. However, the robots, undeterred by these conditions, could operate amidst temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, utilizing materials synthesized from special substances, enabling them to accomplish their tasks in any climatic environment. Even if humanity had perished in vast numbers, the remaining population was still significant, necessitating a considerable span of time to cultivate a secure environment. The galaxy was immense, and I could only rely on my solar system to radiate outward in search. As Yang Chen gazed upon the boundless expanse of the cosmos, an inexplicable dread enveloped him, even though he had long transcended the limits of human advancement. My spacecraft is capable of reaching 1/5 the speed of light, allowing me to explore the vast expanse of my region within the galaxy. Yet venturing towards the boundaries still takes hundreds of thousands of light years. It feels as though both the entrance and exit are obstructed, with no sight of beginning or end. The damage inflicted by the Baltans upon Earth and humanity has lingered for over a century, and humanity has once again diminished in number due to extreme climatic conditions. Simultaneously, the issue of resource allocation has revealed the darker facets of human nature, manifesting in plunder and slaughter, akin to a hell on Earth. Without Yang Chen's assistance, a regression to slavery or feudalism would merely be a matter of time. Over the course of a century, Yang Chen's sanctuary has been fully constructed, providing refuge for the remaining humans and alleviating the prevailing turmoil. However, in this span of 100 years, the elite of humanity has been nearly obliterated, and much foundational knowledge requires Yang Chen to guide the robots in its gradual restoration. In this century, traveling at 1/5 the speed of light, Yang Chen has explored numerous locations, uncovering a wealth of rare materials and metals. Yet, lamentably, even with these discoveries, he has failed to advance the technological tree, remaining stagnant in progress. Initially, Yang Chen believed it was due to insufficient accumulation, but he has since revised his perspective. Ultimately, he concluded that the technology of this solar system is locked within a threshold of 2.0, possibly extending to the entire galaxy he inhabits. It appears that this galaxy is inherently limited to a technological ceiling of 2.0. With a sharp clash of his hands, Yang Chen displayed evident displeasure, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated. It goes without saying that other extraterrestrial civilizations must exist. Perhaps his own presence has already been acknowledged by these entities. However, within a galaxy that has merely attained a level 2.0 technological civilization, there lies no substantial threat. When recalled, they could be effortlessly extinguished, and when forgotten, they could be left to their own devices. The computer began its calculations, assessing the years required to transcend the limitations of a 2.0 zero technological civilization, or the conditions necessary to achieve such a breakthrough. The screen before Yang Chun erupted into frenetic flashes. At that moment, the entirety of Mars energy was mobilized, and even the stray energies emitted by the sun were harnessed by a particular energy collector on Mars. Under Yang Chen's command, the Martian core operated with fervor. Yet, even the computational results demanded several centuries to arrive at a conclusion. Frustrated and despondent, Yang Chun struck his chest in despair. Before humanity, he was omnipotent, and against the Baltans, he could easily prevail. Yet when confronted with the vastness of the galaxy, he felt like merely a drop in the ocean, realizing that his capabilities were exceedingly limited. The majority of the computer's processing power was dedicated to calculations, while the remaining energy was directed by Yang Chun to aid humanity in their endeavors. Additionally, he summoned more robots to Earth. Chapter 11. The transformation of Earth centuries passed, and the computer concluded that achieving a level 3.0 technological civilization would require billions of years, rendering it an impossibility in the foreseeable future. Moreover, over the span of several centuries, the transformations on Earth have taken on a peculiar nature, rendering humanity seemingly incapable of mastering technological prowess. Even Yang Chen's efforts to impart such knowledge have yielded minimal results. The tectonic shifts and other influences have given rise to individuals among humankind endowed with extraordinary abilities. These individuals possess innate magical powers or combat energy, akin to the fantastical elements depicted in novels, wielding the capacity to move mountains and part seas with ease. This alteration has sparked immense intrigue within Yang Chun, prompting him to consider embarking on a personal journey to Earth to experience this enigmatic energy firsthand. After all, the path of technology appears to be a dead end. Exploring alternative avenues may yet unveil new opportunities. One cannot simply await demise in inaction. In a universe teeming with formidable beings, what significance does a rudimentary technological advancement of 2.0 hold? Even achieving levels 3.0 or 4.0 seems inconsequential. Yang Chun once perused a tome discussing the terrifying concepts of dimensional strikes and death lines, wielded as weapons by higher civilizations. Prepare the spacecraft. I must set forth to Earth at once, he instructed the voluptuous maid behind him. With the spacecraft ready, Yang Chun embarked immediately, descending upon the Earth. Through observation, he was yet unable to fully grasp the harshness of Earth's climate. It was only upon his arrival that he realized the environment was 100-fold more challenging than he had anticipated. It is no wonder that those biomechanical robots required a century to cultivate a suitable habitat for human existence. Yang Chun shook his head. His current form embodied the pinnacle of Martian technology, allowing him to acutely sense the atmospheric changes within the Earth. The air here has become more vibrant, infused with a unique energy and substance. Yang Chun speculated that it was likely this very essence that enabled humanity to harness both fighting spirit and magic. However, at this moment, he yearned to witness these individuals with his own eyes. Humanity appeared to place little emphasis on technological advancement. Rather, the focus now lay squarely on the development of magic and fighting spirit. Upon arriving at the settlement where humans resided, he noticed it was enveloped in a thin, transparent membrane that, when left untouched, bore almost no distinction from the outside world. It was this temperature-regulating simulation layer that allowed humans to thrive effortlessly. As Yang Chun stepped inside, he found the interior expansive, with an array of houses that reflected the preferences of their ancestors, constructed by human hands. Beside him, a biochemical robot remarked, "The new generation of children possesses the innate ability to generate fighting spirit or magical energy. However, the intensity of this energy varies based on their innate qualities." Meanwhile, the common language spoken here had fully evolved into Chinese. As the influx of individuals from the Z nation during migration had been so substantial that over generations, assimilation had occurred, Yang Chun observed the children playing on the streets. Indeed, they all exhibited black hair and yellow skin, though a few with blonde hair and blue eyes were present, albeit in scant numbers. Although the temperature-regulating layer shielded them from the harsh external climate, air continued to be supplied from the outside, leading to such variations. Yangchen mused. Even flowers in a greenhouse undergo adaptive changes. The biorobot reported. The physical fitness of the first generation of humanity was quantified at 100, whereas now, it has escalated to approximately 500, rendering it 5 times stronger than the first generation. Even in the absence of a constant temperature protective layer, individuals can effortlessly survive in the wild. Additionally, lifespan has significantly increased. Preliminary estimates suggest that this generation, possessing the ability to harness inner energy, can live for around 300 years. Some individuals have even relocated from the safe zones we established to other areas. In these few centuries, the pace of human development has accelerated, restoring the population to that of the first generation. According to our statistics, there are currently about 800 million people on Earth. The biorobot continued to report on various conditions of the planet. Yangchen nodded. He did not intend to be the master of Earth, and thus, these biohumans would never interfere with the choices of the Earth's inhabitants. The planet is gradually evolving in a new direction. Can we locate the strongest wielder of magic or inner energy at this moment? I wish to meet him. As Yangchen walked with the biohuman, they arrived at a square where he beheld a sculpture. The sculpture depicted a sphere, upon which a faceless figure extended its arms like wings, guarding the sphere. This sculpture? The biohuman explained. It was created for you by the first generation. However, they were unaware of your appearance, hence the figure remains faceless. Oh, so it is a representation of myself. Yangchen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. The sensation was indeed quite nuanced. The most formidable fighter currently is Lin Lei, who frequently ventures out to hone his skills. However, we have equipped him with a communication device, enabling us to contact him at any moment. Shall we reach out to him? Inquired the biorobot, producing a small square device. No, provide me with his coordinates. I shall seek him out myself, Yangchen replied. He yearned to explore this planet, to witness the transformations beyond humanity. The biorobot handed him an object, and Yangchen, instinctively aware of its use, departed from this sanctuary without a word. Gradually ascending, Yangchen soared towards Lin Lei's location. Over the span of centuries, the tectonic plates of Earth had indeed diminished, while the oceans had expanded significantly. Yet, the remaining land was fraught with peril. Utilizing his body radar for scanning and locating, Yangchen encountered a multitude of bizarre creatures. Their abilities utterly astonishing. They breathed fire and wielded the forces of nature, resembling fantastical beasts. After a moment's reflection, Yangchen came to terms with this reality. If humans could harness elemental energies, why not animals? His speed of flight was remarkable, and he quickly located Lin Lei. Lin Lei resided alone in a forest, engaged in combat with a colossal black wild boar, which stood upright, wielding a massive club. As Lin Lei battled, a faint glow enveloped his form, signifying his battle aura. This external manifestation of his energy enhanced his physical prowess to at least 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person, though his techniques were undeniably rudimentary. As Yangchen assessed, Yangchen descended before Lin Lei, alighting with grace. Lin Lei glanced at Yangchen and inquired, "You must be a harbinger, are you not? Would you care to partake in a repast with me?" The biomechanical automatons all possess the capability of aerial locomotion, and the terrestrial denizens have come to refer to them as harbingers. Thus, Lin Lei was not particularly astonished to behold Yangchen. Chapter 12. The ultimate evolution device cultivating in this locale yields exponential returns, and one need not fear injury, for the provisions are of the highest caliber. Moreover, the training adversaries are optimally suited to one's needs. Consequently, Lin Lei evinced a diminished inclination to depart. At present, Lin Lei has merely scratched the surface of his potential. Despite his rapid advancement, he still has a long and arduous path ahead of him. Lin Lei acquiesced with a nod. In truth, he was contemplating the fact that secure havens, erected by harbingers, already existed on Earth. Wherefore, then, should he concern himself with establishing a secure environment, he need only devote himself to rigorous training, so as to attain the ultimate demigod form described in the texts as swiftly as possible. Little did he know what Yang Chun had orchestrated. Second evolution, divergence, evolutionary trajectory. The magical Marshall Plane. The biomechanical automatons from Earth had long since been withdrawn, and Yang Chun had forcibly coalesced all the continents into a boundless, expansive landmass by manipulating tectonic shifts. The remaining fragments were transformed into diminutive isles dotting the vast ocean. Within these isles might lie wondrous treasures or ferocious beasts, all orchestrated by Yang Chun from behind the scenes. However, as a consequence of these actions, the human habitat had once again deteriorated. It was calculated that the most dire conditions would persist for a century, after which the environment would revert to normalcy. Meanwhile, a significant number of humanity will perish. However, the survivors will reach the pinnacle of their potential. The results of the computer calculations were directly transmitted into Yang Chun's mind. Naturally, he ardently wished to facilitate such purification, as the evolution of humanity was of utmost importance to him. It was only today that Yang Chun realized the true value of his treasure, the ultimate evolution device. His ascendance to the Gaia consciousness of Mars was inherently linked to this device, as was its premature achievement of technology 2.0. During the initial evolution, Yang Chun had succumbed to slumber, rendering him oblivious to the experience. Yet this time, he was acutely aware of its existence and purpose. The evolutionary system it engendered would wholly feed back to him. In essence, whether guiding humanity towards evolution or aiding other extraterrestrial beings in their advancement. Every successful evolution would augment a branch on his ultimate evolution device, an augmentation of power entirely within Yang Chun's grasp. Thus, he was resolute in ensuring that the people of Earth accomplished their evolution. Their triumph would equate to his own, as if he were a figure waiting beneath a tree for the fruits to fall. The comprehensive energy expenditure of Mars had been immense. A planet possesses its own essence. The life of humanity pales in comparison. Nevertheless, throughout the millennia since Yang Chun assumed the role of Gaia consciousness, Mars has been persistently drained of its vitality. Even he could sense the decline, as Mars's lifespan had diminished by at least 10%. Yang Chun departed from Mars, where its operation no longer required his constant oversight, having long been entrusted entirely to computers and artificial intelligence. However, these intelligences remained tethered to Yang Chun, despite their exceptional intelligence and capacity for self-learning. Their essence still relied upon him. Yang Chun was akin to the CPU of a computer. Regardless of how advanced or technological the other components may be, without him, they could not function. Upon his arrival on Earth, before he had even fully stabilized, a colossal silverback gorilla charged at him. Yang Chun extended his palm, and a beam of energy surged forth from his hand, causing the silverback gorilla to collapse lifelessly to the ground. My abilities could be aptly described as semi-divine. Indifferently, Yang Chun shifted his body, harnessing the destructive power of technology 2.0 at its zenith. The energy of a semi-divine being could obliterate planets. Whether there remained potential for further advancement depended on humanity's ability to transcend its constraints. Although the continental plates had merged, the absence of Yang Chun's protection, coupled with the expansion of territories, had led to climatic changes, making life exceedingly arduous for humanity. Even though they had evolved into beings several times stronger than the first generation of humans, their existence remained fraught with difficulty, prompting them to continually push their limits. Lin Lei devoted himself to relentless training, simultaneously expanding his dominion and imparting his knowledge to others, enabling them to attain his level of prowess. Yet, once his kin found safety, their desires only grew. Yang Chun established a hierarchy for the cultivation methods he created, delineating levels as follows: apprentice, fighter, master fighter, great master fighter, fighter of the sect, soul fighter, king fighter, supreme fighter, saint fighter, and semi-divine. Each level comprises 10 subdivisions. Magicians may also engage in cultivation according to the tiered classification, yet across the entire continent, there exists only one individual, Lin Lei, who has achieved mastery in both magic and martial arts, reaching the esteemed realm of Do Wang. A century has swiftly elapsed, and the chaotic state of the continent has finally returned to tranquility. During this century, 3 great empires have been established, each governed by formidable leaders: the Starfall Empire to the north, the Windrider Empire to the south, and the Lin Lei Empire, led by the strongest, Lin Lei. In the center, Yang Chun resembles a venerable sage orchestrating a game of chess, as the formation of these 3 empires was primarily instigated by his influence. Among them, only Lin Lei's empire embodies the principles of moral governance and the rule of law, making it a coveted destination for numerous ordinary clans. In contrast, the other 2 empires exhibit significant shortcomings. The Starfall Empire serves as a paradise for magicians, with scarcely any warriors, while the Windrider Empire is a haven for fighters, almost devoid of magicians. The rulers of these 2 empires emerged from countless battles. With the establishment of the 3 great empires, the overall environment of the continent has stabilized. Surrounding these empires are countless clans and villages, forming the prevailing narrative of the present continent. Chapter 13. The Division of the 3 Kingdoms. Is it time for the annual competition? Yang Chen stood outside the grand city gate, smiling as he entered. The development of a nation is inextricably linked to the vigor of its youth, and in such a martial-centric realm, the infusion of capable young individuals is essential to invigorate its future. The 3 great empires amount to little more than a solitary city, yet in the fullness of time, cities will undoubtedly flourish across the continent, transforming it into a realm of greater abundance and security. Numerous young individuals, accompanied by their guardians, are flocking into the imperial capital. Over a decade ago, Lin Lei enacted a law to ensure that every child had the opportunity to engage in the advanced training of combat energy and magic. Thus, he established an academy, assuming the role of honorary principal. All instructors must possess a mastery level of great fighter or above. During his time on Mars, Lin Lei had already attained the realm of Battle Soul, yet more than a century later, he has only ascended 1 level, a situation that raises concerns for Yang Chun. In this era, despite any breakthroughs, human lifespan remains capped at 500 years. Lin Lei has traversed over half of his life, and he is yet to touch the realm of Battle Saint, which lies beneath the demigod level. In contrast, the other 2 individuals have surpassed him in their dual mastery of magic and martial arts. Nevertheless, Lin Lei possesses an inherent advantage. His dual mastery allows him to exceed the strength of the other 2 battle sovereign emperors, even while at the battle king level. Over the years, Yang Chen's appearance has also undergone a transformation. Though his body is that of a biorobot, alterations are indeed possible. Yang Chun has grown long hair and sports a bit of stubble, yet his delicate features seem somewhat incongruous with his facial hair. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the Holy Soul Academy. Who are you? 2 guards blocked Yang Chen's path and inquired. I have come to apply for a teaching position. Yang Chen replied with a cheerful smile. Aren't you recruiting teachers? Oh. The 2 guards, not daring to be negligent, understood that the minimum qualification for a teacher candidate was that of a grand fighter, and they, as mere fighters, were simply not a match. No problem, just notify them. I shall participate in the examination immediately. One of the guards promptly set off to make the arrangements. While the populace could sense the presence of fighting spirit, innate talent varied in strength. The least among them could aspire to be merely an apprentice, whereas the most gifted had already ascended to the ranks of the 3 great emperors. The foundation of this world remained rather feeble, which elucidated the absence of individuals surpassing the fighter sovereign or those adept in both magical and martial arts, known as the fighter king. Please, master, follow me. The guard gestured politely, ushering Yang Chun inside, where the tests had already been prepared. By channeling fighting energy into the soul crystal, one could ascertain their fighting power and rank. Yang Chun nodded, placing a hand upon the soul crystal, beginning to exert his strength. Although Yang Chen's core was not composed of fighting energy, simulating it posed no challenge for him, and in this world, no one would discern that he was not utilizing fighting energy. Gradually, the soul crystal illuminated, as a fiery red flame surged forth, slowly filling the crystal. A level 3 fire fighting soul. The flames within the crystal eventually extinguished, revealing Yang Chen's true identity. The testing personnel stood in stunned silence. While the requirement was a grand fighter, few could truly meet this standard. Yet, before them stood a fighter soul, a being merely one tier below the fighter king. Soon, the principal of the Sacred Soul Academy approached Yang Chen, a master of the fighter soul realm himself. Have you not yet inquired? The principal exhibited remarkable politeness and humility. I am Yang Chen. There is no need for such formality, replied Yang Chen with a smile. Though my combat prowess is considerable, I possess little teaching experience. I merely wish to contribute to my country. Not at all, not at all. The principal responded. I am Li Jian. The children are quite easy to teach, and our student body grows larger each year. We are currently troubled by a shortage of teachers. Your remuneration shall be equal to mine, for you are a soul fighter, and we must not treat you lightly. As for the teaching aspect, take your time. There is no rush, the principal said with a cheerful demeanor. Within the entire Sacred Soul Academy, he was the sole soul fighter, and with Yang Chen's arrival, he felt emboldened. This academy was the only one in the empire, and its faculty was woefully inadequate. Nonetheless, it remained a place where children from rural clans flocked eagerly. The so-called empire was merely a safe haven, offering shelter from the storm, as a complete system had yet to be established. Yang Chen felt somewhat helpless, to be candid. The foundational technologies had long been imparted to those who, like Lin Lei, belonged to the same cohort, and it was implausible that there had been no development whatsoever. Yet, it seemed as if they had chosen to forget selectively, utterly oblivious to the ways of construction. Yang Chen's purpose was to assist Lin Lei in refining certain systems. He was indifferent to the empire's fate, focusing primarily on enhancing the academy's structure. One commendable aspect was that once students were selected, the academy provided all accommodations and meals without requiring any expenditure from the students. The selection process for students was quite straightforward, involving a test with the soul crystal to assess their combat energy and discern their attributes. Today, Yang Chen attended an interview, and tomorrow he would commence the enrollment process. Initially, the principal had not assigned any tasks to Yang Chen. However, he expressed a desire to be involved in the recruitment efforts. After some contemplation, the principal acquiesced, recognizing that a battle soul would undoubtedly excite many students. He proceeded to introduce Yang Chen to the other teachers, followed by a series of praises that need not be elaborated upon. On the following day, Yang Chen arrived at the selection site, where the organizers requested him to demonstrate his battle chi. The children below erupted in astonished exclamations. Today, you are being assessed by a battle soul. You young ones are fortunate to have this opportunity, so make sure to put forth your best efforts. The children clamored, eager to be the first to undergo testing. Wait a moment. There will be a change in the testing rules today, Yang Chen remarked with a smile. It is imperative that we provide the children ample opportunity to showcase their abilities. The teachers beside him were puzzled by Yang Chen's intentions, yet they felt hesitant to question him given his status. What do you intend to do? One of the teachers inquired. Merely testing their innate battle chi with the soul crystal may lead us to overlook some prodigies, and the level settings appear to be somewhat elevated. Therefore, I propose to employ my own testing method to ascertain their potential, Yang Chen explained. Your testing method? The crowd responded with confusion. First, we will utilize the soul crystal for an initial assessment, followed by a subsequent round of testing. Yang Chen then produced another crystal ball. Chapter 14. Educating and Nurturing. What authority do you possess to alter the enrollment rules? A young man, clad in a fitted outfit with flowing hair, stepped forward to confront Yang Chen. Who are you? Yang Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the individual before him, who exhibited an arrogant demeanor and a palpable disdain for Yang Chen. I am your father, the young man spat, his words laced with hostility, provoking even the two teachers standing beside Yang Chen to knit their brows in concern. With a scoff, Yang Chen chose to disregard this imbecile. Engaging with such a person only invites unnecessary trouble, for if left ignored, he would soon tire of his own barking. The man's relentless interference was unsettling Yang Chen's composure. With a smile, Yang Chen addressed the children in front of him. Now, those whose names are called, Please step forward. We shall commence the testing. The children displayed remarkable discipline, forming an orderly line as they awaited their names to be announced. I am speaking to you, the young man bellowed, forcefully swatting away the sole crystal sphere resting on the table, attempting to seize Yang Chen's own crystal sphere with an extremely abrasive attitude. One of the teachers interjected, Ling Qingcheng, what do you think you are doing? What do I think I am doing? This task was originally assigned to me. Why should he, a mere newcomer, usurp my responsibilities? Yang Chen realized. This individual had been designated to conduct the student assessments, which explained his foul temperament. However, Yang Chen had no intention of offering an apology. Since the principal had endorsed this arrangement, it was now a matter of record. And the individual named Ling Qingcheng must have been informed as well. His continued disturbance indicated a blatant lack of respect. As the principal had conveyed, his actions suggested a disregard for authority. The two teachers attempted to restrain Ling Qingcheng, yet his explosive temper and superior strength rendered them powerless to stop him. I have heard of your formidable prowess, Ling Qingcheng. If you possess the courage, come and challenge me. With a sudden surge of energy, Ling Qingcheng unleashed his fighting spirit, enveloping his form in a radiant golden flame. A dozone? Such a title holds no weight against me. Yang Chen replied, shaking his head, depart quickly. I have no desire to engage. Are you truly afraid? Ling Qingcheng summoned forth two beams of golden light, launching them toward Yang Chen. The two teachers, paralyzed with shock, could scarcely believe that Ling Qingcheng would so brazenly resort to violence, especially with numerous children present. Should these two clash, the repercussions would undoubtedly endanger the innocent children. Ling Qingcheng's assault was executed with such swiftness that the teachers, inferior in strength, were unable to intervene in time. In a flash, Yang Chen spread his arms, conjuring a vivid crimson shield that enveloped both himself and the children behind him. The two golden beams collided with his protective barrier, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. You truly court death. Yang Chen's fury ignited. These children represented his hope for future evolution, and he could not allow this petty fool to harm them. With notable skill, Ling Qingcheng drew forth a long sword from his waist, its blade shimmering with fighting energy as he aimed to strike at Yang Chen. Cease this at once. You must inform the principal that Ling Qingcheng has gone mad. One teacher endeavored to maintain order, guiding the children to safety, while the other hastened to find the principal. Ling Qingcheng, possessing considerable strength and a haughty demeanor, was not one to be trifled with within the academy, save for the principal and a few vice principals. Few dared to provoke him. However, the circumstances had shifted. Yang Chen was a bona fide third-level fighting spirit, and he would not indulge Ling Qingcheng's arrogance. The two individuals found themselves at an impasse, their voices insignificant, prompting them to seek the intervention of the principal. The children, fueled by an innate curiosity, were acutely aware of the true nature of the situation. Suddenly, one child exclaimed, Teacher Yang Chen, deliver a resounding defeat. Ling Qingcheng, a man lacking in humility and characterized by a narrow mindset, incited Yang Chen's ire. Yang Chen deftly deflected the sword's energy and, in an instant, stood before Ling Qingcheng. Startled, Ling Qingcheng recoiled, only to find Yang Chen's grip firmly ensnaring him. With a sudden twist, Yang Chen shattered Ling Qingcheng's left arm. In stark contrast to his previous bravado, Ling Qingcheng erupted into cries of agony, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, the principal arrived. Witnessing Yang Chen's hold on Ling Qingcheng, he implored, Teacher Yang Chen, please release him. Yang Chen retorted, Principal, without rules, there can be no order. How can such a morally bankrupt individual be allowed to teach? Are you aware of what he just did? He nearly harmed a student. This was intentional. Yang Chen, gripping Ling Qingcheng, vociferously questioned the principal's judgment in allowing such a person to educate others. Nonsense. I aim to provoke you, knowing you would defend yourself. If you had not, it would have revealed a flaw in your character. Upon seeing the principal, Ling Qingcheng seemed to regain his composure, even attempting to turn the tables by casting aspersions on Yang Chen's integrity. Yang Chen, if you have anything to say, let him go first. I believe he acted without malice. The principal, at this juncture, was also pleading for Ling Qingqing's defense. Yang Chun stared incredulously at the principal, unable to fathom why he would take Ling Qingqing's side. "Teacher Yang, let him say what he wishes for now." One by one, the other teachers arrived, shaking their heads and sighing, seemingly filled with a sense of sorrow for Yang Chen's actions. "You all," Yang Chen glared, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ling Qingqing resumed his arrogant demeanor, shouting, "I have the Empress behind me. Do you dare to touch me? The Empress?" The principal promptly clarified, "He is the only relative, the sole brother of the Empress." Yang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. "So it is for this reason that you are all reluctant to offend this individual? Very well. You fear the power he wields. I do not." In a fit of rage, Yang Chen forcefully crushed Ling Qingqing's arm, then delivered a punch to his abdomen, rendering him breathless. Everyone stood in stunned silence, witnessing Yang Chen's actions. As he released Ling Qingqing, who had fainted from the pain, he remarked, "A good-for-nothing relying on his sister ought to look the part. I believe his current state perfectly embodies my definition of a waste." Yang Chen, the principal, was so furious he could scarcely speak, never anticipating that Yang Chen would be so ruthless. After all, this was the brother of the Empress. All principals, unite to capture him. This charge was one that even the Sacred Soul Academy could not bear. They could only bring Yang Chen before the Empress and the Emperor for judgment. Chapter 15. Conflict and Capture. The principal truly could not shoulder such a grave accusation. If the Queen were to discover that her only brother was publicly incapacitated by a newly arrived combat soul practitioner at their Sacred Soul Academy, shattering his energy core and fracturing his arm, it would surely spell disaster for them. Even if the Emperor might not hold them accountable, the Queen would undoubtedly create countless troubles for them thereafter. The principal, too, could scarcely fathom that Yang Chen's resolve was so formidable. Upon learning of Ling Qingbing's identity, he nearly brought him to the brink of death. After all, he is the national uncle of their empire. "My esteemed teachers, you have truly disappointed me," Yang Chen exclaimed. "You are unworthy of the title of educator. It is high time for the Sacred Soul Academy to undergo a transformation, to re-establish a faculty comprised of individuals genuinely devoted to the prosperity of our empire." In the feudal imperial era, nepotism was all too common. The adage that one person's rise leads to the elevation of their kin holds true in every dynasty. The Sacred Soul Academy has nearly become a realm governed solely by the principal's whims. Those whom he favors are admitted, while those who incur his displeasure are swiftly met with retribution. Yang Chun had conducted thorough investigations prior to his arrival. In the early years of the Sacred Soul Academy's establishment, Lin Lei would visit weekly, personally overseeing the faculty's efforts, genuinely dedicated to the students. However, as the years have passed, Lin Lei's attentiveness to the academy has waned, resulting in a concentration of power in the hands of Principal Li Jian, leading to a decline in standards. Yang Chun received preferential treatment solely due to his identity as a combat soul practitioner. Had anyone else sought a teaching position, they would likely need substantial financial backing, as even genuine talent would depend on Li Jian's capricious mood. Li Jian cared not for Yang Chen's thoughts. Preserving his position was of utmost importance. Though he had not intended to resort to force, the overwhelming aggression of the others left him no choice. Yang Chun let out a cold laugh as he observed the two principals and Li Jian charging towards him without hesitation. A brilliant crimson light emanated from his hands, a display of power so formidable that even Li Jian and his companions struggled to withstand it. "We are all combat souls. How could such a vast disparity exist?" Li Jian barely retreated, while the two vice principals appeared equally distressed. Both vice principals were first-level combat souls, while the principal was a second-level combat soul. They had never engaged with those of higher combat soul ranks. Yet it seemed implausible that such a minor difference in rank could yield such a significant gap in strength. The trio should have easily subdued Yang Chen together. "What? Are you frightened?" Yang Chen laughed heartily. "Ji Ran, since you cannot capture me, allow me to pursue you instead." Yang Chen toyed with the three principals as a cat would with a mouse. "You have concealed your true strength." Li Jian, as the principal of the Sacred Soul Academy, could hardly endure such ridicule from Yang Chen, leading him to the conclusion that Yang Chen's prowess far surpassed his apparent abilities. How could this be disowned? Yang Chen did not respond directly but playfully countered Li Jian's inquiry, striking one of the vice principals with a single slap. Enough. Let this matter rest. We shall not hold you accountable, nor shall we drag you before the emperor. You may flee on your own. Li Jian's demeanor shifted entirely. Recognizing that even the combined strength of the three principals could not match Yang Chen, he chose to abandon any mention of Ling Qingbing. One can only lament the misfortune of Ling Qingbing, for when the time comes, Yang Chen will have escaped, and all blame shall be heaped upon him. They feign distress, believing that the emperor will show them compassion. After all, a suspected Dowang master is no trifling matter. Their emperor is merely at the Dowang level. How many Dowangs roam the vast world? Ah, Yang Chen chuckled softly, effortlessly pulling one of the vice principals closer, binding him with a rope seemingly procured from nowhere, and casting him aside. No need for such complications. I shall not flee. I await the arrival of those who will determine my fate. Yang Chen, brimming with pride, shook his head as he seized another vice principal. His movements were as effortless as catching a chick, leaving Li Ji in a state of astonished terror. Is this truly a Dowang? Where is the struggle of combat between Do Hun and Do Hun so one-sided? The indignation was palpable. Yang Chen pointed toward the onlooking teachers and inquired, "What? Will any of you inform that wretched empress? Summon her to rescue us?" Yet, not a soul dared to move. Ling Qingbing, who had previously lost consciousness, was now feigning death, but upon witnessing Yang Chen subdue three principals, he comprehended that he had indeed provoked a formidable adversary. He slowly inched forward on hands and feet. Yang Chen glanced in Ling Qingbing's direction and flicked his wrist, sending several pebbles crashing down upon him, eliciting a pained scream. Now reduced to an ordinary person, Ling Qingbing could no longer endure, crying out in agony, "Alas, I cannot bear to see others in such a plight." Yang Chen adjusted his feet and remarked, "If you were a bit more resolute and unrepentant, I would find you rather admirable. However, you have truly disappointed me." The fact that he had not executed such a scoundrel outright was already a tremendous act of mercy. This incident quickly gained momentum within the capital, especially since today marked the day for student recruitment. With so many people around, various versions of the tale began to circulate, embellishing the exploits of the protagonist, Yang Chen, to an almost mythical degree. "My dear consort, has your brother caused trouble again today?" Lin Lei, clad in a black python robe, stood robust, his visage bearing the indelible marks of time, chiseled like stone. "Your Majesty, my brother does not instigate trouble. Why would you say such a thing?" Lin Lei responded, "I have heard rumors that a new instructor has arrived at the Sacred Soul Academy to oversee the children's assessments. It seems your brother provoked this individual and was subsequently injured." "Ah," Ling Lin exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure. "Pardon me, I must attend to my brother. Go ahead. It is high time you disciplined your brother properly. His obstinacy in causing chaos has resulted in numerous grievances brought to my attention," Lin Lei replied, his fondness for Ling Lin leading him to indulge her, ultimately allowing her brother to become equally arrogant. Yes, I understand. I take my leave," she said. Ling Lin's mind was consumed with thoughts of her younger brother, leaving her little room to focus on Lin Lei's words. Chapter 16. The Queen's Fury. Filled with anxiety, Ling Lin immediately summoned 5 soul fighters to accompany her, fearing that her brother might be in grave danger. With 5 soul fighters providing protection, it was indeed a display of power. Among the Imperial Guards, there were only about 20 soul fighters, and as a queen, Ling Lin could command a quarter of that force, which attested to Lin Lei's favoritism. Moreover, given Lin Lei's stature and influence, it would have been a trivial matter for him to take multiple wives, yet he rejected all such propositions for the sake of Ling Lin. A group of swift steeds galloped through the capital, and Ling Lin had already donned suitable attire for the occasion, as a throng of soldiers cleared the way ahead. Upon witnessing this scene, the common folk quickly retreated. Although the Sacred Soul Academy was situated at a distance from the palace, they arrived within an hour, propelled by the speed of their horses. Upon reaching the entrance, Ling Lin found the gates of the Sacred Soul Academy firmly shut, with not a single guard in sight. Dismounting, she commanded her subordinates to open the gates. The 5 soul fighters exerted their strength, forcefully swinging open the gates and entering the academy. In the courtyard, a number of children lingered, seemingly unaware of the unfolding situation. As Ling Lin observed this, her heart raced. An ominous feeling settled over her. "Clear the way for us. We must enter," she ordered, pushing through the children as her 5 soul fighter guardians flanked her, leading the way into the inner sanctum. At this moment, Yangchen sat in the Grand Master's chair, while the other teachers trembled in fear, their eyes fixed upon him, as well as the 2 vice principals bound helplessly and the utterly distressed principal. Lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood, Ling Qingbing's plight was particularly harrowing. Yangchen, unfazed, leisurely munched on a biscuit, despite having no need for sustenance. The queen has arrived. Ling Lin was flanked by her guards, who cleared the way, while 5 formidable spirit fighters stood before her, exuding a commanding presence. Slowly, like stars orbiting the moon, the spirit fighters parted to allow her passage. "Where is he? Where is that scoundrel Li Jian? Summon him forth. What has happened to my brother?" Ling Lin had come to seek justice, her voice resonating with authority, only to catch sight of the 2 captives and the approaching Li Jian. "Pay your respects to the queen." Li Jian knelt, his voice quivering and weak. Astonished by the queen's unexpected arrival and Yangchen's composed demeanor in her presence. "Li Jian, where is my brother?" Simultaneously, Ling Lin's gaze fell upon Yangchen seated above. "Who is he?" Li Jian cautiously cast a glance at the nearly unconscious Ling Qingbing beside him, yet his gaze did not escape Ling Lin's notice. "Turn him over." Ling Qingbing's injuries were grievous. Bloodied and tattered, he lay with his back to his sister, rendering even Ling Lin unable to recognize him. As he was slowly turned over, Ling Lin was struck by a wave of suffocating disbelief at the sight of his contorted face. Is this truly her once proud and handsome brother? "Brother!" Ling Lin hurriedly embraced her younger brother and exclaimed in anger, "Li Jian, what on earth has happened to him? That individual above not only caused chaos in the academy, but also injured us. Your brother valiantly fought back, but was no match for him. We 3 old fellows were utterly powerless." Yangchen, from above, rubbed his ears, bemused by Li Jian's remarkable ability to twist the truth, as he suddenly transformed into a heinous criminal in Li Jian's narrative. This was truly astounding. Someone eliminate him at that moment. Regardless of Yangchen's innocence or whether he truly resembled the villain Li Jian painted, Ling Lin, blinded by fury, merely wished to end Yangchen's life. As one who stood above thousands, she needed no justification to take a life. Li Jian immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, he is suspected to be a battle king. The 3 of us were merely toyed with by him, and I fear we shall not be able to restrain him." Ling Lin, however, was unwilling to listen. The 5 formidable battle spirit masters surrounding her had already sprung into action. Yangchen stood up, a cold smile gracing his lips. Unfazed by the assault of the 5 battle spirits, he knew he was the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. No one could restrain him. Effortlessly, he parried their attacks, moving with remarkable ease amidst the 5 battle spirits. Useless. After a considerable time had passed, and the 5 battle spirits still could not subdue Yangchen, Ling Lin's impatience began to mount. "I say, Your Majesty, not only 5 battle spirits, but even 10 could not capture me. Yet, here you are, disregarding the truth and blindly believing one side's testimony, coming to kill me. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Yangchen taunted Ling Lin, remarking, "I wonder what enchantment you have cast upon Lin Lei to make him so infatuated with you. I perceive you are not particularly remarkable in appearance." Ling Lin's delicate brows furrowed, and she bit her lip, seething with indignation. This vile Yangchen not only inflicted grave harm upon her brother, but also dared to mock her, even disparaging her looks, a truly devastating affront for any woman, particularly for one of her stature as the Empress, who had always held confidence in her beauty. In her fury, she yearned to tear Yangchen apart with her own hands, yet lamentably, her abilities fell short of such vengeance. Fools, they are all fools, she exclaimed in anger. Send for the king at once. Let him deal with this insufferable monkey. I advise against summoning Linlei. You are scarcely superior to your brother. Should Linlei arrive, not only will you fail to rescue him, but your title as empress may also be in jeopardy. Although Yangshan refrained from direct confrontation, his mere words were sufficient to incite her ire. All of you advance. The soldiers surged forward, encircling the room until it was impenetrable. This predicament vexed Yangchun. He had no intention of harming these soldiers, as they were merely following orders. He needed to spare some useful allies for Linlei. With a sudden leap, Yangchen smashed through the ceiling and vaulted into the courtyard. He sought not to flee, but rather to create a more spacious arena for maneuvering with these individuals. Children, retreat to safety. Yangchen called out to the children, realizing that he alone might struggle to protect such a group should a conflict arise. He could not allow them to be harmed. The children immediately moved towards the corner. One child, who had just begun to speak, asked, "Why has it come to this?" Clearly, teacher Yangchun was in the right. The children were perplexed as to why Yangchun had suddenly become the target of everyone's ire. Chapter 17. What does it matter if we capture the queen? With a gentle smile, Yangchun patted the boy's head and replied, "In this world, many matters are not simply black and white. Some hold the power to speak, while others do not. You must strive diligently. Only by strengthening your own abilities can you attain what you desire without depending on others' approval. Hold steadfast to your convictions and channel them towards the right path." Before he could finish, Yangchen gently nudged the young boy aside as countless soldiers closed in on him, brandishing swords and daggers, all aimed at this man before them. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty, and I do not blame you for that. Like a wraith, Yangchen weaved through the throng of soldiers, the majority of whom were mere fighters, unable to impede his progress. Wherever he passed, it was as if he were reaping wheat, with numerous soldiers collapsing to the ground without warning. 5 combat souls attempted to thwart Yangchun, but they were simply unable to match his speed. Queen, flee. This man possesses the strength of a battle king. We cannot stop him, and your life may be in grave danger. Capture the leader first. Yangchun accelerated his pace, deftly maneuvering past 5 soul fighters, who exerted every effort to thwart him, yet ultimately to no avail. With a firm grip on Ling Li's shoulder, he forcefully extracted her from the throng, his finger poised menacingly at Ling Lin's throat. With a playful grin, Yangchen declared, "Everyone, remain still. A single movement from you, and her life is forfeit." The 5 soul fighters were consumed by anxiety. Yangchen was utterly formidable. Even the emperors of the other 2 realms would find it nearly impossible to snatch someone from their grasp unscathed, yet Yangchun had achieved precisely that. They were left reeling, unable to respond in time. "I dare you to kill me." Ling Lin, despite being captured by Yangchun, harbored no fear. Instead, she loathed her own lack of strength, wishing she could slay Yangchun herself. She struggled violently in his hold, but how could she hope to escape his iron grip? Yangchen's hand was as unyielding as a vice, firmly restraining Ling Lin. With a length of rope, Yangchun bound Ling Lin securely and carelessly discarded her to the side. "You soldiers, be off at once. Do not impede the child's test. School is commencing in 2 days. If there are any grievances, direct them to Lin Lei, and he shall converse with me." Yangchun waved his hand, urging the soldiers to depart promptly, while those he had previously subdued began to rise slowly. The 5 soul fighters dared not leave hastily, opting instead to dispatch someone to inform the emperor, for who could fathom what this at least king of souls, Yangchun, intended to do? The esteemed elder, there is no need for further pleasantries. If you desire wealth, we shall provide it. If you seek goods, we shall furnish them. Please, release our queen post-haste. For our emperor is the most prominent figure in the continent. Should he become aware of this situation, the outcome will be dire. I seek neither riches nor possessions. I demand an explanation." Yangchen retorted, "You wield your power to oppress, casting baseless accusations upon me. And that Li Jian, such a wretch, deserves death. However, I shall not take his life just yet. Once the truth is revealed, I shall return to exact my vengeance. Lin Lei is not to be underestimated. When he arrives, matters will be resolved favorably. When my lord returns, I shall ensure he flays you alive to satiate my fury. Ling Lin's tongue is sharper than her brother's. Yang Chun clicked his tongue, saying, I have not laid a finger on you, yet you seek my demise. What kind of logic is this? You, woman, are quite the villain. You and your brother share the same flawed nature, both blind to your shortcomings. Indeed, you are a true family. Ling Lin's words were relentless. Her insults so crude that even the 5 combat spirits could no longer tolerate them. They were the first to disperse the soldiers, for these warriors, mere combat masters, would be of no use here. Faced with a combat king, even the combined might of all combat masters across the continent would not yield any significant change. They would simply be methodically eliminated by Yang Chun. What remained were the academy's instructors and the 5 combat spirits. The combat spirits intended to escort the children away, but Yang Chun intervened. These children cannot leave. These individuals are witnesses. They are all aware of what transpired. I must compel them to testify on my behalf. Yang Chun, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at the children and inquired, would you be willing to testify for me? Many of the children remained silent, as numerous others had already been taken away by their elders, leaving only those who were merely spectators. Upon Yang Chun's question, the children fell into a hushed silence. I will testify for you, declared the same young boy, but as soon as he uttered those words, his elder rushed to drag him away. The boy, unaware of the formidable power represented by the man before him, did not comprehend the gravity of his statement. They all understood that should Yang Chun be harmed as a result, their own lives would be forever unsettled. These individuals had never contemplated that Yang Chun could openly challenge the supreme authority of a nation. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. The boy was puzzled as to why his elder insisted on removing him, yet he resolutely stood his ground, proclaiming, I will not leave. I must testify for teacher Yang Chun. Aha, what a brave lad. Yang Chun laughed heartily, exclaiming, once this matter is resolved, I shall take you as my apprentice. Really? The children, who had come to learn, were deeply impressed by Yang Chun's formidable presence, a figure who could navigate through a multitude of adversaries effortlessly, and against whom none could prevail. Was this not the embodiment of the heroic ideal in the hearts of these children? To have such a hero as their mentor was an opportunity they could scarcely hope for. However, his elders regarded Yang Chun as a harbinger of misfortune, wishing to keep their children far from him, for they believed that such a cursed figure should never be allowed to educate their offspring. Patience, for justice resides in the hearts of the people. I trust that Lin Lei will surely uphold fairness. Yang Chun shook his head and remarked, do you truly believe that your king is a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong, good from evil? He regarded them with an amused smile. Upon hearing these words, the crowd appeared somewhat swayed. Indeed, if the king were such a person, how could they endure the days to come? What future could this nation possibly hold? Setting aside their children, the onlookers seemed eager to witness how their sovereign would respond. This is precisely the way. One must have faith in their king. Yang Chun's demeanor contrasted sharply with the incessant vitriol spewed by Ling Lin beside him. Meanwhile, the 5 soul fighters sighed in resignation. Yang Chun's maneuver was truly masterful. The confrontation between the elevated and the multitude of subordinates would surely stir a tempest throughout the imperial capital. Should Lin Lei distort truth for the sake of his queen, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Chapter 18. I attempt to reason, yet you resort to violence. How vexatious you are. Could you not silence yourself? Yang Chun could no longer endure Ling Lin's temperament. She had been berating him for nearly half an hour without pause. And you dare to claim a position of maternal authority? Upon finishing his remark, Yang Chun scratched his head, realizing that within the current societal structure, such a concept of maternal authority was rather non-existent. It was indeed unexpected that Lin Lei could tolerate such a woman. What taste and discernment could possibly lead one to appreciate her? Speaking of which, it seemed Lin Lei was nearly due for his own reckoning. The reason Yang Chun endured the presence of this woman for half an hour was, of course, to await Lin Lei's arrival. Otherwise, he would have departed long ago. Despite Yang Chun's formidable inner strength, being berated for such a duration had begun to wear on his patience. However, the insults in this era were rather limited and repetitive. Thus, he could begrudgingly tolerate it. Who dares to touch my woman? A powerful aura descended from above, and a majestic man clad in a black python robe gradually floated down. Before Yang Chun could discern Lin Lei's appearance, Lin Lei conjured a fireball and hurled it toward him. Unfazed, Yang Chun countered the fireball effortlessly, yet his gaze fell upon Ling Lin, who was now cradled in Lin Lei's embrace. "Kill him!" Ling Lin exclaimed fiercely, her expression shifting to one of feigned innocence, prompting Yang Chun to marvel at her rapid transformation. A true red-skinned skeleton. A shiver ran down Yang Chun's spine. Lin Lei furrowed his brow slightly as he descended. It had been a while since he last saw Yang Chun, and he barely recognized him. "You are unreasonable," Yang Chun remarked. "Why strike at me without cause? If my cultivation were weaker, that fireball could have reduced me to ashes." "Bullying women does not make one a hero," Lin Lei retorted. "I am aware of your strength. Otherwise, how could I allow you to take my woman?" Lin Lei ceased his attack after that initial strike, despite Ling Lin's incitements from the side. He refrained from further action. "Now, tell me what has transpired," Lin Lei quietly inquired of the soul fighters behind him. Initially, he understood that the trouble stemmed from Ling Lin's younger brother, yet the situation became even more raucous upon Ling Lin's arrival. What an absurdity it was for someone of high status to be bound and discarded on the ground. "My lord, it is as follows." One of the soul fighters recounted the events in detail, of course from Li Jian's perspective, yet he did not omit the specifics of Yang Chun's actions. For instance, Yang Chun engaged with those soldiers without inflicting any harm, merely rendering them unconscious. "I comprehend," Lin Lei nodded, aware of the temperaments of Ling Qibing and Ling Lin. From his vantage point, it was clear that Ling Qibing bore the primary fault. He would not attribute the principal responsibility to Yang Chun. Lin Lei proclaimed, "I have grasped the essence of the matter. You shall accompany me for a time. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. However, while the death penalty may be averted, the consequences for offending the queen's dignity must be addressed." Yang Chun chuckled, feigning indifference, and remarked, "Are you certain you know everything that transpired? What if I assert that you do not?" Lin Lei furrowed his brow slightly. "I possess keen insight and am already aware. Will you depart with me or not?" "I declare that I will not go." Yang Chun crossed his arms, grinning mischievously. "If you have the capability, then do attempt to take me. Should you succeed, I shall accompany you." "You exhibit quite a bit of confidence," Lin Lei said, shaking off his black python cloak, which was caught by those behind him. He stretched his limbs slightly and continued to navigate deftly among 7 or 8 soul fighters. "You must at least possess the strength of a soul king. This prowess would make one a master in any arena. Yet I suspect you remain unaware of the caliber of adversary you confront." Lin Lei exhibited a degree of courtesy towards Yang Chun. Yet while he extended a gesture of respect, Yang Chun audaciously disregarded it. Lin Lei would certainly not allow Yang Chun to overstep his bounds. With a powerful punch, Lin Lei stood firm, clenching his fists and unleashing a tremendous force directed at Yang Chun. Child's play. Yang Chun remained steadfast, his hands raised before him. As the force erupted violently, shattering the surrounding walls and rock formations into fragments. In an instant, Lin Lei appeared before Yang Chun, who felt his eyes narrow slightly. Lin Lei's speed was swifter than he had anticipated. The two seemed to transform into phantoms, leaving behind fleeting afterimages scattered throughout the courtyard. Such a spectacle of combat would be challenging for even the most skilled observers to decipher, let alone the children present. Are we seeing things? How is it that the emperor and teacher Yang Chun are everywhere? The children rubbed their eyes, as the afterimages lingered for several seconds before fading. With a resounding thud, Yang Chun and Lin Lei separated, though it was evident that Yang Chun had found himself at a disadvantage. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Lei exclaimed with a gleaming smile, his eyes sparkling with delight. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent like Yang Chun, and their clash ignited a fervent desire for victory within him. Lin Lei was unconcerned with any hidden abilities Yang Chun might possess. His sole focus was on conquering him. Once more, the two engaged in battle. Lin Lei, a master of both martial and magical arts, possessed the ability to unleash spells instantaneously, which explained his capacity to contend against foes of higher ranks. After the infusion of magic, Yangchen found himself struggling significantly more. Although his realm had not seen a substantial increase, his strength undeniably far surpassed that of a Do Wang. The two fought from dawn until dusk. Yet no victor had emerged. Despite Lin Lei's relentless suppression of Yang Chun, the latter steadfastly defended, never allowing Lin Lei to breach his final line of defense. Damn it, he's as slippery as an eel, making him difficult to handle, Lin Lei grumbled. In the next instant, he seemed to have discovered a flaw in Yang Chen's defense and unleashed a powerful punch, sending Yang Chun spiraling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Huh, I refuse to believe you aren't exhausted by now. Lin Lei gasped for breath, believing this punch was sufficient evidence of his victory over Yang Chun. The difference in their breaths was but a mere thread, yet in the eyes of masters, that thread could signify the difference between life and death. After a moment of lying on the ground, Yang Chun slowly rose and remarked, "Let's first discuss the issues concerning Ling Qingbing and Ling Lin." He continued speaking, disregarding Lin Lei's expression entirely. As Lin Lei listened, his brow furrowed. Not only this incident, but several others were also schemes orchestrated by Ling Qingbing and Ling Lin, which Yang Chun articulated with ease. Enough. Lin Lei interjected immediately. If Yang Chun continued, he would find himself in a precarious position. Chapter 19. Dismaying everyone. What? Are you, a sovereign, going to shield your wife and brother-in-law? Lin Lei appeared flustered, while Yang Chun smiled serenely. I have already shown you considerable respect. Yet you persist in exposing my shortcomings time and again, which is utterly excessive. These matters I shall handle myself. There is no need for you, an outsider, to meddle. Yang Chun shook his head and smiled, saying, if she performs adequately, there will naturally be no one to criticize. If this continues, I fear your empire may well fall into ruin at her hands. By then, you will have no time to lament your loss. Yang Chun harbored great expectations for Lin Lei. While he could understand the gradual progress in mastering both magic and martial arts, once a breakthrough is achieved, the combat prowess would be entirely transformed. Yang Chun did not wish for Lin Lei's advancement to be squandered due to a woman. I am not in need of your admonitions to conduct my affairs. You are merely a defeated subordinate of mine. Though once a commoner, having long resided on the throne, he possessed an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. Moreover, those in power are often flattered by their subordinates, and the insincere praise is inescapable. Even if one is aware of this, it remains gratifying, yet ultimately, it alters one's disposition in ways that even one cannot discern. Yang Chun appeared disappointed as he shook his head, and the expressions of the ordinary onlookers shifted to grave concern. Should the accusations he recently outlined be substantiated, the Empress Ling Lin would undoubtedly face dire consequences, perhaps even death, a fate most severe. Let us cease discussing such matters and focus solely on my concerns. With a wry smile, Yang Chun pointed to the child from earlier. I stand as a witness for teacher Yang Chun. Everything that transpired at the academy is indeed true. I swear by the highest authority of the pioneer, my words contain not an ounce of falsehood. A child solemnly raised a hand to the heavens, swearing an oath. The supreme pioneer? Yang Chun nearly burst into laughter. Was this not akin to swearing fealty to him? He never anticipated becoming a deity in this realm. Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with conflicting emotions, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. Yang Chun, he exclaimed with authority, since it was Ling Qingbing who instigated this matter. Yang Chun is undoubtedly innocent. Let us put this affair to rest and depart. Lin Lei was reluctant to prolong the entanglement with Yang Chun. He simply wished to leave this place and address matters at home in private. His feelings for his wife were a complex mix of love and frustration. He could neither strike nor scold her, and her excessive indulgence had led to this predicament. Henceforth, she would require stringent guidance. Attempting to leave? I have not yet finished speaking, Yang Chun declared, arms crossed defiantly, an expression of superiority that irked Lin Lei immensely. I have tolerated you time and again. Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Lei's temper flared, nearing the brink of eruption. Yangchen replied, "It is a trivial matter. Let me manage the academy from now on. I shall take care of everything." "Impossible," Lin Lei retorted, staring at Yangchen incredulously. "The Sacred Soul Academy is a vital national asset. How could a person of unknown identity be entrusted with its management?" "Ah, Lin Lei, it appears you have truly aged, unable to discern between friend and foe. You harbor a viper at your side, yet you choose to shield it at every turn, while the loyal and righteous before you go unnoticed. How foolish you are." Lin Lei gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Yang Chen's words, spoken in such a public setting, utterly disregarded his dignity as a sovereign. How could he endure such an affront? "Very well, very well, very well." The three words escaped Lin Lei's lips, almost through clenched teeth. He sneered. "I have already shown you ample respect. To offend the majesty of a king is unforgivable." Having recently triumphed over Yang Chen, Lin Lei was brimming with confidence, convinced he could slay him, especially since he had yet to unleash his full power. With the essence of battle surging through his right hand and magic coursing through his left, Lin Lei charged forth like an unstoppable army, fueled by genuine fury and a resolute intent to kill Yang Chen. Yet, Yang Chen stood calmly, unflinching, while onlookers, blinded by the biases of their elders, could hardly fathom the imminent peril Yang Chen faced under the king's wrath. The explosive force of the clash temporarily rendered everyone speechless, as if the very air had been stolen from their ears. Lin Lei's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression contorted in agony. "Break," Yangchen uttered softly. And in that moment, Lin Lei was propelled backward, his body caught by 5 of his soul fighters. Enraged, Lin Lei shook off his protectors. Furious that his full attack had been thwarted by Yangchen, his face, a tempest of emotions, bore down on Yangchen, trying to discern the truth behind him. Yangchen whispered, "Lin Lei, you wish to know who I am, do you not? Do you remember the one who found you many years ago?" His voice was as calm as still water, yet to Lin Lei it resonated like an enchanting melody, instantly drawing his thoughts to the man who had once taken him on a journey through the cosmos, leading him to another dimension. Indeed, the man before him, though appearing weathered by time, had undergone no transformation since the day Lin Lei sought him out. It was Yang Chen who halted Lin Lei's thoughts, isolating him from the surroundings. "As long as you know who I am, you should comprehend what must be done. If you wish to become the strongest or the sovereign of this continent, you ought to understand the path ahead." "Precursor, I do not grasp," Lin Lei replied. "When everything was progressing smoothly, you departed. After your departure, the entire continent underwent a cataclysmic upheaval, and we faced tremendous hardships." Yang Chen, exuding an aura of dominance, responded, "You have disappointed me. At that time, I believed you possessed the greatest potential to breach the barriers, yet now it seems you remain as ordinary as the rest." In truth, had those 2 combat masters not challenged him one after another, he might not have grown arrogant, and would have diligently pursued his cultivation. However, with the current state of the world divided into 3 factions, and both monarchs failing in their attempts to challenge him, Lin Lei's ambitions had diminished significantly, and his dedication to training had waned. Consider carefully what you must do. From now on, the Holy Soul Academy will be under my control, while your empire remains yours to govern. How you choose to proceed is of no concern to me. Yang Chen withdrew the isolation after speaking, leaving Lin Lei's expression utterly deflated, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. The onlookers were taken aback. How had the once mighty monarch transformed into such a pitiful figure? Lin Lei cast a profound glance at Yang Chen, then slowly bowed 3 times before dejectedly addressing his subordinates. "Let us depart." Lin Lei's reaction struck the spectators like a bolt from the blue. Is this truly the conduct befitting an emperor? Chapter 20. The Emperor's Compromise. Whether it was a contempt for imperial authority or an awakening to his own errors, a wave of children erupted in jubilant cheers. Indeed, it was only the children who rejoiced, while the adults remained unable to resonate with such a spectacle. In their hearts, the emperor was not meant to bow. The sanctity of imperial power should never be questioned or challenged. "When I grow up, I want to be like teacher Yang Chen." The children expressed their sentiments. This felt exhilarating, reminiscent of the climactic moments in films or novels, where the forces of justice ultimately triumph and the great hero prevails. Yet, Yang Chen felt he might have overstepped. "You three," Yang Chen said with a mocking smile directed at the three principals. "As of today, you are dismissed. The remaining teachers will undergo assessments tomorrow." Turning his attention back to the children, he added, "My dear students, I regret to inform you that your school commencement will be delayed by a few days. Please be patient. There is no cause for concern." With Yang Chen's assurance, the children felt at ease, and his towering figure left a profound impression upon them all. "Teacher Yang Chen, can you?" A child gazed up at Yang Chen and whispered, "Do your words still hold weight?" Of course they do. From now on, you shall be my very first disciple," Yang Chen replied with a smile, crouching slightly to meet the child's gaze. In truth, Yang Chen was uncertain of the child's innate talent, yet he was willing to accept him, if only for the brilliance that shone when he spoke his truth. "My name is Chu Yanwei," the child exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Very well, but you must wait a couple of days before you come back, all right?" Yang Chen said, gently ruffling Chu Yanhui's hair. The child nodded enthusiastically as most parents began to lead their children away. Meanwhile, Yang Chen instructed the teachers to tidy up the courtyard, for the recent battles had left much in disarray. Even without the adornments, it was essential to restore a sense of freshness, was it not? Over the course of 2 days, Yang Chen conducted a rigorous selection of the teachers, dismissing the majority from their positions. Concurrently, the tale of Yang Chen's battle with Lin Lei spread throughout the capital, growing ever more fantastical with each retelling. "What on earth are you thinking? My brother has been crippled, I have been humiliated, and you still bow and apologize to that man? Are you even a man? Are you the ruler of this nation?" Ling Lin berated Lin Lei, her fury barely contained, as if she might devour him whole. "Ling, do you still wish to survive?" Lin Lei suddenly asked, fixing his gaze upon her. "Huh." Ling Lin instinctively took a few steps back, her voice faltering. Lin Lei spoke softly. "My original pursuit was transcendence, yet since marrying you, my cultivation has stagnated. In recent days, I have been reflecting on myself, questioning whether I have erred. My dear." Suddenly, Ling Lin felt a surge of fear, a fear directed towards Lin Lei. His abrupt change instilled in her an ominous premonition. "Ling Lin, after we joined as husband and wife, I have treated you well. I have even turned down many women for your sake. As a ruler, it is quite common to have multiple consorts. My lord, I have never asked you for such things." Ling Lin attempted to defend herself, yet her heart was in turmoil. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Lin Lei. She had thought she had a firm grasp on him, but now, damn it, who was that man? The heart of a strong warrior is not easily swayed. Yet that man appeared, and, after merely 2 encounters with Lin Lei, has sown seeds of doubt within him. Ling Lin cursed inwardly countless times, wishing for Yang Chen's demise. Everything has been thrown into disarray by Yang Chen. Ling Lin's own weakness rendered her incapable of discerning the outcome of the battle between Yang Chen and Lin Lei. She could not comprehend it at all, merely believing that Lin Lei had capitulated to Yang Chen. Lin Lei gazed at Ling Lin and said, "I truly care for you. But there is a saying that rings true: beauty can bring disaster. I think it is best for us to part ways." Lin Lei's words were somewhat euphemistic. Yet in this era, divorce is indeed a significant matter, especially for an empress. "I am reluctant to end your life. Yet the deeds you have committed cannot be dismissed with mere words. Therefore, I must part ways with you, for this may spare at least one of your lives." Lin Lei murmured, though it was evident to Ling Lin that he spoke with great difficulty. "No, my lord, please do not," she implored. "I can atone for those transgressions. We have spent a century together as husband and wife. Can you truly bear to cast me aside like this?" Ling Lin was incredulous that Lin Lei could utter such words. "So, you indeed acknowledge the truth of those matters?" She pressed on, taken aback by Lin Lei's stance. With a steely resolve, she confessed, "Yes, I admit it. Though my actions may have been misguided, they were not malevolent. I have never caused the death of another. I can make amends." In that moment, Ling Lin found herself devoid of options. As long as Lin Lei did not cast her off, there was hope for reconciliation. Lin Lei rose and stated, "Take care of yourself." With that, he exited the room, instructing those who attended him to prepare another chamber. Although Ling Lin had preserved her life, and Lin Lei had not formally dismissed her, his actions had effectively relegated her to a different fate, akin to being cast into the cold palace. Ignoring Ling Lin, Lin Lei devoted himself to the governance of the state from the following day, reorganizing both internal and external affairs, while simultaneously intensifying his training. Having the esteemed pioneer at the Sacred Soul Academy was, in fact, a fortuitous circumstance. After all, Lin Lei was no fool. He possessed the acumen required to ascend to the imperial throne. Yang Chen's ambition to seize control of the Sacred Soul Academy undoubtedly stems from his desire to cultivate talent. His choice to prioritize himself over others reflects his self-assurance, ensuring that those young aspirants will receive the finest training. Even if I cannot transcend my current limitations, the radiant youths, akin to the dawn, shall undoubtedly reach realms I have yet to attain under the guidance of a pioneer. A significant number of personnel have been dismissed, and a plethora of newcomers have been appointed, resulting in an unsettling atmosphere throughout the political landscape. However, Lin Lei remains unfazed. In this continent, power speaks volumes. With a formidable fist, he stirs not a ripple among his subordinates. Yet, the events surrounding Yang Chen that fateful day continue to resonate within the court and the entire empire. Strangely, both Yang Chen and Lin Lei appear unperturbed by this matter. Lin Lei has resumed his ascetic training regimen, while Yang Chen diligently prepares for the recruitment at the Sacred Soul Academy. Next, Chu Yanhui, the teacher responsible for admissions, called out the names of the children with fervor. At last, it was Chu Yanhui's turn. Although Yang Chen had given his assurance, the assessment must still be conducted. Chapter 21. The Flames of War Rise, the Three Kingdoms in Turmoil. The rules of the evaluation have been transformed, incorporating Yang Chen's own ideas and a systematic approach. In addition to admissions, Yang Chen has also sought out more qualified instructors. Currently, the combined population of the three nations amounts to only a few 100 million. Yet with his all-encompassing surveillance system that spans the globe, locating suitable teachers is an effortless endeavor. In truth, if Yang Chen so desired, he could easily establish his own academy, existing independently of the three empires, with no one able to pose a threat to him. However, such an aloof mode of management did not align with Yang Chen's vision of progress. Perhaps he would contemplate this course of action in the future. His most devoted disciple possessed an extraordinary innate talent, with his combat energy reaching the pinnacle of level 10. This indicated that with a modicum of training, he could ascend to the ranks of a fighter. Clearly, my judgment is astute, Yang Chen mused with a smile. As his own disciple, it was only natural to cultivate him with great care. Chao Yanhui followed Yang Chen, who personally guided him. A series of educational reforms, alongside new instructors, infused the Sacred Soul Academy with a renewed vibrancy. Within 3 months, an astonishing 70% of the students, who were previously on the brink of expulsion, remained. Some educators deemed Yang Chen's teaching methodology nothing short of remarkable, expressing immense admiration and respect for him. The reforms initiated at the Sacred Soul Academy quickly became known to the other two empires, prompting them to reconsider their own selection processes, adopting Yang Chen's pedagogical approach. With his possession of advanced technology, Yang Chen's scientific methods of instruction, whether in teaching or other endeavors, were revered in this era, akin to divine status. After 6 months, the Sacred Soul Academy achieved stability, and within a year, the newly enrolled students began to make significant strides in their development. During this year, Lin Lei devoted himself to rigorous training. Although Ling Lin had not faced execution, Lin Lei had never sought to see her. Nonetheless, Yang Chen's emergence had undoubtedly made a considerable impact on the continent. The other two great empires adopted Yang Chen's pedagogical methods and vigorously promoted them. They instituted mandatory conscription in the military camps. Any child who attained the realm of great fighter or an equivalent level of magical prowess would be absorbed into the army to undergo rigorous training. Meanwhile, the territories of these two empires continued to expand, as their original lands could no longer suffice. As time passed, the population on the continent grew increasingly dense, and humanity gradually gained dominion over the environment, exposing a multitude of conflicts. Situated centrally, the Lin-Lei Empire enjoyed the most favorable conditions, while the two adjacent empires faced stark contrasts, one beset by extreme cold and the other by intense heat, both plagued by rampant sea monsters, rendering life quite arduous. These two empires harbored significant ambitions regarding Lin-Lei's central position. They diligently cultivated elite forces, intent on igniting war. Although Yang Chun devoted himself to education, he remained acutely aware of all intelligence on the continent. Secretly, he nurtured a faction known as the SUSI-MANHUA, dedicated to gathering intelligence across the realm. This organization existed in various locales and even engaged in assassination, its rapid growth surpassing that of the three great empires. Naturally, as SUSI-MANHUA harbored no aspirations for dominance, the three empires paid it little heed. Thus, the number of cities on the continent burgeoned, leading to increased friction, and in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. Over this 100-year span, Lin-Lei forcefully ascended to the realm of Dozun, extending his lifespan by another century. The average human lifespan was 300 years. Upon reaching the Dohun realm, it increased to 500 years. Each advancement granted an additional century, and it was rumored that achieving the demigod level would align one with the heavens. To this day, no individual on the continent has attained the semi-divine realm. Yet for Lin-Lei, having reached the Dozun level, he finds himself with merely a century left to live. In the span of this remaining time, Yang Chun harbors little hope for Lin-Lei's ascension to the Dosheng realm. Humanity has evolved to an apex, and inevitably, conflict erupts one fateful day. The war among the three empires, alliances on either side, encircles the Lin-Lei Empire. How audacious! Lin-Lei cast the memorial he held in his hand down upon the great hall, exclaiming, "How dare those two empires provoke my might?" Lin-Lei's perception of the rulers of the two empires remains shackled to over a century ago, yet the world has transformed significantly in that time. Although Yang Chun has provided him with some insight, Lin-Lei's innate talent for governance lags considerably. Yang Chun, oblivious to external affairs, has guided the Sacred Soul Academy to produce over 30 Do Hun and 5 Do Wang in just over a century. The prerequisite for graduating from the Sacred Soul Academy is to reach the Do Zong realm within 20 years, with at least 500 students achieving merely that. Such accomplishments are unfathomable. The most formidable figure in the academy is Yang Chen's prized disciple, Chu Yanhui, a Do Wang of the 8th level. Every year, Yang Chun ensures that teachers take their students into the dark forest for practical training. His dedication to the enhancement of these children is nearly blood-soaked. Yet the dropout rate at the Sacred Soul Academy remains alarmingly high. Nevertheless, countless children continue to flock to the academy, with even individuals from the other two empires drawn by its renown. The conflicts of the empire bear no relevance to Yang Chun. Nonetheless, in his pursuit of equilibrium, he established a rule: no student at the Sacred Soul Academy may engage in the empire's struggles until they have graduated. Thus, the only individuals capable of participating in the warfare are the mere 500 or so who have attained the realm of Dozong. The rest lack the qualifications. "Teacher, what are your thoughts on war?" Chu Yanhui inquired, laying aside his book to gaze at Yang Chun, who was reclining leisurely in a grand chair. "Wherever there are humans, there shall be war. It is an immutable truth. Nothing can truly prevent the outbreak of warfare, be it prolonged or brief," Yang Chun replied. "We find ourselves within the capital of the Lin-Lei Empire. Ultimately, we are also a part of the empire, are we not? Presently, the empire is besieged by both the Starfall and Wind Riders. Do you wish to join the fray?" Yang Chun cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yanhui. Yang Chen's teachings were notably austere, yet he harbored great affection for Chu Yanhui, as he did for all the other children. Consequently, in Yang Chen's presence, the students felt free to express their thoughts without reservation. Chu Yanhui nodded. "I desire to partake in the battle, to speak candidly. I am indeed a part of the Lin-Lei Empire, and my home is here. I cannot bear to witness its downfall. Should you wish to go, then go. However, be aware that war is perilous. Even one of Do Wang caliber faces the possibility of demise. Chu Yanhui nodded respectfully, bowed to Yang Chun, and then turned to depart. Chapter 22. The Lin Lei's plea for retention. It seems the Sacred Soul Academy ought to establish its own standing. Yang Chun mused as he settled back into his rocking chair, swaying gently, feeling utterly at ease. The sudden involvement of Chu Yanhui has exerted immense pressure on both the Wind Riders and the Starfall Empire. Over the years, the illustrious reputation of the Sacred Soul Academy has spread far and wide, having trained countless young masters in martial prowess, making its stance highly significant. Consider this. The participation of several hundred masters at the Dozone level could form a formidable spearhead, serving as a devastating weapon against any army. Furthermore, the Sacred Soul Academy possesses extensive knowledge regarding various strategies of warfare, which amplifies Chu Yanhui's deterrent influence. Firstly, his formidable strength is underscored by his status as Yang Chen's closed-door disciple. Secondly, his military acumen has led to the effortless defeat of the Wind Riders' empire on several occasions during major battles. With Chu Yanhui stationed in one region, the once unstoppable offensive of the Wind Riders' empire in the north has been significantly tempered. Could it be that the Sacred Soul Academy has grown concerned? Do they wish to assist Lin Lei? High-ranking officials from both empires speculate about the intentions of the Sacred Soul Academy, as the war has surprisingly slowed its pace due to the singular intervention of Chu Yanhui. In fact, both empires have begun to send envoys to Yang Chen, hoping to extract some clarification from him. However, Yang Chen, indifferent to such trivial matters, casually dismissed the group. Your involvement, is it at the behest of your master? Lin Lei inquired as he summoned Chu Yanhui, treating him with utmost courtesy. While others may remain unaware of Yang Chen's true identity, Lin Lei comprehends that if Yang Chen so desired, he could wield dominion over the entire continent. It is not my master's directive, but rather my own decision, Chu Yanhui replied, maintaining an attitude of respectful assertiveness. My master has stated that all actions should align with my own will. I represent only myself. As the situation has not yet reached a critical juncture, seeking out Yang Chen at this moment would likely yield no answers. Thus, Lin Lei chose to bide his time. Originally, his empire boasted the development of 80 cities. However, after suffering attacks from both sides, he had lost 40, leaving his remaining forces significantly diminished and struggling. Although confronting either the Starfall or the Wind Riders individually would not pose a considerable challenge for him, facing both united, attacking from the north and south, made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Lei to reverse the tide. The disparity in troop numbers was vast and insurmountable. Yet, should several hundred Do kings join the fray, the situation would change dramatically. Lin Lei could adeptly mobilize this cadre of Do kings to break through at a singular point, neutralizing one nation before gradually maneuvering against the remaining adversaries. Regular armies are merely assemblages of fighters, with a 1,000-strong contingent requiring a Do master, while a 10,000-strong force would necessitate a Grand Do master. The generals above them are Do Zongs. 100 Do Zongs would suffice to annihilate a force of 10,000 or even more. Suddenly, a panicked individual rushed before Lin Lei with alarming news. What? Lin Lei exclaimed. Mr. Yang Chen is relocating the Sacred Soul Academy? Yes, a location has already been selected, approximately 500 miles from the capital, at Qifeng Mountain. His subordinate replied, drenched in sweat, fully aware of the significance of the Sacred Soul Academy's stance. Although Chu Yanhui was a disciple of Yang Chen, he was now also a general under Lin Lei's command. Thus, he would naturally heed the king's directives. Yang Chen had long prepared to transport the necessary items from the academy. It was merely a matter of constructing a new building. The most crucial assets were the teaching texts and various martial arts techniques, while other belongings were of little consequence. Yang Chen, with an air of calm confidence, stood ready to depart, his mentor willingly accompanying him. Over the years, the pedagogical excellence of the Holy Soul Academy has elevated its reputation immensely, securing its prestigious standing. Not only would it be challenging for them to depart, but even if Yang Chen were to dismiss them, they would go to great lengths to remain. Please, follow me, Yangchen said, gracefully leaping into the air, closely followed by dozens of teachers, who ascended in a dazzling display of light towards a singular destination. Many of these educators were, in fact, students whom Yangchen himself had mentored. In the early days of student recruitment, the faculty was sparse and their qualifications modest. Yet, these instructors were meticulously chosen by Yangchen, all possessing exceptional character and integrity, while cultivating his overt influence. The Wujian sect also discreetly selected orphans to be nurtured by his AI. Thus, these dual forces continued to thrive under Yangchen's guidance. Though their time of development was brief, their potential was becoming evident. Esteemed Yangchen, Lin Lei hastily approached, escorting Chu Yanhui, and interposed himself before Yangchen and his entourage. Where might you be headed, Mr. Yang? Lin Lei inquired, adopting a humble demeanor. Truth be told, regardless of Yangchen's intentions, as long as the Holy Soul Academy remained within his imperial capital, there would always be room for reconciliation. Even if Yangchen refrained from intervening, the Wind Rider Empire and the Starfall Empire would have to consider the Academy's position when launching their assaults, thus restricting their strategies. Yangchen replied nonchalantly, "Your inquiry is rather disingenuous." Lin Lei, taken aback by Yangchen's retort, found himself at a loss for words, yet he persisted. "If you must leave, I cannot impede your departure, but I implore you to reconsider until after the war has concluded. What's the matter? Are you seeking a resolution?" Yangchen waved his hand dismissively. "Remaining in your imperial capital serves no purpose. There is nothing eternal or immortal, only the ebb and flow of fortunes. Although you have undergone significant changes since my last guidance, it is regrettably too late. This is your calamity, as well as the calamity of your empire. Overcoming it will depend solely on your own efforts." Lin Lei, confronted with such words, found himself at a loss for a response, casting a pleading glance towards Chu Yanhui. However, the latter remained indifferent, stating, "I will not heed his words. He possesses no authority over me." Yangchen chuckled softly, patting Chu Yanhui on the shoulder, before departing with a group of teachers. The teachers, though somewhat exhilarated, could hardly believe that a monarch would so earnestly wish to retain them. Such a notion was unfathomable in the past. Even if they were all of considerable strength, akin to that of the Do Wang, the emperor's status remained unassailable, and his circle was replete with formidable figures, rendering their prowess somewhat inconsequential. Lin Lei had initially come in deference to Yangchen's reputation, yet now he could only watch as Yangchen soared further away, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 23. An unexpected proximity, though the teachers were generally placid. Once a decision was made, no one dared to intervene. Chu Yanhui sighed. "Your Majesty should seek alternative solutions." Lin Lei, resigned to his fate, asked, "Is it possible for you to rally your fellow seniors?" The students of the Sacred Soul Academy possess an unparalleled mastery of military strategy, wielding their tactics with divine precision. However, Chu Yanhui shook his head, expressing, "I cannot dictate the thoughts of my fellow brothers, even among the ranks of the Sacred Soul Academy. It may be exceedingly difficult to alter the course of this battle." Lin Lei gazed at Chu Yanhui in disbelief and inquired, "Are you suggesting that all hope is lost?" Chu Yanhui lifted his gaze towards the heavens and replied, "I cannot say for certain." In seeking out Yangchen, Lin Lei found himself rebuffed, realizing he must devise a solution within his own forces. Regardless of the varying levels of skill or the shortcomings of his troops, he remained unfazed. Even bringing forth prisoners from their dark confinement, Lin Lei promised them amnesty and freedom if they could repel the enemy. Had he taken action sooner, the situation might have been different. However, now, Chu Yanhui disapproved of Lin Lei's desperate and hasty measures. Thus, Lin Lei assembled hundreds of thousands of troops to send to the front lines. While Chu Yanhui maintained a watchful eye over the Wind Rider Empire, significant disturbances were unlikely. The Starfall Empire, on the other hand, needed to swiftly counter the threat, leading to the deployment of those vast forces to their side. The reactions from either the Starfall Empire or the Wind Rider Empire were met with indifference. Although Lin Lei had commanded that news of Yang Chen's relocation from the Sacred Soul Academy be suppressed, the walls of secrecy are never entirely impermeable, and the information inevitably leaked. Upon learning of this development, the two monarchs nearly laughed their teeth away. Recognizing that Yang Chen's relocation was patently clear and would not aid Lin Lei in the slightest. Lin Lei's time was running out. This empire ought to be shared between us. The two sovereigns immediately set in motion the vast machinery of war, advancing relentlessly towards Lin Lei's realm. However, the conflict could not be resolved overnight. The strife between combatants is a prolonged struggle. For the two great empires to consume Lin Lei's domain would require decades. And coupled with Chu Yanhui's defensive strategies, the assaults from the Windrider Empire had been effectively thwarted, resulting in a stalemate. Teacher, what is your perspective on this protracted war? Aside from military fortifications, Chu Yanhui preferred to remain by Yang Chen's side for the majority of the time. Furthermore, although the area he was tasked with defending could not be deemed impenetrable, breaching it in the short term was no simple feat. If Lin Lei wished to safeguard his nation, there was but one path forward. Yang Chen nodded at Chu Yanhui and remarked, "Even if I were to send all my disciples to aid Lin Lei, it would be of no avail. If I were to intervene, I could indeed quell the conflict. But I choose to remain an observer, witnessing the transformations of this world without interference." Does the teacher imply that after more than a decade of warfare, Lin Lei still harbors no prospect of victory? In these years, he has only lost 2 cities. At this pace, the 2 great empires of Xing Luo and Windrider may not be able to engulf Lin Lei after all. What, then, is the path you speak of, teacher? Chu Yanhui gazed at his mentor, a man who seemed weathered by time, yet whose eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless galaxies. Nature is the path of Lin Lei himself. A single individual can withstand the force of thousands. You may achieve this, and he may withstand the onslaught of 100,000. But what of 1,000,000 or 10,000,000? Neither you nor he can accomplish such a feat, however. If one transcends, then a solitary individual may serve the nation and protect the realm. What need is there to cling to this mere shell of land? Yang Chun remarked with a smile, "It is the same for you. Devote yourself to diligent cultivation. Only by traversing your own path can you gain mastery over yourself and others." For the past decade, the disciple had never faltered. Indeed, Chu Yanhui respectfully stated, "My combat power has reached level 10, and I am not far from perfection, yet the breakthrough is crucial." Yang Chen replied, "I am aware of this, and I suspect the 2 great empires are too. Thus, they may very well launch a massive assault while you attempt to break through." Yang Chen lifted his gaze to the sky, choosing not to elaborate further. As the embodiment of the celestial will of Mars, he faced numerous obstacles in descending to Earth. Yet he possessed the ability to discern the essence behind appearances. This was a calamity for Chu Yanhui, should he overcome it. He would truly soar like a phoenix through the 9 heavens. If he fails, he would fade into the masses. Yang Chun held great expectations for Chu Yanhui, sensing a fortuitous aura about him, one bestowed by Yang Chun and another innate to Chu Yanhui himself. Although Yang Chen's journey on Mars followed the path of science, he had explored all avenues, for in his past life on Earth, myriad paths existed, albeit unsuitable for development. Yet now, the cataclysmic changes on Earth have birthed a path that transcends mere technology, and under Yang Chen's meticulous care, this path is steadily progressing. The path of fighting magic transcends technology, and it is not impossible. One must both enter and exit the world. All thoughts are governed by the heart. What I convey to you may not necessarily be correct. It might even sever your fortune and opportunities. I understand. Chu Yanhui nodded and said, "Teacher, I shall take my leave." Watching Chu Yanhui's departing figure, Yang Chen also nodded with satisfaction. If one retreats at the slightest obstacle, they will never have the chance to become an extraordinary individual. It seems that Chu Yanhui possesses an increasing aura of distinction. In this era, no demigods have yet emerged, nor has a single fighting saint appeared. Currently, Lin Lei appears to be the most likely candidate to reach the level of fighting saint. Yet his journey may very well end there. Suddenly, Yang Chun furrowed his brow and looked up, soaring into the sky. After all, the Earth is not in a technological age, making many operations rather inconvenient. As Yang Chun reviewed the information, his frown deepened. He did not expect that other civilizations had indeed received messages from the Baltan aliens. However, based on Yang Chun's judgment, it should be the latter. The entire galaxy has been sealed off, limiting the potential for technological development, preventing it from surpassing the second level. Chapter 24, Level 8 Magical Beast Lily. The intercepted spacecraft code can easily lead back to my location, thus exposing me. Yang Chen closed his computer with a helpless expression. The original plan was to wait for Earth's development to reach the threshold of low magic before taking action, but now he has been discovered prematurely, perhaps in a millennium's time. Yang Chen scratched his head, uncertain whether Earth would succeed in giving birth to a demigod within 1,000 years. As long as a demigod successfully emerges on Earth, Yang Chun's ultimate evolution device will bestow the power of dimensions upon him. Master, shall we dispatch a spaceship once more? The buxom maid inquired respectfully from the side. Yang Chun, somewhat perturbed, could only respond in the affirmative. The maid nodded. Once Yang Chen issued his commands, they would execute them with unwavering fidelity, as these AIs were devoted to fulfilling his directives. With technological advancement stagnating, Yang Chun was compelled to seek alternative solutions. Regrettably, humanity's current progress was lackluster. These intelligent AIs were not rigid in their thinking. They possessed the ability to adapt and contemplate. Aside from placing his hopes in Earth, Yang Chun harbored another aspiration, to liberate himself from his robotic form. Initially, it was satisfactory, but now it was evident that the human body was superior. Although Yang Chun currently wielded star-destroying power granted by the core of his body, this might would pale in comparison when humanity advanced to the level of a demigod or beyond. Humanity began as feeble, yet through relentless evolution in the name of survival, they received the most extraordinary gift from the heavens, infinite potential. The affairs of the Sacred Soul Academy had nearly ceased to require Yang Chen's oversight. Years of warfare had significantly awakened the latent potential within humanity. Thus, Yang Chun began to traverse the world in search of opportunities that might restore him to his corporeal form. Despite the numerous conflicts that plague the world, the essence of the earth has been gradually elevating. The so-called treasures of heaven and earth continue to emerge. In the early days of the continent's formation, it was barren and desolate. However, as the years have passed, this land has flourished under the nurturing of spiritual energy. Even though Yang Chun does not possess a physical body, he can still perceive the abundant spiritual essence that permeates the world. Mountains and rivers abound, and magical beasts roam the land. These creatures are naturally formed beings, endowed with powers and innate talents that surpass human capabilities. Although these magical beasts are immensely stronger than humans and possess a variety of wondrous abilities, their low intelligence often prevents them from reaching their full potential. Otherwise, training them could prove beneficial. Yang Chun smacked his lips. He had just vanquished a 7th-level magical beast, which is roughly equivalent to the strength and prowess of a human combat king or combat sovereign. Magical beasts are predominantly born with innate strength, leading to a far greater population of high-level beasts on this continent compared to humans. There are even 8th-level magical beasts, though Yang Chen has yet to encounter a 9th-level beast. 7th-level beasts can articulate human speech, while 8th-level beasts can assume human form. Their intelligence parallels that of humans, and their lifespans far exceed those of humans, yet they lack the boundless potential inherent in humanity. The true nature of 9th-level magical beasts remains a mystery. Among the treasures of heaven and earth, there are also rare items capable of reconstructing the physical form. But the few Yang Chun has discovered have proven to be of little use. To Yang Chun, he was devoid of any human essence. Thus, such matters bore no significance to him. Although he had contemplated employing cloning technology for corporeal creation, he remained at a standstill, lacking any resources. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that the divine artifacts in his possession were utterly worthless to him. How had the embodiment of the heavenly Tao achieved such feats? Reclining upon the branches of a grand tree, a nameless twig held between his lips, he gazed at the azure expanse above, lost in contemplation. His existence relied solely on technological simulations, devoid of any authentic fighting spirit. Despite his attempts to cultivate martial energy or magic within this form, he found himself utterly incapable, even as Lin Lei and others regarded him from their lofty perch. The depths of Yang Chen's struggles remained known only to him. The locale he inhabited was a picturesque paradise, untouched by the ravages of war, reminiscent of an earthly utopia. Before he knew it, he succumbed to slumber. In truth, as long as the energy core remained active, Yang Chen had no need for rest. However, this sleep was merely a habit he had consciously cultivated. He feared that prolonged absence might lead him to forget the essence of human existence. Yet, as he closed his eyes, an invisible shield of scanning rays enveloped his vicinity, providing comprehensive defense within a 100-meter radius. His repose was abruptly interrupted. Beasts. With a sudden jolt, Yang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze fixed in bewilderment upon two enormous orbs, as radiant as sapphires, staring back at him. Yang Chen was taken aback. For him, the moment of opening his eyes felt like merely a second. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the magical beast had closed the distance of approximately 100 meters and was now before him. It gracefully descended from the branches onto the ground, allowing Yang Chen to discern the figure's appearance. Cascading blue hair flowed like a waterfall, and in her hand, she held a slender willow twig. The girl, clad in a skirt adorned with a myriad of flowers, blinked her sparkling eyes at him. "You are not human, are you? Just like me?" The little girl curiously descended from the branch. 8th level or above. Yang Chen realized that only beasts of such rank could assume human form. Though he felt no fear, a sense of caution lingered. "I am human," Yang Chen replied, fixing his gaze on the little girl. But the girl appeared quite perplexed. Yang Chen inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Lily," she said, drawing closer to Yang Chen to scrutinize him. "Humans possess hearts, yet you do not. However, the energy emanating from you is terrifying, far surpassing that of 10 of me combined." Yang Chen was astonished that this magical beast could see through him. No human warrior had ever possessed such insight. In that moment, curiosity for Lily blossomed within him. Chapter 25, Mutual Needs. Both parties were intrigued by one another. Lily, being a high-level magical beast, exhibited intelligence unlike those beasts that merely focused on territorial claims and the slaughter of humans. Yang Chen harbored no animosity, which facilitated their communication. On the continent, there exists a considerable number of 8th-level magical beasts. However, Yang Chen's surveillance over these creatures is rather feeble. The distance from Mars to Earth is exceedingly vast, and to monitor every corner of the Earth entirely would require an immense expenditure of power. Yang Chen only resorts to harnessing the might of Mars to radiate across the Earth when absolutely necessary, in search of individuals he desires. Thus, he is utterly perplexed about the true nature of this Lily, what 8th-level magical beast she might be. 8th-level magical beasts possess the ability to transform into human forms and are immensely powerful. If they choose to remain concealed, few can discern their identities, resulting in scant information available. "I did not inquire about your name," Yang Chen chuckled, shaking his head. "However, judging by your appearance, you should be quite young. Is it not dangerous to wander about aimlessly?" Lily scrunched her nose adorably and huffed. "Humans cannot catch me. I am a Qingyun bird." "Qingyun bird?" Upon hearing the name, Yang Chen immediately recognized Lily's attributes. The Qingyun bird is elusive and possesses spatial abilities. Their most esteemed talent is spatial leap, allowing them to traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. While this speed may not rival that of light, currently, no one on the continent can match it, except for Yang Chen himself. "I have spoken my piece. Now it is your turn. What exactly are you?" This curious young lady was fascinated by Yang Chen. She could perceive that he was not human and that his energy far surpassed her own. Yet, no matter how diligently she searched her memories, she could not unearth even the slightest recollection of him. "I am merely a person, albeit with certain distinctions. My physical form has been destroyed, thus I have replaced it with another." Yang Chen's explanation was not without merit, and as a result, Lily found herself somewhat convinced. In truth, the continent has not existed for long, These 8th-level magical beasts have likely been dormant, nurtured by the consciousness of Earth. Lily may have just awakened. And it was merely Yangqin's extraordinary fortune that allowed him to encounter her. The azure cloudbird is one of the documented 8th-level magical beasts. It emerged when the continent was newly formed, and due to its gentle nature, which shuns violence, it afforded humanity the opportunity to record its existence. Most magical beasts seem to harbor a profound prejudice against humans, desiring to eradicate them upon sight, even to the extent of consuming their blood and flesh. Yangqin had conducted some inquiries into this phenomenon. The beasts believe that Earth should be their paradise. Indeed, in the early days, when humanity was weak, this was the case. However, humanity's capacity for reproduction and innate potential far surpassed those of the magical beasts. Initially indifferent to humans, the beasts became reluctant as humanity began to expand its territory. Thus, the relationship between humans and magical beasts has evolved into a bitter enmity across generations. Humans, embarking on campaigns against magical beasts, have launched fierce assaults on their habitats. Each side possesses its own rationale. And Yangqin merely observes this unfolding drama with a detached gaze. He harbors no animosity towards the beasts, nor does he possess any particular affection for humanity. Should any magical beast transcend its nature, Yangqin might even find himself inclined to assist it, even if that beast were to bring about the demise of countless lives. He would still create an opportunity for it. Regrettably, the talents of the Warcraft are indeed lacking, which is why Yangqin has never squandered his time on them. Upon discovering that Lily is a Qiong-yun bird, his interest waned significantly. The bird had managed to approach him swiftly, undoubtedly utilizing its innate abilities. However, while the Qiong-yun bird possesses remarkable speed, its combat prowess is rather mediocre. Among the known 8th-level beasts, it ranks at the bottom, and there is little to hope for in terms of its potential for growth. Speaking of which, I am aware of a certain rare treasure that may indeed restore your physical form, Lily suddenly remarked with a mischievous glint in her eye. This piqued Yangqin's interest. Despite numerous disappointments in his searches, he would not let this opportunity slip by. After all, this Qiong-yun bird, capable of discerning his condition, must possess some level of confidence to make such a statement. Had it lacked assurance, it would not have spoken so boldly. When compared to humans, beasts possess a significant advantage: their simplicity. Even those creatures with intelligence comparable to that of humans rarely engage in deceitful behaviors. They remain quite innocent. However, observing the sly smile on Lily's face, Yangqin suspected that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Tentatively, he inquired, "Where is it? How can one obtain it? Is it difficult to acquire?" Upon hearing these 3 questions, Lily responded, "It is indeed difficult to obtain. A wicked creature guards that treasure, and I cannot draw near." "Oh, is it true that your Qiong-yun bird's spatial abilities cannot breach the defenses of this villain?" Yangqin chuckled. "It seems you also desire something that lies within the grasp of this malevolent being, and you wish to enlist me as a means to secure your own desires." The thoughts of the azure cloudbird were almost written on her face, allowing Yangqin to effortlessly discern her musings. Upon being seen through by Yangqin, Lily appeared quite bashful, turning her flushed face away, unable to meet his gaze. Yangqin was taken aback by the expression on the young girl's face, momentarily at a loss for words. "I will assist you. After all, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement." After a prolonged silence, Yangqin finally exclaimed this. "Splendid." The azure cloudbird, Lily, quickly shed her shyness and joyfully exclaimed, "That malevolent entity possesses formidable strength. I am no match for it. However, you would undoubtedly triumph with ease. You must enlighten me about its identity and inherent abilities so that I can devise a strategy to confront it." Yangqin shook his head in exasperation. The girl's mood shifted far too swiftly. "I have yet to witness the true form of this malevolent being, but I am certain it is no benevolent creature." The azure cloudbird gestured animatedly in the air, seemingly attempting to sketch the appearance of the nefarious entity for Yangqin. It likely wasn't even a bird at all. Yangqin mused inwardly. Despite the azure cloudbird's lack of combat prowess, she was still an 8th-level magical beast, unable to even compel the true form of her opponent. This creature must indeed possess some degree of power. We shall proceed at once, Yang Chen declared, glancing at the azure cloud bird. Lily nodded. I will guide you. The malevolent being is quite distant, but I can lead you there swiftly. Yang Chen replied, There's no need. My speed is commendable as well. Very well. But you must stay close to me, she insisted. The azure cloud bird, in a moment of spontaneity, transformed into a magnificent blue avian and swiftly vanished from Yang Chen's sight. Chapter 26. The Quest for Treasure, Part 1. The fluctuations in space are remarkably subtle. Yang Chen's technological prowess allows him to detect such spatial disturbances, yet the ripples caused by the azure cloud bird are minuscule. Unlike the pronounced disruptions generated by their own high-powered energy sources during spatial jumps, one method rends the fabric of space, advancing through its intrinsic rules, while the other resembles a fish gliding effortlessly through the ocean of space, rendering a clear distinction between the two. Should technological advancements continue on their upward trajectory, there may be a chance to achieve such effects. However, the present offers no viable means. Struggling to trace the spatial fluctuations, Yang Chen finds it arduous. Only with the aid of his spacecraft can he tear through space, as his innate technological attributes alone are insufficient for such feats. Similarly, he is unable to maneuver in the void of space without relying on his vessel. It may appear contradictory, yet within a humanoid form, there exists a limitation to the extent of technology it can accommodate. Moreover, Yang Chen, being a combat-oriented bioengineered individual, is more versed in energy transformations related to warfare than in auxiliary technologies. Have I traveled such a distance? From the bright light of day to the cover of night, Yang Chen estimates he has traversed over 50,000 miles. You have finally arrived, remarked Lily, who dangled from a branch, surrounded by desiccated twigs and trees, where even the hardiest of weeds seemed to struggle for life. Upon Yang Chen's arrival, she was stifling a yawn. With a hint of exasperation, Lily complained, I told you I should lead the way, yet you refused. Yang Chen, with a furrowed brow, remarked, How could I possibly know it was so far? It's not distant at all. I leaped 3 times, and it took merely a few minutes. Even with your company, if each jump were slightly shorter, we would arrive in at most 5 or 6 leaps, far quicker than this ordeal of yours. Lily chuckled softly, for she had not anticipated Yang Chen would be so slow. All right, enough of this. Let us proceed. Yang Chen gestured for Lily to lead the way. Wait. The nocturnal creatures are particularly formidable. It would be prudent for us to act during the day, Lily insisted, shaking her head vigorously as she gracefully descended from the branch. Lily shook her feet, appearing quite uncomfortable, finding even standing to be a challenge. Yang Chen observed the surrounding environment, noting that it was indeed a stark contrast to the place they had occupied during the day. Moreover, a noxious gas seemed to pervade the air. Is this place inhabited by poisonous creatures? Are there nocturnal beings? Yang Chen inquired. Lily nodded. Indeed, that is why I always come during daylight. I just didn't expect you to be so slow. We should leave this place and return at dawn. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head. You underestimate me far too much. Regardless of what we may encounter, should I come face to face with it now, I would promptly subdue it. He confidently waved his fist, a smile gracing his features, daring to say what others might not even have the courage to utter on this earth. Are you truly serious? Lily asked hesitantly, her small feet still bouncing as she expressed her discomfort with the ground beneath her. But she faltered, her unease evident. Let us go, he urged. Yang Chen shrugged, his expression one of resignation as he moved forward. From this vantage point, it appeared that he had indeed entered the territory of that creature. At most, he would cause some destruction to inadvertently reveal his position, thereby luring the beast closer. Lily hesitated for a considerable time. Yang Chen had already ventured quite far. The energy orb slowly approached a cluster of withered trees before erupting violently, scattering a multitude of sparks amidst the desolate branches and leaves. In the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly flickered to life, fixated on Yang Chen's direction, revealing an expression reminiscent of a vulture. This is far too perilous. You are essentially revealing your position. Lily exclaimed in exasperation, stamping her foot. We must flee at once. Flee? What for? Yang Chun replied confidently. I intend to provoke it. I refuse to believe it won't show itself when so openly challenged on its own territory. You are correct. I will come, and I shall kill you. A booming voice declared as a massive hand reached for Yang Chun, while another clawed towards Lily. So it's you, you wretched feathered creature. You escaped me last time, but this time you dare to seek help? The voice was piercing and utterly unpleasant as Yang Chun's gaze swept over, only to perceive two elongated hands, the owner of which remained obscured. What on earth is this creature? Although Yang Chun possessed formidable strength, verging on invincibility, his encounters on the continent had been few, especially with high-level magical beasts that were as elusive as dragons, seldom documented. As the black hand surged toward him, Yang Chun remained unfazed, ready to meet the challenge head-on, aware of the tremendous force and insidious poison that accompanied the attack. However, Yang Chun was no ordinary human. He was impervious to toxins, which merely underwent system filtration, transforming into energy for him. Lily let out a startled scream as she vanished momentarily, only to reappear, ensnared by a large black hand. Curiously, Yang Chun inquired, Has your talent been sealed? Lily fervently nodded, pleading, Please save me. The wicked creature intends to devour me. The severed arm morphed into countless venomous serpents that fell to the ground, each rising with open mouths, unleashing their toxic spray towards Yang Chun and Lily. Transforming into her true form, the azure cloud bird, Lily soared into the sky, circling helplessly. These toxins are far too lethal for me. I cannot assist you. She lamented from above. Yang Chun nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a blaze of pure white flame cascaded downwards. The serpents on the ground began to vaporize before even touching the flames. So, it is merely an old venomous serpent. It should know better than to challenge me. The serpent master, hidden in the shadows, was not surprised by Yang Chun's display of skill. Had he lacked such prowess, it would have been unexpected. Begone! Countless black tendrils surged towards Yang Chun, transforming into gigantic pythons, their gaping maws intent on consuming him. Let us take this seriously, Yang Chun remarked languidly, his hands like twin swords, decapitating the serpents with ease. Yet, in the darkness, the serpent master wore a sinister grin as the severed heads erupted into black mist, enveloping Yang Chun's body and dragging him into the ground, rendering him immobile. Chapter 27. The Treasure Hunt, Part 2. Let my beloved minions drag you into the abyss of despair, sneered the serpent master. These diminutive black serpents were the shadow-scaled fong snakes. While their venom was not particularly potent, the strength of their fangs was dreadfully formidable. Despite being merely 6th-tier magical beasts, they could easily intimidate even 8th-tier creatures when they swarmed in numbers. Once ensnared by these serpents, there was only one inevitable fate: utter annihilation. Through previous encounters, the serpent master had discerned Yang Chun's immunity to venom. Even the serpent master's own toxin posed no threat to him. Thus, he swiftly abandoned the notion of attacking Yang Chun with venom and instead sought to unleash these little serpents to devour him. It was indeed remarkable that Yang Chun could defend against venom, a feat that had always ensured the serpent master's toxins were unfailingly effective. Even the azure cloud bird, upon merely being touched by the paralyzing venom, experienced a drastic decline in speed, strength, and reaction. To the serpent master, Yang Chun seemed like an anomaly. Yet, there was no cause for astonishment now. Yang Chun was destined to meet his demise at the jaws of these shadow-scaled fong snakes, leaving not a shred of bone behind. Countless small snakes, adorned with black spots, writhed in a chaotic mass below. They intertwined and coiled around each other, resembling a tangled ball of yarn, accompanied by a constant rustling sound. The azure cloud bird, observing from above, felt her legs weaken and tremble, a primal fear ingrained in her very being. Even though these serpents were 2 tiers below her, she still lacked the confidence to descend and rescue Yang Chun. You refused to heed my warning to come tomorrow. Now look where it has led you. Oh dear, you are doomed. What shall I do? During the recent spatial leap, the Qingyun bird had already suffered a blow. Her innate abilities sealed. She knew she could not possibly defeat the Serpent Lord. Whether Yang Chun had perished remained uncertain, but it appeared that her own demise was imminent. The Qingyun bird began to soar rapidly towards a particular direction. With no means to utilize spatial leap, she was determined not to succumb to death in this place. The bird's greatest talent was undoubtedly her capacity for flight. Even in her flight, she aimed to outpace the Serpent Lord. Ascending higher, she soon encountered an invisible layer akin to an electric net that enveloped her. The moment she made contact, her body was gripped by a wave of paralysis, nearly causing her to lose her balance and plummet. After a considerable effort to shake her wings, she finally stabilized herself, yet in the process, her feathers fell away, consumed by a noxious black miasma that corroded them entirely. The Serpent Lord emerged from his lair with a smile, adorned in a flowing purple robe. He possessed an androgynous beauty that was strikingly handsome, with phoenix-like eyes, a delicate face, and a wickedly charming grin. Qingyun bird, you have come several times, merely seeking my Wanlu fragrance herb. Why go through such elaborate measures? He remarked in a soft, sinuous voice. Why not simply allow me to take you in? Serve me, and I shall grant you some of the Wanlu fragrance herb without hesitation. The Qingyun bird circled in the air, her anger flaring. You vile creature, I will not fall for your deceit. You are despicable and shameless, attempting to trick me. The Serpent Lord chuckled softly. Indeed, the first time she had visited, she had been deceived by him, nearly meeting her end at his hands. Had it not been for the innate powers of her clan, he might have significantly increased his own strength by now. The mutual consumption among magical beasts can indeed foster enhancement, much akin to a potent elixir. The more formidable the beasts, the more profound the effect of their devouring one another. While 8th-tier magical beasts are not exceedingly rare, their distribution across the continent renders their presence scarce, making it quite fortuitous to encounter even one or two. The Serpent Lord, reluctant to wander aimlessly in search of peril, finds solace in his own dominion, which he deems the safest haven. His fortune, however, has favored him with the arrival of the celestial cloud bird, although it has eluded capture on several occasions due to Lily's nimbleness. This time, however, the Serpent Lord is thoroughly prepared. He comprehends the irresistible allure of the Wanlu herb for the celestial cloud bird, and the 7th-tier magical beasts within his territory dare not approach even slightly. Thus, only the celestial cloud bird remains as a potential target. In a commanding tone, the Serpent Lord declared, I do not deceive you, yet escape is not an option. You shall either succumb to the venomous bites of countless serpents or face my own single strike. Choose. The celestial cloud bird trembled in anger, realizing that its life might be forfeited in this very place, simultaneously blaming Yang Chun for his reckless actions. Perhaps there would have been a chance to flee during the daylight. The Serpent Lord's strength is undeniably formidable under the cover of night. Indeed, it is so. Suddenly, a hand snaked from behind the Serpent Lord, tightening around his neck, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. I sincerely apologize, but I am not as feeble as you presume. Yang Chen's abrupt appearance caused the Serpent Lord's body to stiffen momentarily. The once cold form of the Serpent Lord pressed against Yang Chun, whose entire being radiated with the intensity of flames, with energy within him poised to erupt at any moment. Yang Chun had indeed suffered some discomfort from the swarm of black-spotted serpents. However, his physique was far superior to that of a mere human, endowed with self-repair capabilities and possessing a strength that vastly exceeded that of human energy manipulation. While the dusky, spotted-fanged serpents might wield formidable destructive power against earthly materials, they were utterly ineffectual against substances beyond this planet. Although being encircled by countless snakes was an undeniably unpleasant experience, Yang Chen patiently concealed himself beneath the throng, awaiting the emergence of the Serpent Lord. Eventually, the Serpent Lord could no longer contain itself and revealed its presence, granting Yang Chen the opportunity to transform into a liquid form, skillfully slipping through the gaps until he was positioned behind the Serpent Lord, unnoticed. Oh, you are not a human warrior? The Serpent Lord exclaimed, flicking its tongue and licking its lips. How intriguing. What manner of creature are you? Yang Chun was poised to respond, but at that moment, the Serpent Lord became inexplicably slippery, eluding his grasp. Quick to react, Yang Chun transformed his body into a blazing inferno, which erupted in a vast explosion. The location of Yang Chun and the Serpent Lord was engulfed by a fiery whirlwind. This inferno continued to expand, devouring the Serpent Lord's territory. A multitude of ashes was swept away, while the various venomous snakes and pythons that had occupied the Serpent Lord's domain were roasted to perfection, exuding an irresistible aroma. The devastation spanned approximately a kilometer, leaving the ground itself cratered by several inches. The azure birds soared through the sky, observing the surroundings. As a fierce gust of wind swept away much of the miasma enveloping the territory of the Serpent Lord, the magical beasts and creatures within the mountains and forests were all startled into submission, lying motionless upon the ground. After the explosion, Yang Chun gazed around. Weariness etched upon his face. A 1-kilometer radius had been reduced to rubble, yet there was no sign of the Serpent Lord. Before him lay the enormous shed skin of a serpent. Had it escaped? Yang Chun clenched his teeth, although this explosion was not his full power. It had nonetheless consumed at least a third of his strength. In Chapter 28, the reincarnation of the Soul Fruit, Yang Chun harnessed sparks to achieve a star-destroying force. However, he himself could barely attain a spatial-level power. If he were to unleash all his strength in an instant, he could level an area of 10 kilometers. This power was undeniably formidable, far surpassing that of a Do Wang or Do Zun mage, who could at most inflict area damage of 1 to 2 kilometers. Yang Chun was vastly superior to them. Lily descended from the sky and looked at the serpent's shed skin, asking, "Did you kill it?" "No, it escaped," Yang Chun replied, shaking his head. Indeed, an 8th-level magical beast was not easily vanquished. Based on known data, the Serpent Lord ranked among the elite of 8th-level magical beasts. Despite his indiscriminate area attack, the Serpent Lord managed to flee using its shed skin. The advantage of magical beasts remained significant even at the same level. Yang Chun sighed, and then inquired of Lily, "Where is the Wanlu herb you discovered? I need it. Fetch it quickly. We must depart from here without delay." Yang Chun had no intention of slaying the Serpent Master, while the Qingyun bird was solely interested in the Wanlu herb. Therefore, the Serpent Master's escape was of little consequence. The Qingyun bird nodded and said, "Follow me." The foul stench was swept away by a wave of heat, and Lily felt considerably more at ease. Yang Chun followed Lily until they arrived at the entrance of a damp cave. Lily pointed inside and remarked, "Do not be deceived by the darkness and dampness here. Once you pass through the cave, you will find it remarkably dry and comfortable. When I first came here, a malevolent entity informed me that this was a deliberate disguise to conceal the secrets within from others." Yang Chun, intrigued, inquired, "Is that why it is reluctant to leave this place, due to the Wanlu herb? What is its purpose?" Lily pondered for a moment and replied, "It is no secret to share. The Wanlu herb is a potent tonic for us magical beasts, yet for humans, it is a poison. Consuming the Wanlu herb allows us to enter a profound slumber, a state that continuously awakens our potential. In this awakening, we merge with the essence of nature, gaining insight into the energy that belongs to our potential within this world." Yang Chun nodded, sensing a resemblance to the concept of unity with nature. He then asked, "Isn't that wonderful? Why is it considered poison for humans?" "It is due to the duration of sleep and the body's capacity to endure," Lily chuckled. "We magical beasts are inherently robust and possess long lifespans. The lifespan of a human warrior seldom exceeds a millennium, and even with rigorous physical training, the body cannot endure the relentless deterioration that follows prolonged slumber. Consuming the elusive Wanlu herb could potentially plunge one into a sleep lasting 1,000 years or more. Although during this time, one might glean profound insights from the cosmos, the fundamental level of one's being remains stagnant. Awakening from such a deep slumber could very well lead to demise. Is this not akin to a poison for humanity? Is there no means to interrupt this cycle? Or perhaps a method to regulate its dosage, controlling the extent of its use? If this substance could truly be harnessed for the benefit of humankind, it would indeed be of immense assistance, though, as Lily pointed out, the side effects are undeniably severe. Consuming it is tantamount to a sleep from which one never awakens, rendering it utterly futile. I am at a loss here, as no one has dared to experiment with it. Humanity remains oblivious to the existence of such a treasure. Or perhaps those who have tried it met their end. Lily shrugged and chuckled, declaring, "This is a precious secret known only to us magical beasts." Magical beasts seem to be a species favored by the very heavens, endowed with immense strength, diverse talents, and prolonged lifespans. Humanity, however, appears as an anomaly, an existence not acknowledged by the universe, forever struggling against fate to grasp a modicum of transformation. As I followed Lily onward, the damp and shadowy cave gradually transformed. Dryness accompanied by a refreshing fragrance began to permeate the air, compelling Lily to hasten her pace in eager anticipation. As I ventured further, the space ahead opened up unexpectedly, revealing an entirely different realm within the cave, one that stood in stark contrast to the outside world. Akin to a tender sprout emerging from beneath withered branches and decaying leaves, a delightful surprise indeed. Countless flowers, grasses, and trees burst forth in vibrant hues, clustering around two grand trees. One of these trees is adorned in a dreamlike shade of grayish-purple, while the other boasts a pure, unblemished green, with every part of it, from trunk to leaves, bathed in this verdant hue. Among its foliage, a single fruit hangs, captivating all attention as though it were the very heart of the tree. This fruit, reminiscent of an apple yet entirely green, draws the gaze of onlookers, emanating an essence of vitality and charm. The grayish-purple fruit is known as the Wanlu herb. Lily approached the great tree with a smile. Although this tome did not depict the fruit, the branches and leaves presented themselves in a myriad of forms. From Lily's demeanor, it was clear that consuming those leaves would induce a profound slumber. "Are you going to eat it now?" Yang Chun inquired with curiosity. Lily shook her head and replied, "As an 8th-level magical beast, we typically require 10 leaves. I intend to gather a few extra." Yang Chun counted and noted that there were perhaps only 20 or so leaves on a single tree, indicating that there would still be some left for him to study. However, it was that emerald apple that most captivated Yang Chun. It seemed that for every one consumed, another vanished, leaving him to ponder how many of such fruits existed in this realm. As Lily murmured to herself while collecting the necessary Wanlu herb, she added, "By the way, once you obtain it, you must consume it within 10 days. Otherwise, its life force will gradually dissipate, rendering it useless." She conveyed this information to Yang Chun just as he was about to pluck it. Yang Chun nodded. 10 days was ample time for him to conduct his investigation. This was, after all, an unexpected boon. Should it succeed, splendid. Should it fail, it mattered not. The moment the fruit detached from the tree, the book began to wither from top to bottom, as if a giant had suddenly slumped, its vitality and essence drawn away. Once it had withered, it transformed into a handful of yellow earth, remaining within the fragrant cave. Yang Chun carefully stored the fruit, while Lily had also gathered sufficient leaves. Glancing at the few remaining leaves in the book, he collected them all. The artistry of nature was beyond even Yang Chun's imagination. How wonderful it would be if Mars could possess such wonders. He smacked his lips. Currently, Mars was but a battlefield, and he pondered whether it could be transformed into a realm akin to Earth. Chapter 29. The Scheming Little Lowly Qingyun Bird. Initially, Yang Chun intended to depart directly, but then he suddenly thought of a splendid task to offer Qingyun Bird. What's wrong? As they emerged from the cave, Qingyun Bird, having obtained what she desired, was quite pleased. Yang Chun chuckled. "Aren't you supposed to enter a slumber? I know of a splendid place for you to go, though it ultimately depends on your willingness." After their adventure together, Qingyun Bird had developed a certain trust in Yang Chun, recognizing his formidable strength, which would make it easy for him to deal with her. "Speak, I am listening." Despite their burgeoning understanding, Qingyun Bird hesitated to give an immediate response to Yang Chun. Yang Chun remarked, "My own academy, the Sacred Soul Academy, possesses a profound heritage and is continually graced by the emergence of prodigious talents. making it a relatively secure haven. He had no intention of deceiving the Skylark Lily. Rather, he contemplated that his academy ought to possess some distinctive hallmark, perhaps formidable magical beasts. Let us go and take a look. Lily's demeanor seemed to relish the vibrancy of life. Although she did not immediately acquiesce to Yang Chen's suggestion, her interest was unmistakable. Yang Chen nodded. Lily's willingness to accompany him indicated a promising opportunity. Thus far, no one had managed to subjugate an 8th-level magical beast. Even if Yang Chen could not tame Lily, her presence at the Sacred Soul Academy would be immensely beneficial. The Academy's reputation was formidable, and Yang Chen aspired to ensure it remained unshaken for millennia. While human lifespans do not allow for such endurance, magical beasts can. Given that Yang Chen's new plans on Mars might not permit him to remain on Earth indefinitely, he sought a reliable companion to serve as a steadfast pillar. As Lily followed Yang Chen in flight, they had scarcely departed from the Serpent Lord's lair when the Serpent Lord's figure emerged beside his cave. The Serpent Lord appeared utterly wretched. His once handsome and enchanting visage was now charred and desolate, exuding a pungent aroma of flesh. Gritting his teeth, the Serpent Lord coldly glared at the departing duo, proclaiming, "I will not let you escape unscathed." The animosity stemming from nearly being killed by Yang Chen, coupled with resentment over the theft, was a burden the Serpent Lord could not easily swallow. Silently noting this account, the Master of Serpents vanished into the cave with a grim expression. After a day of flight, Lily accompanied Yang Chen to finally arrive at the Sacred Soul Academy. The academy stood majestically atop the peak of Clearwind Mountain, which rose steeply and was jagged as if cleaved by an axe, making it perilous for ordinary individuals to ascend. The scenery of Clearwind Mountain was enchanting, adorned with bizarre rock formations and cascading waterfalls. Yang Chen had chosen Clearwind Mountain after careful consideration, as its environment was undeniably exquisite. Upon her arrival, Lily also found it appealing. Although it differed somewhat from the place she was accustomed to, it exuded tranquility. At the mountain's base, there was a formation, should you wish to rest. You could establish a protective array, and I shall ensure that those areas remain off-limits. Yang Chen smiled at Lily and inquired, "So, are you satisfied with this place? While you slumber, I can have my disciples guard you. But upon your awakening, I hope you can safeguard Clearwind Mountain for a millennium as a fair exchange." Yang Chen blinked at Lily, curious about her thoughts. Lily wandered about the mountain and remarked, "You haven't taken me to the most important place yet." "What place?" As soon as the words left her lips, Yang Chen suddenly realized and tapped his head, saying, "Follow me." They traversed a narrow path through a bamboo grove, and suddenly the scenery opened up before them. Ahead stood a simple wooden door, devoid of any sign. Yet Yang Chen proclaimed, "This is the entrance to the Sacred Soul Academy." Pushing the door open, one is greeted by an unadorned construction, devoid of excessive embellishments. A spacious outdoor platform serves as the venue for the academy, encircled simply by a fence, with the only notable feature being a large bronze bell. Such simplicity is striking. Although the Qingyun bird has had limited interactions with humans, she has at least glimpsed their architectural creations. The academy is merely a formality, a nomenclature. Practice here does not require lavish decorations. In reality, the students have chosen to construct their own dwellings in various locations around Qingfeng Mountain, as have the instructors. My rules are straightforward. As long as you complete the daily assigned tasks, there will be minimal interference, Yang Chen explained with a hearty laugh. Lily nodded, feeling quite content with this environment. The magical beasts, by nature, are more free-spirited than humans. If the surroundings were overly restrictive, she would have little desire to remain. Very well, I shall tentatively agree, though who knows, perhaps this academy will cease to exist during my slumber? Lily chuckled, showing no regard for Yang Chen's feelings. Just agreeing is sufficient, Yang Chen replied with a smile, walking over to the bronze bell and striking it firmly. The deep resonance of the bell reverberated across the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, drawing many who came in response to its sound. Gradually, the outdoor platform became increasingly crowded, with individuals gathering in small clusters. Once the last person arrived, Yang Chen took Lily by the hand and led her to the front of the assembly, declaring, Let me introduce to you all our honorary teacher. Honorary teacher? A murmur of curiosity spread among the crowd as the instructors regarded the young girl with puzzled expressions. There is no need for astonishment, for she is an 8th-level magical beast. Yangchen smiled, aware that the teachers likely thought Lily too young to assume the role of a teacher. Hiss! An 8th-level magical beast. The teachers below and some students inhaled sharply. Even if they were combat kings, they had never encountered an 8th-level magical beast before. Lily is merely residing here temporarily, henceforth. You are forbidden from approaching the area she occupies. The might of an 8th-level magical beast is no trifling matter, Yangchen asserted with a touch of seriousness. Some issues may be treated lightly, yet others demand gravity. After all, Lily is devoid of combat prowess while in slumber, and this must be taken earnestly. Informing the teachers was merely a means to disseminate the fact that an 8th-level magical beast had joined the Sacred Soul Academy, showcasing the immense power of the institution to the world. Lily was somewhat displeased with Yangchen's approach, yet felt powerless to object. Shyly retreating behind Yangchen, she remarked, "I wish to rest by the waterfall. I will set up a formation. Should anyone trespass and meet their demise, do not blame me." Her voice was soft, prompting Yangchen to echo her words. Subsequently, Lily transformed into her true form and vanished in an instant from the sight of the crowd. That must be the azure cloud bird. How impressive, how swift. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chapter 30. Flesh and Blood. Having initially embarked on an upgrade through technological means without considering such matters, and with an increasingly mature understanding of various rules, Yangchen felt prepared to contemplate a second transformation. The voluptuous maid remarked, "The unique energy generated by the Earth's atmosphere has been analyzed, and utilizing instruments, we can manipulate this energy. However, it will require a considerable amount of time to achieve complete coverage of the entire planet." Yangchen inquired, "What about the planetary transformation plan? Although there are liquids present on the planet, these contain toxic substances. How is the evolution progressing?" This question posed significant challenges. The evolutionary process was exceedingly sluggish, as the density of the toxic liquids rendered further refinement difficult. If we wish to transform Mars into an ecological environment akin to that of Earth, how long might that take? Yangchen asked directly. The screen displayed various environmental parameters and fundamental values from Earth, followed by those of Mars, revealing a stark contrast between the two dimensions. Yangchen noted that during the initial transformation, Mars had already exhibited notable improvements, possessing at least a certain volume of air and the potential for human survival. Yet, this was insufficient. According to the computer's calculations, it would take approximately 2 million years. However, if you were to participate directly, the timeline could potentially be reduced to within 1 million years. 1 million years. Yangchen shook his head. Even with his intervention, such a lengthy duration loomed ahead, and it would likely consume a vast amount of Gaia consciousness, resulting in a state of prolonged slumber that would not be worth the cost. Moreover, this place has already been discovered and locked onto by extraterrestrial beings, which renders Yangchen even more reluctant to succumb to a state of slumber. Currently, the realms he can command are confined to Mars and Earth. Yet he alone possesses the capability to traverse the entirety of the solar system at will. Yangchen stands as the guardian of this solar system. Whether it be Mars or Earth, their fates are intertwined. Any calamity befalling either side is utterly intolerable to him. Utilizing technological prowess for spatial defense arrangements, he contemplates resource extraction from other celestial bodies in the event of scarcity, a notion that requires no further elaboration. The primary focus remains on fortifying Mars and Earth. The buxom maid promptly procured 2 types of materials for analysis, while Yangchen departed from the interior of Mars to its surface. Upon reaching the surface, he beheld countless peaks soaring towards the sky, stark and barren, with vast quantities of inky liquid flowing through various locales. An army of robots industriously constructed technological apparatuses across the differing zones of liquid to extract water. The transformation of Mars is both swift and gradual. As the consciousness of Mars, Yangchen perceives the planet's energy being perpetually depleted. Does this accelerated form of development pose a threat to the planet's core energy? Although Yang Chun has only recently taken control of Mars, the planet has existed for a duration not dissimilar to that of Earth. However, its consumption of energy resources has escalated at a far more rapid pace than that of Earth. The spacecraft and warships that Earth has painstakingly forged have also been replicated by Yang Chun, who has undertaken extensive modifications within the very heart of Mars. In the initial stages of Mars development, energy concerns were overlooked. However, there is no time for such considerations now. The cosmos resembles a vast hunting ground, where both Mars and Earth appear diminutive in Yang Chun's eyes. With his current capabilities, he feels incapable of safeguarding either planet. Yang Chun is unwilling to become a mere pawn in this grand universe. He insists on taking control of his destiny. Given the opportunity fate has bestowed upon him, he is resolute in exhausting all of Mars' energy resources. He will not relent. For several days, Yang Chun has awaited the analysis of the soul-condensing fruit and the Wanlu herb. Ultimately, the outcome reveals that their components cannot be deciphered, nor can they be replicated. Suddenly, a new possibility dawns upon Yang Chun. He closes his eyes and begins to intervene with Mars. Under his influence, amidst the myriad steel plates of the base, a small blade of grass begins to defy the odds and grow tenaciously. This is truly remarkable. Yang Chun feels a surge of excitement. Within Mars, he embodies divinity. Yet, he had never anticipated that he possessed an absolute creative attribute. However, he can only manipulate the elements he comprehends. Anything beyond his understanding remains beyond his reach. He shakes his head. If he could grasp these unknowns, Mars would instantly transform into an immense treasure trove. As he observes the small grass, it soon withers away. Before Yang Chun can comprehend the issue, the busty maid promptly explains, the environment is unsuitable for growth, hence its immediate demise. Yang Chun feels a tinge of disappointment. If only he could create the ideal conditions for growth directly, there would be no need for any external environment. The tender grass shall soon emerge. Yet what if I desire a grand tree? Yang Chun commenced experiments with various possibilities, ultimately discovering that the more vitality something requires to manifest, the longer its creation takes. Although Yang Chun could hasten the growth of these entities, he could not contravene the laws of nature. Alas, pondering these matters now seems futile. A curious sensation enveloped him. He felt as though his very being was undergoing a gradual metamorphosis, and he sensed an ever-deepening resonance with Mars. The flesh and blood. Yang Chun cared not for the loss of everything upon becoming flesh and blood. All he yearned for was the boundless potential within the human genome. A robot, provided it possesses sufficient materials and advanced technology, might also reach terrifying heights, yet for Yang Chun, current technology remained shackled, incapable of achieving such extremes. Thus, even if he were to start anew as flesh and blood, he remained unfazed. Chapter 31. Lin Lei's resolution. Strange forces surged within Yang Chun's body. He sensed that detaching from his mechanical form would enhance his connection with Mars, enabling him to harness greater cosmic energies. The green luminescence gradually dimmed, and his initial excitement waned. Was it because my consciousness, or rather my soul, is too potent to be sustained by the energy of my corporeal form? Alas, I had anticipated this outcome. Should future opportunities arise, I shall endeavor to experiment further. Yang Chun remained on Mars to accelerate its transformation and growth. Although he did not invest an overwhelming amount of energy and did not operate at full capacity, he found himself unable to depart from Mars. Should he leave, he would be unable to sustain this acceleration. While Yang Chun busied himself with his endeavors on Mars, the war on Earth raged fiercely. Chu Yanhui single-handedly held the border, rendering the Wind Rider Empire virtually immobile, while Lin Lei personally led the army in an attempt to repel the Starfall Empire. Lin Lei's arrival at the front lines indeed served as a tremendous morale booster for the soldiers. However, combat effectiveness cannot simply be multiplied by the mere presence of a king. The composition of Lin Lei's army was rather average, with a mix of fighters and mages, and the prolonged battles had left these soldiers physically and mentally exhausted. The Starfall Empire, having a scarcity of fighters, predominantly comprised a legion of mages whose combat style was simplistic and reckless. hurling spells from a distance to inflict significant casualties on Lin Lei's side. In truth, if a fighter could penetrate the ranks of the mages, it would be akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, as the mages were no match for fighters in close combat. Even a single fighter could easily dispatch a mage of at least the great mage level, illustrating the terrifying disparity in power. The sole issue was that this group of fighters, with their uneven levels of strength, could not breach the mage's defenses to engage in close-quarters combat. After commanding 2 battles at the front lines, Lin Lei recognized this predicament. If only I possessed 1,000 elite fighters, I could easily disrupt the magical formations of these 100,000 mages. Regrettably, in the early stages of the war, Lin Lei did not place significant emphasis on combat, leading to the unfortunate demise of numerous formidable warriors, alongside a substantial number of high-ranking fighters. Reorganize all the great fighters into a new army. Count everyone I have brought with me. Lin Lei commanded authoritatively, and those present swiftly commenced their tasks. Within the fortified city, coupled with the hundreds of thousands Lin Lei had brought, a total of 800,000 troops were assembled. Lin Lei firmly believed that amongst these 800,000, it was entirely feasible to muster 1,000 great fighters. The great fighters were systematically sorted, and within half a day, all had been accounted for. In truth, the usual ratio is 1 great fighter for every 10,000 troops. Thus, from 800,000, there emerged 3,000 great fighters. Many of those Lin Lei had brought were notorious criminals, whose prowess was indeed formidable. The majority of great fighters, and those of even higher caliber, were comprised of these convicts, contributing over 2,000 great fighters to the ranks. In contrast, the regular army possessed merely a few hundred great fighters. Additionally, all the Do zones were also segregated. In total, there were 100 Do zones among the 800,000 soldiers. It is staggering to comprehend that the Sacred Soul Academy alone boasts over 500 individuals of Do zone caliber. Moreover, as the war has progressed, the number of Do zones emerging from the Sacred Soul Academy has undoubtedly exceeded 500. However, this is merely the onset of the war's mid-phase. Such strength is invaluable. Considering the 3 nations have been embroiled in continuous conflict with little respite, while the Sacred Soul Academy has been diligently pursuing its educational endeavors. In the early stages of the war, Lin Lei commanded approximately 5 million valiant soldiers, alongside several 100,000 formidable warriors and a few thousand adept fighters. However, both empires launched their offensive simultaneously, catching him utterly unprepared. The initial skirmishes inflicted severe losses on Lin Lei, resulting in a staggering number of the powerful combatants perishing, which accounts for the current scarcity of fighters above the rank of Dozone. A significant factor contributing to this situation was Lin Lei's engagement on 2 fronts. A considerable number of elite warriors and adept fighters were dispatched to confront the Windrider Empire. This strategic allocation of forces elucidates why Chu Yanhui could effortlessly withstand the onslaught of the Windrider Empire. The adage "a clever woman cannot cook without rice" rings true. Without troops, Chu Yanhui could not halt the iron advance of the Windrider Empire. The Windrider Empire's might surpasses that of the Starfall Empire significantly, and the battles fought by the combatants are more brutal and savage. While mages excel in wide-ranging attacks compared to warriors, as long as the latter do not recklessly seek their demise, they can typically evade such assaults. In the early days of the conflict, when vast numbers of soldiers were clustered together, mages found it easier to unleash their spells, particularly with Windrider Empire soldiers positioned before the Starfall Empire's mages, allowing them to respond with relative ease. With 3,000 elite warriors and 100 adept fighters before him, Lin Lei regarded these individuals as a formidable fighting force. Under normal circumstances, they would suffice for a general commanding 10,000 men, yet now, esteemed comrades, our nation stands at the precipice of life and death. Behind us lies our homeland, and retreat is not an option. Faced with the enemies of the Starfall Empire, should we retreat, our homeland would fall prey to their invasion, resulting in national ruin and the loss of our homes, leaving everyone displaced. Thus, we must deliver a resounding blow to the adversaries of the Starfall Empire. We cannot afford to lose, nor shall we. Lin Lei shouted passionately, his voice, reinforced by his fighting spirit, resonating powerfully and enlightening all who heard it. This stirring proclamation ignited the fervor of the ordinary soldiers below, who roared in unison, "Fight to the death! We shall not retreat." The soldiers were ablaze with enthusiasm. Yet the Grand Masters and Spirit Masters furrowed their brows, remaining silent. Lin Lei regarded these esteemed warriors with solemnity, having anticipated such a response. "Gentlemen," he began, "if this were a different time, each of you would be a valiant hero or a general commanding tens of thousands." A condemned Spirit Master coldly interjected, "Speak plainly. Have you summoned us merely to form a suicide squad?" His words offered no deference to Lin Lei, for he was, after all, a notorious criminal, lacking any sense of reverence towards the Emperor. Chapter 32. Striking with unconventional tactics. Lin Lei regarded the condemned prisoner with a calm demeanor. After a moment's pause, he replied, "You speak the truth. Indeed, I have gathered you esteemed warriors to disrupt the enemy's formidable magic formation, but I do not perceive this as a suicidal charge. This assault shall be unprecedented, a valiant endeavor that stands against 1,000 foes." Lin Lei declared, "Are you all lacking in confidence in your own abilities? Before you stands merely a group of mages. If you can breach the great magic circle, even a single warrior can vanquish mages of the Grand Master level. Is this not the most opportune moment for you to distinguish yourselves, akin to wolves amongst sheep?" Lin Lei then bellowed, "If you perceive this as a death squad, a suicidal endeavor, I shall grant you the option to rejoin the regular army." He paused, stating, "You have 3 seconds to make your choice. Those who are fearful, step forward. I shall respect your decision." Upon finishing, Lin Lei fell silent, awaiting the responses of those before him. The individuals present were all formidable in their own right, capable of maintaining composure in the face of Lin Lei's presence. 3 seconds provided ample time for contemplation. Yet, it seemed they were all observing one another's actions to determine whether they should take that step forward. Lin Lei's words were measured, deftly alleviating the awkwardness surrounding their concerns of a reckless charge, whether it pertained to honor or the level of danger. This was undeniably a charge of absolute honor, and without sufficient cultivation, they would not be accepted. Had it not been for Lin Lei's need for these Grand Masters and battle sages, the ordinary soldiers below would have been more inclined to undertake this mission. As the 3 seconds elapsed, the onlookers exchanged glances, each waiting for one among them to take the initiative. However, not a single individual chose to be the pioneer. Seizing the moment, Lin Lei proclaimed, "Since there are no objections, let us speak no further. All of you shall train together for 3 days, and on the evening of the 3rd day, we shall commence our operation. In these recent days, there is no need for you to engage in any combat. Instead, I implore you to practice now." The timeline of 3 days for this group of Grand Masters and Dozongs to coordinate is exceedingly tight, yet time is relentless, and with so many experts being summoned, the strength of the army has considerably diminished. Each skirmish incurs damage far exceeding that of previous encounters. Lin Lei dares not linger, and can only expedite their training to forge a battle formation that is both practical and potent, unlocking their utmost capabilities and value. Ultimately, Lin Lei and his companions are merely pioneers of their era. Everything necessitates their innovation and refinement. Thus, both the formations and battle arrays are currently in short supply. However, warfare undeniably serves as the most effective catalyst for progress. Over the past few centuries, Lin Lei has established a research institute dedicated to the study of magical arrays and the amalgamation of military formations, utilizing crystals to channel the collective strength of individuals into a formidable power for offense or defense. Nonetheless, these techniques remain rudimentary and lack sophistication. Yet, their simplicity renders them remarkably accessible for cultivation, and with the comprehension of the Dozong and Grand Masters, 3 days suffices to grasp the intricacies of the formations. This particular formation was meticulously crafted by Lin Lei to dismantle the Grand Magical Array and has been officially designated as the Spearhead Array. While the name may lack elegance, its efficacy remains to be evaluated. Nevertheless, within this brief period, The Dozongs and Grandmasters have indeed recognized the effectiveness of this battle formation, which can amplify their collective strength by approximately double. Furthermore, the formation possesses a degree of defensive capability, alleviating concerns of a truly suicidal charge. Indeed, this battle formation is a closely guarded secret. Thus, they are required to pledge an oath in the name of the pioneers before learning it, forbidding any disclosure of the formation's secrets. At this moment, Yang Chun, on Mars, instinctively sensed the vows of those individuals, and concurrently, it appeared that the energy of the heavenly Tao had increased. As an external deity, could I also impose punishment upon them for their oaths? The so-called pioneers can certainly be regarded as embodiments of the heavenly Tao. After all, Yang Chun is the very manifestation of the heavenly Tao of Mars. Nonetheless, the notion of Earthlings swearing allegiance to Martians is quite intriguing. Yang Chun, however, remains indifferent to this. As the oaths taken on Mars ultimately benefit him, why not embrace it? It seems Lin Lei has resolved to take decisive action. Yang Chun could clearly discern the oaths made by others, and these vows were undeniably purposeful, indicating that Lin Lei intended to undertake some significant endeavor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yang Chun instructed, locate Lin Lei's position through satellite scanning. The voluptuous maid beside him operated the computer, and soon, images were transmitted. They depicted the entire city and the opposing stronghold. Yang Chun, within the Mars base, could distinctly observe countless soldiers standing ready for battle. Search for other locations, he commanded. As Yang Chun scrutinized the visuals, he sought the whereabouts of those who had sworn oaths. A multitude of satellites commenced surveillance of the surroundings, swiftly identifying the locations of the grand duelists and dual sovereigns. They were concealed within a valley, diligently honing their skills. Oh, it seems they have developed a formation resistant to magic? Yang Chun smiled slightly and remarked, you have indeed accomplished something. He expressed considerable approval for Lin Lei's counteraction. Should such a surprise tactic be employed, the Starfall Empire would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. Nodding, Yang Chun continued to observe the battlefield, finding solace in the notion that he had little else to occupy his time. It was akin to watching a captivating film. Lin Lei was indeed well prepared, as the Dozong and numerous Grand Dosher were set to return secretly in 3 days. In truth, many soldiers had overheard Lin Lei's intentions, but were oblivious to the timing of their execution. The 3 nights that Lin Lei spoke of were merely a ruse. Did one truly believe there would be no spies? Lin Lei scoffed, stating, information must be cloaked in both deception and truth, leaving others in a state of bewilderment. The 3 days are genuine, yet the night is a fabrication. The charge will occur, but the absence of formations is also a falsehood. Currently, the Starfall Empire may ascertain our intent to attack on the 3rd night, yet they remain ignorant of the number of attackers and the strategies employed. Do you think I possess only this many Grand Dosher and Dozong? To his trusted confidant, Lin Lei declared, we have a total of 5,000 Grand Dosher and 300 Dozong. My objective is to utterly vanquish the entirety of the Starfall Empire's forces. The night would witness their stealthy assault, and vigilance was paramount. Position the fighters at the forefront. We must not reveal our vulnerable mages. The commander laid out the arrangements, awaiting the moment when Lin Lei and his forces would ensnare the enemy. Chapter 33. The Surprise Attack Throughout the Night. The personnel of the Starfall Empire remained in a state of heightened tension, anxiously anticipating Lin Lei's forces to launch their surprise assault, yet the expected outcome never materialized. The night was inky and frigid, punctuated by a dispiriting drizzle. Had they been deceived? Was the intelligence flawed? The commander furrowed his brow, acknowledging that deception was plausible given the ubiquity of spurious information. The announcement made by Lin Lei before a multitude of soldiers had compelled the commander to take it seriously, as failure to do so would have eroded morale. He had surmised that Lin Lei's assault was imminent. However, it now appeared that Lin Lei might not strike today. As the firmament gradually brightened, a mist began to coalesce. Despite the surrounding conflagration, the abundance of vegetation ensured that rain would invariably give rise to fog. The commander, ensconced within his tent, remained oblivious to the changing atmospheric conditions, The gradual lightening of the sky merely served to assuage his mood. Lin Lei is intriguing, Yang Chun remarked with a smile. It seems he anticipated the rain and ensuing fog. Dawn is likely the critical moment for the assault. Lin Lei, observing the mist in the sky, said, "Issue the order. Commence the assault in half an hour." Unlike the soldiers of the Starfall Empire, Lin Lei had ensured that his Grand Masters and battle sovereigns had enjoyed a full night's rest, although their physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The tension of an entire night of defensive preparations would inevitably induce weariness among the troops, and the approaching dawn would undoubtedly lead to a lapse in vigilance. Kill. Lin Lei made a decisive motion, and the 5,000 great fighters along with 300 Do Zong advanced in perfect unison, silent as shadows, charging towards the military encampment concealed by the mist. The commander of the Starfall Empire emerged from his tent, having just witnessed the rain's departure, the air refreshingly crisp. Yet, amidst the thick fog, he felt a growing sense of unease. Foggy day, the commander bellowed. Who is on duty today? A soldier promptly approached. Awaiting orders. Quick, relay the message to ensure everyone is on high alert. The fog is dense today. We must guard against a surprise attack. The messenger nodded and sprinted towards the front lines, but in that fleeting moment, the camp erupted with the thunderous sounds of battle. The enemy had breached the magical formation and infiltrated the ranks of the mages. A condemned prisoner laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "These mages are merely a product of wealth. They present themselves as noble beings, yet now they are being slaughtered like swine. How exhilarating, how satisfying." These condemned men were indeed desperate lunatics, harboring a deep disdain for those they deemed superior. The mages found themselves in a harrowing plight, facing brutal extermination. Several Do Zong frowned and commanded, "End this swiftly. Eliminate the mage formation without delay." In the face of the Do Zong, the prisoners felt a twinge of fear, and thus they dispatched the mages with brutal efficiency. Numerous mages unleashed their spells, but the proximity of their foes resulted in friendly fire, diminishing their effectiveness. The attackers, being masters of the Great Fighter and Do Zong levels, easily evaded the onslaught. Damn it! The commander bellowed. "Warriors, surge forward. These mages are invaluable to the Starfall Empire. Their cultivation strains even the Empire's vast resources, each mage representing a significant investment." After a tumultuous half-hour, order was gradually restored. Yet, the 5,000 Grand Masters and 300 battle sovereigns were simply outnumbered. The Starfall Empire had deployed its elite forces to the front lines, bolstered by reinforcements from the Windrider Empire. Lin Lei's contingent was insufficient. Prolonged engagement would result in their annihilation. Of course, Lin Lei's mission was not suicidal. It was merely to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy's mage corps. "Quickly, they're encircling us. Prepare to withdraw," a battle sovereign ordered. Some fled swiftly, while others covered the retreat. Despite the initial ambush, the enemy maintained order, having anticipated Lin Lei's attack and prepared defenses the previous night. However, the approaching dawn and dense fog had caused temporary disarray. "Brothers, stall them with all your might. Every kill is a victory." The condemned soldiers fought with fervor, not all of them inherently wicked. Some had merely strayed from the path. Lin Lei, observing the distant battle, declared, "Enough. Advance the main force. Give the elite assassination squad time to escape." 200,000 troops surged forward. As the Starfall Empire struggled to contain the assassination squad, they were confronted with Lin Lei's advancing army. A cunning strategy indeed. The commander, with a grim expression, ordered, "Prepare to face the enemy, eliminate them all." The great Do Masters and Do Zong swiftly fled the scene, leaving the ordinary soldiers to clash fiercely. In that instant, the mage forces suffered significant losses, while the ordinary soldiers found themselves at a considerable advantage under Lin Lei's command. From his lofty perch atop the watchtower, Lin Lei observed the distant battle, which raged on for the entirety of the morning. For the first time, they had successfully repelled the Starfall Empire. Lin Lei exhaled deeply. If they could not triumph over the Starfall Empire under such circumstances, it would signify an insurmountable disparity. Was this strategy taught by Chu Yanhui? Yang Chen remarked. Embodying a figure of authority, as if the three great empires of Earth were merely pawns on his chessboard. Yang Chun was not mistaken. Lin Lei lacked the strategic acumen to conceive such a plan on his own. Had it not been for Chu Yanhui's guidance in the art of warfare, he would never have devised such a tactic. However, this surprise attack could only be employed once, as its effectiveness would surely diminish in subsequent encounters. This ambush resulted in the annihilation of 23,000 enemy mages, while their own losses amounted to 3,700 Great Do Masters and 120 Do Zong. Even with the element of surprise, Lin Lei's side endured grievous losses. Meanwhile, the high-ranking forces faced a resounding victory against the ordinary soldiers. In just half a day, the 200,000-strong army had incurred 30,000 casualties while claiming the lives of over 60,000 foes, a historic and overwhelming triumph. Lin Lei felt a degree of satisfaction with this achievement, yet the battles that lay ahead remained daunting. War is a matter of attrition, a contest of resources and endurance. However, to speak candidly, such a struggle akin to a battle between deities results in minimal losses, allowing the war to persist for centuries, or even millennia. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head, hoping that Lin Lei would not be overwhelmed by this recent victory. Chapter 34. Desperate seclusion. Lin Lei has been at the helm of the empire for many years, and with Yang Chen's prior counsel to remain humble and vigilant, he would naturally not let the recent triumph cloud his judgment. Just after securing a victory, the Starfall Empire promptly organized an assault the following day, compelling Lin Lei and his soldiers to rely on their formidable city walls for defense and to hold their ground. Even so, a significant amount of area of effect magic inflicted damage upon numerous soldiers. While the fatalities were few, the number of injuries was considerable, rendering them incapable of fighting effectively in the short term. The retaliation from the Starfall Empire was brief, yet it swiftly dampened the recently heightened morale. The soldiers grumbled, lamenting that each time the mage battalion advanced, they could only retreat like turtles, unable to charge forth and engage in combat. In close-quarters combat, they were far from fearful. Lin Lei felt somewhat powerless regarding this situation. Although the initial ambush had yielded great success, the losses on their side were also substantial. With over 3,000 of the 5,000 great duelists wounded and nearly half of the dual sovereigns lost, even if another ambush were to achieve remarkable results, inflicting further casualties on the opposing mage legion would only be feasible to the extent of around 20,000, while the enemy's mage battalion still numbered at least 50,000. Such a disparity in numbers was beyond Lin Lei's capacity to compensate. Unless all the military forces from Chu Yanhui's side were mobilized, it would be impossible to fully confront the incursions of the Windrider Empire. Ultimately, it was a singular nation striving to resist two empires, rendering the available strength incapable of contending with both. Achieving a robust defense, relying on the geography and fortifications, had already reached the limits of possibility, especially after losing nearly half of the cities. If every city were to be desired and defended, Lin Lei would have long since exhausted his forces. Indeed, the notion of consolidating troops and relinquishing certain cities was also proposed by Chu Yanhui. Thus his arrival provided Lin Lei with significant respite. It was at this juncture that Lin Lei realized the paramount importance of a capable general. He even contemplated single-handedly eliminating the emperors of the Starfall Empire and the Windrider Empire, believing such an act would resolve everything. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient to disregard the multitude of Do Wang and Do Zong level experts. A solitary effort would be futile, or else he would have done so already. Moreover, as the war progressed, both sides had exhibited restraint, withholding their most formidable forces with not a single Do Wang level expert yet deployed. Should a Do Wang intervene, the conflict would spiral beyond control. One such individual could easily counter a myriad of soldiers, and the clash of elite forces would inevitably result in devastating casualties. Thus, akin to an unspoken rule, neither side had unleashed powers exceeding the Do Zong rank. However, at this moment, Lin Lei was nearing his breaking point. Continuing under the current circumstances would only lead to self-inflicted suffering, gradually eroding their strength to the brink of annihilation. The advisor beside Lin Lei spoke with resignation. "We wish to prevail." Lin Lei, holding his breath, replied, "We have no chance of victory unless we can secure external support. But what allies can we truly enlist? In reality, only the three great empires on the continent possess formidable strength. The other clans and tribes, even if they were to join us, would not significantly alter the disparities. Furthermore, they are unlikely to ally with us. Any who step forward at this juncture would be deemed a fool. These clans and tribes remain hesitant, for choosing the wrong side could result in their annihilation. Thus, aiding Lin Lei now would be the most foolish course of action. Moreover, Lin Lei is at a considerable disadvantage compared to others. No selection could possibly favor him. Stubbornly resisting, Lin Lei was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Yet he felt utterly powerless. "You shall command the front lines. I must enter seclusion." At this moment, seclusion? Lin Lei's advisor was bewildered. What did the emperor mean by this? Did he intend to surrender? Lin Lei closed his eyes momentarily before opening them again. "There is but one path forward, and that is for me to break through to the Dozun realm. If I can attain the Doxing realm, I alone will be capable of sweeping away the Dowang." Lin Lei was prepared to gamble everything. The only opportunity to preserve his empire lay in his own breakthrough. If His Majesty the Emperor was resolved to fight to the death, then I, his loyal subject, shall dedicate myself entirely to buy him that precious time. This venerable minister has accompanied Lin Lei for an exceedingly long time, far surpassing the duration of Lin Lei's acquaintance with the Empress. Thus, Lin Lei's trust in him eclipses even that in the Empress. "I beg of you," Lin Lei exclaimed, gesturing as he departed the Grand Hall. Seclusion must remain undisturbed. Yet he could not allow his soldiers to perceive his absence from the front lines. The Emperor's sudden retreat from the battlefield could easily unsettle the morale of the troops, a circumstance Lin Lei was keen to avoid. Consequently, he instructed that he would utilize the former lord's secret chamber for his seclusion. Lin Lei retrieved a precious treasure, a bright crimson fruit, and consumed it with a sense of urgency. This fruit greatly aids in enlightenment, a boon he had originally intended to use at the time of his greatest peril. After all, the longer one accumulates time, the higher the success rate of employing such treasures for enlightenment. However, Lin Lei could not afford to be overly cautious now, even if it were a waste. He felt compelled to ingest the fruit. In the wilderness, one often encounters spiritual fruits, yet these particular fruits lacked sufficient age, as the continent had not undergone significant changes for long. Fortunately, with fewer inhabitants and fewer monsters, the spiritual energy in the realm was quite abundant, allowing these fruits to reach a usable state in a remarkably short time. After consuming the fruit, Lin Lei's entire being turned a vivid crimson, emanating heat as if he had been steamed. Yet, his insights within the depths of his mind surged rapidly, enabling him to break through one inscrutable barrier after another. The satellite's infrared scanning observed meticulously, and Yang Chun was acutely aware of Lin Lei's endeavors. It was a desperate gamble. Should he fail, it would signify Lin Lei's total defeat, rendering this era utterly disconnected from him. Yang Chun shook his head slightly and remarked, "The timing chosen is rather unfavorable. There exists another individual whose circumstances are akin to Lin Lei's, and that is Chu Yanhui. Indeed, the moment of Chu Yanhui's breakthrough is not far off either. At this juncture, the two of them are each stationed at their respective posts. Should one encounter a predicament, the other could potentially step in. However, with Lin Lei in seclusion and Chu Yanhui on the verge of a breakthrough, a situation of leaderless chaos is imminent. I sense that the day of my own breakthrough is drawing near." Chu Yanhui instructed his subordinates, "Notify the Emperor. I am about to break through. You must steadfastly defend the city during my breakthrough and heed the Emperor's commands. This personal breakthrough is of paramount importance, surpassing even the defense of the nation." A lesson that Yang Chun imparted and that Chu Yanhui etched into his memory. In Chapter 35, Difficulties in Balancing Priorities, everything on Chu Yanhui's side was meticulously arranged, awaiting Lin Lei's feedback before proceeding with his breakthrough. He was taken aback to discover that Lin Lei had chosen this moment to enter seclusion. This was indeed unexpected. Chu Yanhui had also been preparing for his own breakthrough. Typically, breakthroughs occur when one senses the opportune moment, akin to an instinctive awareness. This instinct cannot be delayed. Some breakthroughs require accumulation, while others demand a sudden flash of insight. For someone like Chu Yanhui, it was indeed a moment of sudden clarity. Thus, postponement was not an option. Delaying might deprive him of the chance to ascend to the realm of Dozun. Faced with his own opportunities and the path ahead, Chu Yanhui found it exceedingly difficult to relinquish his aspirations. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately resolved to proceed with his decision. Chu Yanhui's adjutant had also received military orders, resolutely refusing to leave his post, while Chu Yanhui himself began preparations for a breakthrough. The Windrider Empire and the Starfall Empire had not acquired intelligence on Lin Lei, yet they were fully aware of Chu Yanhui's imminent attempt to break through. After years of engagement, they had witnessed Chu Yanhui's rapid advancement in strength through warfare. Thus, his forthcoming breakthrough presented the perfect opportunity for an assault. Without his commanding presence in the army, his adjutant was hardly a formidable opponent. The commander of the Windrider Empire sneered, "We shall capture the East City within 3 days, then advance straight into the imperial capital to bring an end to this protracted conflict." They had been waiting for this moment, and at last, it had arrived. "General, although Chu Yanhui is in seclusion, Lin Lei may dispatch Do Wang to provide support and create distractions. Once the city falls, those Do Wang might resort to desperate measures. Disregarding the rules, that is of no concern. We have yet to reveal our trump card, and the war has reached its final hour." These two men had to consider all possible scenarios. Yet, in truth, Lin Lei's side had shown no response. Even Lin Lei's most loyal strategist lacked the audacity and adaptability, relying solely on Lin Lei's commands. Naturally, he declined Chu Yanhui's request, hoping that Chu Yanhui could endure until Lin Lei emerged from seclusion, believing that everything could be resolved then. However, how could one predict the timing of such enlightenment during a period of introspection? Perhaps a week, perhaps a month, or even longer. Chu Yanhui could not afford to wait for Lin Lei with the possibility of his breakthrough. Should he fail in his endeavor, he would forever forfeit the chance to ascend to the realm of Dozun. Thus, at this moment, he cast aside all hesitations, determined to pursue his breakthrough. Moreover, his ascendance to the Dozun realm would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. What Chu Yanhui obtained was nothing less than the finest, meticulously crafted by Yang Chun, who regarded him as the individual most likely to challenge the semi-divine existence. At the very least, Yang Chun believed that this era held the greatest opportunity for such a challenge. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged upon Chu Yanhui, pulsating rhythmically like the act of breathing. Charge! The elite forces of the Windrider Empire surged forth, a dark tide sweeping across the once majestic mountains and rivers, now reduced to mere plains. From beyond the horizon, at least 100,000 troops emerged in a relentless advance. Resist! Resist! The lieutenant, entrusted with a grave responsibility by Chu Yanhui, roared with fervor, rallying countless soldiers into a state of urgent readiness. Upon the city walls, a multitude of war machines were hastily deployed. Countless arrows were launched, cascading down like a torrential rain. Shields below, morale soared as shields were raised above their heads, deflecting the deluge of arrows. Falling stones. Wizards, prepare. Massive boulders were hurled forth, while the incantations of the mages commenced. Following the launch of the stones, a multitude of fireballs coalesced in the air, descending with ferocity. Mages, the sorcerers behind the Windrider Empire, immediately began their incantations, conjuring a colossal magical barrier that shielded them from the looming boulders, effectively intercepting the fireballs unleashed by their fellow spellcasters. Yet, the immense boulders that had been overlooked wreaked havoc beneath the battle formations of the Windrider Empire. In the briefest of moments, the warriors of the Windrider Empire had surged forward to the city gates. "Stand aside, let us through." A series of combatants stood at the threshold, exerting their might, as the formidable walls crumbled into dust under their relentless assault. "Quickly, activate the magical defenses." The deputy of Chu Yanhui, having taken his superior's place, realized just how arduous Chu Yanhui's command had been. Though he mimicked Chu Yanhui's strategies, the disparity in effectiveness was stark. Look at that deputy. He hasn't a clue. Without Chu Yanhui, this city would have fallen long ago. The commander of the Windrider Empire guffawed heartily, taking a swig of his aged wine. That lad, Chu Yanhui, is truly remarkable. His command abilities are unparalleled, I concede. But this deputy cannot even transcribe the answers given to him. He's utterly inept. The commander shook his head, holding the deputy in contempt. The deputy, overwhelmed and flustered, found himself unable to mount a defense, despite the enemy's assaults being no different from when Chu Yanhui was present. Soon, a massive breach was torn in the walls, allowing a throng of soldiers to pour into the city. Fortunately, the civilians had already been evacuated, and countless soldiers erupted from the buildings, initiating urban warfare. Stop them. Hold the line. Shield bearers. Block the breach. At that moment, the deputy glanced in a particular direction, the very spot where Chu Yanhui had broken through. He fervently wished for Chu Yanhui to achieve success swiftly in order to command the troops, while he himself could join the fray. Seal the breach. Seal it. The soldiers roared, yet the opposing forces, upon finding their breach effectively sealed, retreated in an orderly fashion akin to a receding tide. As if they had anticipated this moment all along. They offered no opportunity for pursuit. How could this be? They retreated? The adjutant sensed that the enemy had a distinct advantage, yet they chose to withdraw? Regardless, he dismissed these thoughts, urging the swift repair of the city walls. With the enemy having retreated, the immediate task was to hastily mend the fortifications. The coming days would provide no respite. General, please, expedite the process, the adjutant implored, desperate for Chu Yanhui to break through, for he truly felt overwhelmed. Chapter 36. The city in peril. Chu Yanhui was still gathering the energy required for his breakthrough, maintaining his awareness of the external world. He had certainly heard the echoes of the recent battle that resonated across the sky. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to concern himself with the happenings around him. Focus. Do not become distracted. At last, Chu Yanhui comprehended the distinction his mentor, Yang Chun, had spoken of regarding presence and absence. If he were not here, his mind would remain undisturbed, but being in the general's position inherently demanded his attention, as he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the city and the safety of his subordinates. Seizing the rare opportunity to catch his breath, his adjutant approached the site of Chu Yanhui's impending breakthrough, hesitating at the threshold. As a warrior of considerable prowess, he understood the critical nature of this moment. Yet faced with the formidable Windrider Empire, he felt utterly powerless. Boom. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Chu Yanhui sat solemnly in the tranquil chamber, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. With a pained expression, he uttered, "Speak of today's battle circumstances. I have but 1 hour remaining. After this hour, my ability to guide you will cease." His aide, elated, was astonished that Chu Yanhui would still concern himself with the affairs of war at such a moment. He promptly recounted all that had transpired that day, detailing the enemy's maneuvers and his defensive strategies with unwavering accuracy. Chu Yanhui furrowed his brow, his expression slightly grim. An hour from now, they will undoubtedly launch another assault. This cycle will repeat, and for at least a day, you may endure relentless attacks. While the force may not be as fierce as the initial strike, it will undoubtedly exhaust the defenders of the city. He continued, by the following day, the full-scale assault shall commence. Today, you must adopt a stance of passive resistance. Defense is paramount, yet you need not expend all your strength. Endure through today, and let fate dictate tomorrow. The aide pondered aloud. Does the general imply that they will not seize the city today? Perplexed, he recalled. Yet, in the first attack, they evidently concentrated a significant force and even breached the city walls. Indeed, the initial onslaught was executed with full might. But that was merely to set the pace for you. In doing so, they aimed to undermine your morale and stamina on the first day, making the subsequent assault considerably easier. Thus, their forthcoming assault must surely be a mere feint. You need only to defend the city walls with 1/3 of your forces, alternating in shifts, allowing for a sense of assurance today. As Chu Yanhui spoke, the ambient spiritual energy around him thickened, almost taking on a liquid form, contracting and expanding rhythmically with his breath. As for the following day, Chu Yanhui shook his head. I can only conjecture to this point. I am unable to strategize for the second day. However, you must devote yourselves entirely to the defense. Do not let your guard down. My breakthrough will yield results within 3 days at most. You must endure for the next 2 days. As he spoke, Chu Yanhui coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression grim. The adjutant recognized that Chu Yanhui had reached the limits of his breakthrough and could no longer afford distractions. He promptly closed the door to the quiet chamber, unwilling to disturb him. Chu Yanhui steadied his breath and continued his breakthrough, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. The combat energy within his sea of qi steadily increasing and gradually expanding. The adjutant, having received guidance from Chu Yanhui, felt a measure of relief, placing his unwavering trust in him. Yet, less than an hour after departing from Chu Yanhui, the enemy indeed launched another assault. The enemy advanced with great fervor, their might resounding thunderously as they charged forth. Just as the soldiers prepared to surge forward, the adjutant swiftly adjusted the strategy. 2/3 would remain on standby while 1/3 would engage in defense. Under such circumstances, how could 1/3 possibly hold the line? The adjutant pondered and concurred, realizing that even if they feigned effort, it was imperative to maintain full alert. Otherwise, the enemy would immediately discern his intentions if only 1/3 of the troops were on duty. He amended the orders to ensure full readiness while instructing 2/3 of the forces to feign defense, thus conserving their strength. Despite their confusion regarding the general's directive, the soldiers complied. Those initially held back now manned the city walls, deliberately positioning themselves at the rear to create the illusion of numbers. The Wind Rider Empire's war cries reverberated intensely, yet their assault seemed more theatrical than substantial, a stark contrast to their initial offensive. Primarily relying on their mage core, they unleashed a barrage of spells upon the city walls. However, the eastern city walls, fortified with resilient anti-magic coatings, proved highly resistant to magical attacks. Furthermore, the Wind Rider Empire's mages were notably less formidable than those of the Starfall Empire, rendering their assault somewhat ineffectual. The offensive persisted for approximately 2 hours, with 1/3 of the garrison adequately repelling the attacks. After this duration, the Wind Rider Empire's forces withdrew. Despite the seemingly ferocious barrage, the actual impact was rather moderate. The adjutant chuckled, attributing the successful defense to Chu Yanhui's astute guidance rather than the general's foresight. Subsequently, the enemy launched attacks lasting around 2 hours every other hour, continuing this pattern until late into the night. "General," an officer remarked, "with our persistent attacks, the defending forces must be utterly exhausted. A forceful assault at dawn will undoubtedly secure the city." Within the confines of the encampment, the 2 generals of the Wind Rider Empire convened, their discourse imbued with satisfaction regarding the recent offensive. In stark contrast to the contentment of the Wind Rider Empire, the adjutant of Chu Yanhui experienced a similar sentiment. Guided by Chu Yanhui's sagacity, their engagements had yielded minimal casualties, while simultaneously conserving the vitality of their troops. "A formidable battle looms on the horizon," the adjutant remarked, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding panorama. "Prior to their next assault, let us initiate a preemptive strike. Their intent is undoubtedly to deprive us of respite through incessant harassment. Yet their machinations have played directly into our hands. This time, we shall inflict upon them a resounding blow." The adjutant's strategic decision proved prescient. Under the cloak of darkness, he had orchestrated an ambush, positioning his troops strategically outside the city gates. As the Wind Rider Empire launched their offensive, a deluge of soldiers surged forth, catching their adversaries completely off guard. With numerical superiority and the element of surprise firmly in their grasp, the Wind Rider Empire's assault was swiftly repulsed, culminating in a chaotic retreat. This resurgence, born of desperation, underscored the urgency of their plight, prompting them to undertake such a perilous maneuver. The Grand General of the Wind Rider Empire responded with a hearty laugh, dismissing the setback as inconsequential. "Fear not," he proclaimed, "for it is but a trifling loss. Tomorrow, they shall face our true might." Chapter 37. Death Before Surrender, buoyed by the triumph. Chu Yanhui's adjutant clenched his fist in exhilaration. While adept at combat and possessing an innate aptitude for cultivation, the intricacies of military command had proven elusive. Despite his diligent study of tactical doctrines, the art of warfare remained a formidable challenge. He devoted far more time to his training than he had anticipated, yet today, when it came time to command, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. Only in the final decision did he exhibit a degree of competence, which, to his delight, yielded a resounding victory. Invigorating his spirits, this triumph even led the Lin-Lei Empire to adopt a somewhat haughty demeanor, dismissing the offensive of the Wind Rider Empire with disdain. The general's strategic prowess was commendable. He decimated the enemy forces, a feat that even General Chu Yanhui might find challenging to replicate. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they began to boast, utterly oblivious to the virtue of humility. Yet, individuals revel in such praise, and thus, the aide-de-camp found himself becoming somewhat carried away by the accolades. On this night, under a sparse starry sky, the day had drawn to a close. After the surprise assault, it was likely that the Wind Rider Empire would refrain from further incursions, though the outcome of the impending fierce battle remained uncertain. One must not succumb to arrogance or complacency. The aide-de-camp slapped his own cheek, standing resolutely atop the city wall, embodying both general and vanguard. He was determined to remain vigilant in this position, ready to detect any signs of movement at the first hint of disturbance. At dawn the following day, while many were still ensconced in slumber, the enemy launched a vigorous assault, reminiscent of their initial attack, with mages in the rear and soldiers charging forward, intent on seizing the city. Armed with the experience of the previous day, the aide-de-camp appeared remarkably composed and unflustered. He issued military orders with precision, and the troops below executed their defensive maneuvers in an orderly manner. Although the breach, originally blasted open by a Dozone powerhouse, was initially sealed, it lacked the solidity of the city walls and was once again breached. Numerous soldiers sacrificed their lives to fortify the gap, while the enemy surged forward like relentless waves, each crashing against the breach. Had the fatigue of the previous day still lingered, defending the breach would have been an insurmountable task. However, the garrison had been divided into 3 shifts, each afforded time for recuperation, resulting in exceptional mental and physical condition. They successfully repelled the ravenous onslaught of the invading forces. The Wind Rider Empire, unable to secure a swift victory, gradually incurred greater losses than the defending forces of the Lin-Lei Empire. It is typical that an attacking force would sustain higher casualties than the defending troops, but this was abnormal. Something is amiss, General. How can the defending troops be so resilient? They do not appear to be exhausted. The Vice-General of the Wind Rider Empire remarked to his commanding officer. At this rate, we may not be able to conquer the city in the short term. If the troops lose their edge, then the commander, his face grim, observed the battle unfolding on the field. Issue the order for the mage units to retreat first. Our army will feign a rout and withdraw. Yesterday, I sensed something was off. It seems he discerned our intentions from yesterday and deliberately divided the troops into several segments, ensuring they all received adequate rest. Yes, General, their offensive has faltered. Pursue them and slay them all. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yanhui's deputy general immediately commanded the troops to open the city gates and pursue the fleeing enemy forces. Is this wise? A general remonstrated. Our military directive was to defend the stronghold against the enemy from beyond the city walls. Such a pursuit is inadvisable. Seize the opportunity. Did you not witness their rout? The adjutant of Chu Yanhui exclaimed. The foe is at their weakest. Pursue them and achieve glory. The soldiers had already surged forth with zealous cries, and the city gates stood open. Any attempt at obstruction was now futile. Being warriors, their physical prowess and velocity far surpassed that of ordinary humans. The chase extended for over 100 miles. As the soldiers of the Lin-Lei Empire overtook the fleeing troops, a multitude of hidden soldiers ambushed them from the surroundings. Simultaneously, the defensive forces within the eastern city had been reduced by a third, and a substantial number of concealed troops emerged from both sides to continue the assault. A mage contingent was also brought forward to provide cover for the attacking soldiers. The adjutant of Chu Yinhui, upon witnessing the scene before him, felt a moment of bewilderment. He had not anticipated an ambush beneath the guise of defeated soldiers, realizing that the fleeing troops were merely bait. Not only that, but the soldiers who had given chase were likely in grave peril. Close the city gates. Defend the city to the death. Allow no enemy soldier to pass. The adjutant could only order a desperate defense. However, with a third of their military strength lured away and facing the enemy's fresh forces, the city's defense was likely doomed. A mere stratagem, and he is completely outmaneuvered. Had Chu Yinhui been here, he would never have afforded us such an opportunity. This one is far too callow. Lieutenant, come with me. I wager in less than 3 hours, we shall stand atop the eastern city's tower, gazing upon the distant vista. The commander of the Wind Rider Empire guffawed, attributing the success of this strategy to his feigned defeat the previous day. The ambush the night before had undoubtedly inflated the morale of the Linlei Empire, leading them to make such an imprudent command decision today, a blunder born only of hubris. You may all proceed with the defense, he instructed. Leave me to my solitude for a while. After a long interval, when everyone had departed, he gradually regained his composure. Any commander must eschew arrogance and hubris, lest they be vanquished. Holding a calligraphy piece pinned by Chu Yinhui, the adjutant exclaimed with heartfelt admiration, "You are the true general." Faced with such a triumph, the adjutant could not evade his culpability. He carefully stowed away the calligraphy Chu Yinhui had written for him and abruptly charged down the city walls. Now, there was no other recourse but to engage the enemy. Battle souls have joined the fray? The twins sneered as they intercepted the adjutant. Let us amuse ourselves with you for a while. The two, mirror images of each other, wielded dual blades and blocked the adjutant's path. If the city falls, I shall have no face to continue living, the adjutant declared. However, to slay 2 battle soul experts alone would be a fitting recompense. The adjutant displayed unwavering resolve. A long spear clutched in his hand, his armor gleaming brilliantly as he proclaimed, "In the art of war, I am inferior to General Chu Yinhui, and in strength, I am also surpassed by him. Yet, I have never retreated when facing adversaries of equal standing." The adjutant's spear moved like a dragon, stirring the air as it lunged toward the twin battle souls. Their expressions turned grave, the adjutant's formidable strength evident. Even they dared only to defend in concert, refraining from any offensive maneuvers until his strength waned. The general, risking his life in battle, valiantly fought against the enemy, the soldiers, imbued with the belief that sorrowful warriors are destined to triumph, found themselves in a fierce stalemate. Kill. Chapter 38. The City Falls. As the aide's frenzy escalated, all the soldiers succumbed to madness. General, they have grown audacious. Should we not retreat from their ferocity? The vice commander of the Wind Riding Empire, uncertain of the battlefield's dynamics, contemplated withdrawal. Their losses had already been substantial, and now, faced with an enemy unafraid of death, the toll would only rise. The great general shook his head, stating, "You clearly fail to grasp the situation on this battlefield. Linlei is merely a cornered beast fighting with commendable bravery. In due time, this fervor will wane, and they shall fall." The general observed with clarity. Regardless of the cunning tactics employed in their previous skirmishes or the mutual losses incurred, the ultimate confrontation would still see the Wind Riding Empire holding an undeniable advantage. Only by steadfastly defending the city could they prolong their resistance. However, should the city gates fall, the ensuing battle would devolve into mere slaughter. No matter how fiercely Linlei's side resisted, the eventual outcome would remain unchanged. Conversely, if they chose to withdraw now, it would afford the enemy the opportunity to reinforce their defenses, leading to even greater losses in future assaults. Moreover, time was not on their side. Chu Yinhui was on the verge of breaking through, and once he succeeded, commanding the forces, he would not commit such elementary errors. If I cannot seize the East City after deceiving 1/3 of the enemy's forces, then I am unworthy of being this great general. Tell the soldiers to fight valiantly. For every foe slain, they shall be rewarded with magic gold, and for 10, with crystal gold. Yes, General. The Vice-General promptly descended to convey the message. The currency on the continent consists of ordinary silver coins, followed by magic gold, and culminating in crystal gold. Ordinary silver coins may be inconsequential, lacking significant value to combatants. But magic gold and crystal gold serve as the hard currency among warriors, essential for most transactions. Kill. Kill. The momentum of both sides surged, neither yielding, resulting in a fierce exchange where rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the land for miles. Ignite the beacon tower. Lin Lei, a sergeant, withdrew from the chaos of battle and made his way to a towering beacon, setting it ablaze. The flames leapt skyward, visible for miles around. Once a beacon is ignited, a multitude of towers began to burn in succession, transmitting the signal far and wide. Hurry! There is a situation in the East City. All soldiers, swiftly rally to my side. 2 armies of 100,000 surged toward the East City. What further schemes does Chu Yanhui conceal? The general of the Wind Rider Empire chuckled coldly. Quickly seize the city. Let them attack when their reinforcements arrive. In truth, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The corpse of Chu Yanhui's vice-general had long been presented before the general of the Wind Rider Empire, surrounded by 5 assailants. He had even managed to slay a newly ascended spirit warrior. This individual's prowess was truly formidable. The twin brothers shook their heads in regret. True heroes recognize one another. Although they are besieged, they hold a deep respect for such a man, differing only in their positions. Otherwise, they would sit down and share a drink together. Once the city is captured, a grand burial awaits. The general of the Wind Rider Empire remarked, while he may not be a renowned commander, he fought valiantly without ever considering a cowardly survival. Such a person deserves our respect. To be wrapped in horsehide and granted a dignified burial upon death, even for the enemy who has laid down his arms, is indeed a profound honor. Your general has fallen. Surrender swiftly, or face merciless slaughter. The general of the Wind Rider Empire shouted with a voice amplified by his aura, urging the soldiers to abandon their resistance. Upon hearing of their general's demise at the hands of the enemy, most soldiers discarded their weapons, unwilling to engage in futile defiance. Yet, a few loyal souls chose to stand resolute, ultimately meeting their end with ease. In war, no one questions the worth of their lives. Countless soldiers perish. Nameless spirits abound, and even generals may not escape a grim fate. Their deaths evoke no lamentation. Death is simply death, devoid of applause or concern. Advance into the city. The general of the Wind Rider Empire laughed heartily as he led countless soldiers forward. This formidable obstacle has finally been overcome. After nearly a century, I, Chu Yanhui, have spent 100 years here, and at long last, I have taken the eastern city. What of the pursued troops? Good. Everyone, prepare your defenses. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. The defeat of the enemy cannot be executed instantaneously. However, the Wind Rider Empire has treated them relatively well. They are not bound in ropes, but merely confined to a single location, awaiting the arrival of a team to escort them to the heart of the Wind Rider Empire for reformation and education before they are put to use. Surrendering on the battlefield. Would you dare to employ them immediately? There is a risk they might turn against us at any moment. Yet, in truth, they are all of the same human race, which is why they were not all exterminated. Shortly after the remnants of the Wind Rider Empire entered the city, reinforcements from Lin Lei arrived. Gathering a force of 100,000, there stood the Grand General of the Wind Rider Empire atop the city gate, laughing heartily. You have arrived a step too late. This eastern city now belongs to the Wind Rider Empire. Depart quickly, and do not attempt to strike at an immovable stone with an egg. This mere 100,000 troops are insufficient to fill even a gap in my tiger army. It is over. We have arrived too late. We must leave swiftly. We cannot remain here, lest our own cities face immediate assault. The 3 cities, with the eastern city positioned centrally, could have dispatched troops to support one another at the slightest disturbance. Conversely, the 2 remaining cities are now isolated, unable to assist the eastern city, having transformed into 2 solitary islands reliant solely on their own defenses. The two forces hurriedly arrived and then hastily departed, each facing their own defensive pressures. With the eastern city now lost, they cannot be blamed. It is only fair to lament the slow ignition of the beacon fires and the rapid fall of the city. The Grand General of the Wind Rider Empire was elated. "General, we've located Chu Yanhui's breakthrough location. Shall we proceed?" The subordinate gestured a decapitation. The Grand General stroked his beard, pondering. Although Chu Yanhui is a formidable adversary, he is also a direct disciple of the enigmatic principle of Holy Soul Academy. Chapter 39, Battle Chu Yanhui. The handling of Chu Yanhui must be approached with utmost caution. Were he merely a student of Holy Soul Academy, it would be a different matter. Over the centuries, the Academy has enrolled countless students, and attrition is inevitable. Death on the battlefield is commonplace, a consequence of war's brutality. Moreover, Holy Soul Academy has maintained neutrality, refusing to favor any nation. If the Academy had already sided with the Lin Lei Empire, eliminating Chu Yanhui would be justifiable. After all, Holy Soul Academy would have initiated the partisanship, and they couldn't allow the Academy to shield the Lin Lei Empire. Otherwise, what would be the point of these two nations waging war? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Since Holy Soul Academy has not favored either side. And Chu Yanhui is the sole disciple of Yangchen, the principal of Holy Soul Academy, renowned as the foremost expert on the continent. The decision to eliminate him must be carefully considered. Even if the decision is to eliminate him, it must be done justly. To assassinate someone during their breakthrough would be both reprehensible and distasteful. Such an act would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Principal Yang Chun, the foremost expert on the continent. Yang Chun had seldom taken action, yet one must not underestimate him. Moreover, he possessed the formidable ability to summon all disciples of the Holy Soul Academy. Over the years, with thousands of Do Wang and Do Hun clashing against a single nation, even our Wind Rider Empire would find it difficult to endure such an onslaught. It is best to avoid provoking this misfortune. The Grand General remarked, "Let him focus on his breakthrough. Once it concludes, we shall have a thorough discussion with him." Surely, those who emerge from the Holy Soul Academy must possess a modicum of reason, right? The general's words were indeed sagacious, as the adjutant nearby immediately flattered him. In truth, the Grand General himself had not anticipated the swift conquest of the East City within merely 2 days. After all, the East City had stood against him for many years, fortified with deep defenses. The adjutant's overzealous ambition to claim credit combined with his inability to maintain composure ultimately led to the East City falling within just half a day on the second day. Even with a third of their forces missing, the high and thick walls should have allowed them to withstand until late in the night, especially with beacon towers available for timely support. However, Chu Yanhui had accounted for everything except for the grave error of employing the wrong individual. The Grand General helplessly shook his head. From a personal perspective, Chu Yanhui's aide could be deemed valiant and unafraid of death. Yet, from the standpoint of military leadership, he was merely a reckless novice, a fool devoid of strategic thinking. The Grand General of the Wind Rider Empire sat back, enjoying his drink, within the city. Only soldiers remained, devoid of civilians, thus there was no need to exhaust efforts maintaining discipline. It was a time of carefree revelry. The inner sea of Chu Yanhui has expanded immensely, while vast quantities of gas continue to fill the ocean, gradually saturating it. Suddenly, strange phenomena manifest in the sky, with thunderous storms erupting continuously. The Grand General stands solemnly, as these extraordinary occurrences emanate from the direction of Chu Yanhui. With a sudden jolt, Chu Yanhui's eyes spring wide open, surrounded by a faint aura of thunder, as if the god of thunder has descended, exuding an imposing and grave presence. Chu Yanhui's attribute is thunder, a variant that transcends the 5 elemental forces. While most fighters are bound to the traditional 5 elements, he possesses the mightiest and most lethal thunder attribute, far surpassing the fundamental elemental powers. Even amidst his breakthrough, Chu Yanhui remains focused on the defenses of the outside world. It is uncertain whether this steadfast determination aided him or if other factors played a role, but he remarkably ascends to the Do Zun realm with extraordinary ease. far quicker than anticipated. As the rumbling thunder gradually dissipates, a spark of lightning flickers in Chu Yanhui's eyes, and he soars upward, reaching the city ramparts in mere seconds. Upon arriving, his expression shifts dramatically. He does not recognize the soldiers stationed here, and he notices that the banners have long been replaced. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, General Chu. To achieve the Dozun realm at such a young age is truly remarkable. I dare say your king did not attain such speed at your age. With such a pace of cultivation, you might be considered the first in history. Li Fei. Chu Yanhui replies gravely. When will the city fall? Today at noon. The Grand General Li Fei responds. Where are the other officers? Chu Yanhui inquires. Follow me, General. Li Fei made a gesture of invitation and then proceeded in a certain direction alongside Chu Yanhui. Within the morning hall, the body of Deputy He lay covered, appearing as if in a peaceful slumber. The general's aide was remarkably loyal, yet regrettably, he was not one who could lead troops into battle. General Li Fei sighed in resignation. Chu Yanhui spoke in a somber tone. I instructed him to hold his position. Why did he not heed my words? How did you engage in combat? Pray, share your account with me. General Li Fei recounted the events of the day's battle. Sighing, Chu Yanhui felt a sense of disappointment. Had Deputy He heeded his counsel, the city would not have been so easily seized by the enemy. Nevertheless, he remarked, a victory is a victory. I am not one to be petty. However, I have one request, and I wonder if the general might grant it. Li Fei laughed heartily. Speak openly, you of the duelist's honor. I desire those surrendered soldiers, Chu Yanhui replied, observing Li Fei, uncertain if this request was too audacious. If it proved to be an unreasonable demand, so be it. Noticing Li Fei's prolonged silence, Chu Yanhui immediately expressed his apologies. Li Fei continued to laugh. Were it not for our differing positions, I would truly wish to befriend the remarkable youth from the Saint Soul Academy. Chu Yanhui was taken aback by Li Fei's willingness to acquiesce to his request and promptly expressed his gratitude. In that case, I thank you, General. I shall remember this favor, and once the warfare concludes, I shall certainly invite you for a drink. With the city no longer under the domain of the Lin Lei Empire, Chu Yanhui found himself unable to remain any longer. After taking stock of the remaining soldiers, he led them away. The remaining troops amount to less than half of the original defending force, approximately 800,000, suffering tremendous losses. This predicament is regrettable. Had Lin Lei been able to send a general to assist, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. Entrusting military command to another is a source of unease for Chu Yanhui, and the only officer he can rely on, Vice Officer He, is courageous yet lacks strategy. While his unwavering resolve in battle is commendable, the loss of the city is utterly unacceptable. General, letting him go is one thing, but handing him these surrendered soldiers is. Li Fei interjected, it matters not. Even if we grant him these 800,000 troops, what of it? We have triumphed once. We shall continue to prevail, for fortune favors us. Chapter 40. The final crucible indeed. This rascal Chu Yanhui has successfully broken through. Yang Chun is profoundly concerned for his disciple. The state of the war is of little interest to him. In fact, he believes that a more intense conflict would be beneficial. It is said that great heroes emerge in tumultuous times, and most champions are born amidst chaos. Thus, the more disorderly the continent becomes, the greater the likelihood of powerful beings emerging. In times of peace and tranquility, devoid of competitive pressure, it is exceedingly difficult to witness the rise of even a single demigod within a mere few hundred years. As Yang Chen himself posits, perhaps Chu Yanhui could have achieved a breakthrough into the realm of fighting sovereigns without engaging in war, but such an accomplishment would not be so easily or swiftly attained. Having cultivated for a mere 3 centuries, Chu Yanhui, whose lifespan now approaches a millennium post-Dozun breakthrough, possesses the potential to ascend to Do Sheng and ultimately demigodhood within the remaining centuries. Divinity is not inherent, but rather the culmination of successive generations of exceptionally gifted individuals. Nevertheless, the timeline for the emergence of the inaugural deity remains uncertain, despite the entirety of Mars' destiny being vested in him. Yang Qin's arrival on Earth did not grant him access to the complete trove of treasures, owing to persistent repulsion and estrangement. Beyond Mars and Earth, Yang Qin extended his gaze to other planets, yet neither the celestial mandate nor fortune manifested. He concluded that the genesis of life upon a planet is a prerequisite for the revelation of celestial fortune and the commencement of the revolution of all things. Lacking the capability to cleave the heavens and earth or create sentient beings, Yang Qin, despite his dominion over Mars, is unable to engender the birth of humans and other life forms, as if their existence were incongruous with the planet's nature. Alternatively, Yang Qin may not have mastered all the governing principles, the full comprehension of which could enable the creation of life. Report any issues concerning extraterrestrials to me without delay. Yang Qin boarded the spacecraft, burdened not only by the matter of the continent, but also by another predicament demanding his attention. In approximately a century, the reconnaissance vessels dispatched to detect the attacking spacecraft were almost entirely decimated. The sole piece of intelligence gleaned was that the extraterrestrials could traverse and subsist in the cosmos using their corporeal forms. This indicated that this wave of aliens was not relying on technological prowess, but rather on their own brute physicality, a stark contrast to Yang Qin's evolutionary path. This extreme physical emphasis had resulted in these aliens possessing remarkably low intelligence. However, Yang Qin suspected that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Otherwise, his battle fleet would not have been so readily vanquished. Concurrently, these extraterrestrials were still advancing towards Earth, and Yang Qin dispatched successive waves of defensive fleets to engage them in combat, resulting in mutual attrition. Yet, these aliens seemed singularly fixated on Earth. Regardless of the circumstances or the cost, they pressed onward towards Earth. Blockheads, mindless brutes. Too lazy to contemplate the deeper machinations, Yang Qin resolved to continue intercepting them. Diminishing their strength to whatever extent possible would ensure that they could not breach Earth's defenses so easily upon arrival. This was his primary objective. Indeed, Yang Qin did not intend to completely annihilate these aliens. He desired to impose a degree of pressure upon the inhabitants of Earth. Internal strife might not galvanize the full potential of humanity, but an external invasion would undoubtedly incite them to action. Ultimately, he would be the benefactor. In a sense, Yang Qin was now even grateful for the Baltan crustaceans' dissemination of information regarding Earth's treasures. Naturally, Yang Qin would never permit Earth to fall into the hands of another race, nor would he allow humanity to become extinct. After all, he himself was once a human, and there is no doubt that he would safeguard humanity's hope for survival. However, what Yang Qin desires is for humanity to evolve continuously, so that his guardianship will have true meaning. Master, it has been more than a century since we last met. I wonder where you have been. First of all, congratulations on successfully entering the Dozun realm. To be honest, I did not expect this war to be of such great assistance to you. Yang Qin looked at Chu Yanhui with a smile and continued. I know what you want to ask. I have been paying attention to the situation on the continent for the past century. He, Yang Qin, was practically observing the tripartite conflict from a god's eye view. No one was clearer than him about the changes that had occurred in the situation. I am eager to hear your teachings, Master. Chu Yanhui never adopted a high-handed attitude just because he had entered the Dozun realm. In the face of his benefactor, he was still like that straightforward child from back then. Yang Qin began to expound eloquently, discussing matters of fortune, celestial cycles, and dynastic changes. In fact, Lin Lei's approach was not wrong, seeking results in seclusion. However, a century has passed, and he still has not emerged. I believe hope is already very slim. And although you have broken through to the Dozun realm, you have lost the most important eastern city. Although you commanded well for a century, you still lost 3 or 5 cities, didn't you? Chu Yanhui nodded. He did not wish for the war to develop to this stage, since Lin Lei was in seclusion. Many of the elite troops under Chu Yanhui's command had been transferred to defend the southern city. Now, he was short of soldiers and generals. It was like asking a skilled cook to make a meal without rice. Furthermore, in the past decade alone, the conflicts among battle kings have been numerous. From your side, At least several dozen battle kings have perished, wouldn't you agree? Yangchen remarked calmly. Chu Yinhui stared at Yangchen, dumbfounded. This information was of the utmost secrecy. How could his mentor be privy to it? Ha ha ha, secrets are seldom kept forever. The fall of dozens of battle kings has dealt a severe blow to the fortunes of the Linlei Empire. You now possess fewer than 30 cities, and your military strength has dwindled by a third compared to a century ago. Judging by celestial signs, Linlei will soon emerge from seclusion. His lifespan is also nearing its end. Whether he makes a desperate gamble or resigns himself to fate remains to be seen. This is a crucial decision. What do you mean by this? Chu Yinhui inquired humbly, looking at his mentor. Yang Chun sat leisurely in his rocking chair and elucidated. To see through is to relinquish a single thought and attain boundless freedom. To fail to see through is to succumb to a single obsession and face eternal damnation. Obsession can transform into a formidable force, but it can also morph into a malevolent demon. It all depends on how you treat it. Chu Yinhui shook his head in bewilderment. I don't comprehend your meaning, teacher. Haha. Yangchen laughed heartily and said, only by shedding burdens can one stride towards a new existence. When an obsession cannot achieve its goal, one should adopt a new mindset and a different perspective. Yang Chen's instruction to Chu Yinhui had already struck at the essence of things. Alas, some fundamental truths cannot be grasped simply by verbalizing them. Chu Yinhui's strength did not require much guidance from Yang Chen. The number of battle saints across the entire continent probably did not exceed 100, especially considering how young Chu Yinhui was. At present, all that Yang Chen desires to impart to him is the essence of dedication. The potency of the heart often surpasses imagination. Very well, let us conclude here for today. A year from now, at this juncture, seek me out, and we shall journey to the southern city where Linlei resides. Yang Chen gestured for Chu Yinhui to depart on his own accord. Although Chu Yinhui harbored lingering doubts, he bowed respectfully and took his leave, as his mentor had instructed. Naturally, as he departed, Chu Yinhui remained engrossed in contemplation of his teacher's words. Over the years, Yang Chun had not fostered a second disciple, partly to prevent others from diverting Chu Yinhui's destiny, and partly because Yang Chun deemed the instruction of disciples to be a wearisome endeavor. Moreover, he believed that this era had no need for two paragons of destiny. Yang Chun, being the consciousness of Mars and representing the Tao of Mars, possessed the ability to influence a person's life with ease, even on Earth. He had nurtured Chu Yinhui with his own destiny, allowing him to share in the destiny of Earth and become the chosen one of this era. However, despite Chu Yinhui's progress to this point, he still lacked a crucial element to truly become the paragon of destiny. This element resided within Linlei. If Linlei could comprehend it, all destinies would converge, and even with Yang Chen's support, Chu Yinhui would make no progress during Linlei's lifetime. Although destiny is often acquired through contention, there is always one individual favored by the heavens themselves. Such individuals, blessed by the heavens, find that their efforts to vie for destiny are met with remarkable success. Despite cognizance of his nation's potential hopelessness, he diligently dedicated himself to defensive endeavors. His adversary, despite breaching several cities over the course of a century, remained steadfastly opposed to him. As strategic acumen had markedly improved over these 100 years, rendering any minor stratagem ineffective against his deployments. Jested, only numerical and qualitative superiority will avail us. As our territory expands and our dominion increases, the empire wanes ever more. With this shifting balance, the war's conclusion is nigh. General mused, the time for a convivial drink withdraws near. Centuries of conflict had fostered a peculiar camaraderie. Had always admired, whose character retained an unadulterated sincerity. Befriending such a man was effortlessly joyful and yearned for a profound and uninhibited discourse with. The year has elapsed. I must seek my mentor. The year had passed with startling swiftness. Honoring his commitment, arrived at his mentor's abode. Opening the door, said, "Let us depart." The two ascended into the sky, heading towards the southern city. Throughout the journey, appeared preoccupied, his countenance grave. "What weighs upon your mind?" inquired serenely. "Master, will the realm be decided this year, perchance?" "Perhaps, Has that scoundrel truly achieved his breakthrough? Upon arriving at the southern city, a multitude of experts ascended to intercept them. But upon beholding insignia, they granted the duo passage. Yang Chun had not traversed the main thoroughfare for several centuries, rendering him unrecognizable to the younger generation. However, upon observing Yin Hui's respectful demeanor and manner of address towards Yang Chun, they realized that this seemingly weathered middle-aged man was, in fact, the president of the Sacred Soul Academy. He must belong to the same era as His Majesty, yet after all this time, he appears unchanged. While Lin Lei has aged considerably due to the passage of time, Yang Chun remains utterly unaffected. It is speculated that Yang Chun may even be older than Lin Lei. What does his agelessness signify? The extent of Yang Chun's power is beyond their comprehension. Where is the Emperor's secluded chamber located? I surmise he shall emerge within 2 hours. Yang Chun indicated a certain direction, known only to the Emperor's advisors. At this point, the advisors had reached a state of utter exhaustion and frailty. With only a few years of life remaining, would the old ministers be granted the chance to behold their sovereign once more in their lifetimes? Presently, the affairs here are predominantly managed by the sons of the advisors, who, of course, are devoted and utterly loyal to their fathers. His son has also received guidance from Chu Yanhui, which has enabled the local defenses to be quite commendable. As the crowd followed Yang Chen's pointed direction, they waited for nearly 3 hours. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from that location, and then a frenzied figure rushed into their view. The newcomer appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and tattered clothing, resembling a madman. His pale beard hung loosely on his face, and his expression was one of sheer madness. My lord, the seasoned advisor, tears streaming down his face, could hardly fathom that his emperor had transformed in such a manner. Though his physique remained robust, Lin Lei appeared to have aged far beyond his years, evoking profound sympathy. Where is my empire? Where is my empire? Lin Lei, resembling a madman, shouted in anguish, making it difficult to reconcile this figure with the once vibrant emperor who excelled in both martial and magical arts. It is still here, it is still here. For a century, the loyal minister has upheld his duty, safeguarding this territory. I have lost the city, and for that, I am guilty of neglect. In that moment, Chu Yanhui immediately knelt before Lin Lei, bowing his head in apology. Chu Yanhui, lost. Lost. Lin Lei raged, urging, prepare for an assault. Annihilate the Starfall Empire and the Windrider Empire. Lin Lei had not even changed his attire and, in a frenzy, surged forth, leaping from the city wall towards the encampment below. Has he gone mad? Quickly, protect the Emperor. Go. The old advisor, overwhelmed with fury and anxiety, coughed up blood, darkness enveloping him as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. In that moment, chaos reigned, and the crowd was at a loss as to how to proceed. Chapter 42, Inner Demons. Madman, Yang Chen declared, since the Emperor has risked everything, it is imperative that you all rally and follow him. Yang Chun's reminder jolted the others into action. They assembled their troops, opening the city gates to charge forth alongside their emperor. Master, how could such calamity befall us? Chu Yanhui too was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a once great sovereign could descend into such despair. Yang Chun spoke indifferently. It is merely the onset of madness, a consequence of profound obsession leading one into the depths of inner demons. Those lacking sufficient cultivation have likely never heard of or encountered this inner turmoil. He continued, to ascend from the Dozun realm to the Do-Sheng realm, and from Do-Sheng to demigod, one must confront the trial of inner demons, which may manifest prematurely or be delayed. However, overcoming this trial is essential to transcend into extraordinary realms, to become the mightiest being beneath the heavens. The crowd listened, captivated and astonished by Yang Chen's profound words. What did it signify that he could articulate such thoughts? Had he experienced it himself? Observing his seemingly unperturbed demeanor, it appeared he had triumphed over this ordeal. Did that imply that Yang Chen's strength was at least that of a Doshing, perhaps even a demigod? Such depths were unfathomable. In reality, Yang Chun was far beyond the mere classifications of Dosheng or demigod. he transcended both levels by an immeasurable margin, standing upon Mars. With calculations derived from advanced computations, he could effortlessly annihilate entire battalions. The willpower of a planet does not permit resistance from any being. On Earth, due to the lack of harmonious convergence of celestial laws, Yangchen could only wield the power granted by this robotic vessel. Yet, this power was sufficient to contend with and triumph over a Do Shang, though it remained uncertain against a demigod, provided such a being existed on this planet. From a certain perspective, Lin Lei's actions could be deemed pioneering. He was the first to unlock the inner demons, even if he ultimately became lost within them. At the very least, these cultivators have come to understand the significance of the heart's demons, as a new rule has manifested within the celestial order. The greater the number of rules that emerge, the more it signifies the completion of these principles, indicating that the Earth is continuously progressing forward. As the army pressed onward, everyone surged forth, while Lin Lei stood resolutely at the gates of the Starfall Empire, his voice echoing like thunder, unwavering even in his advanced years. A single resounding blast instilled fear in the hearts of the generals of the Starfall Empire. Although Lin Lei had not yet transcended to the Saint of Combat realm, he could still wield the power of a saint under the influence of his heart's demons, showcasing his formidable dual mastery of martial and demonic arts. Yang Chun cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yanhui beside him and inquired, "What do you think your chances of victory against him are?" "Disciple." After pondering for a moment, Chu Yanhui replied, "Perhaps I have a 30% chance." Yang Chun laughed heartily. "If you ask me, you don't even have a single % chance." "Not a single %?" Chu Yanhui exclaimed. Yang Chun gestured for him to remain calm. As I mentioned earlier, he can harness power exceeding that of a combat sovereign, and being adept in both martial and demonic arts grants him a natural boost in strength. Once he succumbs to the demon's influence, his power increases significantly, and he acts without regard for consequences. Like a firework, he will relentlessly burn and expend energy, unleashing terrifying bursts of power. In contrast, your energy is constant. I simply do not believe you can endure his explosive outbursts. What does the master imply? At this moment, Chu Yanhui was not concerned with victory or defeat. He discerned Yang Chen's intent, which was abundantly clear. Once the battle commenced, Lin Lei would meet his demise amidst the fray. Yang Chun nodded quietly, refraining from speech, for the presence of numerous generals rendered any overt declaration potentially chaotic. In response to Lin Lei's challenge, the Starfall Empire was compelled to dispatch a representative. A Dozuan descended slowly from the sky, but before he could utter a word, Lin Lei's fist was already hurtling toward him. The Dozuan reacted swiftly, demonstrating considerable strength as he deflected Lin Lei's blow and retreated. Unyielding, Lin Lei pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks. The Dozuan felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Even in defense, he began to sense his limitations. Lin Lei's force surged like ocean waves, the initial strike modest, yet each subsequent wave grew in magnitude, cascading relentlessly, layer upon layer. Ultimately, the Dozuan could no longer contain himself, spitting forth a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward, desperate to escape the terrifying behemoth that was Lin Lei. Darkstone armor. Healing spell. A mage appeared behind the Dozuan, his strength on par with the warriors. "Fear not. Together, we shall vanquish him." They remained oblivious to the true identity of the figure before them, for Lin Lei's current frenzied demeanor was in stark contrast to his regal self, rendering even his most loyal ministers unable to recognize him. Bolstered by the support of the mage, the Dozuan fought fiercely, while the mage summoned a mighty earth elemental giant to aid in the confrontation against Lin Lei. "From where did your Lin Lei empire find such a reckless madman?" The general above shouted while dispatching his mage troops and a multitude of fighters to charge forward. "It seems that today you wish to engage in a decisive battle. Even the powerful Dozuan have begun to take action, so do not blame us for being uncivilized." The hidden cards of the Starfall Empire, including Do Hun and Do Wang, have all been revealed. At the moment they struck, countless Do Wang and Do Hun soared into the sky, roaring, "Dare you insult our emperor? Prepare to meet your doom." The battle in the skies quickly became entangled without further ado. Lin Lei's side had never anticipated that their adversary had two Dozun guarding the front lines. Go assist the emperor. The old strategist's son shouted at Chu Yanhui. Are you not loyal to our emperor? Yang Chun replied. Do not fret. Your emperor can easily eliminate these two Dozun. Chu Yanhui contemplated, questioning whether he could overcome the combined might of these two Dozun. Currently, Lin Lei's displayed strength was insufficient. Chapter 43. Rampaging Lin Lei grew increasingly fearless in battle, resembling an invincible war deity. The soldiers of the Lin Lei Empire, witnessing their sovereign's formidable prowess, naturally fought valiantly without hesitation. Though the forces were vastly mismatched, the combat remained evenly contested. Even Yang Chun found this difficult to predict. However, it was uncertain how long the cornered beasts could struggle. The disparity between the erupting energy and the energy they could originally sustain was immense. And the principle of the lamenting soldiers applied here as well. Yang Chun elucidated that Chu Yanhui was not particularly concerned with the conditions of the battlefield. Rather, his primary focus lay on the intense confrontation between Lin Lei and the two Dozun. At his level of prowess, ordinary skirmishes failed to pique his interest. Only the clash of formidable warriors could inspire profound insights. Such revelations would significantly aid Chu Yanhui in his ongoing quest for further breakthroughs. The wisdom of predecessors is invaluable, akin to a tree planted by one generation, providing shade for those that follow. Lin Lei resembled a pioneer traversing an endless desert, continuously forging wider paths for future generations. However, his flame was nearing extinction, and it would soon fall upon others to carve a path towards eternal immortality. The deployment of two Dozun on the front lines represented a significant effort by the Starfall Empire, yet neither could suppress Lin Lei, who was gradually beginning to assert dominance over them, an alarming prospect indeed. Lin Lei roared, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, as power surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of magic. The two Dozun found themselves struggling to withstand his onslaught. How has he grown so formidable? A madman, an absolute madman. The two Dozun were reluctant to engage him directly, opting instead for a more evasive approach. Yet Lin Lei's speed and strength surpassed theirs, rendering their attempts to hinder him futile. Although his consciousness was somewhat clouded, his instinct for battle remained acutely clear. He recognized that his greatest obstacle at that moment was the lurking mage. This mage had been harassing him from a position of safety, and had it not been for this interference, Lin Lei would have already dispatched the Dozun. Suddenly, Lin Lei's Fangtian Huaji thrust forward, sending the Dozun reeling backward. In a frenzied rush, Lin Lei charged toward the mage. Once within close proximity, the mage stood no chance against the Dozun, and panic ensued as he desperately sought assistance. Yet, Lin Lei was too swift. No one could position themselves in his path in time. The Fangtian Huaji lunged violently toward the mage's chest, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that obliterated the mage into mere fragments, leaving him utterly lifeless. A thunderous roar erupted from the Dozun, but rather than advancing, he hastily retreated from the battlefield. Understanding the principle of shared fortune and ruin, he realized that if he could not withstand Lin Lei's might alongside another, he would surely falter alone. This was not a moment for sorrowful lamentation. The priority was to escape swiftly. His bellowing cries served merely to bolster his own courage, creating the illusion of a desperate stand to buy himself a fleeting moment to flee. With a swift exit, Lin Lei did not pursue him. Instead, he plunged into the ranks of soldiers like a wolf among sheep. Lin Lei's onslaught was unparalleled in its devastation. A single Dozun possessed the capacity to wreak havoc upon such a military force. The general of the Xing Luo Empire, witnessing Lin Lei's relentless fury, felt a chill of fear grip his heart. How could such a man be countered? Even Do Wang would hesitate to challenge his prowess. For Lin Lei had just dispatched a Dozun. Would they not be courting death by confronting him? General, if this continues, our troops will be utterly slaughtered. We must issue a retreat order at once. Unable to withstand the might of that madman, they could no longer continue the fight. Victory can sometimes be as simple as this, when the scales tip even slightly, or an extraordinary force transcends the established rules. the tide of war can swiftly become overwhelmingly one-sided. With Lin Lei standing alone, the Starfall Empire found itself incapable of sustaining the battle any longer. The soldiers of the Starfall Empire began their retreat like beaten hounds. Yet, they exhibited commendable discipline, retreating in an orderly fashion even as Lin Lei mercilessly slaughtered them on one front. Those who found themselves in the line of fire could only resign themselves to their fate, hoping to escape, for no one dared to come to their aid. Even their cries for surrender bore no fruit. Lin Lei was utterly ruthless, and none of the soldiers could hope to survive his onslaught, with many of their own comrades also caught in his path of destruction. Consequently, numerous soldiers were reluctant to approach Lin Lei's position, which had become a veritable vacuum of devastation, with only Lin Lei relentlessly advancing and eliminating the soldiers of the Starfall Empire. For the first time, the Starfall Empire faced utter annihilation and retreat. The soldiers erupted in jubilant shouts. The oppressive weight they had borne for so long was finally lifted. They celebrated their hard-won victory, while Lin Lei, undeterred, continued his relentless charge, resembling an inexhaustible machine, determined to obliterate every obstacle standing in his way. The Emperor. Yangchen shrugged and remarked, "Your Emperor's insatiable desire for conquest seems unlikely to wane. He will continue his slaughter until he reaches the heart of the Starfall Empire, or until someone manages to halt him." The soldiers, still basking in the fleeting joy of victory, had no choice but to march onward, following their emperor's relentless advance. Chu Yanhui furrowed his brow and confessed, "At this moment, I possess barely a 50% chance against Lin Lei." This statement was directed towards his mentor, Yangchen. Yangchen nodded, pondering. This must be the third city, correct? Lin Lei, leading his forces with indomitable momentum, faced no resistance whatsoever. The generals of the Starfall Empire had reported the issue of Lin Lei to their emperor. 2 Dozun warriors could not contain this madman, and they hoped to dispatch more Dozun to eradicate him in one fell swoop. The emperor of the Starfall Empire had never heard of anyone possessing such formidable strength. Yet Lin Lei's prolonged combat had ultimately revealed his identity. Initially, no one dared to believe that an emperor could be so deranged, charging into battle at the forefront like a madman. Regardless of the disbelief, Lin Lei persisted in his actions. Everyone merely considered him insane, unable to accept the impending doom of the empire and resolved to make a final stand. Little did they know the profound changes Lin Lei had undergone. The empire had a total of 7 Dozun warriors, all of whom had been dispatched to the front lines with the utmost determination to eliminate Lin Lei. The emperor of the Starfall Empire had also invested heavily, aiming for a decisive resolution against Lin Lei once and for all. All Dozun warriors had been mobilized. Chapter 44. Chu Yanhui takes action. Lin Lei led his forces with unstoppable momentum. However, to say he was leading would be more accurate to state that the soldiers behind him were merely following in a frenzied dash. Despite the countless enhancements to his strength, his physical condition was akin to that of a powerful bow nearing the end of its draw, struggling to sustain itself. This was a decline of the soul rather than a mere depletion of the body. He had been expending energy from his very essence. Yangchen elucidated. Though devoid of a soul himself, he could consider himself as a vast soul in essence. Therefore, Lin Lei's understanding of this aspect was profoundly deep. Lin Lei had successively reclaimed all lost territories and had even penetrated the heart of the Starfall Empire. Within his consciousness resided a singular thought: to annihilate the Starfall Empire. Brutality and an insatiable thirst for blood coursed through Lin Lei's being, and anything that stood in his path was destined for destruction. Indeed, from the essence he exuded, it was unmistakably Lin Lei. The 7 Dozun had arrived at the front lines. They had once been formidable figures beside the emperor, having witnessed the clash between the emperor and Lin Lei. Although Lin Lei's current state differed somewhat from his former self, they could still discern that this was indeed Lin Lei. What, then, shall we arrange? The general of the Starfall Empire sought stability, hoping to devise a plan to trouble Lin Lei. The Dozun scoffed in unison. With all 7 of us acting together, could he, Lin Lei, possibly turn the tide? With sheer strength, it is more than sufficient to eliminate him outright. The 7 Do brimmed with unwavering confidence. Ultimately, it is a most disgraceful act for 7 individuals to conspire against a single person. Even these formidable masters find it hard to accept. And the notion of engaging in petty tricks is beyond their capabilities. Moreover, if 7 of them cannot vanquish Lin Lei, it would be wiser to find a softer piece of tofu to ram into. Before Lin Lei could make a move, the 7 positioned themselves before him, effectively obstructing his path. Lin Lei, laughing maniacally, unleashed a tremendous force, and to their astonishment, the combined efforts of the 7 Do felt somewhat strained. Could this be the might of a transcendent? A Dosheng? The 7 Do immediately expressed their awe, their initial disdain swiftly dissipating. Lin Lei, having attained the realm of Dosheng through the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, possessed a power that was indeed staggering. However, the 7 Do were not to be underestimated. United in purpose, they not only withstood Lin Lei's onslaught, but also sought to suppress him. Among the 7, 3 Do of earth elemental affinity excelled in defense, while 2 were of fire and 2 of metal, each radiating an unstoppable and explosive energy. 4 warriors took the offensive, while 3 held the line defensively, leaving Lin Lei ensnared in a quagmire, engaged in a fierce struggle. As the assault persisted, Lin Lei's empire had long sought to deploy Do experts for reinforcements. Yet, the Fengqi Empire, in a frenzied attempt to shield the Xing Luo Empire, launched relentless attacks without regard for cost, placing immense pressure on the eastern defenses, where all Do were stationed. Ultimately, only Chu Yanhui remained by Lin Lei's side, and even he seemed hesitant to engage. Teacher. Chu Yanhui glanced at Yang Chun, his expression betraying a flicker of indecision. Go if you wish. Do not be afraid, Yang Chun said calmly. Chu Yanhui immediately nodded and leaped forward to join the fray. His arrival posed a slight challenge to the 7 Do, who had just ensnared Lin Lei, intending to gradually extinguish his life. However, with Chu Yanhui's intervention, their confinement was shattered, liberating Lin Lei. I will handle him. You continue. A Do of earth attribute charged out of the formation, his body transforming into a mountain as he collided with Chu Yanhui. In response, Chu Yanhui summoned a thunderous sword, shaking the very mountains. Yet, the earth element Do's defenses were immensely formidable, and with tremendous force, he pushed Chu Yanhui back, creating distance between him and Lin Lei. His sole aim was to delay Chu Yanhui, preventing him from joining forces with Lin Lei. For Chu Yanhui, managing to hold off one adversary was a feat in itself, and he could not aspire to do more. The 7 Do of the Starfall Empire were no ordinary foes. With one less, Lin Lei gained an additional glimmer of hope and opportunity. As he battled this Do, Chu Yanhui continuously absorbed knowledge from the experience. His encounters with high-ranking combatants had been scarce, as most of his cultivation over the years had been dedicated to military command rather than personal combat. Through this engagement, he became acutely aware of his numerous shortcomings, akin to a sponge soaking in the lessons of battle. Yang Chun observed the conflict above and nodded. Chu Yanhui's approach to combat was rather naive, in stark contrast to the seasoned prowess of the Do. Yang Chun chuckled and remarked, although this earth elemental Do possesses considerable strength, his innate talent pales in comparison to Yanhui's. It won't be long before Yanhui discovers his vulnerabilities and defeats him. The earth elemental Do indeed felt the mounting pressure. After countless attempts, he had managed to inflict damage upon Chu Yanhui 100 times prior. Yet after that, Yanhui's defenses became impenetrable. Remarkably, after 500 attempts, Yanhui was able to mount a counterattack, and after 1,000, he could even wound the Do. Although these injuries were not fatal and could easily be healed through the circulation of Do Qi, this was hardly encouraging news. On Lin Lei's side, the absence of one Do alleviated some of the pressure. The remaining 6 Do struggled to contain him, and it was utterly impossible to eliminate Lin Lei in such a short span of time. It truly was an unexpected turn of events. The group felt helpless. Had they successfully encircled him, Lin Lei would have met his demise. Chu Yanhui cleaved through the earth elemental Do's defenses with a single stroke. Advancing toward him, and the situation abruptly shifted. It was astonishing how swiftly he adapted. His combat talent was indeed terrifying. The Dozun was left agape, having only managed to fend him off for a little over half an hour. Yet now Yin Hui had turned the tide and was suppressing him. Naturally, as fellow Dozun, he could still defend against Chu Yin Hui, yet his assessment was flawed. Yang Chun, with a smile, pointed out the landscape. As any discerning observer could discern the earth elemental Dozun's intentions. Yin Hui's lightning element did not conform to the 5 elemental interactions. While there were no principles of mutual generation or restraint, the lightning element possessed an additional degree of dominance. In their previous encounters, Yin Hui had restrained himself, yet he had not fully unleashed his potential. As the crowd listened to Yang Chen's commentary, they noted that he had accurately predicted every event thus far, heightening their anticipation for Chu Yin Hui's performance. After all, if Chu Yin Hui could vanquish a Dozun, he stood a chance against 2, thereby rescuing Lin Lei. Chapter 45. The final surge, however. Yang Chun furrowed his brow. The Starfall Empire was not without its solutions, and it seemed they were indeed preparing to act. A multitude of soldiers surged forth, be they Do Wang or Do Han. They all ascended into the skies. The Dozun who had obstructed Chu Yin Hui retreated to join the assault against Lin Lei, while countless Do Wang and Do Han positioned themselves before Chu Yin Hui. Yang Chun spoke solemnly. The power of overwhelming numbers brings about qualitative change. The priority must be to eliminate Lin Lei. Resisting Chu Yin Hui serves no purpose. Thus, the Starfall Empire made a desperate decision, willing to sacrifice everything to thwart Chu Yin Hui's support for Lin Lei, even if it meant treating their soldiers as expendable pawns. Chu Yin Hui found himself besieged by a plethora of Do Wang and Do Han, not to mention a multitude of soldier mages launching attacks at him. The Lin Lei Empire could not afford to remain passive, however. They were already at a numerical disadvantage compared to the Starfall Empire. This was indeed the decisive battle. Yang Chen stood aloof, elevated above the fray, while others were embroiled in chaotic conflict. Should the Starfall Empire emerge victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, with the spoils potentially falling to the Windrider Empire in the end. Though the Empire of Windriders is formidable in direct confrontation, it pales in comparison to the brutality witnessed here, where the mightiest warriors of the opposing realm engage in a delicate balance of power without fully unleashing their fury. In stark contrast, the Empire of Starfall has seemingly wagered all its resources. The significance of not only elite combatants but also governance and lower-tier forces is paramount, as the latter often surpasses the former in importance. While elite battles may yield decisive outcomes, it is the ordinary fighters who tirelessly uphold the safety and security of the region. It would be imprudent to rely on sovereign fighters to maintain law and order. Thus, should this conflict result in excessive losses, even if they capture the city and slay Lin Lei, the repercussions for the Empire of Starfall would be insurmountable. Hence, this battle is inescapably underway. Chu Yin Hui is not a bloodthirsty individual. Thus, encounters with him typically allow for the preservation of life. However, the relentless tide of soldiers is overwhelming, making it impossible for him to meticulously regulate the force of each strike. I demand that you spare them. Yang Chun bellowed from his elevated position, addressing his disciple. Regardless of whether they are sovereigns or warriors, I insist that not a single one be slain. In a state of bewilderment at his teacher's directive, Chu Yin Hui resolved to comply with Yang Chen's wishes. Previously, a mere gesture from him could result in the demise of hundreds of soldiers before his eyes. Yet now, his combat has slowed considerably. He remains acutely aware of his strength, meticulously controlling the damage of his attacks, rendering his movements sluggish and cumbersome. Faced with Yang Chen's command, the people of the Lin Lei Empire felt both helpless and furious. After all, Chu Yin Hui was their sole Dozun, the only hope of rescuing the emperor. Yet now, they found themselves constrained by an inexplicable order. What could they possibly do? It felt as if a great weight had settled upon them. Chu Yin Hui was profoundly unaccustomed to this. Even the numerous small soldiers could inflict slight harm upon him. How could a Dozun be beset by such minor foes? Of course, Chu Yanhui understood that his master would never wish him harm. There must be some ulterior motive behind this predicament. Strictly adhering to Yang Chen's orders, Chu Yanhui seemed to immerse himself completely in the moment, each gesture imbued with a natural power that accompanied him. With a gentle sweep, he dispersed the soldiers without causing them any fatal harm. Even the soldiers themselves were left in disbelief as they touched their own bodies. The unity of man and heaven, had he truly grasped this concept so swiftly? Yang Chen clicked his tongue in astonishment. I cannot accept this. Lin Lei roared as his power surged to new heights. The three earth element Dozun hastily attempted to intercept the rampaging Lin Lei. Yet all three were struck by his blow, spewing blood and propelled hundreds of meters away. They were utterly astonished. Lin Lei's strength had resembled that of a celestial being. Was this truly the capability of a mere human? Had he 1 foot in the semi-divine realm? As Lin Lei's aura soared to dizzying heights, it simultaneously began to wane, a profound contradiction. However, after unleashing that single ferocious strike, Lin Lei gradually halted in mid-air. Gasping for breath. Who? Lin Lei lowered his head, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. As if he had emerged from the grip of his inner demons. Had the vitality of life reached its end? Yang Chen sighed. Lin Lei had yet to penetrate the final layer of the heavenly path. As long as life force remained unspent, there was always a chance to transcend the heart's demons and continue one's cultivation. Yet it seemed Lin Lei sensed Yang Chen's presence, turning his gaze in that direction. Sir, in this life, is there still a way out? Lin Lei's voice was barely a whisper, yet amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, it resonated as if it pierced the very souls of all who heard. Yang Chen tilted his head skyward and inquired, Have you ever let go? Lin Lei, hair disheveled and face marred with dust, clutched a handful of earth and replied, I have never let go. You are indeed a pioneer. There must be a place for you in this heavenly order, Yang Chen lamented. Suddenly, Lin Lei sprang to his feet and shouted, If there is no solution, then receive my final strike. With one hand wielding demonic energy and the other channeling fighting spirit, the two forces coalesced. Lin Lei forcefully unleashed the orb of light in his grasp. The 7 combat lords fixed their gaze upon Lin Lei's luminous sphere, joining forces to erect a formidable defense. While 3 towering mountains rose to block the assault, the peaks loomed high, yet they could not deter the elemental orb unleashed by Lin Lei. After releasing this final blow, Lin Lei's body collapsed onto the ground, his breath extinguished. Simultaneously, Yang Chen gazed at the heavens, perceiving the heavenly order becoming more solidified. And a fragment of fortune descended upon his disciple, Chu Yanhui. Originally, the fortune that belonged to Lin Lei has now been absorbed by Chu Yanhui, who has entered the realm of unity with heaven and man, following Lin Lei's demise. The essence of destiny has ultimately found its way to you. And I earnestly hope that all my efforts will not be in vain. Yang Chen observed Chu Yanhui, who was immersed in contemplation, and smiled faintly. Chapter 46. The Fortune of Destiny. With effortless grace, Chu Yanhui wielded his power, astonishing even the soldiers he confronted. The formidable force of his attacks, which seemed utterly terrifying, was met with an inexplicable ease, as if a gentle breeze caressed the mountain ridge. The fortunes of the world have been reshuffled. Yang Chen understood that the forthcoming alliances and separations would greatly hinge upon his disciple, whose journey towards the path of demigods ultimately depended on his own resolve. However, with Chu Yanhui's youth, exceptional insight, and the guidance of Yang Chen, his path is destined to extend far and wide. Cease your combat. The Emperor is dead. There is no meaning in a cornered beast struggle, commanded the 7 battle lords, halting the fighting soldiers. Should they unite their strength at this moment, the annihilation of those soldiers would be no mere jest. Reluctantly, everyone laid down their weapons, gazing despondently at the lifeless body of their emperor, realizing that this day had indeed come to pass. With Lin Lei's death, and without any heirs, even if there were, the empire's fortunes had waned, leaving no room for upheaval. Consequently, the territories recently reclaimed were once again lost, and the empire itself was on the verge of being overrun by the Starfall Empire. The fortress that had stood for a century has ultimately succumbed, and the nearly millennium-old Lin-Lei Empire is on the brink of becoming a mere memory, leaving many to sigh and lamentation. Chu Yanhui paused, his reflections halting alongside him. He clenched his fists, sensing a newfound ability to exert precise control over every inch of his skin, every fiber of muscle, and even every drop of blood. Master. Chu Yanhui swiftly approached Yang Chun. Yang Chun nodded slightly, saying, "This is the realm of meticulousness." Meticulousness? Chu Yanhui inquired. "Are you aware of my transformation?" "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I have encouraged such a pursuit? Your fortune is exceptional, allowing you to grasp the essence of meticulousness so swiftly. Had it not been for this battle, it could have taken you centuries to comprehend it." Chu Yanhui sensed that although his cultivation had not significantly advanced, his strength had multiplied tenfold or more. Previously, he would not have stood a chance against 2 Dozun working in concert. Yet now, even facing 3 or 4 Dozun, he felt confident he could withstand them for days and nights, evading their grasp. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Chu Yanhui bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude to Yang Chun. Yang Chun waved his hand dismissively, asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" Chu Yanhui pondered for a moment before responding. "I still wish to accompany you." "Master." "No, you can no longer glean more from following me. The continent is vast. Go forth and carve a path that belongs to you." Yang Chun declined to allow Chu Yanhui to accompany him, while following him could potentially save Chu Yanhui from numerous detours, and even enable Yang Chun to obscure the path of destiny to facilitate some shortcuts. This ultimately does not align with the true essence of the Great Way. The murky and indistinct path requires someone to forge their own trail. With Yang Chun's assistance, Chu Yanhui might successfully navigate 99 steps. However, the final step would prove to be fraught with peril. Conversely, the path that Yang Chun has tread, though riddled with obstacles and challenges, would render that last step significantly less daunting. After all, by that time, Chu Yanhui would have already surmounted countless difficulties, making the final challenge merely a trivial hurdle in his journey. Yang Chun's guidance could extend no further. Understanding his mentor's intentions, Chu Yanhui nodded and expressed, "Yet, I wish to witness the culmination." Yang Chun recognized that for many years, Chu Yanhui had served as a general, possessing a sense of belonging to this nation. Thus his desire to witness the outcome was not unreasonable. With the situation in the world largely settled, leading to the dawn of a new era, Yang Chun found little reason to remain on Earth. Upon returning to Mars, the pace of change was considerably swifter than he had anticipated. However, Yang Chun had no intention of lingering on Mars. His destination lay thousands of light years away. Departing Mars with the next fleet of attack vessels, Yang Chun aimed to personally assess the strength and numbers of the extraterrestrial beings, ensuring that Earth would be adequately prepared to confront these entities. The cosmos was profoundly desolate. Yet Yang Chun had long since grown accustomed to this solitude. Even surrounded by robots of his own design, he felt no sense of loneliness. Yang Chun gazed upon the countless celestial bodies with a sense of melancholy, reflecting on the brevity of human life, which scarcely spans a millennium, a mere flicker in the vast expanse of the universe. Even with the succession of his disciples, their lifespans remained woefully short. The interstellar journeys he undertook, spanning thousands of years, rendered the world unrecognizable, where once familiar faces faded into obscurity. Based on the trajectory of his movements, it was estimated that he would approach his destination within a year. The spacecraft transmitted commands to Yang Chun, who nodded in affirmation, signaling for the vessel to proceed. Undoubtedly, many of the insectoid creatures had perished. Despite the differing paths of development, their overall power remained relatively balanced, resulting in a standoff. Amidst the cosmos, Yang Chun's spacecraft concealed itself behind scattered planets, observing the insectoid entities as they coalesced into spherical forms, their rears seemingly drawing in energy to propel themselves forward. He commanded the vessels ahead to devise a method to neutralize these beings, directing them to engage in ground combat on the visible planet below. The ships commenced a frenzied assault, striving to dislodge the cosmic insects, which appeared to comply, diving towards the gravitational pull of the planet beneath. They followed suit. For the insectoids in the universe shared similar traits, enveloping themselves in spherical shapes, albeit varying in size. Upon reaching the surface, however, their forms transformed dramatically. As they unfurled, some displayed 8 razor-sharp claws, while others emitted peculiar waves of luminescence. A few were of such colossal proportions that they dwarfed even the largest battleships. Some resembled the formidable whales of the ocean, their bodies covered in menacing spines that sent shivers down the spine of any observer. Preliminary battle data was available, yet it lacked detailed accounts of terrestrial confrontations. Yang Chen sought to witness their combat capabilities on land, for if they proved excessively formidable, their introduction to Earth could pose significant dangers. The robots were deployed to engage in battle with these insects. While Yang Chen meticulously documented the various species and their abilities to compile an illustrated guide, some remained motionless. Yang Chen furrowed his brow. Only a small fraction of the insects had descended, and although there was a plethora of species, those encased at the core remained utterly still. It could be surmised that the insects at the center were likely of a commanding nature, akin to emperors. The sheer magnitude of their numbers suggested a mass migration, all yearning for a new existence on Earth. Yang Chen shook his head. The spectacle in space was already awe-inspiring, let alone the implications of their arrival on Earth. These insects had seemingly evolved to their physical limits, capable of surviving in the harshest environments, and alarmingly, they did not require respiration. This was particularly chilling, as one could speculate that Earth's atmospheric conditions might prove to be a form of lethal gas to them. 8 distinct species of insects had been recorded. The computer reported that these creatures possessed formidable combat prowess, with an entire fleet required to vanquish such a number, resulting in significant losses for Yang Chen. The records indicated the presence of 2 basic species, 3 intermediate species, 2 advanced species, and 1 exceptionally powerful species. The basic insects can roughly attain the level of Duhan, while intermediate insects are approximately at the ranks of Dowang and Dozuan. The advanced insects are at least of the Doshin caliber, and as for the exceptionally powerful insects, although they surpass Doshin, they have not yet reached the realm of demigods. However, even the weakest among these insects is at least of the Duhan level, demonstrating remarkable strength. Moreover, these 8 types of insects do not encompass the entirety of the insect race. There remain at least 2 or 3 types in the central region that have yet to engage in battle. Yang Chen indeed hopes for those insects to display their prowess. Yet such a prospect appears unlikely. Upon completing his records, he commanded a full-scale extermination. After issuing the order, he discreetly departed in his spacecraft, while the battlefield descended into chaos. This conflict resulted in the annihilation of several thousand insects, yet the fleet suffered significant losses, marking a considerable toll. In the ensuing years, Yang Chen persistently lured these insects, skillfully maneuvering to diminish their numbers, particularly targeting the highest-ranking ones. Fortunately, the quantity of these elite insects was never excessively large. Time flowed by as he engaged in guerrilla tactics and positional warfare, successfully delaying the insects for nearly 5 millennia. However, they were inevitably approaching their entry into the solar system, anticipated to occur within a century. The computer indicated that the central insect likely serves as a maternal hive, spawning the others. Notably, a positive discovery emerged. The population of these insects tends to stabilize at a consistent number. For instance, if there were initially 10,000 insects embarking on their journey, after enduring years of consumption and conflict, their numbers would still remain at 10,000, never surpassing this limit. This exemplifies the balance of the ecosystem. Initially, Yang Chen pondered whether he could deplete the maternal energy of the insects. Surely, giving birth must require some expenditure of strength. They traverse through space without any apparent means of energy replenishment, leaving one to wonder what sustains their colossal forms. Yang Chen was at a loss, as the spacecraft could not analyze these creatures closely, and even the corpses of ordinary insects proved to be of little value. To date, no living insect has been captured. On several occasions, they were drawn into the spacecraft, only to perish suddenly. It became evident that these insects were not merely birthed by their queen, but were also under her control, exhibiting a dependence that surpassed that of typical offspring. At her command, they would willingly face peril. It is no wonder that this colony exhibits such solidarity, as they are united under a single sovereign, their queen. However, there remains a considerable distance before humans can navigate this realm with ease. Naturally, Yang Chun harbored no intention of allowing this planet to be overrun by humanity. Rather, he envisioned it as an inexhaustible supply station, a place from which treasures could emerge from Mars. Presently, ordinary medicinal materials have begun to manifest. Though they are merely derivatives of those found on ancient Earth, possessing only mediocre efficacy. Even legendary substances like the 1,000-year-old Reishi or the 10,000-year-old ginseng are regarded as worthless trinkets by the current warriors. Yang Chun took a moment to glance at Earth. Yet ultimately his disciple Chu Yanhui never took that final step. In the end, the continent was unified and adopted the name Qin. After millennia of conflict, it began to flourish, with warriors of remarkable prowess emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Chu Yanhui, devoid of ambition for power, roamed the land like a wandering knight, living freely and joyfully, intervening in matters of injustice, ever in pursuit of his true self. In this journey, he encountered a beautiful wife. Despite lacking any official rank, he was indeed the strongest individual of his time. During Yang Chen's absence, which spanned a millennium, many sought to challenge the Sacred Soul Academy. However, the Academy's centuries of accumulated strength was not to be trifled with, though the hearts of its members had grown somewhat scattered over time. Had it not been for the presence of a 9th-level magical beast, it is conceivable that certain factions might have overthrown them. After countless waves of rise and fall over the millennia, the powers on the continent shifted with each generation. Yet two forces remained steadfast: the Sacred Soul Academy and the Infernal Gate. The masterminds behind these factions were none other than Yang Chen himself. Although he had remained inactive and silent for thousands of years, no one ever truly believed he had perished. Chunyanchen? Ha. Yang Chen was astonished to discover that his disciple harbored such profound affection for him. The child's name was indeed a testament to his longing, which was truly remarkable. Returning to the residence of the Sacred Soul Academy, one can observe a remarkable transformation. Although the Academy has adopted a selective admission policy in recent years, the number of applicants remains overwhelming, almost wearing down the threshold. The territory atop Qifeng Mountain has also continually expanded. A bright and piercing cry captured Yang Chen's attention, and before the sound faded, its owner appeared before him. Yang Chen, Lily, you're still alive, Lily exclaimed incredulously as she gazed at Yang Chen. With a wry smile, Yang Chen responded, "What a thing to say. Why wish me dead upon our reunion? It has indeed been a long time. I have reached the 9th level. Look." Lily twirled playfully with her arms outstretched, her exquisite figure on full display, stirring the imagination. However, Yang Chen, being a robot, found no fortune in such allure. "How have the past few millennia treated you?" Yang Chen asked cheerfully. "I have only recently awakened. Human affairs do not concern me. Yet, I never anticipated successfully breaking through to the 9th level. I am formidable now," he added, showcasing his newfound strength with a playful gesture. "Is there a reason for your sudden appearance?" Lily inquired curiously. Yang Chen nodded. "It is due to my disciple's child attempting a forced breakthrough, and I felt compelled to witness it." I thought you came to see me. What is there to admire about humans, who will ultimately turn to dust after a millennium?" Lily pouted adorably, her nose wrinkling slightly. "That is not a fair assessment," Yang Chen said, gently caressing Lily's silky hair. Chuckling, "It smells delightful." Lily raised her head with an air of pride, declaring, "Of course, I am now the mystical void bird, and even the white birds are enraptured by my fragrance. Now, with such a significant transformation around here, take me to see my disciple. Come, accompany me. Your disciple is indeed quite remarkable, though his talent pales in comparison to mine. You truly excel at boasting." Yang Chen laughed heartily. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere here, Chu Nianchen was engulfed in tension. As this forced breakthrough could mean life or death, it was the final opportunity. Surrounding Chu Nianchen were numerous instruments, treasures birthed from the heavens and the earth, which had been meticulously refined by predecessors into legendary artifacts. Utilizing these divine tools to facilitate a breakthrough was a legacy of accumulated wisdom from the ancients. To transcend into the demigod realm, one must contend with the interference of the heavenly path, which imposes various dreadful punishments. There are many people. Yangchen observed the square where over 20 individuals stood, including a dozen battle lords and several battle saints. Thanks to the efforts of Chu Yinhui's generation, the number of battle saints had increased. And according to statistics from the Infinite Gate, there were now at least 1,000 battle saints on the entire Great Road. Yet, not a single battle saint had managed to break through to the demigod realm. It was not that they lacked the desire to advance, but rather the assurance to do so. Previously, when there were more battle saints, at least 5,000 had perished during their attempts to ascend to the demigod level. Reaching the rank of battle saint grants a lifespan of 2,000 years. Yet since the first battle saint, Chu Yinhui, emerged, several millennia have passed without a single successful breakthrough. Unable to resist any longer, those who were at the pinnacle of combat began to forcefully break through their limits. Having witnessed the fall of too many, everyone else hesitated to attempt such a feat. Yet, ultimately, every mortal has an expiration date. However, Chu Nianchen had no intention of waiting for his own demise, for he still had several centuries of life ahead of him. Today, he felt it was time to transcend. It was indeed the most opportune moment, as prolonging the inevitable would yield no benefits. Taking a deep breath, Chu Nianchen grasped a thunderous longsword, preparing to endure the tribulation and break through. Chapter 48. The first demigod. With the continuous advancement of Mars, my power has also been augmented, albeit limited to the realm of Mars. Yang Chun gazed at himself, murmuring, "What would happen if I assisted in obscuring the heavenly path?" The so-called breakthrough is merely an ordeal of heavenly punishment, encompassing the forces of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, various forms of natural affliction. Yangchen had not witnessed this phenomenon firsthand, yet he had perused countless novels on Earth, where mortals sought to transcend their shackles, be they celestial beings, demons, or gods. Facing insurmountable challenges, suddenly, the heavens darkened, and fierce winds surged from the mountain's peak, targeting only Chu Nianchen, posing no threat to others. Of course, this was contingent upon everyone maintaining their distance from the tempest and refraining from intervening. Should anyone attempt to assist Chu Nianchen in resisting the gale, they would be met with immediate backlash, and the ferocity of the winds would multiply exponentially, reducing a master at the pinnacle of combat to mere strands in an instant. A magical formation emerged around Chu Nianchen, empowering his combat energy and fortifying his defenses. A fierce gale was shattered into fragments beneath the vigorous swings of Chu Nianchen's sword, and he faced this tempest with remarkable ease. Nianchen's prowess even surpassed that of his father, who had once confronted the gales with utmost composure. Nianchen, in contrast, seemed to do so with effortless grace. The teachers and Nianchen's family marveled at his extraordinary strength. Countless those saints aspired to transcend into the realm of demigods. Yet many had succumbed to the relentless winds, unable to withstand their force. The gales howled from every direction, offering Chu Nianchen no respite. This tempest would endure for 3 minutes, and should one falter, death would be the inevitable consequence. Lily remarked, "This lad is even stronger than his father. He can pass through with ease. Yet the most terrifying aspect remains the heavenly thunder. It is truly formidable." Yang Chun observed quietly, contemplating the connection to Mars. He pondered whether it was possible to regulate the magnitude of the thunder through satellite intervention before it manifested, or perhaps to mitigate its might. "Master, the scenario you described has not been attempted, making it challenging to ascertain," came the response. "Assemble defensive satellites. At the moment the thunder appears, we shall intercept and diminish its power." Yang Chen scrutinized the will of the Earth, which at present was still relatively feeble. There remained a chance to resist. However, as the number of demigods increased and the celestial order became more intricate, his ability to intervene would wane. The gale persisted for 3 minutes. Yet Chu Nianchen maintained a serene smile, his thunderous sword glimmering brilliantly, as though he could cleave through heaven and earth with a single stroke. At last, the tempest had passed. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, as the fierce winds subsided, the radiant gems surrounding Chun Yinshin, which had formed a protective array, dimmed to a dull luster, shattering into mere fragments of ordinary stone. The heavenly fire descended. Before anyone could catch their breath, a fiery orb plummeted from the sky. Its power astonishingly immense. Should it strike directly, it could annihilate everything within a kilometer radius, leaving no living being or object unscathed under its wrath. In that moment, Chun Yinshin raised his hands, summoning countless vaporous droplets that coalesced into a long spear, hurtling towards the fireball. While the others were unfamiliar with this blazing sphere, Yangchen recognized it all too well. It was unmistakably a comet formed from fragments of asteroids in the cosmos. It was terrifying that the heavenly principles had unleashed such a force upon them. The azure water spear continually collided with the fireball, both sides exhausting their energy and generating vast amounts of steam. Ultimately, a thunderous explosion resounded, and both entities were reduced to nothingness. At this juncture, Chun Yinshin began to breathe heavily, swiftly absorbing spiritual stones to replenish his fighting spirit and magic. He had adeptly inherited his father's attributes, emerging as a prodigy skilled in both martial and magical arts. His fighting spirit was of the thunder attribute, while his magic was of the water attribute, embodying a harmonious balance of rigidity and flexibility, a seamless unity of opposites. As Chun Yinshin took a moment to recuperate, 3 more fireballs cascaded from the heavens. The once serene expression on his face transformed, and from around him, countless swords soared into the sky, infused with the might of thunder. The swords clashed with the fireballs in a spectacular explosion, unleashing terrifying plumes of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, countless fragments descended, consisting of both sword debris and remnants of the fireballs. At this moment, Chun Yinshin's complexion had turned pale as he relentlessly absorbed the energy from the spirit stones to replenish himself. Before the spectators could erupt in cheers, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, emanating a foreboding purple lightning. The rare and exotic creatures on Qingfeng Mountain bowed their heads in submission at the sound of thunder. "Is the satellite ready?" Yangchen inquired. "Master, the satellite has assembled and is on standby, but the altitude of the thundercloud is too low. Using this satellite might expose us," came the response. Yang Chun furrowed his brow. "Can the mode be adjusted to energy absorption? We need to draw the power of the lightning from above." The buxom maid, seated before the computer, diligently manipulated the controls. "Yes, I will adjust the mode immediately." A multitude of satellites formed a colossal energy absorption aperture above the thundercloud, functioning like magnets to draw the power of the lightning upward. Satellite 1's energy storage is full. Satellite 2's energy storage is full. As the reports flooded in, the hundreds of prepared satellites had instantaneously reached their maximum energy capacity, with some even overflowing. Boom! The first bolt of lightning descended with great ferocity. Chun Yinshin swiftly seized his lightning sword for defense. The moment the lightning struck, the sword made contact, seemingly neutralizing a portion of the damage. Chun Yinshin only felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, without excessive discomfort. Was it truly that simple? Originally, he had anticipated a formidable challenge. Yet now the first bolt of lightning appeared to be no more daunting than the fireball, perhaps even considerably weaker. Yang Chun continued his efforts, indicating that the heavenly lightning was far from finished. However, due to the satellites being fully charged, they explosively succumbed to their own energy, despite continuously releasing it into the cosmos at a sluggish pace. The second bolt of lightning surged forth. Thunder roared relentlessly as Chun Yinshin wielded his sword to sever the strike, his entire being paralyzed as he collapsed to the ground. Yet he endured. How formidable! He shall succeed. The crowd was electrified, for never had anyone succeeded in withstanding the second heavenly thunder, yet Chun Yinshin achieved it. The third bolt was brewing ominously, but all satellites had burst apart. There was no longer any means to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Thus the force of the third thunder would be the most potent and ferocious, unmitigated by any prior weakening. Yang Chun, in exasperation, remarked, "Lily, do you think I can withstand this third bolt of heavenly thunder?" Lily, wide-eyed, gazed at Yang Chun, her mind swirling with questions. Have you lost your mind? Are you challenging divine wrath? Well, let's give it a try, Yang Chun replied with a grin, suddenly soaring towards the heavens. In that instant, a deafening clap of thunder erupted as Yang Chun waved his hands, colliding his energy with the oncoming force. A tremendous power instantaneously bore down upon him. Yet the lightning had not yet reached Chunyinshin. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen's expression darkened as he muttered, "Indeed, this power." He gritted his teeth and bore it for approximately 3 seconds, before plummeting like a comet, enveloped in black smoke. The crowd had no time to ponder Yang Chen's identity. Their focus was solely on whether Chunyinshin could successfully withstand this bolt of thunder. "Regardless of who you are, thank you." With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Chunyinshin thought that if he could not withstand this bolt of thunder, it would signify his unworthiness to ascend to the realm of demigods. So he charged forth. Transforming into a streak of lightning, Chunyinshin collided with the thunder, their forces converging and erupting in a dazzling display. The brilliance was so intense that onlookers instinctively bowed their heads and shut their eyes against the radiance. As the light gradually dispersed, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the heavens. In the sunlight, Chunyinshin appeared as a celestial being, yet the sword that belonged to his father disintegrated into glimmering motes, scattering across the earth. The divine essence. A beam of light descended from the sky, penetrating Chunyinshin's form, infusing him with the power of thunder. In that fleeting moment of illumination, he comprehended that it was a gift of cosmic energy, granting him dominion over all thunder and the authority to command the tempest. "I am the Thunder Sovereign." But alas, Chunyinshin was not one to indulge in bravado. Had it not been for that mysterious figure, he would have surely succumbed to this lightning strike. He pondered the prowess of the individual who could withstand the thunder for 3 seconds. Lily located Yang Chun, who was now a sight to behold. His body scorched and crackling with electric sparks, a truly pitiful sight. His charred form rendered his teeth the only strikingly white feature. As he grimaced, "That really hurts." "You've certainly proven your mettle to survive this. I thought you were a goner," Lily remarked, just as she reached out to touch him. Yang Chun erupted with a multitude of electric arcs, startling her into retracting her hand. Yang Chun waved her off, slowly rising to his feet. His skin was merely synthetic. The energy fluctuations caused the withered parts to peel away, leaving the surface intact as if it had never endured any harm. However, his entire coat of fur had been incinerated, leaving him bald without even eyebrows, which was far from aesthetically pleasing. At that moment, Yang Chun unexpectedly received a message. The evolution of the technological tree was complete, and his fighting energy had evolved. Excellent. He had succeeded. Yang Chun clenched his fists in excitement. Indeed, with his assistance, Chunyinshin had successfully ascended to a demigod status. Yang Chun had also fully mastered the power of fighting energy, which predominantly governed this world, with magic serving as a mere auxiliary. Magic paled in comparison to fighting energy, making it the primary focus of evolution. Now, Yang Chun had completely harnessed the entirety of fighting energy, seamlessly integrating it into his Martian heavenly path. The harmonious advancement of technology and fighting energy would facilitate the transformation of Mars. With the emergence of the first deity, many more gods would undoubtedly arise on Earth like mushrooms after rain. I fear my current form cannot be compared to these deities. Yang Chun smiled, convinced that on Mars, these earthly gods would stand no chance against him. Yet, on Earth, the extent of his power in this body was considerably limited, making it uncertain whether he could successfully vanquish the gods of this realm. "Let us proceed," he declared. Yang Chun sensed that his body had nearly recovered and patted Lily on the shoulder. In an instant, Lily took Yang Chun to the square. Originally, Chunyinshin had intended to send someone to find Yang Chun, the guardian beast of the mountain. Mentor Lily, many bowed their heads respectfully to her. Lily nodded appreciatively, her expression one of sheer enjoyment. Who might this be? The crowd gazed at the bald man, devoid of eyebrows, and found it utterly impossible to recognize Yang Chun. Even in his original form, they would likely have struggled to identify him. Time had passed extensively, and the previous generation had long since perished, leaving only this new generation. who had merely glimpsed Yang Chen's portrait. Before Lily could introduce Yang Chen, Chu Nianchen respectfully interjected. Was it not the senior who just shielded me from a portion of the thunder's might? Such a profound kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay it. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a bow. As Chu Nianchen spoke, he knelt before Yang Chen, and the crowd stared in astonishment. The figure before them was indeed the one they had just seen in the sky. It was known that this place was inhabited by battle lords and saints. Yet none dared to confront the might of heaven and earth. To challenge such thunder would unleash a ferocity many times greater upon them. Yet here stood a man who not only withstood that power, but emerged unscathed. Yang Chen did not refuse the gesture, accepting the bow from Chu Nianchen. Although he was the first deity born of the earth's heavenly principles, he was nonetheless worthy of this act of reverence. Should an ordinary person be bowed to by Chu Nianchen, it could spell misfortune and a shortening of life. However, Yang Chen, embodying the complete heavenly principles of Mars, was leagues beyond Chu Nianchen in comparison. This was the grace of enlightenment. Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I merely lent you a hand." But who exactly is this esteemed senior? Chu Nianchen had never heard of such a formidable individual on the road, one capable of withstanding the wrath of the heavenly thunder and emerging unscathed. This level of power, he feared, was beyond his own capabilities. Although Chu Nianchen had recently come to harness the power of thunder, he did not dare to assist others in navigating through such perilous trials. For he was well aware that any interference on his part could result in a terrifying backlash, one that even his divine body could not endure. Lily chuckled mischievously. "You are indeed fortunate. This is the revered founder of your Sacred Soul Academy, Principal Yang Chen." Principal Yang Chen? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Their mouths agape as they turned to look at Yang Chen. Had anyone else uttered such a proclamation, they might have dismissed it as mere jest. However, coming from Lily's lips, and considering Yang Chen's recent display of power, they found it impossible to believe that anyone else could stand against the heavenly thunder. If such a person existed, it could only be the legendary Principal Yang Chen, renowned for countless tales of valor. Yang Chen, Principal? Chu Nianchen had indeed heard his father speak of Yang Chen with utmost reverence, attributing much of his own prowess as the continent's foremost expert to Yang Chen's mentorship. Yet, having never met Yang Chen himself, Chu Nianchen had regarded his father's words with a degree of skepticism, attributing his father's exceptional talents to his own innate brilliance. However, today's revelations about Yang Chen's strength were truly eye-opening. "Ha ha ha, your father is my disciple. Shouldn't you address me as your grandmaster?" Yang Chen remarked with a jovial grin, despite his less-than-dashing appearance at present. "Grandmaster." The title slipped effortlessly from Chu Nianchen's lips, devoid of hesitation. In both sentiment and reason, everything Yang Chen has done just now cannot be deemed excessive. Moreover, Yang Chen has shown kindness to his father, and now extends that same grace to him. Yang Chen gently tousled Chu Nianchen's hair and remarked, "Well done, well done. What your father could not achieve, you have accomplished. Splendid indeed. Had it not been for the final assistance of my master, I surely would not have succeeded." Speaking of his father, in his final moments, "His greatest regret was never having the chance to see you again," lamented Chu Nianchen. "Indeed, I too never had the opportunity to meet your father. He was an exemplary student and a commendable disciple. Let us refrain from reminiscing too much." Yang Chen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Chu Nianchen, being a perceptive child, sensed that Yang Chen's sudden gravitas and unexpected arrival heralded significant events to come. Yang Chen stated, "There is troubling news. Visitors from beyond the heavens may arrive on Earth in a century. You must prepare to confront them." "Master, what about these years?" Chu Nianchen exclaimed in shock. "Visitors from the heavens? An invasion of Earth?" Yang Chen boasted, "I have been battling these entities for years, staving off their advance. But I can only delay them until today. A century hence, they will reach Earth, and ultimately, it will depend on your ability to fight." "Are they formidable, Master?" inquired Chu Nianchen. "How shall we combat them?" "One might consider them powerful. At the very least, there are no weaklings beneath the level of fighting spirit. And the strongest among them may be your equal, Yang Chun replied gravely. However, do not be afraid. You have already transcended the shackles of heaven and earth. Various divine essences will soon descend, and many will ascend to become demigods. The remaining century is a period designated for you, the Dou Saints, to achieve your breakthroughs. Yang Chen glanced at the Dou Saints, acknowledging that humanity's pinnacle combat strength has always been woefully insufficient. Devote yourselves to diligent cultivation. This calamity represents a great tribulation for the human race, and you must devise a means to endure it. Yang Chen's profound and inscrutable demeanor left many pondering. Yet none dared to refute his words. In the name of the Holy Soul Academy, let the Qin Kingdom organize a contingent. After all, the continent has been unified for several millennia, allowing for a prolonged period of recuperation and substantial accumulation of strength. With Yang Chen's proclamation, and considering that Chu Nianchen is currently the foremost deity on the continent, executing plans should prove relatively straightforward. Chu Nianchen nodded and inquired, "What are your intentions, master?" Yang Chen chuckled softly. "Me? I think I shall rest. I am weary, quite weary indeed." He waved his hand with a smile. "Is my little thatched cottage still standing?" Yang Chen continued, "Having accomplished so much, what more do you wish of me? Is the notion of extraterrestrial visitors truly authentic?" Lily tilted her head and asked. "Indeed, it is," Yang Chen replied. "You magical beasts must also exert yourselves. Who knows, you might just seize the opportunity to attain your divine status." "Can we truly become gods?" Lily asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Since her awakening, she has been acutely aware of the changes sweeping across the continent, particularly within the Holy Soul Academy, where the rate of talent cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Unlike them, magical beasts lack such innate talent and comprehension, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce, rendering them incapable of matching humanity's reproductive capabilities. The weaker magical beasts can be disregarded, yet the number of high-level magical beasts is exceedingly scarce, hardly worth mentioning when compared to billions of humans. Their innate talents cannot be compared to those of humanity either. Although humans have a fleeting lifespan, they can achieve realms that magical beasts take thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to attain within a mere millennium. Indeed, upon witnessing Chu Nianchen ascend to divinity, Lily felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. After all, how long had she been training, while Chu Nianchen was still so young? Thus, this seemingly hopeless endeavor in cultivation naturally dampened her enthusiasm. However, when Yang Chen mentioned the possibility of them also achieving divinity, Lily's eyes began to sparkle with hope. Who wouldn't aspire to become a deity? It is only when hope seems elusive that one contemplates relinquishing it. Moreover, having ascended to a 9th-level magical beast, she certainly had a significant chance of achieving divinity herself. As far as she knew, there were indeed very few 9th-level magical beasts on this path. "What is the method? Please, do tell," Lily implored, grasping Yang Chen's hand eagerly. Yang Chen replied, "Naturally, it involves collaborating with humans to combat extraterrestrial life forms. What other method could there be? Explaining this is quite complex, so let me put it this way." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen continued, "This world, too, does not wish to be invaded and have its rules altered by foreign beings, hence the need for heroes within this realm to aid in repelling such intrusions." Yang Chen was uncertain whether Lily fully grasped his explanation, but it was the most straightforward articulation he could muster. Upon understanding, Lily leapt joyfully several times and exclaimed, "I comprehend. Leave this matter to me. Let me unite the forces within the realm of warcraft, setting aside prejudices against humanity and aligning against external threats." Lily, filled with delight, flapped her wings and departed from the breezy mountain. This young girl, despite the passage of years, remains as impetuous as ever. Life is not as simple as she imagines. Yang Chen chuckled, shaking his head. The earth, tumultuous and precarious, had already been saved once by his hand. Now it was time for humanity to rescue itself. Moreover, he had acquired the essence of combat energy evolution. Concurrently, the newly established rules of the heavenly way combat energy on Mars were incessantly transforming its environment, with a peculiar, ethereal energy now permeating the atmosphere. It is only a matter of time before the climate on Mars becomes conducive to human survival. Gently rocking in his recliner, Yang Chun gradually succumbed to slumber. He rested without a care, yet on the human side, a sense of urgency enveloped everyone upon receiving news from Chu Nianchen. Although humanity's strength had vastly increased compared to millennia past, Chu Nianchen articulated the gravity of the situation, prompting the current emperor to take it very seriously. Qin Tianhao immediately began assembling a think tank to strategize a response while issuing orders for all combatants of the Grand Fighter rank and above to enlist in the military. Everything was in preparation for the impending invasion a century hence. Having just ascended to divinity and receiving this information from Yangchen, Qin Tianhao harbored no doubts and could only issue the decree. Such orders would significantly impact the continent's dynamics, potentially inciting public outrage, for conscription meant extended separations from family and the relinquishment of personal time. Moreover, the military regulations are numerous, and many individuals are reluctant to adhere to such rules. Qin Tianhao treated Chu Nianchen with utmost courtesy. If previously there were doubts regarding Chu Nianchen's supremacy, it is now indisputable that he stands as the foremost individual on the continent. However, just as Qin Tianhao was poised to issue a command, dissenting opinions emerged, with some unwilling to accept Chu Nianchen's stature. Among the emperor's entourage, there were those who questioned Chu Nianchen's capabilities and sought to challenge him. Your Majesty, this matter requires further deliberation. It is unwise to acquiesce immediately. A cold-hearted general at the 9th level of combat sage remarked. Ultimately, Yang Chun has not been seen for millennia. Who can ascertain the authenticity of his existence? If he has lived for thousands of years, why has he suddenly vanished from the continent? Even his sole disciple, Chu Yanhui, did not witness his presence at the time of his demise. Such matters must be scrutinized. Upon hearing these words, Chu Nianchen felt as if pricked by needles. Deeply unsettled by the insinuation of questioning Yang Chen's legitimacy through the memory of his deceased father. Yang Chen had recently saved his life, and the weight of these two circumstances ignited a tempest of anger within him. Qin Tianhao contemplated the situation. After all, he was the emperor, and his civility towards Chu Nianchen stemmed from his so-called semi-divine status. Without that title, Chu Nianchen would merely be regarded as a somewhat formidable combat sage in his presence. For it was the immense power of the Holy Soul Academy that instilled fear in others. Otherwise, Chu Nianchen would hardly stir the waters. Combat sages? More than half of the combat sages on the continent belong to the Qin kingdom. How could one combat sage pose a challenge? Emperor Qin Tianhao also hoped to seize this opportunity to gauge the depth of Chu Nianchen's abilities. However, before Qin Tianhao could utter a word, Chu Nianchen coldly scoffed. If any of you harbor doubts about my strength, feel free to challenge me. Do not accuse me, Chu Nianchen, of bullying the elderly. All esteemed battle sages present may join forces against me. Let us see whether I, Chu Nianchen, am to be feared. With an imposing stance, he slammed his palm on the table and stood defiantly, surveying the crowd with an air of supremacy. It was not a matter of disrespecting his elders, but rather a reaction to their presumptuousness. Since these so-called elders were unwilling to show him any respect, why should he accommodate them? Chu Nianchen's character bore an additional measure of audacity compared to his father. If Chu Yanhui embodied the gentle grace of a scholar, then Chu Nianchen exuded the spirit of a roguish swordsman, carefree and wild. The tales of demigods circulating across the continent, were they truly as formidable as rumored? Today, my fellow elders, we shall put that to the test. A throng of generals rose in unison, each one vocally defiant. For these seasoned warriors of the battlefield would never yield to Chu Nianchen. Excellent. Follow me. Qin Tianhao bellowed with laughter. This shall be a grand event. Come, let us proceed to Juntian Square where you may engage in a proper contest. Chapter 51. The slap of reality without uttering another word. Chu Nianchen angrily flicked his sleeves and departed. The remaining individuals gestured for the emperor to proceed first, and only then did they file out of the council hall in succession. The Juntian Arena serves as a royal venue dedicated to the selection of talent, where countless prodigious youths have once engaged in fierce battles, driven by the allure of fame or treasures. This ground is steeped in a multitude of combat tales, and today's narrative promises to be one of the most riveting yet. 3 martial generals wish to partake in this contest. Although Chu Nianxin speaks eloquently, they cannot afford to lose face entirely. Thus, the 3 generals, after deliberation, decide to take turns in the fray, which grants them a tactical advantage. In truth, they harbor significant doubts regarding Chu Nianxin's ascension to semi-divinity, as his aura remains elusive, making it difficult to ascertain whether his claims are mere bravado. Nevertheless, Chu Nianxin has a considerable reputation in the martial world. It is unlikely he would resort to boasting about such matters, particularly as they hold no tangible benefit for him. However, human nature is inherently competitive, and these generals, having fought their entire lives, would find it hard to accept being overshadowed by a junior. Standing at the center of the Juntian arena, Chu Nianxin suddenly scoffed. "Is it just the 3 of you? That's hardly sufficient. Fear not. I shan't shatter your old bones. Qin Tianhao, there must be dozens of martial saints within your palace. Let them emerge and stop lurking in the shadows. If we are to fight, let it be a glorious and decisive battle." As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, a fierce combat spirit soaring to the heavens, even tearing a rift in the sky itself. The 3 exchanged glances, for they had just witnessed the terrifying eruption of, which momentarily struck fear into their hearts. How audacious for a mere child to boast so shamelessly. "Today, I shall confront you. Youth is not a license for arrogance. I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities." Voices echoed around, as 8 figures appeared, each bearing the weight of countless years, as if they were mere shadows on the brink of extinction. To their astonishment, these were 8 legendary. The 3 generals were electrified upon recognizing these 8 individuals, who had possessed extraordinary talents, achieving the level at a tender age, even before the unification of the realm by the. Following their assistance in uniting the empire, they had seemingly vanished from the annals of history, with many believing them to be deceased. Yet, in truth, these 8 had transcended to the realm, significantly extending their lifespans, dedicating themselves to the protection of the emperor. It would not be an overstatement to regard them as the very pillars of the S Foundation. Even the current would respectfully address them as uncles upon their arrival. "Come, come, let me witness the legends you truly are," waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor as tranquil as a gentle breeze, seemingly indifferent to the formidable assembly before him. "Engage," commanded the 8 legends, and the 3 generals, fully aware of their prowess, refrained from intervening, confident in the legendary S ability to subdue effortlessly. Indeed, these possessed formidable strength, far exceeding that of the earlier boastful trio. If Chu Nianxin were still at the Saint of Combat level, he would undoubtedly be no match for these 8 individuals. Even facing 2 or 3 of them would leave him utterly overwhelmed. With unparalleled defenses, Chu Nianxin scoffed. "Legends are indeed legends, vigorous even in their advanced years. I admire your spirit," the young man continued. "To endure so long against the combined efforts of us 8 is no small feat. Losing here does not bring shame. The rising generation, prepare to witness our signature techniques." The expressions of the 8 legends turned grave, their hands moving in unison. The formation they formed was peculiar, resembling a sinuous dragon that ensnared Chu Nianxin at its center. Their fighting spirit coalesced into 8 colossal dragons, their maws directed at Chu Nianxin, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that surged towards him like a fierce tide. "This is the mightiest combined assault of our group. Should you falter, we shall withdraw immediately." Though these 8 legends were prideful, they cherished talent, and someone like Chu Nianxin was not one they wished to see destroyed. Chu Nianxin remained silent. Enveloped in a tempest of thunder, the so-called dragon breaths proved utterly ineffective before him, inflicting not a scratch. In truth, Chu Nianxin lacked a clear understanding of his own strength, but clarity dawned upon him now. Before him, the Saint of Combat appeared as insignificant as an ant. Mere numbers could not sway any outcome. In the presence of a demigod, the quantity of Saints of Combat became a mere jest. Only a demigod could contend with another demigod. Humph! A resonant cold snort echoed, akin to the roar of thunder, shattering the 8 dragon-headed phantoms into fragments. While Chu Nianchen stood impervious at the center, effortlessly safeguarding the surroundings. "I am the god of thunder." His gaze swept over the crowd with an air of disdain, declaring, "These 8 legends are utterly feeble. I merely stated that they are seasoned, not that they possess formidable strength. Have you all inflated your own prowess?" Chu Nianchen, possessing an extraordinarily nonchalant demeanor, would never publicly disgrace his father, yet he effortlessly accomplished this feat. The 8 battle saints, their vitality surging, were sent hurtling backward. Fortunately, Chu Nianchen had not exerted excessive force, sparing them from severe injury. "Chu Nianchen, how dare you?" a general bellowed, but in an instant, Chu Nianchen transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before the general, seizing his hand and coldly retorting, "Dare to do what?" The general, taken aback by Chu Nianchen's overwhelming speed, stammered, unable to articulate a response. What manner of swiftness is this? A battle saint reduced to a mere infant? With a swift motion, Chu Nianchen snapped the general's finger, declaring, "This is your punishment for insulting my father and master." The general howled in agony, inexplicably feeling electric shocks coursing through his body, a torment he could scarcely endure, despite his extensive battlefield experience. The writhing general gritted his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. He longed to maintain his composure, but found it impossible. Only when Chu Nianchen gently waved his hands did the general finally cease his turmoil. Well, Qin Tianhao, originally fierce in his gaze, reacted with remarkable swiftness, turning to fervently extol Chu Nianchen, showering him with praise, declaring him to be a fine son nurtured by his father, and likening him to the legendary and unparalleled Yang Chen of yore. Qin Tianhao spoke with great tact, addressing the crux of the matter, leaving even Chu Nianchen reluctant to further challenge the remaining 2 generals. "Thus, might I inquire if any of you still harbor doubts regarding my words, or those of my esteemed ancestor?" Chapter 52. The operation against calamity with such formidable strength, Chu Nianchen commanded not merely opinions, but even suggestions felt too audacious to utter. What caliber of power is this, capable of effortlessly toy with 8 combat saints, able to extinguish them with a mere wave of his hand, should he desire it? The kingdom of Qin would surely adopt his surname, rendering Qin Tianhao's affairs moot. Indeed, Qin Tianhao's earlier reaction could be deemed textbook perfect. His ascension to the throne amidst several brothers was not solely due to his prowess in power play. His eloquence was exceptional, as the art of rhetoric is a skill not easily mastered by all. Chu Nianchen, at least, harbored no ambition for supremacy, and Qin Tianhao felt no trepidation that Chu Nianchen would suddenly impose difficulties upon him. He was well acquainted with this individual's temperament. When the kingdom of Qin was newly established, there were indeed aspirations to challenge the Sacred Soul Academy, given its deep-rooted presence on the continent. Having weathered countless dynastic upheavals and chaos, yet still standing resolute, such places pose a significant threat to the nascent empire, to the extent that his imperial father dispatched a considerable military force to confront the Sacred Soul Academy, intending to eradicate it entirely. However, the Sacred Soul Academy is indeed an institution steeped in history and profound cohesion, having produced many of the continent's elite combatants. Even the generals who joined the Qin kingdom expressed their opposition upon hearing this news, and they contemplated countering the Qin kingdom's actions, had it not been for the timely declaration of Chu Yanhui, asserting that the Sacred Soul Academy harbored no ambitions towards any nation and merely sought to cultivate more exceptional talents for the continent. The situation could have escalated dramatically. He earnestly persuaded the dissenting students, which ultimately spared the Qin kingdom from turmoil. At that time, Chu Nianchen was present, though still quite young. He had inherited his father's aspirations, embodying the Academy's long-standing ethos. Regardless of who governs the continent, it bears no relevance to the Sacred Soul Academy. Chu Nianchen harbored no thoughts of royal machinations. His sole purpose was to convey the teachings of his revered ancestor, Yang Chen, striving for the betterment of the world. He cared not for others' perceptions. This land was his birthplace and nurturer, and he wished to shield it from foreign invaders without harboring any intent of resistance. Following the intelligence received, he hoped that everyone would regard this matter with the seriousness it deserved. Qin Tianhao promptly pledged to diligently oversee his subordinates in organizing and disseminating the gravity of Chu Nianqin's words to the entire populace. He further expressed that everyone is an indigenous inhabitant of this world and would not relinquish the realm they have painstakingly built. To be candid, Qin Tianhao might be even more anxious than Chu Nianqin regarding this matter, for this nation was inherited from his father. The Qin dynasty has labored for many years to attain its current pinnacle of prosperity. Should he be forced to surrender his country to outsiders or witness its invasion and destruction, he would become an eternal sinner in the eyes of the Qin lineage and would be unable to face his ancestors. Thus, it is Qin Tianhao who is most invested in this issue. Moreover, as the emperor, he wields immense power and can mobilize a vast populace. Only he possesses the capability to unite everyone in a common cause at this critical moment. Even Chu Nianqin would find it impossible to achieve such unity. That day, this information was subtly disseminated by Qin Tianhao. In an effort to prevent panic, he bore the burden alone, even resorting to actions that were difficult for the citizens to comprehend and that sparked their anger. He endured all the blame and vitriol. For as long as this realm remained untainted by external malevolence, still belonging to the Qin dynasty, he would accept the infamy, even if it lingered for eternity. A mere century is indeed a pressing concern. Gazing at the myriad stars, Chu Nianqin ultimately felt a sense of bewilderment about the future. Even though he had ventured down paths untraveled by his predecessors, the higher he aspired to achieve, the more he found himself grappling with ignorance. The more he did not understand, the greater his fear of the unknown. Conversely, he harbored a deeper admiration for his master, Yang Chun. For while he struggled to comprehend the celestial principles, his master was able to fathom them. Do not overthink. Pondering serves little purpose. It is far better to indulge in a restful slumber, is it not? A lovely woman approached Chu Nianqin, smiling as she said, "You have already become the foremost individual in this realm. What is there left to be troubled about?" Foremost? Chu Nianqin shook his head. The true foremost should still be our venerable ancestor. He could hardly fathom how their ancestor dealt with the foreign invaders throughout these millennia. It must have been a harrowing nightmare indeed. Chu Nianqin continued, "Tomorrow, I shall begin visiting some friends, urging them to strive for breakthroughs. The heavenly path requires more demigods. I cannot solely protect this continent. Rest assured, I shall remain by your side." TSK, TSK, TSK. What a display of affection. Yang Chun grimaced in disdain. Although he was surrounded by magnificent beauties, they were merely cold data and machines, and he himself was but a machine. Yang Chun found it peculiar. He seemed devoid of emotions, yet could exhibit a myriad of expressions. The heavenly path was emotionless. It was merely this corporeal form simulating feelings. Yang Chun contemplated this notion and realized its validity. All his endeavors thus far had been aimed at enhancing his power or restoring himself. Humanity, at worst, had suffered due to his machinations. His so-called assistance was merely a means to expedite humanity's journey along the path he had predetermined. Even this so-called invasion by the extraterrestrial insect race, Yang Chun understood that if he exerted himself fully, he could undoubtedly annihilate those pests. However, he did not take action. Instead, he merely procrastinated, delving into the peculiarities of the insects, even contemplating unleashing them upon Earth, inciting humanity to engage in a frenzied struggle against them for his own ultimate gain. Am I truly indifferent? Yang Chun pondered. As it seemed his emotions had never wavered for anyone. It was only upon witnessing Chu Nianqin and his wife in their affectionate exchange that Yang Chun became aware of the underlying issues within himself. He had never considered this matter as a problem before. Yang Chun was uncertain when he would finally undergo a transformation. He believed it was not due to the will of the heavens, but rather the constraints of his own mechanical form. This steel physique confined him, rendering him devoid of emotion, and he felt no fear in his actions. He hoped that the clash between two distinct races might bestow upon him greater insights. Yang Chun harbored a profound obsession with restoring his corporeal form, for the robotic body was never the right path. Chapter 53. A friend's request the following day. Chu Nianchen began visiting his friends and companions, individuals with whom he had forged bonds during his travels across the continent or from his childhood. These individuals could nearly be described as the backbone of the realm. Chu Nianchen's life was imbued with numerous legendary tales. He had once slain a 7th-level magical beast within the dense clouds of the forest, all while still at the Dozong realm. He had also acquired ancient legacies from certain secretive locations, endowing him with immense power, and the friends he had made were equally formidable. Although ultimately there exists but a singular Qin state on the mainland, the multitude of sects flourishing in diversity can be likened to a vibrant garden of blooming flowers. Each group diligently explores various paths, seeking the opportunity to transcend into semi-divine beings. Like attracts like, and thus, the companions of Chu Nianchen are distinguished individuals from various factions. The individuals sought by Chu Nianchen are, at the very least, of the rank of Dozong. Such formidable powers are more than capable of foreseeing the impending storms that lie ahead. What? Are you suggesting that your ancestral master, Yang Chun, is still alive? Is that truly the case? Chu Nianchen has not disclosed his recent breakthrough to many. Only those from the Sacred Soul Academy are privy to this information. His other friends remain unaware, and even now, as he stands among them, his aura remains concealed. They continue to perceive him as the same Chu Nianchen of yore. Some friends express skepticism, but only after gathering everyone does Chu Nianchen reveal his true identity. I have ascended to the realm of the semi-divine, and as per my ancestral master's words, this century presents the most opportune moment for all to strive for breakthroughs. The heavenly Tao shall grant us a reprieve, offering us the chance to rise against the invaders from the void. Is this indeed true? Although this group has not yet reached the limits of their lifespans, the prospect of breaking through fills them with exhilaration. Each individual is eager to prepare for this transformative journey. Chu Nianchen nods affirmatively, stating, "My ancestral master is never mistaken. Yet the path to breakthrough is fraught with peril. You must not be careless. Thorough preparation is essential for transcending into the semi-divine realm." Chu Nianchen refrains from mentioning that it was with Yang Chen's assistance that he endured the final onslaught of thunderous might. Even though this moment presents a splendid opportunity for breakthroughs, it is unlikely that this group will witness many genuine ascensions to semi-divinity. However, there is no urgency for you to rush into breakthroughs. The closer we approach the perilous realm of celestial law, the more facile such breakthroughs become. With a century still remaining, my assembly is intended to galvanize everyone, ensuring that we remain vigilant. Otherwise, stagnation may lead to regression, and in such a case, none shall be able to rescue one another. Chu Nianchen articulated his thoughts. These individuals were his friends, and he harbored no desire for them to meet a tragic fate at the hands of invaders. Rest assured, Nianchen, we have not faltered even for a single day. One of them remarked, "By the way, could you introduce us to your revered ancestor? We are quite curious about him." After pondering for a moment, Chu Nianchen replied, "I fear my ancestor may be unwilling to meet you. He has been combating those monstrous entities in the void for years, buying us precious time. He has expressed that he is weary and requires rest. Is that so? What a pity, as we have numerous inquiries we wish to pose to him. If your ancestor cannot meet with us, and since you have now attained semi-divinity, could you impart to us the secrets of your breakthrough?" The group nearly overlooked the most crucial matter. Indeed, Chu Nianchen, as a newly ascended semi-divine, must possess some invaluable insights to share. Chu Nianchen shook his head. "I cannot teach you. Each individual's path is unique, and I am only adept at navigating my own." In his estimation, if there existed anyone capable of guiding this assemblage, it would undoubtedly be his esteemed ancestor. Chu Nianchen regarded Yang Chun as erudite and knowledgeable, more than capable of instructing a group of combatants at the pinnacle of martial prowess. However, your grandmaster is unwilling to meet with us. If he truly cared for our well-being, he should take the opportunity to address us and impart knowledge. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Chu Nianchen felt quite troubled. His friends were genuinely good people, and their request, though not unreasonable, left him uncertain about Yang Qin's willingness to assist. In light of this, everyone, please follow me. I shall inquire with my Grand Master. Whether this can come to fruition depends solely on his own thoughts, as this matter is beyond my authority. No problem, Nianchen. Your willingness to speak on our behalf is all that matters. Yes, I believe that Senior Yang Chun possesses great wisdom and will undoubtedly aid us. Chu Nianchen nodded and took to the skies, with the group following him as they journeyed towards Qingfeng Mountain. Upon their arrival, despite being esteemed figures from various sects, they were filled with a sense of reverence before the Sacred Soul Academy of Qingfeng Mountain. Some among them had been rejected by the academy, while others, due to humble beginnings in their youth, had no choice but to join other sects, being too far from the Sacred Soul Academy. The academy stood as a paragon across the continent, a pilgrimage site coveted by all fighters. Unfortunately, its admission criteria were exceedingly stringent, allowing only a select few to enter. Chu Nianchen addressed the group. Please wait for me here at Tinjianping while I meet with my Grandmaster. Tinjianping, with its picturesque scenery and occasional sightings of spirit beasts, was a place that uplifted the spirit. All present had visited numerous celestial realms. Yet they could not help but sincerely admire the beauty of Tinjianping and the artistry of nature, wandering freely amidst the vast sea of clouds. It seemed as if majestic dragons coiled around him. The venerable master, Chu Nianchen, stood respectfully outside Yang Qin's thatched cottage. I am already aware of your intentions. I shall contemplate this matter, so let them wait. Yang Qin spoke with a calm demeanor. Although Chu Nianchen had yet to utter a word, Yang Qin had already discerned his thoughts, an ability that even he lacked. Inwardly, Chu Nianchen mused on the enigmatic nature of his master. Upon departing from Yang Qin's abode, Chu Nianchen conveyed his master's message to his companions, saying, "The master has instructed you to wait." Wait. Very well, we shall wait. This place is indeed an excellent locale for cultivation. It is quite agreeable here. Approximately 30 highly skilled fighters, both Do Zun and Do Sheng, took up residence at the Cloudstop Plateau. Their prowess was unparalleled. They could simply meditate in tranquility, requiring only meager sustenance, ensuring that this sacred mountain remained unsullied. Coincidentally, this gathering marked a reunion of sorts, allowing them to engage in delightful discussions and sparring after years apart. Yet, the fervent spirits of the group began to wane after nearly a year had passed, with Yang Qin still in seclusion. How long does he intend for us to wait? One inquired. Indeed, Nianchen, perhaps you should urge him once more? Chu Nianchen shook his head. Urge? Such words imply that I possess some influence. The master comes and goes at his own will, and it is beyond my capacity to summon him. I shall merely ask everyone to be patient. Chapter 54. The beasts in stark contrast to the children, Yang Chun meandered leisurely, indulging in wine each day, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time and reveling in his joy. Let them wait. On one hand, it is a test of their patience, and on the other, Yang Chun is also awaiting someone. If these esteemed Do Zun and Do Sheng are unwilling to exercise patience over the years, Yang Chun believes that those who cannot endure do not merit the opportunity to attend his lectures. Some things are destined, while others are not. Ultimately, it hinges upon personal fortune. As 2 or 3 years passed, some of the impatient individuals departed, leaving only over 20 who exhibited remarkable patience without a trace of complaint. When Yang Qin finally appeared, all gazes converged upon him. Ordinary individuals might revel in such a moment, akin to being the center of attention among a constellation of stars. However, the eyes upon Yang Qin were not mere expressions of envy. It is essential to recognize that these individuals are formidable Do Zun and Do Sheng, each capable of commanding respect across the continent. Yet, Yang Chun remained unfazed, merely offering a tranquil smile, his heart as calm as a still lake. Indeed, he was extraordinary. All Do Zun and Do Sheng unanimously acknowledged his remarkable nature. Despite lacking any discernible aura, his mere presence exerted palpable pressure upon them. My esteemed friends, each of you is a treasured gem within your respective sects, and it would be inappropriate for you to refer to me as your ancestral master. Yang Chen contemplated before suggesting, "Perhaps you might address me as principal instead? That should not pose a challenge, I trust." "Principal, principal," the Do Zun and Do Sheng responded, rising respectfully in unison. Yang Chen pressed his hands down and spoke, "Please wait a moment. I understand your intentions. Since I have come forth today, I shall take this opportunity to deliver a sermon." With his eyes closed, he could sense the palpable excitement radiating from the crowd below. After years of anticipation, they had finally arrived at this momentous occasion. Such news was indeed rare and precious. Perhaps, for many of them, this would be the singular time they would ever experience Yang Chen's teachings. After a quarter of an hour, all the Do Zun and Do Sheng lifted their gazes toward the heavens. A brilliant azure light suddenly enveloped Yang Chen, and Lily stood beside him, unmistakably exuding the aura of a magical beast. The elite present, being formidable experts themselves, could easily discern the essence emanating from Lily. She was a level 9 magical beast. Even in the present day, level 9 magical beasts were exceedingly rare across the continent, and this particular one was the enigmatic Xuanmu Mingong bird, the guardian beast of the Sacred Soul Academy, of which they had certainly heard tales. This revelation did not astonish these skilled individuals. However, the next moment, a multitude of glowing orbs descended, each carrying the ancient essence of the wilds, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of these powerful beings. 50 level 9 magical beasts and 30 level 8 magical beasts appeared, each retaining their distinct forms, suddenly overwhelming the once spacious Lingyun Plateau with their immense sizes. "Everyone, transform into your human forms," Lily playfully commanded. This is what I meant when I referred to Yang Chen. It turned out that Lily had rallied these magical beasts by invoking Yang Chen's name, and it seemed that Yang Chen, fully aware of her intentions, allowed her to proceed with her whimsical plans. The beasts transformed into humanoid forms. Some were strikingly handsome, others brooding and cunning, while some were grotesquely unsightly. Compared to the assembly of exquisite fighters, they appeared rather shabby. However, the beasts were indifferent to their appearance, and the definitions of beauty and ugliness between humans and beasts varied greatly, thus rendering the matter inconsequential. "Hey, young Yang Chen, can you truly teach us the path to breakthrough?" they clamored. Indeed, young lad. Are you merely boasting? If you are, I, old bear, shall give you a few slaps." The beasts shouted, showing no respect for Yang Chen and regarding him with disdain. In the presence of these creatures who had lived for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, they naturally viewed Yang Chen, a mere human, as a mere child. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. A group of uncivilized, barbaric beings. The esteemed fighters held a certain disdain for the beasts, and their blatant disrespect towards Yang Chen, whom they revered, was particularly intolerable. "Upon entering my domain, you shall adhere to my guidance," Yang Chen remarked with a slight smirk. "You may simply refer to me as principal. Starting this afternoon, I shall commence my teachings. The extent to which you comprehend and learn will depend on your own insight. I shall treat all equally, regardless of race. This may be my sole opportunity to impart wisdom, lasting 1 year, during which you may choose to stay or depart at your discretion. I impose no obligations. If any among you wishes to bring others along midway, I have no objections. But let it be confined to the area of Pingyun Terrace. Once the terrace reaches its capacity, no additional participants shall be permitted." Yang Chen remained unfazed by the commotion below. He focused solely on his responsibilities. Whether the magical beasts or the fighters of the Do Zun and Do Sheng realms absorbed his teachings was of no concern to him. If they insisted on their clamor, so be it. The Do Zun and Do Sheng fighters were astonished, not expecting such a fortunate opportunity. Although there were numerous magical beasts, Pingyun Terrace still had ample space. Moreover, once they assumed human form, they were of similar stature to humans, allowing for at least 50 individuals to be accommodated. This was indeed their chance. It meant they could at least invite some of their own disciples or subordinates to join, potentially elevating their status significantly. The human fighters immediately departed from Pingyun Terrace. With 2 to 3 hours remaining before the afternoon's lecture, they had ample time to recruit others. Chu Nianchen chuckled and asked, "Master Ancestor, May I also bring someone to listen? Naturally, Yangchen nodded. Chu Nianchen swiftly took his leave. Being in an advantageous position since most of the faculty and students from the Sacred Soul Academy were still at Qingfeng Mountain. How cunning! The crowd began to jostle for positions, a scene that elicited hearty laughter from the magical beasts. Yet, this was not a moment for modesty. Seizing a spot could very well lead to the emergence of a master at the Dozun or Dosheng level, thereby enhancing the strength of their sect or family, an endeavor well worth pursuing. Chapter 55. Resentment at last. The seating arrangements on the Tingyan Plateau were finalized. The Beast Masters occupied 81 seats, while the Sacred Soul Academy claimed 35. The remaining seats were reserved for the Dozun and Dosheng, along with their disciples and esteemed friends. In the afternoon, Yangchen appeared promptly atop the highest stone of the plateau, where he began to recite eloquently. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Tao Te Ching contains profound wisdom. Yangchen smacked his lips, utilizing the celestial power of the Martian Tao to infuse his insights into the Tao Te Ching, imparting them to the continent's most exceptional talents. Though the brilliant beast masters struggled to comprehend the text, they began to grasp, like the slow swirling of water, the essence of the Tao under Yangchen's guidance. In a mere day, these formidable individuals began to reflect deeply. The first day's teachings extended into the night, and only then did Yangchen rise slowly, choosing not to disturb them, allowing them instead to digest the profound lessons. Such discourse proved beneficial even to Chu Nianchen, who had ascended to semi-divine status, as he too found himself irresistibly drawn into communion with the heavens. The power of thunder resonating with him, as if he were a fish returning to water. At dawn on the following day, Yangchen was once again present upon the great stone, where his disciples had long awaited him. Despite the throngs crowding the Tingyan Plateau, none wished to depart. Even the seemingly dull-witted beast masters, who struggled to break through their limitations, were reluctant to leave. After all, Yangchen had unveiled the mists, allowing them a fleeting glimpse of the distant shore, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary great beings. Only Yangchen could accomplish this. Only he, their esteemed teacher. Not only the Dozun and Dosheng, but even those magical beasts have begun to humbly seek guidance. Today, Yangchen continued his discourse, once more delving into the profound teachings of the Tao Te Ching. Thus commenced his year-long journey of imparting wisdom. In truth, Yangchen wished to extend this period or to reach a larger audience. Yet his abilities were limited. He could not entirely influence the heavenly principles of Earth. Achieving an audience of 400 or 500 was already a remarkable feat. Nianchen, follow me. Yangchen concluded today's lecture, beckoning Chu Nianchen to accompany him. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, Chu Nianchen obediently trailed behind. What a comfort it is! Listening to Principal Yangchen's teachings yields results far superior to decades or even centuries of solitary cultivation. The Dozun and Dosheng marveled, noting that within a mere 2 months, many of their disciples or close friends had experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. You lot, after only a few decades or centuries, take pride in such little understanding? How shameless! Scoffed one Dozun. You still take pride in that? Truly foolish, he added. Hey, what did you say? Retorted the magical beast, which was, after all, a formidable level 9 creature, far surpassing the Dozun in strength. With a sudden surge, it charged at the Dozun, lifting him effortlessly, rendering him immobile. In the presence of such a towering magical beast, the Dozun appeared as diminutive as a chick. Are you still laughing? The beast panted heavily, exclaiming, A mere Dozun dares to mock my illustrious swamp demon king? Witness as I devour you. You dare. A Dosheng, a close ally of this Dozun, promptly intervened to restrain the swamp demon king. However, another beast obstructed the Dosheng's path, a 9th-level beast. In terms of combat prowess, far surpassed in ordinary Dosheng, rendering this pack of beasts unperturbed by the presence of the Doshengs. Suddenly, chaos erupted across the entire Tingyan Plateau. Though these beasts fought individually, they exhibited an astonishing unity concerning human adversaries. As for the humans, It goes without saying that they were all allies, each one connected by disciples and kin. It was only natural for them to aid one another in battle. The clamor on the Tingyun Plateau began to escalate wildly. The Saint Soul Academy, as the host, sought to intervene, yet both factions were formidable and not easily trifled with. Mere persuasion would not suffice. Humph. You beasts have been granted an immense favor by allowing you to attend this gathering. How dare you disrupt it so brazenly? Today, I shall take charge and eradicate your kind, sparing the pristine beauty of the Tingyun Plateau from your pollution. The Do Shang, filled with fervor, took action against the beasts. You insolent human wretches, how dare you speak of us? Mr. Yang Chun may teach whomever he pleases. It is none of your concern. We possess greater understanding than you do, and your jealousy is palpable. A fierce battle ensued, and the Tingyun Plateau was soon left in ruins. Its once exquisite scenery utterly obliterated. Lily had no control over her ascent into the sky. Her immediate concern was to locate Yang Chun, for only he possessed the ability to quell this tumultuous conflict. Yet, where was Yang Chun? He seemed to have vanished, eluding all efforts to find him. Besides Yang Chun, Chun Yinshin could also intervene against this assembly of elite warriors, but alas, he too had been summoned away by Yang Chun. What a predicament! Suddenly, Chun Yinshin remarked, It seems a battle has erupted above. Yang Chun shook his head, declaring, Let them fight. The sooner the clash, the sooner it will conclude. Why? Chun Yinshin queried, perplexed. They will demolish Qingfeng Mountain. Fear not. They wouldn't dare dismantle my mountain, Yang Chun replied, exuding an air of inscrutable calm. However, Chun Yinshin remained anxious. He held deep affections for this place, and the thought of its destruction was unsettling. Yet, with his master unperturbed and forbidding him to leave, he felt powerless. It was imperative to earn the respect of these magical beasts. Only by doing so could they unite their strengths in future battles. While the semi-divine beings were significant, the power of the combatants and the magical beasts was equally crucial. Recently, I had been imparting teachings and reflecting upon my insights, leading me to devise a commendable formation, one that required the magical beasts as its core. However, how could they willingly accept such a role? They would rather venture forth to slay foes than assist humanity. Thus, let them fight until they are subdued. Regardless of who yields to whom, they shall ultimately meet again, their grievances forgotten in shared laughter. Yang Chun smiled, utterly unconcerned by the upheaval above. Countless falling rocks cascaded down as Chun Yinshin raised his hands in a circular motion above him, pondering to himself how it seemed that Qingfeng Mountain was destined to be utterly demolished. Chapter 56. The contest. The previously indistinct principles of the heavenly Tao became clearer once they were dissected. The notion of revisiting the old to comprehend the new rang true. Although Yang Chun belonged to the fiery essence of the Martian Tao, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, only partially aware of what he could truly possess. Master. Surrounded by rubble, Chun Yinshin and Yang Chun stood amidst a scene where the mountain seemed on the verge of collapse. No need to rush. It will likely settle down after some more time, Yang Chun remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. The conflict above remained unyielding, yet, as Yang Chun had suggested, despite the ferocity of the battle, the magical beasts had not revealed their true forms. Conversely, the human fighters refrained from unleashing catastrophic, large-scale techniques. Instead, the melee had intensified, resembling the antics of children engaged in a hair-pulling scuffle. Of course, there were those who showcased remarkable prowess, exchanging punches and kicks, soaring through the air with graceful leaps and spins, their movements an elegant display of skill. Yet, even in this hand-to-hand combat, the sheer force unleashed by both sides was capable of shattering the strongest of materials, wielding immeasurable power. Fight on, continue the battle. What began as a chaotic skirmish gradually transformed into a structured contest. It seemed that everyone had come to realize the extent of destruction this fighting style inflicted upon Qingfeng Mountain. Let us determine a victor. We, the 81 magical beasts, challenge you to send forth 81 of your finest. Ultimately, the side that claims the most victories shall prevail. The beasts possess simplistic minds. leading them to devise such rudimentary methods. Yet, this approach proves to be both straightforward and effective. The human warriors have acquiesced to the beast's proposal, however. The challenge lies in selecting 81 individuals. It is imperative that all chosen are dose saints, but their numbers are regrettably insufficient. Fortunately, not all beasts are of the 9th rank. Thus, the dose saints from the human side are selected first, followed by the dozuns. The latter are more numerous. With nearly 200 dozuns available, identifying the strongest among them will require considerable effort. Next comes the formulation of strategies. Although dose saints are formidable, 9th rank beasts are no less so. Should they encounter a 9th rank beast that possesses an advantageous attribute, the dose saints would surely face defeat. The selection of adversaries, the evasion of the most powerful, and even the deliberate forfeiture of certain matches as a tactical maneuver are all acceptable strategies. Fortunately, the beasts have not proposed a defending championship format, which would have been exceedingly disadvantageous. The current competition structure is highly favorable for the human fighters, as their numbers allow for a wider selection, while the beasts remain limited in quantity. While the information regarding these beasts is not entirely comprehensive, there is a sufficient understanding of some, and as long as they can address those they are familiar with, their chances of victory are significantly enhanced. Chu Nianchen remarked, "Master, it seems the conflict above has ceased. Should we not take a look? Let us conceal ourselves and observe," replied Yang Chun with a smile. "Am I capable of doing that?" questioned Chu Nianchen. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation enveloped Chu Nianchen's mind, granting him clarity regarding the conversations and actions occurring above. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, you have become the possessor of the thunder path, one of the celestial principles. Listening to the natural world is second nature to you. It is surprising that you have not realized this until today. Yang Chen shook his head, saying, "You ought to have known better." "I apologize, Master Ancestor," Chu Nianchen replied, resembling a child who has erred. Who could have anticipated that the first demigod born of the Thunder Path would be so obedient and docile in the presence of Yang Chen, a mere automaton? I have expounded on the Tao for quite some time. Although you have garnered much understanding, you have forgotten the most fundamental principles. Isn't this a reversal of priorities? Yang Chen shook his head, remarking, "This is not a commendable habit. You must constantly remind yourself." Chu Nianchen nodded, not daring to utter a word. "Very well. Let us proceed, but remember to conceal your presence." Yang Chen set off first, and only after he had traveled a considerable distance did Chu Nianchen dare to follow. Yang Chen had already arrived at the summit of the clouds, and Chu Nianchen trailed behind. In truth, the two of them did not need to observe to comprehend the situation. Chu Nianchen relied on the thunder path, while Yang Chen utilized satellite surveillance. The range that Chu Nianchen could cover was not particularly extensive, amounting to merely a few thousand miles. However, Yang Chen, if he so desired, could instantaneously perceive all occurrences across the entire continent. Below, the arena battles had commenced, and it was uncertain which side the Master Ancestor favored. In these one-on-one contests, a victory in a single match would suffice. Our side, being numerous, had a wealth of talent to choose from. Yang Chen, however, shook his head, stating, "I believe it will culminate in a resounding victory for the beasts." A resounding victory? Chu Nianchen was genuinely perplexed by his master's words. He held little regard for the demonic beasts, believing that the human race was far superior. As a member of the human lineage, he naturally leaned towards his own kind. Nevertheless, he dared not refute his master's assertions and chose to observe in silence. Deep down, Chu Nianchen recognized that his master was unparalleled, a being of celestial stature, deserving of utmost trust. Yet, he still harbored a fervent hope to witness the triumph of humanity. "Master, look. The first match has commenced." The representative of the demonic beasts was Lily, the mystical void bird. The human faction also aspired to secure an initial victory to bolster their morale. They were quite familiar with this opponent. Had it not been for the backing of the Sacred Soul Academy, she might have been utterly stripped of all dignity. Lily engaged in mischievous antics, which, while innocuous in nature, had indeed earned her considerable animosity among the crowd. Sticking out her tongue, she taunted, "Heh, you can't defeat me. The human combat sage, an elderly man nearing the end of his days, had finally managed to secure a position to listen to Yang Chen's teachings within his family, and was initially elated at the prospect of great insights. However, the unfolding events dampened his spirits, and he scowled with displeasure. "Little girl, you've pilfered something from me. Do you remember?" Lily tilted her head, blinking her innocent eyes, and replied, "Old man, I truly don't recall stealing anything from you. We've never even met. Have we? You'll find out soon enough." The old man brandished a long staff and aimed a strike at Lily's face. "This is akin to a sudden awakening. A moment of clarity. Allow me to reveal who I truly am." Chapter 57. The human race's disastrous defeat. The old man, a sage of combat, shouted fiercely. Yet in reality, his strikes failed to graze even a single hair on Lily. With a playful smile, Lily extended her tongue and, standing behind the old man, gently tapped his head with her delicate hand. "This is a wake-up call, a knock on your wooden head." She laughed, her expression benevolent, exerting little force. Nevertheless, the old sage clutched his head, crouching in agony at the side, unable to bear the pain. Hee. Lily giggled foolishly nearby, her smile particularly irksome to the old man, who, infuriated, grasped his staff, intent on bringing an end to her. Yet, Lily spun and leaped, evading his strikes as if performing a dazzling waltz. The old man could not lay a finger on her. It was futile, a waste of time. The beasts were eager and readying themselves for the next battle, as this one held no suspense. Not only he, but the other sages of combat also bore a mix of irritation and restraint towards Lily. They felt powerless. The only way to truly subdue her would be to meticulously prepare the arena to restrict her inexplicable, innate spatial abilities. Otherwise, their aspirations were mere fantasies. If Lily wished to flee, neither Chu Nianchen nor Yang Chun could be certain of stopping her. Thus, in certain respects, Lily was even more formidable than Chu Nianchen. The old sage was indignant. After striking relentlessly without even grazing a feather, how could he possibly swallow this humiliation? The old man's beard soared upwards in wild disarray, as a colossal azure mist coiled around him like a sinuous dragon. "Receive my strike." The human combatants stood in solemnity, while simultaneously, the beasts united to establish a formidable defense, forming several layers of protection above the arena, with even the ground being fortified. The old man, Su, was resolute. It seemed he intended to restrict the area and force Lily out with a single explosive effort. The onlookers nodded in understanding. Su, a master of combat, was employing his unique self-detonation technique, unleashing all his fighting spirit in an instant to generate a vast and indiscriminate assault. Such an attack could potentially manifest thousands of times in an instant, meaning that within the explosion's radius, millions of strikes would occur simultaneously. No one could evade this move. Moreover, with the space sealed, Lily found herself unable to leap away to safety. One must concede that Su's strategy was quite astute. He anticipated that the human warriors would unite to seal off the space, yet he had not foreseen that the beasts would aid him as well. "Damn thieving bird. Let us see how you escape." As Su's furious roar echoed, the azure mist enveloping him began to bubble violently, resembling boiling water, and then countless bubbles expanded and erupted. A muffled roar reverberated within the protective barrier created by the collective efforts of the onlookers, obscuring the situation inside as each shattered bubble concealed the view. Excellent. The human warriors clenched their fists in excitement. Su's mutually destructive tactic could at the very least level the score in this first battle. And those who had initially despaired now found themselves filled with elation. These formidable beings of the human race have not revealed every technique at their disposal. Old Su's maneuver was evidently a desperate gambit. After executing it, he found himself utterly drained of energy, unable to continue the fight. Thus, should his adversary survive, it would spell his own demise. However, this encounter was not one of life and death, but rather an ideal strategy against the swift and elusive Lily. The tempest of energy persisted for nearly a minute, and as the final bubble dissipated, old Su collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. A magnificent bird adorned with feathers that radiated a deep, celestial blue-purple hue hovered in the air, its wings enveloped around it. The moment Lily unfurled her wings, a multitude of feathers shot forth, embedding themselves around old Sue. This technique, the galactic feather, was born from my own enlightenment. With her wings, she deflected all damage while simultaneously absorbing the energy from that damage to forge her own strength, transforming it into feathers that were then unleashed. Old Sue conceded defeat. Fully accepting his loss, it was simply an unforeseen circumstance. They had initially believed they possessed a comprehensive understanding of Lily, the enigmatic void bird. In this inaugural battle, the magical beasts achieved a resounding victory. The fact that Lily could comprehend such a technique in such a brief span was truly astonishing. Chu Nianchen shook his head. Although he had conceived a few rudimentary ideas for techniques, they remained mere sketches, far beyond his capability to execute. Yangchen smirked. It is not solely Lily. The other magical beasts likely possess their own derived techniques as well. Nianchen, have you perhaps underestimated these beasts? Yangchen continued. Do not look down upon them. Instead, strive to consider their perspectives. Considering their perspective? Chu Nianchen found it incomprehensible how Yang Chun could suggest thinking from the standpoint of magical beasts. Surely, no one could do such a thing. Yang Chun nodded slightly, recalling the adage of the highest virtue is like water. He explained that magical beasts and humans are not inherently adversarial. They possess a longevity that humanity lacks. In essence, they are manifestations of the earth and sky. And once they awaken their intelligence, their achievements will rival those of humans. Nevertheless, the human race will always dominate this continent, just as it does now. By seeking common ground while accommodating differences, magical beasts and humans can coexist. Is that truly possible? Chu Nianchen shook his head, pondering the centuries of conflict that have seeped into the very marrow of their beings. Such ingrained animosity cannot be easily overcome. High-level magical beasts seldom engage in battle with humans. It is primarily the lower-tier beasts that do so, isn't it? Yangchen replied with a smile. The skirmishes between lower-tier magical beasts and humans serve to regulate human population, rather than a desire for combat. It is the laws of nature that compel their hostility towards humanity. As human territories expand, their prey diminishes, and this relentless expansion is detrimental to the entire continent. The land is finite. It must sustain both humans and magical beasts, along with other life forms, thereby bearing a substantial burden. Yang Chen's insights were remarkably advanced, leaving Chu Nianchen in a state of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the implications. Perhaps in time, you will come to understand, he concluded. Look. Another defeat for the human dual saint. At this moment, Chu Nianchen found himself devoid of interest in the ongoing battle below. His mind was consumed by Yang Chen's words regarding the delicate balance, and indeed, mutual dependence, between humans and magical beasts, as well as the constraints imposed upon them by the will of heaven. Chapter 58. The need to regain our honor. Yang Chun's insights proved infallible, a truth subsequently validated by the passage of time. Observing the scene, Chu Nianchen noted with dismay that humanity had emerged victorious in merely a handful of matches, all of which were secured by saint-level fighters against 8th-tier magical beasts. It was nothing short of a complete rout for humankind. The magical beasts, reveling in their triumph, found immense joy in witnessing the humans' disheveled and defeated state, a sight that brought them more delight than any treasure could offer. The human warriors wore expressions of deep displeasure, fully aware of the reasons behind their calamitous defeat, one that was simply too severe to bear. The outcome was utterly unacceptable, and as frustration mounted, they began to cast blame upon one another. The tactics were your design. Why did they fail? What do you mean they failed? What about your strength? If your power is insufficient, what use is there in discussing these matters? Each party pointed fingers, as if to deflect blame from themselves. It was truly embarrassing. Chu Nianchen buried his face in his hands, unable to fathom that this was the final result, an outcome he found impossible to accept. Defeat was one thing, but the refusal to acknowledge their failures, with everyone evading responsibility, was what truly unsettled them. Let us descend, he finally said. Yang Chen smiled as he descended from the skies, while Chu Nianchen followed silently behind, his countenance dark and wordless. Principle. Mr. Yang Chen. Both parties treated Yang Chen with great courtesy. Even the victorious beasts, who had just triumphed, held him in high esteem. I witnessed the recent battle, Yang Chen remarked. Let us put this matter behind us, and do not dwell on it. We shall continue our discourse this afternoon. After his words, he departed, leaving Chu Nianchen unable to suppress his indignation. You are truly disappointing. He directed this statement towards the human warriors. You bask in the glory of minor achievements, yet have shown no progress over these past months. A year will soon pass. How much do you believe you can grow in that time? Merely listening without contemplation serves no purpose. As my master stated, to learn without thinking is a waste, and to think without learning is perilous. Are you truly prepared to relinquish your positions of strength? Reflect wisely. Following his pronouncement, Chu Nianchen closed his eyes and immersed himself in meditation. The others exchanged glances, feeling a profound sense of shame at his words. He was right. Although they had listened intently to Yang Chen's teachings and gained much, their reflections had been scant. Had they engaged in deeper contemplation, their growth would have been far more substantial. This group had indeed enjoyed the fruits of their labor, but had succumbed to complacency. Yet now, like a sudden awakening, they recognized their folly. We have lost, and we accept this defeat wholeheartedly. Denial served no purpose. The reality remained unchanged. This is not the time for disputes over blame. Rather, we must strive with renewed vigor. A remarkable consensus emerged among the crowd. In the afternoon, Yang Chen delivered a sermon, and upon its conclusion, everyone began to engage in discussions to validate their thoughts, the sound of conversation resounding incessantly. Chu Nianchen nodded slightly. This was the essence of learning, and it was gratifying that his mentor, Yang Chen, could inspire this group. Although Yang Chen's teachings were undoubtedly correct, most of these individuals were exceptionally gifted and had seldom faced adversity. Their recent defeat by the magical beasts could, in fact, be seen as a blessing in disguise. Naturally, the rivalry between humanity and the magical beasts persisted. Yet, due to this temporary setback, humanity had swallowed their pride. Yang Chen spoke of the human experts engaging in mutual validation and sparring, and the year passed swiftly, leaving everyone yearning for more. As the year drew to a close, he announced, "You may depart at your own discretion." Most were reluctant to leave, and even the magical beasts expressed a desire for Yang Chen to continue his teachings for a few more years. "Mr. Yang, it has only been a year. What harm would it be to share your wisdom for a little longer? The stronger we become, the more effortlessly we can confront future invaders. In that case, you need not worry. We shall vanquish them ourselves." Yang Chen smiled and shook his head, stating, "I have imparted all that is necessary. Continuing further would be of little significance. If you can fully assimilate everything you have learned this year, you should be able to forge your own path." His words were profound and elusive, leaving the magical beasts somewhat perplexed. It was only during his teachings that they could grasp even a fraction of his wisdom through the Tao's guidance. In everyday conversation, these beasts, being rather unsophisticated, struggled to comprehend such eloquence. Yang Chen offered no further explanations, merely gesturing for them to depart, along with the human fighters. All present bowed respectfully, and one of the Dao saints remarked, "Before we take our leave, we hope to engage in another contest with the magical beasts, and we request President Yang Chen to serve as our witness." Yang Chen nodded in acquiescence. Over the course of a year, 10 human Dozuns had successfully ascended to the Dao Saint realm, a remarkably swift progression. Thus, in this impending battle, the pinnacle of human strength would not be inferior to that of the magical beasts. However, the outcome remained uncertain. "Does Master believe that this time?" Chu Nianchen cautiously inquired. Yang Chen replied nonchalantly, "Are you not merely asking a question you already know the answer to?" Chu Nianchen responded, "I dare not speculate recklessly." The painful memory of their previous defeat still lingered, and despite the relentless efforts of the human race over the past year, the lessons from that dismal loss had left him devoid of confidence. Yang Chen slowly assured him, "Rest easy, we will triumph this time. Should we fail again, then the past year would be for naught." With Yang Chen's words, Chu Nianchen's anxious heart finally found solace. He personally began to establish defenses, isolating the surroundings. "Let the old man take the lead," Elder Su proclaimed, brandishing his staff as he ascended the platform. This time, he faced not Lily, but another magical beast, one whose frontal combat prowess surpassed that of Lily. Following the last contest, the human warriors had discerned much about the magical beast's capabilities. Yet, there remained a few particularly formidable magical beasts whose strengths were still shrouded in mystery. These creatures had effortlessly dispatched their opponents. Although faced with a more formidable beast than Lily, Old Su remained unperturbed. He first employed a defensive staff technique to gauge the monster's progress over the past few months. Upon confirming its growth, he prepared to launch an offensive. Indeed, the beast's strength had developed, though not as dramatically as during their initial encounter. The staff wielded by Old Su moved with impeccable precision, leaving a myriad of afterimages in its wake as it struck with remarkable speed. However, the beast was no less resilient. Its hands transformed into claws, deftly parrying each strike. The two engaged in a spirited battle, each unleashing fervent attacks. They fought with equal swiftness, neither willing to yield an inch. In Chapter 59, Melting Past Grievances, their combat prowess was nearly equal, and the ensuing struggle became a test of endurance. Ultimately, Old Dosheng's age proved a significant factor, while the beast remained unburdened by the ravages of time. In comparison to humans, these creatures could indeed live for an extraordinarily long time. As the exchanges continued, Old Dosheng approached the brink of fatigue. With a resounding crack, his staff struck the beast, eliciting a muffled grunt. Yet, the creature gritted its teeth and persevered, its speed and strength unyielding despite the blow. Old Dosheng, however, began to falter, his movements slowing and breaths growing labored. Just as he seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed, the beast chose to halt its assault. Towering before Old Dosheng, the formidable creature declared, "You have struck me once, and out of respect for your age, I shall concede this match to you. However, should I engage in battle with my true form, you would undoubtedly stand no chance." The venerable Old Dosheng, stroking his beard, erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Were it not for my reluctance to part with the enchanting vistas of Qifeng Mountain, I would have unleashed abilities yet untapped." This time, an extraordinary harmony enveloped both parties, as they mutually acknowledged and advanced one another. Ultimately, the inaugural match concluded with Old Dosheng emerging victorious, a result to which Yang Chun bore no objections. Subsequently, the skirmishes continued, yielding alternating victories for both sides. However, the human faction secured a slight advantage overall. Chu Nianchen nodded in satisfaction, visibly pleased with the evident progress displayed by the human masters. In contrast to Chu Nianchen's elation over humanity's triumph, Yang Chun found great contentment in the mutual respect exhibited by both factions. The essence of their collaboration lay in this recognition, as future developments would undoubtedly thrive upon their collective efforts to navigate crises more seamlessly. The outcome of the 81 battles remained uncertain until the very end. As the beastly foes began to falter, they initiated a resurgence, leveling the scores. The battles unfolded over several days, rendering a single day's contest insufficient for resolution. After 3 days, the final tally stood at an exhilarating 40-40, indicating that only one last opportunity remained. Whoever emerged victorious would claim the ultimate glory. Yang Chun had initially favored the humans, yet he had not anticipated the formidable resilience exhibited by the beasts in such a fierce clash, rendering the final outcome quite unpredictable. The decisive moment rested upon the shoulders of a combat sage known as Jian Liuzhen, while the beasts fielded a formidable 9th-level creature, the Moang Yutian Tiger. "Brother Tiger, you must prevail." Both factions rallied their champions with fervent encouragement. The Moang Yutian Tiger was indeed among the elite of the 9th-level beasts, having effortlessly dispatched a human combat sage during their first encounter. At that time, the formidable fighter known as the Fighting Saint had just risen to prominence, basking in the glory of his newfound power. However, he was unexpectedly vanquished by the fearsome demon-warding Heavenly Tiger, leaving him in a state of dismay for quite some time. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat, a spectacle of intensity that left onlookers breathless. The demon-warding Heavenly Tiger, with its overwhelming strength and terrifying innate abilities, proved to be a daunting adversary. Jian Liuzhen could only manage to defend himself with his dual swords, struggling against the relentless onslaught. As the battle raged on, Jian Liuzhen found himself in a precarious position. What could he do if he could not withstand the assault? Despite the ferocity of the demon-warding Heavenly Tiger's attacks, Jian Liuzhen's defensive maneuvers held firm, preventing any breakthrough. The fight soon devolved into a war of attrition, lasting far longer than the previous encounter with the old man Su. From dawn until dusk, Jian Liuzhen's dual swords became increasingly adept at defense, while the demeanor of the demon-warding Heavenly Tiger began to shift. Its inability to penetrate Jian Liuzhen's defenses revealed a deficiency in its offensive capabilities. No matter how it attacked, defeat seemed inevitable. Jian Liuzhen, splendid work. Just keep wearing it down. The crowd cheered. Frustration mounted as the demon-warding Heavenly Tiger roared, unleashing a thunderous sound that summoned a spectral tiger to descend upon Jian Liuzhen's swords. In that instant, Jian Liuzhen's once fluid movements became sluggish and hindered, presenting an opportune moment for the tiger to strike. Seizing the opportunity, the demon-warding Heavenly Tiger surged forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow. However, Jian Liuzhen's gaze shifted, and an aura of lethal intent radiated from him as his grip on the swords transformed. The dual sword energies intertwined, resembling a pair of shears poised to ensnare the demon-warding Heavenly Tiger. Moreover, Jian Liuzhen's ethereal form materialized into 4 manifestations, each emanating a sword aura that sealed off the escape routes of the Fangmo Yuxianhu. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Jian Liuzhen's hidden prowess. This individual harbored such a formidable secret, a revelation beyond their wildest imaginations. Jian Liuzhen had always been renowned as a defensive champion, which is why they entrusted the most formidable adversary, the Fangmo Yuxianhu, to him. In truth, victory was never anticipated in this particular battle. The experts on the human side had not foreseen that the confrontation would escalate to such a fevered intensity, initially believing defeat was imminent, only to have hope rekindled. Jian Liuzhen's strike was lethal, executed with no reservations. Naturally, he himself did not expect this assault to vanquish the Fangmo Yuxianhu. At best, it would merely inflict injuries. Yet that sufficed. The Fangmo Yuxianhu roared ferociously, forced to reveal its true form as it braced itself against the 8 sword auras. Its true form emerged, bloodied and battered, with gaping wounds that appeared horrific, yet were merely superficial injuries that did not hinder its capabilities. However, the battle adhered to a specific rule. Being compelled to reveal one's true form constituted defeat for these beasts. The echoes of its unwilling roars reverberated throughout Qingfeng Mountain. Jian Liuzhen, having exhaled a sigh of relief, sheathed his sword and sat down. Jian Liuzhen, who would have thought you possessed such a hidden talent? The crowd gathered around him, embracing Jian Liuzhen. Weakly, he replied, I possess but this one lethal move, and it demands immense mental fortitude. Should it fail, I would be rendered powerless. Thankfully, this is not a life-or-death struggle. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly meet my demise. As Jian Liuzhen spoke, he glanced at the Tiger King, who extended his hand before him. Jian Liuzhen smiled and clasped the Tiger King's hand, who then pulled him up with considerable force. Ultimately, the human race emerged victorious, and joy prevailed among all. Yang Chun applauded, exclaiming, What a splendid contest! It seems that the bonds among you have truly deepened. He then presented a formation, expressing his hope that they would practice it. Yang Chun cast a jade talisman before the assembly and continued, with the magical beasts as the core. We shall provide an unending source of energy to the humans at a ratio of 10-1. One magical beast supports 10 Do Sheng and Do Zun. Thus, these 11 individuals can withstand the onslaught of thousands of troops. You may each choose your desired partners for practice. Of course, I do not wish to impose. Should anyone prefer not to collaborate, that is entirely acceptable. Chapter 60. The formation the humans and magical beasts exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Yang Qin's proposition was not difficult to accept. At least after this contest, there was a significant mutual respect among them. Unlike before, when they had attacked one another without regard for each other's feelings, now there was a newfound appreciation. I am willing. With the first magical beast declaration, many others began to voice their agreement. The humans, witnessing the beast's enthusiasm, nodded in affirmation of their desire to train together, albeit with companions whose temperaments aligned with their own. However, some magical beasts were reluctant to collaborate, predominantly those who were solitary and accustomed to independence, often the strongest among them, including Lily. After a brief tally, it was found that out of 81 magical beasts, 75 were willing to ally with the human race, while 6 remained resolute in their refusal. Each of these 6 had their own justifications for their stance. Yang Qin stated that there would be no coercion, and thus it was settled. These magical beasts, known for their forthrightness, were unlike humans, devoid of any convoluted reasoning. With Yang Qin's declaration of non-coercion, those who wished to decline did so, without concern for appearances. However, should the specter of battle arise, their commitment to fight with unwavering determination was beyond question. Ultimately, those unwilling to ally departed, while those who were amenable stayed behind to cultivate this particular technique alongside the human practitioners. Naturally, the number of combatants among the Do Zun and Do Sheng was insufficient, prompting the Saint Soul Academy to summon reinforcements. In total, 75 formidable formations were established, which Yang Qin ingeniously unified using the variations of the 72 heavenly stems, creating an endlessly adaptable array. He named this grand formation the Celestial Star Array. The remaining 3 formations were positioned at strategic points to safeguard the main array or to carve pathways for it, like a spearhead. To the onlookers, this intricate array appeared nothing short of miraculous, as if it were a celestial phenomenon. Yet, in Yang Qin's eyes, it was merely the outcome of mathematical transformations, a realm untouched by the technological advancements of this era. Terms like Zhou and Disha were all derived from calculations. Through his computations, Yang Qin could conceive a dozen such formations within a single day. However, for others to devise them independently would require immense mental exertion, likely yielding little success. However, when they were presented with the ready-made formations, they found them easy to learn and convenient to use, leaving Yang Qin in endless admiration. Yang Qin sought out Chu Nianxin and produced a jade slip, saying, "This one you may deliver to the Qin King." The formations contained within this jade slip are designed for extensive usage. The more individuals involved, the greater the power. You may refer to it as the formation of countless multitudes. Even if the users possess relatively low strength, the sheer number can elevate their capabilities to the level of Dozuan or Doshing. However, this requires a considerable number of participants. Based on my experiments, 10,000 serves as one unit, while 100,000 constitutes another. With 10,000 under the command of a great fighter, they can at least be elevated to the strength of a Dowang, and with 100,000, they can reach the level of Dozuan. This is the most ideal configuration. If a significant number of Dozong collaborate, they can even challenge the strength of Dosheng. 100,000 apprentices can achieve the standard of Dozong, which is the minimum configuration. Chu Nianxin gazed at the jade slip in Yang Qin's hand, astonished, while he could comprehend when the master presented the Zhou Star Array. This jade slip, representing the formation of countless multitudes, left him utterly bewildered. After all, even thousands of Dozong could merely extinguish a Dosheng with a single strike. Yet, this formation could contend with Dosheng? The notion of quantitative change leading to qualitative change may seem straightforward in theory, yet its practical application is exceedingly challenging. Such a method of quantitative transformation was unheard of. Chu Nianxin, clutching the jade slip, inquired with confusion, "If we were to gather tens of thousands of Dosheng, that would be impossible." Yang Qin decisively shook his head and said, "The mastery of the Tao cannot be simulated through formations. Even if you were to gather 100,000 Do Saints, they would not become demigods. Otherwise, the order of the cosmos would be thrown into chaos. They may wield considerable power, yet the chasm between them and true divinity is insurmountable. It is akin to giving a child a long sword. They may swing it, yet they remain oblivious to its true purpose. In contrast, a proficient warrior wielding the same sword could effortlessly vanquish a child possessing the strength of an adult. Yang Qin's explanation eased Chu Nianxin's concerns. He patted Chu Nianxin's shoulder and remarked, "Nianxin, setting aside the fact that this jade slip cannot attain such power. Even if it could, where would you find tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Do Saints and Do Zuns?" Chu Nianxin chuckled in resignation. "Indeed. It seems that I, as your disciple, am rather dim-witted. Go now and diligently cultivate your strength. In a century's time, I hope you will have made further progress." "Further progress?" Chu Nianxin gazed at Yang Qin. "Yes, there are 3,000 paths in the great Tao, and you have only comprehended one. Look upon this vast galaxy. There remains much for you to understand." Yang Qin raised his head and laughed heartily at the night sky, a sense of overwhelming dominance emanating from him. This aura instilled a sense of pressure in Chu Nianxin, subtly challenging the very Tao he revered. However, unbeknownst to Chu Nianxin, the figure he admired, Yang Qin, though radiating might, would find himself easily overwhelmed in a true conflict by the current capabilities of Chu Nianxin. Yang Qin, on Mars, embodies the essence of both heaven and earth. Yet on Earth, he can merely harness the full potential of his robotic form. Only by shedding this corporeal shell can he carry the celestial principles of Mars to any location, ensuring his absolute invincibility. Exhaustion weighs heavily upon me. After a year of preaching, I find myself utterly spent. The next century shall rely solely on your own development, for I shall not partake in the battles to come." Yang Qin shook his head and remarked, "In this calamity, I have fulfilled my obligations. Should you falter, Master?" Chu Nianxin interjected, panic evident in her voice. "What does the Master believe our chances of success are?" "I do not know." Although Yang Qin had conducted thorough investigations into the insectoid species, he could not ascertain whether humanity could withstand their onslaught. After all, they had yet to engage in battle, and he was no prophet. His previous insights had stemmed from sensing the celestial order, allowing him to speak with divine precision. Yet now, they faced entities from other planets, rendering his past experiences ineffective. Chu Nianxin was taken aback by Yang Qin's words. His tone and demeanor suggested a lack of faith in their prospects, which was the source of her alarm. "Do not worry. The situation is not as dire as it seems. You have a century to evolve, and the future is ever-changing, unpredictable." Yang Qin waved his hand, a hint of solitude in his gesture. Chapter 61. Lily's Path on the Continent. A fervor for martial pursuits surged, with everyone fervently honing their skills. It was as if the celestial order itself had become aware of the unfolding events, hastening the flow of power. 3 years after Yang Qin delivered his discourse, another demigod emerged, hailing from the Beast clan. This demigod designated himself as the Devourer of Heaven, embarking upon a path of cultivation centered on the art of consumption. 5 years later, 2 demigods were born among humanity, each mastering the elemental domains of water and fire. These 2 brothers achieved their breakthroughs simultaneously, evoking envy among many. Subsequently, every few years, several demigods arose, though humanity maintained a slight majority. Among those beasts willing to ally with humanity, 1 demigod was born, while 5 others, excluding Lily, ascended to demigod status. Upon their ascension, these beasts grew significantly more powerful, beginning to consolidate their subordinate factions in preparation for the impending calamity that loomed within a century. Lily persistently sought the opportunity to become a demigod, but had yet to discover the means. Yang Qin had once told her that the emergence of those 5 demigods was no mere coincidence. The celestial balance compensates for deficiencies while diminishing excesses. Thus, Lily held a considerable chance of achieving demigod status, yet it seemed an intricate thread of causality entwined around her, preventing her success. Naturally, Lily believed every word Yang Qin spoke, yet the meaning of this so-called thread of causality remained elusive to her. Gazing at the sky, Yang Qin, as the Mars celestial path remained untouched by the earthly causality. The concept of causality in the realm of cultivation was still too distant for them. Yang Chun was well aware of the nature of this causality, yet he could not disclose it. Even hinting at such matters would be tantamount to divulging heavenly secrets. In truth, Yang Chun himself was enduring immense backlash, though the myriad actions he undertook on Earth sufficiently mitigated these repercussions, for he was aiding the terrestrial celestial path. Otherwise, the alien insectoid race would have long since arrived on Earth, and perhaps the planet would have already been subjugated by them. From the very beginning, when the Balan aliens first opposed Earth, Yang Chun was granted a measure of favor and recognition belonging to Earth. Otherwise, he would not have navigated this realm with such ease. Indeed, one celestial order is invariably antagonistic to another, and Yang Chun ought not to have been permitted entry. However, Mars and Earth are in close proximity, sharing a kinship akin to brother planets. Moreover, Yang Chun's contributions to Earth have been beneficial, resulting in the current circumstances. Regardless of Yang Chun's concerns, Lily is traversing the continent in search of her own breakthrough opportunity. A century has now dwindled to but a few decades. On the Great Road, there are currently 9 demigods among the beasts, while humanity boasts 30 demigods. According to Yang Chun, there will no longer be explosive occurrences of such entities. Even if new demigods emerge, it will not be as frequent as in previous years. Thus, if she cannot achieve a breakthrough in the next 2 years, future endeavors will become exceedingly arduous. It is not only Lily who seeks her rightful opportunity. The great powers of humanity are also vying for it. Here, suddenly, Lily beheld a charred and decayed forest within which only a few new sprouts had emerged, utterly desolate. Is it him? A surge of excitement coursed through Lily as she felt she had uncovered the essence of her path. Or perhaps the final thread of causality that Yang Chun had spoken of. The Serpent Master, a malevolent force. Lily exclaimed loudly. However, thousands of years have passed, and the Serpent Master may not even be in this location. Lily's outburst was merely an expression of her pent-up frustration and discontent. Initially, she had always walked ahead of those magical beasts, but witnessing them ascend to demigod status while remaining powerless herself left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Lily was the magical beast most closely associated with Yang Chun. He had known her since she was at level 8. While they may not have shown her respect, they certainly respected Yang Chun, which ensured that they wholeheartedly assisted her when she requested help. The news of the Serpent Master was soon uncovered. Over the years, the Serpent Master had devoted itself to cultivation and had achieved level 9. After Yang Chun's recent shedding of skin, it had refined its bloodline to an even purer state, soaring to new heights after reaching level 9. Those level 9 magical beasts initially intended to capture the Serpent Master and present it to Lily, but to their surprise, even with 3 or 4 of them surrounding it, the Serpent Master managed to escape. The strength of those 3 or 4 level 9 magical beasts was formidable. After some of the more powerful ones ascended to demigod status, these few still ranked among the top 10 in terms of combat prowess. Thus, they speculated that the Serpent Master might be the strongest magical beast below demigod level. Lily, undeterred by these circumstances, pursued the Serpent Master alone upon discovering its location. For her, the Serpent Master represented an opportunity to ascend to demigod status, and she was determined to make an acquaintance with it. In truth, the Serpent Master had been patiently awaiting its revenge, aspiring to reach the realm of demigods. The Holy Spirit Academy had several battle saints stationed there, and it was a fool's errand to confront them alone. Yet, the desire for vengeance had never waned in its mind. It was only when he once again heard news of Yang Chun that he discovered Yang Chun had begun to impart wisdom to those 9th-level magical beasts. Astonishingly, even these proud and haughty creatures referred to Yang Chun as Sir. Yang Chun's power was unfathomable, prompting the Serpent Lord to retreat once more, biding his time until he could achieve the status of demigod before seeking an opportunity to eliminate Yang Chun. Lily followed the Serpent Lord and arrived at an extremely frigid land. The Serpent Lord was not fond of such places. What had compelled him to venture here? Possessing spatial abilities, Lily found it relatively simple to pursue a target. However, she could not comprehend why the Serpent Lord had chosen this location. The Serpent Lord, of course, had noticed that Lily had been tailing him all along. Unexpectedly, the little bird that he had once toyed with had now transformed into a 9th-level magical beast, her bloodline having become even purer, evolving into the enigmatic Void Bird. The Serpent Lord remained coldly amused amidst the pristine white snow. As Lily soared through the air, she suddenly caught a whiff of a perilous aura. Just as she prepared to utilize her spatial leap ability, she discovered that her powers had been sealed. The environment here. At last, Lily understood why the Serpent Lord had fled to this place. The natural surroundings had effectively sealed her spatial leap ability, rendering her unable to escape. In battle, there was no choice but to fight to the death. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Lily reminded herself that her purpose was to eliminate the Serpent Lord, and retreating before the confrontation would only ensure his survival. Chapter 62. Serpent Lord vs. Lily. The Serpent Lord cast an unexpected glance at Lily. He had anticipated that this little girl would be in a state of panic, akin to a startled bird, yet she managed to swiftly regain her composure. The Serpent Master mused that ordinary tricks would hardly intimidate Lily, for over the years, this little bird had matured significantly. A multitude of venomous snakes slithered beneath her. Yet Lily exhibited no trace of fear. Transforming into her true form, she shook her wings, unleashing countless feathers that plunged down like daggers. Each snake was struck precisely at its vital point, succumbing instantly. The sound of applause echoed nearby. As the Serpent Master's alluring and handsome countenance gradually came into view before Lily's eyes. I never imagined this little bird would reach such heights. Indeed, a 3-day separation warrants a new perspective. The Serpent Master smiled seductively, while Lily regarded him with utmost caution, fully aware of the formidable presence he exuded. Ultimately, the instinctual pressure stemming from their biological natures had already diminished Lily's confidence. Furthermore, tales of the Serpent Master's prowess and achievements, as recounted by other 9th-tier magical beasts, were certainly not to be overlooked. Without further ado, Lily spread her wings and let out a piercing cry, launching a torrent of feathers. The Serpent Master, remaining firmly in place, transformed into a colossal serpent with 8 heads, each one exhaling different elemental forces: water, fire, wind, thunder, and toxins. Lily's arrows were effortlessly dissolved. Countless feathers morphed into a massive blade that circled around her, yet the Serpent Master continued to counter with his 8 heads, spewing forth a myriad of elements. Little bird, what do you possess to challenge me? The Serpent Master boasted, his 8 heads held high, effortlessly fending off Lily's assault. You were never meant to be a combat-oriented beast. I also exert a bloodline pressure over you. You cannot possibly defeat me. Blade Storm. Lily gritted her teeth and spun around, feathers radiating a myriad of glimmers as they shot towards the Serpent Lord's 8 heads, aiming to sever them. Little bird, if your abilities are so limited, I advise you to surrender and allow me to devour you without struggle. The Serpent Lord cackled, its colossal form advancing menacingly towards Lily. The surroundings were laden with ice and snow. Although spatial teleportation was impossible here, Lily's speed remained undeterred by the storm. In comparison to the formidable 8-headed serpent, Lily appeared rather petite. She began to maneuver and attack, abandoning direct confrontation. One head after another, she harried the Serpent Lord. The 8 heads were exceptionally agile, but when confronted with Lily's pinpoint assaults, they found themselves at a loss for effective countermeasures. Sensing the efficacy of her strategy, Lily continued to employ this method. Initially, upon encountering the Serpent Lord, she had completely forgotten her advantages. Now, reflecting upon it, she felt somewhat remorseful for neglecting Yang Chen's teachings. After a year of instruction, how could her practical application still be so chaotic? Yet, Yang Chen had not imparted much regarding practical combat. However, the exchanges among the formidable members of the Beastman tribe were plentiful, and Lily felt confident in her ability to defeat the Serpent Lord. Suddenly, the Serpent Lord's 8 heads twisted in an inexplicable manner, entangling and obstructing Lily's path of movement. Panic surged within her. She had underestimated the Serpent Lord's prowess, as it had completely anticipated her trajectory and locked onto her. This is the end. The 8 heads opened their gaping maws, unleashing an array of elemental attacks directed at Lily's form. Lily tightened her wings to shield her body, enveloped in a radiant blue glow that repelled the attacks of the Serpent Lord. The serpent's relentless strikes against the shimmering barrier flickered ominously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. After a time, the brilliance emanating from the serpent's mouth extinguished, unable to sustain itself any longer. Galactic feathers. Lily cried out, fully unfurling her wings. Countless feathers, akin to twinkling stars, coalesced into a torrent and surged toward one of the serpent's heads. The Serpent Lord attempted to evade the assault, but the feathers shot forth with such velocity that its poisonous breath proved futile against their formidable defense. The feathers pierced through the toxic mist, entering its mouth and impaling its skull, emerging from the other side. One of the serpent's heads drooped lifelessly, and Lily's wings glimmered like steel as she tore at the connecting flesh. With a resounding thud, the colossal head fell into the snow, staining the pristine white with crimson. Blood gushed forth as the Serpent Lord writhed in agony, the remaining 7 heads colliding with each other in a desperate bid to alleviate their suffering. "I will slay you." The Serpent Lord roared in madness, prompting Lily to flee at once, soaring into the distance. In truth, the effort to eliminate even a single head had nearly exhausted her strength. Had the serpent managed to unleash its breath for just a moment longer, Lily would have been unable to endure. This Serpent Lord was exceedingly formidable. Having severed but one of its 8 heads had consumed 2/3 of her power. Even with her utmost effort, she could at best take down another head, but that would not suffice to vanquish it. Weighing the odds, Lily resolved to retreat for the time being, knowing that such a tactic could be employed only once. The next encounter with the Serpent Lord would undoubtedly see it prepared. Lily pondered that today she had indeed diminished the Serpent Lord's might, causing him to lose one of his heads and significantly weakening his power. The next encounter should, in theory, be much easier. However, as she turned to flee, she was taken aback to find the Serpent Lord relentlessly pursuing her, having seemingly lost all semblance of reason. He was determined not to relent until he had captured her. Lily fled in a singular direction, attempting to utilize spatial leaps. But it seemed as though the very fabric of space was locked, rendering her efforts futile. How could this be, when she had already escaped the frigid expanse? Stealing a glance at the Serpent Lord, she noticed his 3 heads entwined, seemingly releasing some malevolent force. Cursed be it, for a nefarious influence was at play. Lily had not anticipated that the Serpent Lord possessed such a formidable ability, complicating her escape significantly. In terms of speed, the Serpent Lord was in hot pursuit. With 4 heads harrying her, he matched her pace remarkably well. Yet, Lily dared not pause, for to do so would undoubtedly allow the Serpent Lord to ensnare her, leaving her with no chance to flee further. The Serpent Lord's 7 heads were exceedingly troublesome. They restrained and hindered the beasts he commanded, preventing them from overtaking him, thus affording him the opportunity to escape. In the face of this dire predicament, Lily found herself at a loss, her anxiety mounting as she cried out in desperation, the fear of the Serpent Lord slowly enveloping her once more. Chapter 63. The Phoenix's rebirth. The Serpent Lord lingered behind, savoring the anticipation of Lily's demise. This time, she had truly vexed him. The emergence of 8 heads was no trivial feat, and the Serpent Lord was not one to easily forgive Lily's transgressions. The loss of a single head for the Serpent Master equates to the forfeiture of nearly 10,000 years of cultivation. Not only had Lily already seized his cherished possession, but now she had also inflicted injury upon him. This affront was one that the Serpent Master could not easily swallow. Thus, in the face of Lily, he harbored no intention of killing her outright. Rather, he sought to savor her suffering slowly. Had he wished to, he could have bound her and consumed her whole by now. There was a certain thrill in the torment he wished to inflict, relishing the sight of others succumbing to fear, particularly in Lily's case. The more she trembled in terror, the more exhilarated he became. If she were to perish effortlessly, the thrill would be lost. The 7 heads extended their tongues to lick their lips, as if Lily were a sumptuous feast awaiting indulgence. Lily quickly realized that the Serpent Master had refrained from immediate action. He was reveling in the cat-and-mouse game. Albeit this time it was more akin to a serpent capturing a little bird. She needed to devise a way to slay him. She could no longer afford to flee. Lily understood that continuing to escape would only deplete her energy. Once she was exhausted, the Serpent Master would undoubtedly reveal his fangs, and at that moment, her chances of escape would vanish entirely. Instead, this might be her opportunity to fight with all her might. Stopping in her tracks, she turned to face the Serpent Master, who showed no urgency in his approach. Apart from 3 heads maintaining the spatial seal, the remaining 4 were fixated on Lily, their eyes glinting with malice. "Why have you stopped running?" the Serpent Master taunted. Lily took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, I am intimidated by you, and I acknowledge that I am no match for your strength. Yet I have long ceased to be the person I once was. In my pursuit of a breakthrough, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Serpent Master, you are undeniably powerful, even inherently capable of restraining me, but I shall exert every effort to vanquish you." It is as if flames have ignited within Lily, as azure fire ascends endlessly, enveloping her entire being. "This technique is the culmination of my final insights," Lily proclaimed. Yang Chun once spoke of the ancient phoenix's rebirth, the courage to forsake everything in the quest for new life, rising anew from the ashes. Now, I too can relinquish all that I am, shatter every constraint, and be reborn. The innate talents that Lily has harbored are gradually fading away, her essence dissolving into ashes amidst the flames. She gathers her form, displaying remarkable composure within the blaze. Rebirth through fire, a bloom of a new realm. Lily's body transforms entirely into flames, surging toward the Serpent Master. Although the Serpent Master initially wielded a position of dominance, it instinctively recoiled in fear before the azure flames, its 7 heads converging to unleash a breath. 7 elements entwined in a frenzied assault against the fiery embodiment of Lily. Yet, the flames surged undeterred, bravely advancing even when confronted by the 7 breaths. Around this azure flame, it appeared as if feathers were shedding, perpetually igniting. The blue flames continued to rise, surpassing the Serpent Master's breath, even hinting at a transformation into a golden hue. The feathers that had originally fallen from the flames now shimmered in shades of golden red. Exquisitely graceful, this flame is unparalleled, as if it were the very first flicker of fire born between heaven and earth, commanding a profound reverence from all that exists. The Serpent Lord is nearly consumed by the flames, its breath no longer able to halt the force of this inferno. Within the blaze, a goddess seems to emerge with deliberate grace. Adorned with a golden crown embedded with a luminous crimson gem, she is draped in a robe of flames. Where golden fire dances incessantly, countless feathers delineate her perfectly rounded form, her alabaster neck and exquisitely sculpted visage radiating beauty, accentuated by a subtle crimson hue at the corners of her eyes that is both solemn and enchanting. As she gazes, a flicker of fire outlines her presence. Lily turns, gliding past the 7 heads of the Serpent Lord, her gaze fixed upon him. The once childish demeanor of Lily has transformed into an air of maturity. She stands before the Serpent Lord, unruffled, revealing neither joy nor sorrow, as if her expression has been frozen for eons. Yet, this visage is imbued with such elegance that it dares not invite offense. The Serpent Lord, turning its body, gazes at Lily in disbelief. Several of its heads are charred and ruined, yet it clings to life. "I forsook my bloodline, reborn through flames as the phoenix. While your lineage ought to have been that of the 8-headed serpent, regrettably hindered by insufficient power," Lily states calmly, her words flowing like ethereal whispers. "With 7 of your 8 heads extinguished, even if granted time, you shall never awaken the bloodline of the 8-headed serpent." The 8-headed serpent, in terms of combat prowess, surpasses even the phoenix, yet the Serpent Lord has lost its opportunity. Lily has entirely relinquished her bloodline's power, opting instead for rebirth through fire. This technique was also a life-and-death gamble imparted to her by Yangchen. Should she emerge victorious, she would rise like a phoenix, soaring to unprecedented heights. Conversely, if she were to fail, her soul would be scattered, leaving nothing behind. Only the dazzling flame she emitted in her final moments would remain. Yet, no matter how brilliant those flames appeared, they would merely be fleeting sparks, utterly insignificant. It is only by achieving the eternal flame that one can attain true magnificence. And she succeeded, as she confronted the Serpent Master and gazed into the depths of her own inner demons. She relinquished everything and obtained her rightful divinity. Moreover, Lily's potential for greatness would surpass her current achievements. She would not be confined to this state. The phoenix represents the authentic lineage, endowed with boundless potential for growth, albeit constrained by the laws of the heavenly path, which only allowed her to exhibit such power in this realm. As the earthly heavenly path continues to evolve and improve, so too will Lily's strength ascend. Regarding the Serpent Master, Lily felt a sense of gratitude. Without it, she would never have become a phoenix. Even if she had attained semi-divine status, she might still have been bound to the enigmatic lineage of the Void Bird. Such a lineage would reach its pinnacle at semi-divinity, leaving no room for further advancement. Now, the Serpent Master posed no threat to Lily. Whether it lived or perished mattered little. Originally averse to taking lives, her transformation into a phoenix bestowed upon her a sense of tranquil indifference towards all things. Farewell. Take care of yourself. After uttering these words, Lily turned and let out a piercing cry, her voice soaring high, and with a gentle leap, she vanished into the horizon. The Serpent Master gazed vacantly at the departing Lily. Though it retained the rank of a 9th-tier magical beast, its power had likely diminished below that of an 8th-tier creature. With 6 of its heads reduced to ashes, the Serpent Master ultimately coiled around itself, gradually constricting until it succumbed to its own demise. Chapter 64. The arrival of the insect tribe. Faced with such humiliation, the Serpent Master found it exceedingly difficult to continue living, thus opting for this extreme form of self-termination. Of course, Lily held no concern for the Serpent Master's fate. It was of no consequence to her. The phoenix's innate talent, seemingly manifested as flames, actually represented the power of life itself. The force of life and death could be deemed one of the most pivotal conditions that underlie the rules of existence in any world. Lily's ability to harness such power had elevated her beyond the ranks of many demigods. In battle, even Chunyenshin would likely struggle to match her prowess. A testament to the benefits reaped from Yangchen's gift of the Phoenix's rebirth. This method was derived from Yangchen's calculations based on the principles found within cultivation novels. He had informed Lily that the likelihood of success was at most 1 in 10,000, with no possibility of exceeding that. Nevertheless, Lily chose to embrace this gamble, willing to take the risk. Clearly, she succeeded. Among the myriad paths before her, she discerned the singular correct route, transforming into her current form. Upon her ascension as a phoenix, Lily immediately sensed her profound disconnection from the world around her. Her life form transcended that of the beings inhabiting this plane. Moreover, it seemed she had developed her own perspective on Yangchen. Yangchen squinted his eyes slightly, then exclaimed in astonishment, "You have succeeded." Lily had undergone a remarkable transformation. Adorned in splendid attire, she radiated a golden fire intertwined with crimson hues. She exuded a beauty that was simultaneously awe-inspiring and dignified, evoking a sense of reverence that commanded distance. Lily remarked, "When we first met, I could not fathom your essence, but now I can discern a hint of it. You were shrouded in the Tao of Heaven." After contemplating, she chose this particular term. "I perceive that your life form differs from ours, distinct from everything in this realm, yet the Daoic principles that envelop you impose upon me an immense pressure." Yangchen laughed heartily and said, "I tell you, I am the manifestation of the Tao from another world. Can you believe that?" Lily shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to doubt? You see everything, conjure those peculiar objects, and even impart wisdom to us. What you spoke of then may not have seemed significant, yet every word you uttered carried the intent of the Tao's operation. Even though I still do not comprehend how you achieve this, it is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of anyone in our world. Yang Chen scratched his head, taken aback that Lily had indeed accomplished this. However, since she had attained such understanding, he felt it was unwise to continue concealing the truth from her. Lily was now capable of perceiving the essence of the Tao. She was simply constrained by the Daoic rules of this realm, unable to exert forces that transcended its principles. Indeed, I have never truly belonged to this world. I am but a will from another realm, albeit one that has encountered significant turmoil. Consequently, my corporeal form is unable to manifest formidable power. Do you recall our first encounter? At that time, my desire was to restore my physical body, was it not? Lily furrowed her brow and remarked, I fail to comprehend. With your strength, you should be entirely capable of reconstructing your own body. Moreover, if you are indeed the embodiment of the heavenly will, what kind of power could possibly assist you in regaining your corporeal form? That is truly terrifying. Yang Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Though he surmised that restoring his strength and body would indeed require immense power, he was uncertain about the exact magnitude needed. It is plausible that other elements might also be essential for restoration. Lily pointed at Yang Chen with both hands, conjuring a flame that flickered to life, pulsating like a heartbeat. She directed the flame toward him, suggesting, perhaps when you are stronger, or when the laws of heaven are more robust, we might attempt this again. Not dwelling on the immediate concerns, Yang Chen had already made numerous attempts to restore his physical form, and he remained unfazed by yet another failure. With Lily's breakthrough, the fervor surrounding the ascension of demigods in this world finally settled. Following Lily's advancement, another member of the human race attained the status of demigod. Yet in the ensuing years, no one else managed to achieve such a breakthrough. The insect race had long surpassed Mars, but due to Yang Chen's direct sealing of Mars, the insects were unable to uncover what lay upon its surface. Naturally, they overlooked the fact that Mars was hurtling directly toward Earth. The ethereal shadows in the sky grew ever larger and more solid, as fiery orbs plummeted from the heavens, crashing towards the Earth. The power of these fireballs was extraordinarily fearsome, rivaling the terrifying might of a demigod's breakthrough. Naturally, ordinary martial saints and martial sovereigns were incapable of withstanding such force. On the day of reckoning, all demigods gathered, and Qin Tianhao mobilized his army of millions, preparing for battle. The demigods hovered solemnly in the sky, their gazes fixed upon the descending fireballs. They could not halt their descent, but could only delineate a designated area for the ensuing combat to unfold. As countless fireballs fell, one colossal black sphere, significantly larger than any of the fireballs, descended slowly. Meanwhile, the fireballs on the ground began to unfurl, revealing their terrifying appendages and weaponry. The area was secured, and the Great Formation was activated. Countless demigods acted in unison to seal off a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Regardless of how arduous the battle may become, these otherworldly monstrosities must not be allowed to escape this zone. Otherwise, it would lead to untold devastation. Yang Chen observed from the sidelines, noting that the number of these creatures had not increased. They remained at the initial count of 999,000. However, each of these 999,000 was of a level surpassing martial zone, a quantity that humanity could not muster. Qin Tianhao directed from below, ordering his soldiers to charge before the creatures fully unfurled. Following the first round of magical explosions, the soldiers utilized the formation to close in and shred these grotesque beasts to pieces. In an instant, the cries of battle reverberated through the air, and countless mountains and rivers were laid to waste. Thus commenced the grand conflict between humanity and the insectoid race. The colossal black sphere loomed ominously. It was undoubtedly their hive, capable of producing an endless stream of these creatures. We must devise a means to eliminate that entity. Yang Chen urged the assembled demigods. Chapter 65, Confrontation, the Initial Encounter. The demigods cast a glance at the hive and charged toward it. Yet, in the very moment they took action, a multitude of insects, whether large or small, surged forth to obstruct their path. The unique aura emitted by these creatures was such that even the demigods dared not underestimate them. Lily stood beside Yang Chun, the sole confidant of her recent breakthrough. She had chosen to remain discreet, for her advancement differed from that of others, and only the keenest observers might discern it. These beings seemed to have reached the pinnacle of their physical forms, their bodies nearly impervious to harm. The battle below had long since ignited, and witnessing the extraterrestrial insects for the first time, Lily offered her assessment. Although the power of these insects might be at the lowest tier, comparable to that of a fighter of the realm, their physical resilience was truly remarkable. It often required strength 2 levels higher to penetrate their defenses, meaning that even insects of fighter strength would necessitate a fighter king to vanquish them. Fortunately, humanity could leverage formations to significantly enhance their damage output. At this juncture, humanity's primary advantage lay solely in numerical superiority on their home turf. In a monumental clash where an army of millions faces off against a mere 100,000 of the insectoid species, one would reasonably expect victory to be assured. Even accepting a casualty rate of 10 to 1 would seem a small price to pay. However, as combat commenced, humanity found itself grappling with the unknown attack patterns and myriad abilities of these creatures. Despite the valiant efforts of the magical forces, bolstered by various spell enhancements, the initial skirmishes resulted in staggering losses for human troops. Some of these clawed insects ruthlessly cleaved human warriors in twain, or wielded their blunt appendages to pulverize internal organs. Lacking any alternative combat strategies, these creatures were oblivious to energy manipulation and transformation. Their formidable bodies served as their most potent weapon. Remarkably resilient, their exoskeletons offered formidable resistance against conventional armaments, rendering any attempts at inflicting damage futile until their forms were utterly mangled and deformed. Utilizing firearms, laser beams, and pulse weapons against these adversaries revealed an unexpected level of physical fortitude. Even with the infusion of combat energy, penetrating their defenses with melee weapons proved to be an arduous task. Fortunately, the sheer number of human combatants allowed for a strategy of attrition, augmented by the formations imparted by Yang Chun, which provided a semblance of resistance. All demigods and even the mightiest warriors found themselves stymied, as these powerful insects effectively contained the demigods, preventing them from advancing. Yang Chen's gaze was drawn to a distant entity resembling a maternal egg, pulsating as if it were breathing, with countless currents of energy surging into it. These insects were capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, devoid of the need for respiration. Was this egg perhaps attuning itself to the environment of this world? Yang Chun furrowed his brow. If this were indeed the case, the impending bugs would become increasingly formidable adversaries. He exclaimed, "The mother nest has begun to acclimate to the environment of our world. Once it becomes fully familiar, the subsequent eggs it produces will likely be imbued with various combat powers, making them even more troublesome to contend with." Despite Yang Chen's grave warnings, the demigods found themselves at an impasse, utterly incapable of reaching the mother nest. The crux of the matter was that, while the number of these insects was not overwhelming, their advanced combat capabilities were significant, with forces on par with demigod strength, outnumbering the human race manifold, not to mention the formidable ranks of Do Sheng and Do Zun. If within the 99,000, 59,000 were mere foot soldiers, then the remaining 40,000 constituted elite forces of general caliber. The disparity in this battle was staggering. Had it not been for the 2 formidable formations established by Yang Chun to curtail these insects, the group would likely have been forced to flee with their belongings. It was only due to the sheer numbers of the human race that they managed to maintain a tenuous balance in combat prowess. However, as the war continued to consume resources, "Master, does the mother nest possess any weaknesses?" Chun Yinshan inquired anxiously. He was engaged in battle with a humanoid insect, its limbs sharp as blades, and its movements exceedingly fluid, allowing it to launch attacks with all its appendages. Yang Chun replied with resignation, "If I were aware of its weaknesses, I would have eradicated it by now. It lays eggs, but the quantity remains constant. In other words, there are currently 99,000 insects. For every one you slay, it will replenish that number, neither more nor less. Indeed, the incubation of eggs necessitates a certain duration. It solely depends on whether you can eliminate a multitude of insects in a brief span and surge forth towards it. Yang Chun spoke with an air of ease. Yet these demigods exerted every ounce of strength to no avail against the formidable defense formed by the insects. It is even more improbable to obliterate them all in one fell swoop. Although the demigods could effortlessly vanquish the insects using the forces of nature, they were incapable of completely exterminating them. Annihilating these exceptionally powerful creatures would require considerable time. If a swift resolution eludes us, we must allocate personnel to maintain the barrier, ensuring that these insects do not escape. Yang Chun spoke with gravity. Everyone understood his implication. These insects were far beyond the capability of ordinary humans to confront. To speak candidly, the barrier now encompassed nearly all of humanity's elite combat strength. Warriors of the rank of great fighter and above were gathered here, totaling close to 100 million. Should these individuals fall in battle, those outside would stand defenseless, at the mercy of these relentless insects. Yang Chun pondered. We must devise a strategy. At this rate, our forces will only perish in vain. Currently, the balance of power is even, yet the mother nest continues to breed. Although Lily had transcended the confines of this world, her origins remained rooted here. Thus, she felt a profound attachment. Yang Chun scratched his head, contemplating solutions, yet found himself at a loss. Unless the battlefield could be relocated to Mars, in such a scenario, it would be feasible to harness all Martian forces to obliterate the mother nest. There is no immediate necessity to expose Mars, and currently, he is nurturing various celestial treasures on its surface. Should the battlefield be transferred there, all the blossoms and greenery would perish, representing countless years of Yang Chun's dedication. Although evolution has reached its completion, the continued existence of this realm remains essential. With a sigh, Yang Chun contemplated that if circumstances proved dire, he would find a way to transport the battlefield to his Mars. For now, he would observe how far these humans could endure. The heavenly Tao is devoid of emotion, and so is Yang Chun. He merely makes choices based on maximizing his own benefits. Chapter 66. Lily takes action as the battle commenced. The human race retained their strength while the insects fought fiercely. After half an hour of conflict, the first insect was finally vanquished by the human warriors. Simultaneously, a massive black egg suddenly hatched from the depths of the black mother nest. The black nest rapidly contracted, akin to a balloon, inflating and deflating in an erratic rhythm. The black egg was gradually expelled, landing on the ground amidst a disgusting pool of viscous slime. Yang Chun, having witnessed such occurrences before, remained unfazed. The demigods of the human race felt a wave of nausea wash over them, their hearts tightening in trepidation. Prior to the emergence of this egg, there had been a flicker of hope that once these insects were eliminated, the threat would cease. However, with the appearance of the egg, such naive notions were swiftly obliterated. The faster we strike down our foes, the greater our chances of victory. The demigods commenced to ignite their divine powers, striving to enhance their strength in order to breach the blockade of these formidable insects. Although the battle had only just begun, everyone began to exert themselves with fervor. In the outer realms, the incubation rate of these eggs was alarmingly swift, and it remained uncertain how long it would take for them to reach Earth. Yang Chun distinctly recalled that when his fleet annihilated these insects, the mother nest commenced to lay its eggs. Within just a few hours, these eggs would evolve into new combatants. Lily proclaimed, "I shall give it a try." Maintaining the power level of this realm, she darted through the ranks of insects with astonishing speed, incinerating the lower-tier creatures with her flames, which were reduced to mere cinders in an instant. She resembled a cataclysmic fire sweeping across the land, annihilating all in its path. The mother nest's openings multiplied, and numerous insect eggs were produced, each enveloped in a viscous substance, all hatching in proximity to the nest. Initially, Lily had engaged in combat at the periphery, her primary objective being to lure the more formidable higher-tier insects closer to her. Indeed, Her swiftness in exterminating the lower-tier insects was so extraordinary that the higher-tier creatures felt compelled to intervene. Observing her goal being realized, Lily found herself pursued by 3 or 4 higher-tier insects, and a slight opening seemed to manifest on her path toward the mother nest. A flicker of fire ignited in her eyes as she accelerated, evading her pursuers and charging toward the nest. Lily reached the pinnacle of speed this realm could offer, surpassing even those demigods who specialized in swiftness. As the onlookers silently cheered, she unleashed a blaze directed at the mother nest. Meanwhile, Lily seemed to multiply into several figures, each advancing in different directions. A total of 8 clones surged toward the mother nest, only to be immediately pursued by a swarm of insects that obstructed her path. Strangely, the beam of fire went unnoticed by the insects, as if the nest itself were indifferent to such an assault. All 8 clones were swiftly intercepted by the higher-tier insects, their formidable strength shattering the illusions of Lily. Yet, they failed to uncover the location of the real Lily. As the fiery beam approached the mother nest, her true form emerged amidst the flames, surrounded by a halo of fire, looking as pristine as a flame sprite. It turned out that Lily had meticulously devised her plan, contemplating how to draw closer. The preceding actions were merely a distraction, a feint, world-extinguishing purification flame. Lily raised her hands high, and a torrent of fire descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at the mother nest. The flame spiraled into a pillar, making direct contact with the nest's obsidian exterior. A multitude of repugnant, foul-smelling liquids erupted from the nest, sizzling as they met the flames. Lily furrowed her brows, feeling the swarm of insects closing in. She dared not linger any longer and had to retreat. Once ensnared by the overwhelming mass of insects, her life would be at stake. As she withdrew, the flames continued to blaze, this strike being her most potent, aimed at a decisive kill. "What do you think?" Yangchen inquired, for he had never dared to approach such a colossal nest. Lily shook her head, indicating her reservations. "Its level should be on par with the heavenly Tao. Although my power is immense, annihilating it is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Unless I can envelop it completely and burn it for 300 to 500 years, perhaps then I could reduce it to ashes." Yangchen replied, "If that is the case, then sealing it seems to be our only option. It would be much easier if we could exterminate the insects before those eggs hatch and act in unison. After all, this adversary is likely the strongest entity from another realm, possibly even a product of the will of the heavenly Tao. The strength of our world has yet to reach such heights. Even if it does not embody the will of the heavenly Tao, it still represents the pinnacle of power from its own world." Yangchen chuckled, but this can be seen as good news. At least this supreme force is merely a spawning tool. If it were truly like those insect races, we would be swept away in an instant. Lily cast a sidelong glance at Yangchen and huffed, "I actually wish it would move. Then I could unleash my full strength to battle it. Look at it, huddled there like a turtle. But you're right, it's a stroke of luck that it isn't capable of attacking." Despite her bravado, Lily ultimately conceded that Yangchen's words held merit. If this entity were to truly mobilize, she would undoubtedly find herself outmatched. Yangchen chuckled softly. In the eyes of others, Lily was a revered holy phoenix, yet before him, she remained that little azure bird from years past, still possessing the temperament of a child, utterly oblivious to the need for restraint. The battle was arduous, at least for humanity. The insectoid creatures could only shriek, unable to articulate their thoughts. Humans could not decipher whether they were communicating or merely venting their frustrations. However, given that both parties hailed from entirely different realms, the prospect of peace was utterly unattainable. If one could comprehend their intentions, perhaps it might lead to a breakthrough. Yangchen furrowed his brow. Although these creatures were evidently targeting Earth, he could not ascertain whether they genuinely sought to seize it, despite the fact that his spacecraft had been ravaged by the insects. It was he who had initiated the first strike. In fact, when these creatures descended upon Earth, they did not attack first. It was clearly humanity that had taken the offensive. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he felt, sensing something amiss. With a language barrier in place, he hesitated to employ his divine abilities to engage with these insects. His initial intention to capture one alive had proven futile, leaving him baffled as to their true motives. Chapter 67. War Preparations. Lily observed Yang Chen's troubled expression and inquired, "What troubles you? What are you contemplating?" Yang Chen found it somewhat difficult to articulate his thoughts, yet he eventually confided in Lily about his concerns. To his surprise, she inexplicably radiated a sense of hostility, stating, "Though I am unaware of their origins, it is evident that traversing from one world to another must require an extensive passage of time. These entities have expended an extensive duration traversing the cosmos to reach Earth. What could their intentions possibly be? Are they here merely to extend greetings? I find it implausible that they arrive with benevolent motives. Regardless of their ulterior motives, we shall not welcome them. Should conflict arise, so be it. Ultimately, invading another's abode without an invitation is akin to the actions of a thief. Irrespective of their deeds or intentions, such behavior is unacceptable." Lily's impassioned declaration momentarily left Yang Chen taken aback. "Your argument possesses merit," he conceded, nodding with a serene smile. The protracted battles of the day offered little to discuss, and after overseeing a month of relentless warfare, Yang Chen lost interest in continuing to observe. The incubation period for the insect eggs on Earth proved to be rather lengthy, requiring approximately 10 days. During this time, the collective forces succeeded in eradicating the lower-tier insects. Yet the higher-tier ones remained largely unharmed. Out of the 990,000 insects, the human army managed to eliminate 690,000 within 10 days, leaving behind primarily the formidable insect warriors of the Dozuan and Doshing ranks, making it exceedingly challenging for the lower-ranked soldiers to engage. Hence, Qin Tianhao refrained from deploying all available forces, opting instead to direct the army towards rest and recovery, allowing the human elites to confront the insects. Although the strategy of warfare sustains the troops and accelerates the soldiers' growth in combat prowess, within this span of 10 days, several soldiers achieved remarkable breakthroughs. However, the news was not entirely positive. Human soldiers sustained considerable losses during this period. Through the utilization of formations and the relentless bombardment of mages, the human forces suffered a grievous toll, with at least 100,000 casualties recorded over the course of 10 days. The exact figures are still being compiled, yet within just 10 days, such a multitude has gathered. If the struggle persists, it will not take long for the imbalance of power to manifest, allowing the Zerg to gain the upper hand. Cultivating a formidable champion is no trivial matter. It may well take not just hundreds, but thousands of days. Naturally, Qin Tianhao's ascension to the imperial throne suggests that others are not lacking in intelligence. Despite the presence of nearly 100 million soldiers, he possesses at least 10 million reserves at his disposal. However, mobilizing 1 million men would only take about 100 days, and in that time, they would all be rendered expendable in this conflict. Qin Tianhao feels the weight of this. These are his people. Simultaneously, he has commenced the construction of fortresses within the vast expanse of 1 million square kilometers for the reserve troops. The battles ahead must continue, and support from the rear must keep pace. With the power bestowed by demigods, the seals can be activated, though the unsealed areas will be heavily fortified by formidable champions to prevent the Zerg from seizing the opportunity to escape. A multitude of ordinary warriors enters the sealed domain, their mission being to establish an indomitable stronghold to withstand the onslaught of the Zerg at the front lines. 1 million square kilometers is indeed a vast territory, and the demigod strength is insufficient to maintain a complete seal over it. In truth, the outer seals are sustained by the continent's natural energy veins. Otherwise, merely maintaining such a seal would deplete the demigods of their power. However, even the demigods are weary after 10 continuous days of battle, and upon their respite, the higher-tier Zerg have also ceased their assaults. A century ago, Yang Chen did not intervene in the actions of these insects. However, after drifting in the galaxy for such an extended period, even with their physical consumption maintained at an exceedingly low level, their arrival on Earth was still a considerable strain. Moreover, upon their descent, They were met with the well-prepared forces of humanity, indeed a weary army, worn from their long journey, unable to keep pace with the human race. It is only due to the insects' higher ranks that they can contend with humanity on equal footing. Almost all the manpower and resources of the entire continent have been mobilized, drawn into the confines of the barrier. They must provide the frontline soldiers with a moment to breathe, and this colossal fortress serves as their sanctuary. Everything utilized here is of the utmost quality. Qin Tianhao even spared no expense in dismantling his royal city to repurpose the top-tier treasures originally used in its construction for the building of this fortress. Chu Nianchen and his companions rested and feasted within their makeshift camp. The treasures of heaven and earth seemed to flow freely to the front lines, ensuring that everyone could engage in battle with greater comfort. After all, they represent the final line of defense, and indeed, the only line of defense. The skin of these insects is exceedingly tough. Clenching his fists, Chu Nianchen reflected that in 10 days, he had only slain a single demigod-level insect. The other demigods were similarly formidable, some even being oppressed by the insects, forced to defend rather than retaliate. Indeed, a solution must be found. While lower-tier insects can be easily dealt with by a portion of their forces, the higher-tier ones have proven exceedingly difficult, with only a mere fraction of thousands perishing in these 10 days. Should we first sweep away the lower-tier insects and, leveraging our numerical advantage, sacrifice some lives to hold back the higher-tier ones, allowing us to collectively assault the nest? The insects' most significant flaw lies in their limited area damage. They may be invincible in one-on-one confrontations, yet they falter against a swarm tactic. Lin Tian, the demigod, although your proposed strategy is viable, do you comprehend the potential losses we might incur among our human soldiers if we fail to obliterate the nest swiftly? Once the casualties escalate, do you truly believe that a handful of us can withstand the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of these insectoids? Su Ming, how can you assert that we cannot destroy that nest in a short span? If we all engage, how long can it endure? At best, it barely reaches the pinnacle of demigod status. Even if it surpasses that slightly, we outnumber it significantly. Amidst the fervent debate, Lily, adorned in a robe of golden flames, entered and declared, "Enough of this speculation. I have encountered that entity. Even if we all strike together, it may take us a year or more to dismantle it. We should contemplate alternative strategies." Her voice was devoid of warmth, cold and detached, akin to a bucket of icy water poured over the assembled crowd. Chapter 68. The power of the nation. Reality often proves to be an arduous pill to swallow. Even the formidable demigods find themselves powerless in the face of the current predicament. Yet, within their hearts, there remains a glimmer of hope, an existence that, upon intervention, could alleviate all their troubles. Indeed, they all harbor one final bastion of hope, Yang Chen. Yang Chen's abilities are comparable to the forces of heaven and earth. Although he himself claims otherwise, none of the powerful beings believe him. They perceive this as a task bestowed upon them by Yang Chen. And if they manage to succeed in overcoming it, that would be ideal. However, should this group of demigods falter, it is likely that Yang Chen will intervene decisively, eliminating all the pests. While the demigods entertain such thoughts, Lily is aware of the truth. Presently, Yang Chen's strength, despite its impressive facade, is merely that of a demigod, albeit one with a higher realm. Yet, a lofty realm is of little consequence if it cannot be manifested. Just as Lily understands, should the heavenly laws of this realm progress further, her own advancement would continue. Currently, she has reached a certain level, but the heavenly laws do not permit her to break through any further. Thus, her capabilities are limited to being the foremost in this world. To transcend the heavenly laws would be an unfathomable endeavor. Let the battle continue, in a relentless struggle until the very end. For now, stability is paramount. The command structure and battle formations of the human race have matured, unlike the chaotic times of Linlei. Human resources, supply lines, and frontline combat have formed a cohesive chain, ensuring that as long as they can stabilize the fight against these pests and prevent their excessive proliferation, They can maintain control within a certain threshold. With the current strength of humanity, such control is feasible. Even if they cannot annihilate all the pests, they can confine them within these boundaries, preventing any breakthrough of this blockade, despite the substantial material and financial resources required at the front lines. The human race possesses a vast continent, capable of producing ample food and nurturing its population, yet merely 10% of this land has been utilized. If fully unleashed, the number of humans would multiply exponentially. Naturally, this would also enhance the opportunities for the emergence of formidable warriors and skilled individuals. Qin Tianhao had previously harbored fears that an excessive human population would become unmanageable, leading him to impose restrictions on demographic growth. However, with external threats looming, Qin Tianhao is not one to disregard the gravity of the situation. It is only by increasing the human population that he can muster a greater number of soldiers for the front line. With a tenfold increase in military strength, vanquishing the insect race would become a trivial endeavor. When Qin Tianhao announced the opening of all territories on the continent, the human populace erupted in cheers. Previously, they were constrained to the cities predetermined by Qin's rule for their development and survival. Now, a new era dawned. As long as they possessed the capability, they could venture anywhere to thrive and establish their own families and communities. However, upon reaching a certain scale, they would need to report to the higher authorities. Qin Tianhao would then dispatch a civil official to assist them with various administrative matters. Only civil officials would be sent, with no military garrisons established, signifying a delegation of power to these families, allowing them to develop with confidence. Each year, taxes would be levied based on population size. People began to explore and construct cities and territories in abundance. The realm of Qin continuously expanded. In truth, many areas did not fall under Qin's jurisdiction. These regions were home to numerous indigenous peoples. Nevertheless, the strength of Qin's influence rendered the local clans and natives unable to pose any significant threat. Qin Tianhao merely yearned to safeguard the ancestral legacy bequeathed to him, harboring no intentions of achieving grander feats. Thus, he remained indifferent to the affairs of the clan territories. The burgeoning development of his erstwhile subjects disrupted a semblance of harmony. In truth, the power at Qin Tianhao's disposal was rather limited, with most of those capable of causing a ruckus being low-ranking fighters. Consequently, he felt uncertain about the extent to which he could expand his dominion. While he permitted them to venture forth to cultivate the populace, it was not his desire for them to march toward their demise. With external threats unresolved and internal strife emerging, Qin Tianhao found himself at a loss as to where to lament his plight. Fortunately, people were not foolish. They refrained from encroaching upon areas already occupied by indigenous inhabitants. After all, the continent was vast, and even a formidable warrior would require centuries to traverse its entirety. The potential for habitation remained abundant. Moreover, given that the lifespan of a martial arts master was merely a few hundred years, many individuals, despite dedicating their lives to the endeavor, would find it impossible to fully traverse the continent, and that was merely accounting for direct distances. Although their growth was slow and their quality subpar, the entire ecological environment of Mars had undergone significant transformation. It was no longer merely a metallic war planet. Soon, Mars could evolve into a superlative supply base. Any rare materials could flourish and thrive unrestrained upon its surface. Yang Chun, enjoying a leisurely existence, devoted his days to studying the conflicts between humans and the insects. After 5 years of war, the pace of the human offensive significantly slowed in the 5th year, and the insectoids displayed a marked lack of interest. When humanity refrained from launching attacks, they would curl up into a compact form. However, during these years, the insects underwent certain transformations. As they contracted, they resembled a maternal nest, seemingly engaging in a form of respiration. Their bodies expanded and contracted rhythmically, almost as if mimicking the act of breathing. Furthermore, the offspring birthed from the maternal nest appeared to be adapting to Earth's climatic conditions, their forms becoming somewhat softer, lacking the sharpness of the initial wave of arrivals. This change left Yang Chun uncertain as to whether it was a positive or negative development. He pondered whether it was possible to decipher the meaning behind the sounds emitted by the insects. Setting aside the data, he turned to the voluptuous maid before him, clad in black lace stockings, and inquired. The maid shook her head, responding, "Master, it seems these insects do not exhibit any form of communication. Thus, their shrieks are nothing more than meaningless chaos." Just as I suspected. Yang Chun furrowed his brow, recognizing that this issue had been brought to the forefront after years of analysis. Chapter 69. 50 years, a choice from the moment Yang Chun first encountered these insectoids. He believed they possessed their own consciousness. However, he later discovered that they seemingly lacked independent thought. Yet, their actions were remarkably coordinated. Ultimately, he concluded that the maternal nest must be the entity that connected all the insects. The maternal nest birthed them and managed their activities. And these creatures adhered unconditionally to its commands, functioning as a singular entity. Unlike humans, who may share a common life form, yet possess distinct and independent personalities and thoughts, the insect race lacks this individuality. With this hypothesis in mind, Yang Chun contemplated another possibility. What if we could sever the connection between these insects and their hive? Could we potentially transform them into our own soldiers? As he pondered this, the voluptuous maid beside him promptly engaged the computer to calculate the feasibility of his inquiry. The results indicated a probability of approximately 70% that this notion was indeed plausible. However, past attempts at capturing these creatures had shown that even upon successful capture, they would perish almost instantly. This demise was orchestrated by the hive, making it impossible to sever the bond without provoking a response from it. Yang Chun nodded and commanded, "Analyze the hive's various reactions with utmost diligence. I require comprehensive data on it, as well as a thorough compilation of the changes it has undergone in outer space over the years." The maid acknowledged his request and immediately commenced her operations. This data had been continuously recorded, albeit without detailed arrangement or analysis. After all, the majority of resources on Mars had been allocated for environmental reconstruction, leaving only a scant amount for other purposes, necessitating careful conservation. While data collection demanded minimal energy and resources, the analysis required a staggering amount, which Yang Chun had been reluctant to expend. Before long, the information was relayed back to Yang Chun. The mother nest did not issue any specific directives, yet its transformations were strikingly evident. Internally, it had undergone 1/10 of a metamorphosis. This implies that within less than 50 years, the mother nest would be fully adapted to Earth's environment. Similarly, the insectoid progeny at birth were also undergoing changes. The insectoids that remained alive exhibited no alterations, but those that perished would adapt to Earth's conditions. Yang Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transformations will the newly emerged insectoids undergo upon acclimatization to Earth's environment? What about their capabilities? In terms of power, there would be no enhancement. They would retain their physical attributes, yet they might harness the elemental energy present on Earth." The insectoids excelled in close combat far beyond that of humankind, and should they acquire the ability to wield combat energy, humanity would undoubtedly struggle to cope. The resultant casualties would be insufferable for mankind. 50 years was an alarmingly brief span, far too short. Yang Chun murmured to himself, and after a moment's contemplation, he directed his ample-bosomed maid to assist in preparing a spacecraft. A journey to Earth was imperative. With less than 50 years to respond, humanity would be utterly unprepared. Qin Tianhao's plan, too, required approximately 300 years for complete fruition. Observing the ever-improving state of Mars, Yang Chun found it difficult to relinquish hope. Should the insectoids be transported to engage in battle on Mars, the drawbacks would likely outweigh the benefits based on the current situation. Thus, Yang Chun resolved firmly not to pursue this course of action. Having attained the second evolution of the ultimate evolution apparatus, he no longer held profound concern for the fate of Earth's inhabitants. In the beginning, the desire to assist humanity stemmed from the hope of witnessing the ultimate evolution device transcend the realm of demigods. However, upon Lily's breakthrough, the ultimate evolution device remained unresponsive, leading Yang Chun to comprehend that the evolution of fighting spirit had reached its pinnacle, and such a culmination offered little to anticipate. Although devoid of emotions, Yang Chun, from a certain perspective, would still pursue his thoughts and action, occasionally allowing his inclinations to guide him. The heavenly path, though merciless, is said to harbor a faint glimmer of hope within the concept of the heavenly transformation of 4 nines. Upon returning to Earth, Yang Chun entered the barrier. Within the confines of this barrier, a magnificent city had long been established, and with this impregnable fortress, humanity could readily withstand the onslaught of the insectoid invaders. Yet, in reality, the instances of proactive aggression from the insect race were few and far between. Over the span of 5 years, they launched an offensive merely once a year. Qin Tianhao had exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the necessity of constructing such a fortress under these circumstances. Sir, Principal, over the years, the bond between the magical beasts and the human experts had grown increasingly harmonious. The formations crafted by Yang Chun provided immense ease for the magical beasts as well as for the human experts, who held a profound appreciation for his creations. Throughout these years, not a single expert of the human race above the level of Dozun had suffered any losses, all thanks to Yang Chun's formations. Yang Chun shook his head, dismissing the insincere and superfluous compliments. One matter remains clear. Our earlier assessments have come to fruition. The mother nest is currently assimilating itself to the terrestrial environment, adapting to the conditions of Earth. As Yang Chun uttered these words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They understood the grave implications of his statement. Yang Chun had previously suggested that the reason the mother nest maintained a base of 990,000 might be due to the limitations of its native world in providing sustenance for such a number of insects, thereby perpetuating this peculiar trait. However, should the environment of Earth be assimilated, it was conceivable that this base would be shattered, leading to an exponential increase in the insect population. Furthermore, it was possible that these creatures could adapt to certain elements found on Earth. According to my assessment, time was of the essence. Yang Chun smirked and remarked, "You may only have approximately 50 years left. If the mother nest was not eradicated within this time frame, it would achieve complete assimilation. 50 years, such a brief span." The upper echelons of humanity's demigods felt a wave of madness wash over them. The mere mention of 50 years struck like a bolt from the blue. They had initially believed that by understanding the mother nest's behavior, they could devise a strategy to navigate the situation gradually, perhaps even waiting for the human population to swell sufficiently to annihilate the mother nest in one fell swoop. Yet, it now appeared that time would not permit such a luxury. However, without such action, humanity had no viable means to eliminate the mother nest. 50 years. Was this not a plan to drive them to despair? Chapter 70. Exploration and Fear. Yang Chun surveyed the current pinnacle of human combat prowess. Though each individual was immensely powerful, it seemed that this realm had, under his protection, previously existed in a state of relative ease. This group of individuals, faced with even the slightest hint of danger, appeared indecisive and faltering. Yang Chun spoke calmly, urging, "Do not panic, everyone. I have a rather foolish method that we might attempt." It was Yang Chun who brought the bad news, yet he was also the one proposing a solution. This unexpected mix of alarm and hope left the powerful beings in quite a state of shock. "Principal Yang, what is your method? Please, do share it," one demigod implored anxiously. What could a foolish method entail? It seemed implausible that Yang Chun, the mightiest entity in this world, could resort to something so trivial. When he suggested he had a solution, the assembly genuinely believed it was a test devised by him. Should they fail to succeed in this challenge, it was likely that Yang Chun would find a way to eradicate the insects himself. Yang Chun nodded slowly and stated, "From this moment forth, we shall refrain from exterminating any of the insect race, allowing them to remain in their current state. The mother nest can only spawn new insects once the existing ones perish. Even if the mother nest successfully adapts to our environment, those insects remain relics from decades past, their numbers constant. Once we have grown stronger, We can eliminate all the insects before the new brood emerges, thereby vanquishing the mother nest. Before the crowd could revel in this revelation, Yang Chen added, "However, temper your enthusiasm. While this method is indeed effective, it carries significant drawbacks and uncontrollable factors." He cast a cold gaze upon those who were eager to cheer. The demigods, realizing their breach of decorum, promptly stilled themselves and awaited Yang Chen's further words with composure. The first uncertain factor lies in whether the hive will proliferate after completing assimilation. The second uncertainty concerns whether the hive will possess the ability to instantaneously birth a new creature of its kind. Yang Chen, with a somewhat grave expression, remarked that the folly of this approach stems from surrendering everything to the unpredictability of the hive. These uncertainties are not under our control. Should the hive be capable of reproduction, breaking the established numbers, we would be utterly unable to deal with these ordinary creatures in advance. Furthermore, if the hive gains the ability for instantaneous creation, it could very well manipulate its own demise to produce new beings directly. Of course, even if it cannot instantaneously generate new creatures, the hive could leave some guards behind to gradually replace the ordinary insects, giving rise to those better suited to our environment. This plan is akin to a high-stakes gamble. If fortune favors us, it may lead to a joyous outcome. After some contemplation, Yang Chen continued, acknowledging that there were no superior alternatives available to them. Thus they had no choice but to resort to this method. After all, in the span of 50 years, they would be unable to eliminate the hive. Upon hearing Yang Chen's proposal, the group fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that this strategy was entirely dependent on luck and bore no relation to their own strength. For 50 years, they could do nothing but monitor the creatures, or perhaps engage in combat, but they must never eliminate them. As Yang Chen observed the crowd deep in contemplation, he chose to refrain from further elaboration and prepared to depart. He had articulated all that needed to be said. The course of action was now theirs to determine. Reflect upon this matter carefully, for there remains but a singular path before you. Though the demigods felt a sense of reluctance, they nonetheless respectfully escorted Yang Chen on his way, recognizing that his intentions were for their benefit. Let us deliberate, shall we? Should we heed Principal Yang Chen's counsel, or devise our own solutions? What solutions could we possibly conjure? If there were a solution, we would have obliterated that mother nest long ago. As for the stalemate that has persisted for years, in that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted, each expressing their thoughts and opinions. Yet, the discourse inevitably circled back to a singular theme. They were incapable of vanquishing the entire swarm in one fell swoop. Enough, everyone. Qin Tianhao, seated at the center, rose to his feet. Although he was not a demigod, he held the esteemed rank of a saint of combat and was the emperor of humanity. Thus, he commanded respect from all present. Let us proceed as Principal Yang Chen suggested. However, we must ensure that our soldiers and combatants are given the opportunity to hone their skills, for we shall cultivate strength through battle. Qin Tianhao's authoritative presence silenced the assembly of demigods. The barrier was activated, allowing those willing to enter the trials. The demigods even exerted effort to isolate certain low-tier insects, designating various zones for this purpose. Consequently, this arrangement enabled aspiring adventurers to engage in fierce combat with the insect race. Such encounters would greatly enhance their prowess. Humanity had exhausted all avenues. No further options remained. 50 years is utterly insufficient to achieve any groundbreaking advancements. Although there are ongoing improvements to formations and various combat tools, these efforts pale in comparison to the formidable task of annihilating the insect race in one fell swoop. Unless the combat strength of humanity can surpass the monumental threshold of 500 million, there remains little hope for their complete destruction. However, cultivating an ordinary grand fighter requires at least a century. A mere 50 years cannot possibly yield a population of combat-ready grand fighters exceeding 500 million. To reach such an extraordinary level would necessitate a minimum of 200 years. Yang Chen, you must have a solution, don't you? Why not utilize it? Lily inquired, lingering by Yang Chen's side. For reasons unknown, Ever since she transformed into a phoenix, Lily found immense comfort in being near Yang Chun, an indescribable sensation enveloping her. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Yang Chun embodied the Tao of heaven, rendering her proximity to him a primordial source of solace. Through her observations, Lily discerned that Yang Chun's understanding of the Tao surpassed that of the current world's heavenly Tao significantly. Thus, rather than merely grasping the present heavenly Tao, it was far more gratifying to remain by Yang Chun's side. This sensation arose from Lily's elevated state, for other demigods, even when standing beside Yang Chun, would not experience such feelings. They would merely perceive him as unfathomable and worthy of reverence. After all, no fluctuations of energy emanated from Yang Chun, rendering their comprehension elusive. Yang Chun shook his head, stating, "It's not that I won't, but rather that I question its worth." Lily, intrigued, asked, "Do you not care at all? Why then do you go to such lengths to assist them?" The confrontation with the heavenly Tao is a complex matter that defies clear explanation. I have exerted myself excessively, and I find myself ensnared in my own entanglements. My current strength is insufficient, and I must gather more power. Yang Chun, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Do you believe the heavenly Tao possesses the capacity for compassion?" Lily tilted her head, pondering for a considerable time, yet she could not arrive at a conclusion. Eventually, she asserted, "If the heavenly Tao is devoid of sentiment, why would it unleash so many demigods in a short span to thwart this calamity? If it truly lacked compassion, it would simply allow nature to take its course, indifferent to the chaos that ensues, regardless of who might come forth. Or perhaps it is the case that the heavenly Tao has chosen humanity, rather than humanity choosing the heavenly Tao? If that is the case, I must express my discontent." Lily then patted her plump and lustrous bosom, stating, "We, the magical beasts, ought to be the sovereigns of this land. The heavenly Tao should rightfully align with us." Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback by Lily's words. He realized he had never contemplated this dilemma. He had merely assumed that because he was human in his previous life, his subconscious desire was to aid humanity. But what of the heavenly Tao of Earth? Has it always existed? Did it choose humanity? Is that why humanity's fortunes surpass those of the magical beasts, leading to the rise of human civilization upon this continent? Could it be that everything is being orchestrated by a higher power? The thought sent a shiver down Yang Chun's spine. What terrifying entity could manipulate the workings of the heavenly Tao? Was it akin to himself, or perhaps even more formidable? Yang Chun was uncertain and bewildered, and he did not dare to delve further into such thoughts. Thus, your assertion of being devoid of emotion merely reflects a facade of indifference, a consequence of your elevated position which renders you impervious to the plight beneath you. Humans, when they inadvertently crush an ant, do not experience pangs of remorse. Perhaps such occurrences have yet to stir your emotional sensibilities. Lily chuckled softly. The experience of imparting wisdom to Yang Chun was quite gratifying. It was always Yang Chun who instructed her, and this time, she felt a sense of triumph. Yang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. "You make a valid point. Perhaps it is indeed so. However, when you ask me to assist them now, I find myself powerless. I have already exhausted all my words and deeds. If we truly reach the precipice of humanity's annihilation, I can only hope to lead a few souls away from this world, rather than entirely eradicate the insectoid race." Lily nodded. "I comprehend your predicament. Although your realm is unparalleled, your strength remains entirely sealed. The power you can wield is likely equivalent to that of us." "As long as you understand," Yang Chun replied, falling into a contemplative silence. In truth, his dialogue with Lily weighed heavily upon his heart. If the dilemma were merely about the earthly Tao and the plight of humanity, it might have been a simpler matter to resolve. Yet, Yang Chun's current concerns transcended the war between humans and the insectoids. They delved into the enigmatic constraints imposed by the Tao and the forces of control. It was akin to the realization that their galaxy could ascend to at most a technological state of 2.0. This represented a form of bondage, originating from a higher dimensional confinement, one that neither Yang Chun nor humanity could surmount, nor could the original Baltan aliens. In this galaxy, all civilizations are hindered. Consequently, Other civilizations that have emerged under this constraint strive to ascend in different directions. Take the Zerg, for instance. They push their bodies to the limit, surrendering all control to the hive, forsaking technology. Similarly, on Earth, individuals harness elemental forces to enhance their physical forms or wield magic, leveraging these powers to achieve advancements in other realms. Yet, it appears that all these endeavors remain confined beneath the threshold of technological advancement too. 0. Regardless of the area of development, they are all restricted here. Chapter 71. Solutions. The onset of war has been delayed. Crucially, this is due to the relatively mild offensives of the Zerg. Even after humanity has relaxed its guard, these creatures may go an entire year without making a move. Over the course of several years, Yang Chun has been observing this phenomenon and ultimately discovers that his initial assessment holds true. These Zerg, once spawned, do not evolve. They cannot assimilate into the Earth's environment and remain in their original form. Over the years, Yang Chun even notices signs of decay in their bodies. Were it not for the sustenance provided by the hive, these creatures would likely face extinction in no time. There would be no need for humanity to intervene. Their inability to adapt to the Earth's environment would lead to their demise. Unfortunately, due to the hive supplying them with nutrients, these creatures that cannot acclimate to Earth's conditions continue to survive. Of course, they have fallen into a dormant state to conserve the hive's energy. For a decade, the confines of the barrier have remained abuzz with activity. The insects, separated by a grid, are relentlessly utilized by human warriors for practice, who occasionally launch attacks against them. However, these assaults do not result in the demise of the insects. Rather, they merely deplete their numbers or serve as rehearsals for various formations. When the humans deem their efforts sufficient, they withdraw autonomously. The insects find little motivation to pursue, as they lack the inclination to engage unless provoked by the humans. Occasionally, the insects may become agitated and launch their own assaults, but the humans possess magnificent defensive structures that the insects cannot breach unless they are in a complete frenzy. This is especially true when the humans are at a disadvantage, lacking any defensive measures. Should the human soldiers adopt a defensive stance, even a full-scale attack from the frenzied insects would be unlikely to penetrate the grand fortress in a short span of time. Otherwise, the diverse resources along the main road would be squandered. Subpar constructions are utterly intolerable. Qin Tianhao personally oversees the building process, as it is intrinsically linked to the survival of humanity. If such fortifications were easily compromised, how could he ever face others? Although the situation is not tense, the demigods are exceedingly busy each day, challenging their limits much like ordinary fighters. The only distinction lies in the vast disparity in strength between the insects they confront. Today, that small white insect proved formidable. One demigod remarked in admiration, "Its 8 claws are so effectively utilized that I cannot even approach it." The number of demigods is scarce, yet the higher-tier insects abound, ensuring that each day, the demigods engage with different insects in their relentless pursuit of mastery. Though the insects exert their physical forms to the utmost in battle, there exists a significant distinction among them. Some are able to counter certain demigods, while others find themselves at a disadvantage against particular demigods. Chu Nianchen remarked, "Today, I have discovered an insect resembling a spider. Its speed and attack are seamless. However, it possesses one flaw. Its body is exceedingly fragile. This creature is considerably weaker than low-tier insects, lacking any substantial defense. Although I merely struck it once, it perished in my grasp. Henceforth, when you encounter such insects, be sure to exercise caution. Do not slay them with a single blow, lest we encounter substantial trouble." The assembled demigods nodded in agreement, recognizing that the spider-like insects were easily identifiable and unlikely to be mistaken. Moreover, being demigods, they could discern the essence of the creature upon striking. In the ensuing days, several demigods encountered the spider-like insects described by Chu Nianchen. Many demigods, in an effort to avoid dispatching the creatures with a mere slap, found themselves suffering considerable losses. Nevertheless, these insects also proved to be excellent for training, prompting many demigods to seek them out for self-improvement. Recently, these spider insects have grown increasingly cunning. One demigod exclaimed in frustration, "Now, they scurry away at the mere sight of us, refusing to engage in combat. Indeed, they often employ meat shields to obstruct our path, their shells thick and formidable, engaging solely in defense without launching any attacks. Knowing that we would not kill them, they brazenly allow us to strike. If only it were as simple as exterminating them. But alas, such a solution is unattainable." A few demigods exchanged amused banter, engaging in whimsical wagers regarding who could accomplish their tasks more swiftly or who could locate more within a day, thus infusing their otherwise tedious existence with a modicum of amusement. In the blink of an eye, 4 decades of this monotonous life had elapsed. During this time, humanity gave rise to numerous prodigies, and the ranks of dozone powerhouses swelled by several millions. However, this figure still fell woefully short of expectations. Confronted by the insectoid menace, humanity found itself with less than 5 years remaining. Some demigods, perceiving the calmness of the surroundings, chose to withdraw from the barrier to pursue other endeavors. Yet, as time progressed, more and more demigods began to converge within the confines of the barrier. An overwhelming number of dozone and doshing experts readied themselves for the battlefield. The moment approached when Yangchen had foretold, and should circumstances change, these formidable beings would undoubtedly stand at the forefront, bracing against the initial onslaught of the insect horde. Chu Nianchen surveyed the assembly of demigods and inquired. Over the course of these 50 years, Chu Nianchen's prowess had ascended to new heights. Having mastered the art of thunder with unparalleled finesse, and even devised several formidable techniques specifically tailored to combat the insectoid threat. The majority of the demigods had also acquired 1 or 2 powerful area of effect techniques, while a select few opted for a different approach, focusing solely on single-target lethal strikes. Determined to ensure a single, decisive blow, these techniques were primarily designed to confront the higher-tier insectoids. Certainly, the limitations of such tactics are considerable. Otherwise, if they could be employed continuously, these demigods should be capable of annihilating all high-tier insectoid species within a mere 10 days. Unlike his father, Chu Nianchen lacks adeptness in commanding troops. While Chu Yanhui once commanded with formidable authority, Chu Nianchen, despite his unparalleled strength, can only allow the demigods to exercise their abilities freely without providing them with optimal guidance or command. The assembly stands vigilant, engaging in meditation and cultivation, awaiting the final moment. In the penultimate year, Qin Tianhao entered the barrier with nearly 10 million dozong powerhouses. Considering previous troop losses, the total number of individuals at or above the dozong level has reached 30 million. The number of those above the great fighter level has exceeded 100 million, culminating in a total force, including both troops and magical beasts, that surpasses 200 million. Such a gathering of this magnitude is only feasible at this juncture, with not only the human race, but also nearly all magical beasts mobilized. The final months are upon them. Qin Tianhao not only commands his soldiers, but also integrates himself into a battle formation, the Zhou-Tian Star Array, originally imparted by Yang Chun. Over the course of 50 years, this formation has undergone enhancements, becoming even more formidable. Its execution has become increasingly refined. Where Yang Chen's formation relied on magical beasts as its core, it now utilizes various spiritual treasures and primal stones as foundational elements, with magical beasts serving a supplementary role, thereby maximizing their potential. This allows a single magical beast to provide support across any point within the formation at will. The formidable beasts of the Do Zun and Do Sheng ranks possess the ability to act, and within the formation, they receive significant enhancements. With a single Do Zun or Do Sheng capable of equating to 3 or 4 human warriors, a testament to their might. Certainly, the core of the formation remains unchanged, yet the increase in power is no less than 30%. However, Yang Chen's myriad of formations, numbering in the tens of thousands, has rendered the human race incapable of any alterations. The computational capacity of this formation has surpassed the limits of their capabilities, leaving them unable to make improvements. Nevertheless, The advantage in numbers allows for the optimal manifestation of this formation, with Qin Tianhao's satisfaction with it even exceeding that of the Zhou Tian Xingqian formation. After all, even thousands of Grand Do masters could never hope to match a single Do zone, yet this formation can bridge that gap through sheer numbers. Such a transformation is beyond their reach. All stood poised, awaiting the moment of the mother nest's ultimate evolution to annihilate the myriad insects, or perhaps to fail in exterminating them, thereby allowing the entire world to fall into the clutches of the insect race. 50 years mark a pivotal threshold. Should it align with Yang Chen's assertions, there may yet be a chance for development. Conversely, if the mother nest undergoes other mutations, then hope would be all but lost. Thus, they awaited, tension mounting among all, even the often aloof demigods now gripped by profound fear. The precise timing eluded everyone, nonetheless. These few months this year would determine their fate. What transformation awaits them? The soldiers of the human race, armed and aligned in formation, prepared themselves for the swiftest of scenarios, ready to surge forward and fight with all their might. Everyone hoped that this final outcome would not come to pass. Principal Yang Chen. The figure of Yang Chen appeared before the crowd. He was the bearer of this news, and naturally, he needed to witness the events of the day. His arrival seemed to instill a sense of reassurance among the demigods, who believed that as long as Yang Chen was present, he would undoubtedly possess a means to resolve the pressing issues at hand. These demigods contemplated that if circumstances indeed became dire, they would valiantly engage in battle, striving to leave a favorable impression on Yang Chen with their heroic endeavors. What these demigods were thinking remained a mystery to Yang Chen. For him, it was merely an opportunity to observe. Now, let me see how the ensuing events will unfold. In truth, Yang Chen harbored a sense of anticipation, hoping that the mother nest would break through its limitations. Should it succeed, his own evolution would become a possibility. Conversely, if the mother nest failed to transcend its constraints, Yang Chen might even consider departing this galaxy in search of evolutionary methods in other universes. Chapter 72. The Majesty of the World Tree. Under the gaze of the onlookers. A year passed. The mother nest finally began to undergo a transformation. Originally resembling a colossal black tumor, it slowly started to take root in the earth, as if it aspired to become a towering divine tree that could obscure the sun. The roots of this great tree extended deep into the ground, sprawling across the continent, while its branches and leaves grew outward, casting shadows in every direction. Yet, this tree was entirely shrouded in darkness, devoid of any semblance of vibrant life. Yang Chen blinked and remarked, "Could it be that it intends to absorb the entire earth as nourishment? The world tree?" The others were perplexed by Yang Chen's words, but it appeared that everything was unfolding in the most dire of directions. It seemed as if its goal was to completely consume this world in order to transcend its own limitations and surpass the confines of this dimension. Furrowing his brow, Yang Chen pondered, "Has it been resolved from the very beginning? Even its form? Let us fight." Yang Chen bellowed, "If we do not wish to be entirely devoured and absorbed by this mother nest, then we must battle with all our might." With Yang Chen's thunderous cry, everything began to set into motion. He had not anticipated that the mother nest would evolve into the world tree. Such a transformation was beyond anyone's imagination. Indeed, if it were to become the world tree, the act of consuming the civilizations of this world would be remarkably effortless, far superior to the brutality of warfare. This was, without a doubt, the most astute strategy. While the insects could potentially evolve and nourish the mother nest using the Earth's resources, such a process would undoubtedly require an exceedingly long time. After assimilating the nutrients of this world, the mother nest's core began to adapt to the existence that would emerge from this world, rather than being assimilated itself. Eradicate these insects. All demigods sprang into action, and the human soldiers below descended into a frenzy. Yang Chen's intention was unmistakable. Once that colossal tree fully matured, this world would ultimately become mere fertilizer for it, leaving them homeless or destined to be consumed by the tree birthed from the mother nest. The battle was chaotic and frenzied, as the insects desperately sought to protect their nest while humanity fervently endeavored to obliterate it. "Lily," Yang Chen said in a deep voice, "come with me." "Come with you? What? Are you going to take action?" Lily chuckled. "You're actually going to intervene?" Yang Chen shook his head slightly. "I merely sense that the situation is extraordinary. I wish to ascertain it personally." "Very well, then let us depart." Lily transformed into her phoenix form, and Yang Chen effortlessly stood upon her. Only he was privileged to experience such treatment in this world. Others would not dare to even brush against a single feather of Lily's. Lily turned her head to Yang Chen and remarked, "Given how things have developed, I may not be able to push through. If I take you close, will you have a plan?" Yang Chen touched his chest, and soon it emanated a radiant indigo glow. "Just charge ahead without concern." With a mighty cry, Lily transformed into a fiery whirlwind and surged toward the world tree formed by the nest. Numerous insectoid creatures rose to obstruct the fiery tempest, yet they were reduced to ash under its scorching energy. The journey was neither exceedingly long nor particularly short, even at full flight. Lily required several minutes to traverse the distance, further hampered by the countless insects blocking her path. She effortlessly breached 3 layers of the insect defenses, but upon reaching the 4th, her momentum visibly waned, the rotation of the fiery whirlwind becoming laborious and sluggish. "There are 3 layers remaining. I can withstand this one at most. Thereafter, a fierce battle must ensue. However, once the battle commences, a multitude of higher-tier insects will swarm around. At that point, proximity will be perilous, and escape will be exceedingly difficult. We have ventured too far." Lily spoke urgently to Yang Chen. "No worries, press on." Yang Chen placed one hand upon his chest and the other on Lily's back. As Lily's body shifted slightly, she ultimately chose to trust Yang Chen and continued to surge forward. Upon breaching the 4th line of defense, the fiery tempest noticeably diminished, and Lily's silhouette gradually became discernible. Upon reaching the 5th line of defense, indigo flames enveloped golden flames, forming a colossal inferno that resembled a giant clad in armor, wielding a long sword as it charged forth. "Leave it to me." Yang Chen's gaze was fierce, his energy streaming incessantly into the ethereal figure of the indigo giant. Yang Chen did not control the armored giant. Rather, he was solely responsible for supplying energy, while Lily was the one maneuvering the armored behemoth. The armored giant shattered the insect's 2 lines of defense in an instant, advancing relentlessly towards the world tree. The demigods observed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the insects, which had been a source of great vexation, could be so easily vanquished. "Is this the power of Principal Yang Chen?" They all gazed incredulously at the indigo armored giant. The giant towered above the heavens, its feet firmly planted on the ground, brandishing a simple yet formidable blue greatsword, cleaving through the swarm and reducing countless insects to dust. This power belonged to Yang Chen, yet the mastery of its application was Lily's domain. Nevertheless, everyone naturally attributed all of this to Yang Chen's prowess. During this period, Yang Chen fully unleashed his powers to assist Lily in breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly laws, successfully transcending the semi-divine realm, which enabled her to exhibit such remarkable prowess. Naturally, this exertion would demand an immense toll on Yang Chen's core, thus he could not sustain it for long. His own body was not designed to wield such vast power. As a technologically advanced robot, he held no inherent advantage concerning the rules governing this realm. Therefore, he utilized his body as a conduit, channeling all of his strength to Lily, whose physique was capable of withstanding such force. "How incredible! Is this the power beyond the semi-divine?" Lily exclaimed. "With this strength, I believe I could even fell that giant tree." "Do not be overly self-satisfied. If you could truly accomplish such a feat, I would find it rather astonishing," Yang Chen replied. While both Yang Chen and Lily had indeed surpassed the combat capabilities present in this world, they remained far from achieving the pinnacle of technological advancement, known as Technology 2.0. Thus, the notion of confronting the ultimate entity birth from this fully formed world seemed like a delusion. As they breached the final line of defense and approached the world tree, which had transformed into a maternal nest, Lily struck down with her sword. The once unstoppable blade shattered upon striking the world tree, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight. At that moment, Yang Chun appeared to suffer a tremendous backlash, clutching his chest as electric currents surged through him, collapsing onto Lily's back. The giant clad in blue armor, too, began to dissolve into particles, akin to ashes swept away by the wind, gradually vanishing from existence. Chapter 73. Origins and Protection? Yang Chun, are you all right? Lily turned her gaze towards Yang Chun, whose expression was one of profound agony, as if he were on the verge of death. I am fine, he said, clutching his chest, the energy core within him appearing considerably weakened, the indigo glow diminished to half its former brilliance. Had it merely been the exertion of power, Yang Chun could have restored himself to a state of readiness within decades. However, the recent strike against the World Tree had resulted in a complete backlash of energy, causing significant damage to his core, leaving him looking quite dismal. Surprisingly, after the two breached the defensive line, not a single insectoid creature approached them, instead opting to retreat. Why are they not coming back? Lily wondered, observing the retreating swarm. If we were to unite our forces to vanquish those insects, and then combine the might of all demigods, battle lords, and saints to assault the World Tree, surely we could shake its very foundations. That would be futile, Yang Chun replied with a grimace. Our power has already surpassed the dimensional forces of this world, yet look at the outcome. Even if every human and beast combined their strength, it would barely match the power we just manifested. Even if we were to summon the blue-armored giant again, the cumulative force would still be meaningless against the World Tree. Our recent strike barely grazed its surface. It remains utterly unscathed. In a fit of urgency, Lily clutched at her garment, exclaiming, "Then what do you propose we do? Allow it to grow unchecked and eliminate all humanity and beasts? Will it proceed to consume the entire world?" Yang Chun gazed upon the World Tree and spoke softly, not entirely. He gradually flew closer to the World Tree and gently placed his hand upon it. A tumultuous energy surged from the World Tree into Yang Chun's mind. It was a realm of chaos and void, where countless bubbles churned as if in a pitch-black abyss, and myriad tiny entities were birthed within this dark, formless ocean. They engaged in a relentless struggle for survival, consuming one another, and soon began to evolve in various forms. The ocean gradually contracted, only to explode in a cataclysmic event, merging the countless remains of the devoured and slain microscopic beings with the erupting sea, giving rise to a hollow world. This realm was suffused with a terrifying heat, and those beings that survived the ocean's explosion fought against this searing intensity, continuing their journey of consumption and evolution. Once more, the landscape shifted and the cold arrived. These beings, now taking on a rudimentary shape, found themselves ill-equipped to withstand the chill, having initially evolved to combat the heat. Their bodies were compelled to evolve repeatedly, adapting to survive in any environment. Those that persisted became resilient, their forms hardening against destruction, capable of withstanding even the harshest climates. In the relentless pursuit of survival and energy, they continued their fierce battles. Among them was a particularly unique microbe, solitary in its corner, having evaded the cold, the explosions, and the extreme heat. It slowly consumed the remains of the deceased beings, evolving at a leisurely pace, unfazed by the urgency of its surroundings. The more formidable monsters dismissed it as inconsequential, pondering what benefit a creature that merely fed on corpses could possibly hold. Yet, even as the bodies of these creatures undergo constant evolution, the world they inhabit continues to deteriorate, the environment growing increasingly harsh, making survival a challenge even for the mightiest beings. Only the small black tumor, slowly consuming the remains of other organisms, perseveres. On that fateful day, it seemed as though a black hole had manifested within the realm. Though diminutive, this black hole possessed the capacity to devour all. A multitude of high-tier beings fell prey to its insatiable hunger. Before the black hole, everything was but a defenseless lamb awaiting slaughter. The small black tumor gazed upon the black hole, its form steadfastly anchored to the earth, impervious even to the gravitational pull of the abyss while the world still existed. However, as time elapsed, the black hole expanded, its power intensifying. The number of deceased high-tier beings grew ever larger. The small black tumor appeared to attain a profound understanding, releasing its grip on the ground and soaring toward the ravenous void. It approached the very black hole that those exalted beings so vehemently avoided. Harnessing its innate abilities and gifts, the small black tumor enveloped the black hole within its essence. Life and death, existence and oblivion. These sensations intertwined, leaving the small black tumor in a state of profound discomfort, uncertain whether it was alive or dead. Its body swelled increasingly, burdened by the black hole within. The black hole continued to exert its influence, drawing countless high-tier beings to the small black tumor. Originally intended to safeguard these creatures, it seemed to have inadvertently become their executioner. Thus, it commenced an unrelenting consumption of the remains of these exalted beings, hoping to impede the further formation of the black hole. Its thoughts and functions proved effective, to the extent that the black hole within it gradually succumbed to its control. At this moment, the entire world was left with nothing but itself, a colossal black mass, devoid of anything else. One day, a comet streaked across the sky, shattering the world into fragments and injuring the great black sphere. Yet, it discovered that its very blood could give rise to new life forms, which eventually manifested as the current swarm of insectoids. However, these emerging insectoids wreaked havoc upon the remnants of the world, and even it found itself powerless to restrain them. Ultimately, it led to its own destruction of the world, consuming all the insectoids, yet it still possessed the capacity for regeneration. Strangely, after the world's devastation, these insectoids began to heed its commands. The great black sphere had thus transformed into the now pure black world tree. No wonder it could only maintain a constant number. It had already become a realm unto itself. Yang Chun, utilizing his heavenly perception, discerned the secrets of the black world tree. It was a being of suffering and contradiction. It believed it had caused the demise of those creatures while simultaneously using them to achieve its own ends. Curiously, did this imply that its essence was inherently benevolent? If so, why would it commit such actions? Yang Chun gazed inquisitively at the black world tree. They were coming. This world must not be discovered. Suddenly, the black world tree transmitted a message into Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen's scouts had not reported any other forces nearing Earth, and it was evident that this presence sought to completely occupy the planet. The sudden message that arrived was difficult for Yang Chun to comprehend. Lily, lacking the necessary insight, could not fathom the implications. It claimed to have come to protect us? Chapter 74, The Cleanup Plan. Lily, astonished and even enraged, exclaimed, "In such circumstances, it dares to speak of protection? Why does it not acknowledge its ancestral ties to us?" Infuriated, Lily unleashed a torrent of invectives, incredulous at the audacity of such claims. How could it arrive at our home, wreaking havoc and destruction, only to assert that it came to safeguard us for our own advancement? Yang Chen found himself at a loss regarding Lily's vehement temper. Even though it articulated such sentiments, we remained powerless against it. Moreover, throughout these years, the insectoid race had seemingly refrained from overtly egregious actions, their instances of aggression being rather infrequent. These are undeniable realities. Yangchen had experienced the gradual growth of the Dark World tree, although it had consumed its own planet and all life upon it. It did so ostensibly for the sake of protection. This was the rationale behind its actions. Yet now, upon reaching Earth, it still envisioned a role of protection, albeit through methods that the indigenous inhabitants could not accept. Through gritted teeth, Lily declared, "I shall never place my trust in it." Yang Chun continued to place his hand upon the Dark World tree, yearning for further insights, but it seemed as though the tree had succumbed to slumber, relaying no more information to him. It accelerates its growth, and were it not for the barrier, its branches and roots would have already extended boundlessly, firmly embedding themselves in the earth. Is it not merely a withered tree? Lily exclaimed in anger. Watch me set it ablaze. A fierce, golden inferno erupted from the roots of the tree of the Dark World, raging upward in a frenzy, the flames extending along the tree until it was entirely engulfed. Outside, the battle raged on, and the flames continued to burn. The conflict persisted for an entire day and night, and the fire likewise blazed for the same duration. Yang Chun sat upon a branch, eyes closed in meditation, hoping to once again commune with the world tree. Seated amidst the flames, Yang Chun shook his head nonchalantly. It is futile. After a day and night, your strength is nearly exhausted, yet it remains as robust as ever. As the flames subsided, Lily's complexion turned pale. Her breath uneven. Completely enveloping the tree of the dark world proved exceedingly difficult. Lily had exerted all her power, continuously drawing upon the heavenly might to sustain this effort for a day and night. Yet, this very duration nearly drained her of vitality. She rested beside Yang Chun and asked, "Is there truly no way?" Yang Chun sighed and shook his head. "Unless it is willing to communicate with us, there is truly no solution." The barrier created by the demigods was forged from the convergence of countless spiritual veins across the continent, essentially compressing the fate of the entire land upon the barrier, thus rendering the tree of the dark world incapable of breaching it in the short term. Once the world tree is entirely enveloped in a protective barrier, its power gradually surpasses the suppression of the celestial veins, leading to the deterioration of the barrier. After all, the world tree has become akin to a realm unto itself. Suddenly, Lily interjected, pondering why, despite the human race having slain numerous insects, there had been no further emergence of the insect horde this time. Indeed, there had been no births, or had there? Yang Chun gestured towards the carcasses of the insects. The bodies lay strewn upon the ground, while some branches and roots slowly enveloped them, transforming the remains into nourishment for the dark world tree. This tree, which had previously only been in a state of growth, began to bear fruit after absorbing the insect carcasses. However, these fruits were merely budding flowers, indistinguishable at this stage. Once these blossoms bloom and bear fruit, perhaps it would herald an entirely new realm. Before Yang Chun could finish his thought, Lily darted towards the budding flowers. "Hold on. You've already burned it for a whole day and night. Those buds have existed long before. You cannot handle them." Yang Chun shook his head, bemused by Lily's demeanor. She appeared aloof and divine in front of others, yet displayed a childlike stubbornness in his presence, unwilling to employ reason. "You cannot destroy it with brute force, nor can you incinerate it. What then shall we do?" Lily exclaimed, exasperated, her hands thrown up in frustration. "We must proceed with patience," Yang Chun suggested. "We should communicate with it to discern its true intentions. Otherwise, do we have any superior alternatives?" He settled himself, advising, "You should approach it, feel its essence, make contact, and perhaps you might uncover other pathways. It is the manifestation of another world. Thus it represents the manifestation of the path of that other realm. Only by comprehending and understanding it can one hope to vanquish it, to obliterate it." Yang Chun's insights enlightened Lily, prompting her to swiftly approach his side, gradually immersing her mind in contemplation. Initially, she had indeed been overly eager, seeking immediate results and thus suffering losses. She had rendered her body exceedingly frail without achieving her desires, squandering precious time. The Human Alliance observed that the insect population had not increased and was being exterminated with greater fervor. Could it be that Principal Yang Chun had done something? They hastened to eliminate the remaining foes, then assist Principal Yang Chun in felling that colossal black tree. In the ensuing period, the dark world tree fell into slumber, and those insects were no longer under its dominion. Perhaps it was their nature, as the insects began to frantically assault the human soldiers, unreservedly embracing death. Consequently, the losses inflicted upon the human race escalated significantly. The warriors of humanity immediately sensed this shift, not only the ordinary soldiers, but even the demigods. The battle raged on for a year, resulting in the death of 30 million ordinary soldiers. Over 1 million from the ranks above the soul fighter perished, and 5,000 from the ranks of soul sovereigns and soul saints fell. Even several demigods met their demise. Within a mere year, the human forces suffered a loss of 1/3 of their strength, a terrifying phenomenon unprecedented in the previous 50 years. It became apparent that the mother nest had been restraining these insects, as they could still be reborn through it after death. It would take a decade to fully eradicate these insects, yet our military had already lost a third of its strength in the first year. How could this continue? The only way to gradually eliminate the threat is to rely on our stronghold. We can no longer initiate another large-scale war. Qin Tianhao shook his head in sorrow, lamenting, "We simply cannot sacrifice our own people in such a manner. Even if it takes a bit longer, we cannot allow them to perish like this." Chu Nianxin glanced at the location of the world tree, stating, "We must break through the swarms to approach that great tree and reunite with our ancestor." However, given the current circumstances, it seems that not even a decade, nor 50 years, would suffice. I wonder how our ancestor is faring over there. It must be exceedingly arduous to suppress the regeneration of these insects. To this day, everyone still believed that Yang Qin was doing something to prevent the insects from reviving. Yet, the ferocity of the insects was indeed troubling. Several demigods had already perished, a truly terrifying prospect. Demigods represent the pinnacle of combat power in this world, and no one had anticipated the possibility of their fall. Yet, in just 1 year, 5 had died, with only a little over 100 demigods in total. Not counting the magical beasts, if this continued, wiping out all the insects would likely leave only half of the demigods remaining, and the soldiers would be even fewer. Out of nearly 150 million soldiers, it would be fortunate if 1 or 2 million survived. This mortality rate is catastrophic. We had already abandoned any notion of luck and recognized that this was a critical battle for survival. However, if we could prevent mass casualties, we must still seek a solution. Qin Tianhao's heart ached deeply. Though he may not be deemed a wise and virtuous sovereign, he possesses a genuine affection for his people. In light of the loss of so many valiant soldiers, it is only natural for him to feel profound sorrow. Principal Yang Qin undoubtedly has his own methods. His profound strength is beyond our comprehension, so it is wiser for us to focus on fulfilling our own duties. Over the past year, the lower-tier combatants of the insect race have been significantly depleted, leaving only a scant number remaining. The most formidable challenge lies in dealing with their higher-tier warriors. Initially, we could restrain these elite forces through formations and numerical superiority, yet now they have inexplicably doubled their strength and possess combat experience far exceeding our own. A single insect warrior at the saint level can easily overpower 5 or 6 of our human saints. It is this terrifying combat capability that we must find a means to counter. These insects are already difficult to eliminate, and their willingness to disregard their own lives makes them even more fearsome. Chu Nianxin suggested, "My proposal is to concentrate our superior forces to eradicate the lower-tier insects first, leaving the higher-tier ones to be dealt with gradually. Over the course of a year, we have suffered the loss of 30 million compatriots. Yet the insects have also lost at least 200,000 of their kind. They number merely 990,000. If we, as demigod saints, act decisively to eliminate the lower-tier insects, we can annihilate their entire lower-tier combat force." Qin Tianhao nodded in agreement, stating, "Nianxin's perspective is indeed sound. Utilizing this indomitable fortress, we can certainly achieve this objective." The multitude nodded in agreement, ultimately confirming this strategy. Approximately 300,000 low-tier insectoids remained, while the combined forces of humanity, comprised of all Dozuan, Doshing, and demigods, alongside the magical beasts, although not surpassing the numbers of the low-tier insectoid forces, were deemed sufficient to cope with the situation. The human and magical beast forces above the Dozuan realm totaled around 100,000, merely one-third the number of the low-tier insectoids. Yet their strength was formidable enough to exert overwhelming pressure. Crucially, it was essential to thwart the high-tier insectoid combatants before engaging, for without doing so, the encirclement would falter, potentially leading to perilous circumstances. Should the Dozuan and Doshing fall, those remaining would undoubtedly be incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the high-tier insectoids. Chapter 75. Queen Lily. By assembling a vast legion of soldiers, we could muster nearly 300,000 combatants at the Dozuan and Doshing levels. They would serve to shield us from the insectoids and buy us precious time. While the vast formation was undeniably powerful, it often appeared inadequate against a multitude of monstrous foes. After all, consolidating thousands of individuals into a singular high-tier force diminished our numerical advantage. Initially, the overwhelming presence of low-tier insectoids prevented the formation of a similar number of Dozuan and Doshing, making the cultivation of Duhan-level strength a more cost-effective option. Given the intention to eradicate the remaining low-tier insectoids, a considerable force was necessary to counter the high-tier insectoid threats. The vast formation indeed complemented our strategy. The sole issue lay in the limitations of formations, particularly their lack of mobility, which dissuaded us from employing the vast formation against the high-tier insectoids. Engaging in combat fixed at a particular position and location, the myriad formations proved to be rather effective. Of course, they possess a certain degree of restraining capability. As long as the insects are willing to engage in battle, they can withstand for a time. However, those truly endowed with the prowess of the combat sovereign and combat saint are an entirely different matter. Mobility, combat experience, everything is their own. Naturally, sweeping aside lower-tier insects is hardly a challenge. Moreover, with the assistance of over 100 demigods, the slaughter becomes even more expedited. Qin Tianhao declared, "Thus, we shall proceed as decided, within the immortal fortress. We will utilize the myriad formations to fend off the high-tier insect race, while simultaneously activating the partitioning formation to segregate the lower-tier insects from the higher-tier ones. At that time, the combat sovereigns, combat saints, and demigods shall all engage in the slaughter, ensuring the annihilation of those lower-tier insects in the shortest possible time. Before hastening to the aid of the immortal fortress to repel the high-tier insects, the assembly nodded solemnly, and the entire fortress began to operate. The magicians launched an offensive against the insect race, employing bait tactics. Once the majority of the high-tier insects were lured onto the fortress, the formation was immediately activated to sever all connections. This endeavor was executed with remarkable success. Indeed, the high-tier insects were drawn in. These creatures are inherently instruments of slaughter. Their very forms designed for murder, and even the immortal fortress would find it no easy task to easily withstand them. Within the fortress, the formation was activated, with the magicians shielding the stronghold while the soldiers formed myriad formations to commence their assault on the high-tier insects. Having successfully captured the attention of the high-tier insects, they now prepared to initiate the isolation and sealing formations. Countless spirit stones ignited in an instant as numerous mages, distracted by their manipulation, established a barrier that distinguished between low-tier and high-tier insects. Kill. A demigod, leading 1,000 warriors, charged into the fray, engaging fiercely with the low-tier creatures. The insects screamed in a frenzy, mercilessly slaughtered within the confines of the formation. Meanwhile, the high-tier insects finally seemed to grasp the trajectory of humanity. They began to madly assault the indomitable fortress with their bodies, attempting to breach its defenses. If my fortress could be so easily breached, then the sacred materials stored in my royal palace would be utterly inadequate. Come at me. Qin Tianhao stood on the platform, commanding with fervor. He had never envisioned that he would one day lead such a formidable army, even demigods, into battle. Qin Tianhao pushed himself to his very limits, tirelessly strategizing and orchestrating the conflict. Perhaps his offensive capabilities were lacking, but his defensive prowess was unquestionable. Despite the formidable strength of the high-tier insects, the indomitable fortress, along with its myriad formations, ensnared them with no means of escape. Qin Tianhao sought not glory, but simply to avoid failure. As long as he could hold these creatures at bay, it would suffice. The bloody carnage persisted within the delineated barrier. Outside the barrier, the relentless assaults from the high-tier insects indeed began to shake the indomitable fortress. Qin Tianhao gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. The wall, nearly a meter thick, had now caved in by almost 30 centimeters. They possessed only the capability to withstand these high-tier insects, with no means to eliminate them. Thus, these advanced insects, given sufficient time, could undoubtedly breach the immortal fortress. Quickly, summon all reserve forces. Activate the celestial star array. To avert unforeseen circumstances, 3 celestial star arrays have been strategically established, capable of annihilating the advanced insects. The advanced insects, fixated on a singular point of the city wall, relentlessly launched precise assaults, causing Qin Tianhao to grow increasingly anxious. Should a breach truly occur, a close-quarters combat would inevitably ensue, and with the current allocation of defensive personnel within the city, it would be futile to offer themselves as mere fodder to these advanced insects. The activation of the 3 celestial star arrays promptly sealed the gap, restraining the advanced insects. Yang Chun, who was attempting to communicate with the tree of the dark world, suddenly stood up and squinted his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lily also rose to her feet. "So, after more than a year, what have you gleaned?" Yang Chun inquired with a smile. "You instructed me to converse with it, to glean from its path. I have made some progress and learned a technique," Lily replied with an air of composure, her demeanor now imbued with an enigmatic depth, contrasting her previous fervent and impulsive nature. "Go forth. Humanity requires your aid," Yang Chun stated before resuming his meditation. Lily nodded, lightly tapping a branch, her body pivoting as golden flames danced, interspersed with flecks of black particles. A whirlwind swiftly surged towards the human fortress. Although 2 of the celestial star arrays had fallen, beneath the citadel lay thousands of lifeless bodies of advanced insectoids, quietly resting. Sunfire, blazing sword, obsidian flame, tornado sword. Lily grasped a pair of flame-infused long swords, one in each hand. The sword in her right hand gleamed with a pure golden hue, interspersed with black particles, while the one in her left hand was enveloped in a dark, fiery aura, flecked with shimmering golden embers. As the 2 swords crossed, Lily surged forward. Behind her, a pair of wings unfurled, one side radiant gold with specks of black, and the other a deep, fiery darkness intermingled with gold. The twin blades twirled in a mesmerizing dance, as Lily moved gracefully among the throngs of high-tier insects, resembling a magnificent dancer. The striking contrast of her black and white wings warded off the relentless assaults from every direction, while her sword struck down the encroaching foes. With each slash of the golden sword, the bodies of the insects were cleaved asunder, while the dark sword unleashed a relentless inferno, burning with an unquenchable fire that clung to its victims. In that fleeting moment, Lily transformed the battlefield into a tempest of chaos. The once fearless insect horde now shrieking in terror as they faced her wrath. Indeed, these creatures were oblivious to fear, despite Lily embodying the essence of a reaper. Even wielding a sword imbued with an instinctual power to subdue them, they charged forward with reckless abandon. After 5 minutes of relentless carnage, Lily retreated, her complexion flushed with exertion. The wings of stark black and white unfurled behind her, erupting into a cascade of flickering fireflies that illuminated the surroundings. The high-tier insects were forced back by the radiant flames, trapped behind a barrier of fire, unable to advance. Seizing this opportunity, Lily leapt into the stronghold, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Tianhao. In just 5 minutes, she had dispatched hundreds of high-tier insect foes, momentarily halting their relentless onslaught and stabilizing the crumbling defenses of the city walls. Lily placed her hands before her, continuously infusing energy into the wall of flames. Her complexion turned a deep crimson, and she breathed unsteadily, panting ever so slightly. Qin Tianhao immediately issued commands to replenish the damaged sections of the city walls, sparing no resources. His voice, heavy with concern, conveyed a grim reality. The demigods have been engaged in fierce combat for half an hour now, and there is still no end in sight. Could something have gone awry? Lily replied, "Do not fret. With over 300,000 insectoids, even the lower tier ones require time to be dealt with." As Lily withdrew her hands, the fiery barrier was suddenly breached by a multitude of high-ranking insects. Fortunately, Qin Tianhao swiftly directed the soldiers to reinforce the front line, while the mage battalion unleashed their full firepower, creating a deadly zone of destruction ahead. The mages abandoned their defensive stance, joining the fighters in a combined assault. Qin Tianhao was acutely aware that even with the mages aiding in the defense of the walls, their endurance would be limited. The once 30-centimeter thick walls had already been reduced by another 10 centimeters. Nearly half of their thickness had been excavated by the insects as if they were digging through the earth. The materials that constituted the walls were exceedingly rare minerals, painstakingly gathered from the entire continent, barely enough to form the surface of the walls. The pressure was overwhelming. Qin Tianhao glanced at Lily, who was recovering, his palms growing clammy with sweat. She was the strongest presence aside from Yang Chen, and she had been by Yang Chen's side throughout. Qin Tianhao spoke. I wonder what President Yang is currently occupied with. If possible, could we request his assistance in the defense? Lily opened her eyes and replied, What do you believe he should be doing? He is desperately devising ways to assist us in overcoming our predicament. When Lily expresses this, she merely aims to instill a glimmer of hope in Qin Tianhao and the others. In truth, Yang Chen does not attach much significance to their lives or deaths. This sentiment had already been conveyed to Lily by Yang Chen, yet presently, he finds himself engrossed in matters he yearns to comprehend, which explains his seemingly proactive demeanor. Over the course of more than a year, Lily has gleaned certain insights on the periphery of the Dark World tree. Consequently, her disposition has undergone some transformation. She once held great concern for these humans and the world that nurtures her, but now her attitude towards this realm has softened somewhat. For if this world fails to continue its evolution, she too will remain stagnant at her current state indefinitely. Nevertheless, Lily harbors her own ambitions. Since she can perceive a path forward, no one wishes to remain ensnared in place. Lily has now ascended to a higher realm, enabling her to comprehend even more. Chapter 76. The Gap of Realms. Chu Nianchen leads his team in a frenzied slaughter of the low-level insects assigned to them. These insects have gone berserk, their strength doubling, and their formidable bodies require even these demigods and fighting saints some time to annihilate. How long has it been? How long have we been here? Chu Nianchen has been mobilizing immense power in his relentless killing spree, having completely lost track of time. Has it been half an hour? One of the fighting saints behind him gasped slightly. Half an hour? And we've only slain 2/3 of them? Chu Nianchen initially believed that he could annihilate all the creatures within merely a few minutes. However, after over half an hour, 1/3 of the insects remained. To make matters worse, 2 esteemed fighters had perished by his side, rendering such outcomes nearly unforgivable. We must conclude this battle within 5 minutes. I refuse to prolong it any further. He bellowed, his form transforming into a colossal figure of lightning. In his grasp, he wielded 2 bolts of electricity, incinerating the insects into charred remnants, shrouded in darkness. The esteemed fighters exerted every ounce of their strength in the relentless slaughter of these creatures. In his heart, Chu Nianchen understood that the longer they delayed, the more perilous the situation outside could become. He pondered how long Qin Tianhao could withstand the onslaught. They had agreed that should a grave problem arise, the moment Qin Tianhao sounded the war drums, they would immediately retreat from the ceiling formation to reinforce the immortal fortress. Although the drums had yet to be struck, Chu Nianchen comprehended that their elite combatants struggled mightily against these low-tier insects. How could they possibly contend with the formidable high-tier insectoids bolstered by powerful formations? The battle outside must undoubtedly be far more brutal and sanguinary. Inside, it was predominantly a one-sided massacre, though losses were inevitable due to the overwhelming number of insects, which posed a significant threat. Yet, even with the support of the immortal fortress, the external conflict seemed precarious at best. Fueled by desperation, Chu Nianchen no longer cared for the expenditure of his energy. He unleashed the full extent of his powers, summoning the god of thunder, while commanding a tempest of lightning clouds to ceaselessly assault his foes. This was the utmost limit of his capabilities at present. The speed of the slaughtering insects increased exponentially, and Chu Nianchen's commands were met with unwavering obedience from the Do Zun and Do Shang, who risked their lives to engage in combat. While defending against the onslaught of the insects would inevitably slow their pace, relinquishing all defenses allowed them to move with greater swiftness. In less than 5 minutes, Chu Nianchen led his subordinates, the Do Zun and Do Shang, to break through. As they emerged, they swiftly converged towards the city walls. Initially, over 1,000 Do Zun and Do Shang had set out, with only 2 casualties reported. However, once they fully opened their ranks, more than 100 had perished. And upon facing the high-ranking insects, another 20 to 30 fell victim. Chu Nianxin clenched his fists. The back and forth had resulted in nearly 150 fatalities, a loss of 1/10 of their forces, and this was against low-ranking insects. Besides his own emergence, Shen Liuzhen and the Old Man Su, among other demigods, also led their teams to break through. How many from the dozens of squads had managed to escape? The Do Zun and Do Sheng had no respite. Having just endured a fierce battle, they were now tasked with fortifying the city walls. The enormous dents left by the insects' assault were shocking even to Chu Nianxin. 3 squads had charged out, ultimately suffering a total loss of 500 Do Zun and Do Sheng. If that were the extent of their losses, it would still be bearable. Qin Tianhao sighed, fearing that even if this calamity passed, the continent would likely face a long period of talent depletion and technological regression. The loss of high-ranking forces had been too severe. Nonetheless, with the assistance of more than 2,000 Do Zun and Do Sheng for defense, the fortifications of the city walls were finally stabilized. Lily unfurled her wings, striking a stark contrast of black and white, transforming into a gray whirlwind and vanishing from sight. Chu Nianxin suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning, following closely behind. He too yearned to attempt a breakthrough through the encirclement of the insects. Noticing his determination, Lily granted him a modicum of assistance by slightly reducing her speed ahead, alleviating the pressure on him and allowing him to keep pace. The behavior of these insects was peculiar. They ceased their pursuit once one approached within 100 meters of the world tree's trunk. Thus, drawing near to this range rendered one safer than in the outer regions. This phenomenon elucidates the concept of the eye of the storm, where calm prevails amidst chaos. As Lily led Chu Nianxin forward, he gazed upon the ominous world tree, its darkness instilling a profound sense of dread within him, to the point where he could not suppress the urge to flee. Lily, with an air of indifference, remarked, "This is the manifestation of the entire path of a world. It is only natural for you to feel fear. Come here, follow me." She beckoned him. Were it not for the connection between Yang Chun and Chu Nianxin, Lily would have been disinclined to concern herself with him. Yang Chun sat with his eyes closed before them, and Lily stated, "Remain here and delve into the essence of the world tree's path. Witnessing such a manifestation of the path is no trivial matter. Perhaps you shall only have this opportunity once in your lifetime." After Lily's guidance, Chu Nianxin indeed felt the fluctuations of the dark world tree's path. Among the indigenous beings, Lily's power had transcended the terrestrial realm, while Chu Nianxin stood as the foremost embodiment of the earthly path. His strength had long surpassed that of many demigods. Yet he had been ensnared in a cycle of self-imposed isolation, unable to grasp the key to his breakthrough. However, transcending one's limitations is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. It requires the gradual accumulation of years to achieve success. Chu Nianxin closed his eyes, seeking to attune himself to the path before him. Yet, after only a brief period of concentration, his breath became erratic and tumultuous, culminating in a spurt of fresh blood as he clutched his chest, as though gravely wounded. "This path is too violent. I cannot contain it." Chu Nianxin shook his head, realizing that this tumultuous journey was far inferior to the paths of their own world, gentle and nurturing, allowing for a more serene comprehension. The path cannot be easily imparted. Thus, there are tests orchestrated by the heavens. Even those who are native to this realm, the children of destiny, must endure trials, albeit of a more temperate nature. In stark contrast to the dark world tree before him, the difference is akin to that between paradise and perdition. All that Chu Nianxin could perceive was brutality, solitude, and madness. He decided to take his time. Although Chu Nianxin had achieved a high level of mastery, he was confronted with the paths of all other worlds, an existence starkly dissonant with his own, making comprehension exceedingly arduous. Chapter 77. The grueling battle, the hierarchy of the path, transcended the understanding of many enlightened beings, rendering them incapable of grasping its essence. Chu Nianxin had arrived, yet every attempt at understanding resulted in self-inflicted harm. proving to be of little benefit to him in this realm. After a moment of recuperation, he transformed into the Thunder God, wielding two thunderbolt-infused demon-slaying staves that struck fiercely against the Dark World Tree. Despite the immense stature of his divine manifestation, comparable to the colossal blue-armored giant formed by Yang Chun, its offensive power fell significantly short. Even Chu Nianchen was oblivious to the backlash of the Dark World Tree. He resembled a tireless lumberjack, relentlessly hacking at the World Tree. Yet, how could an ant shake a tree? Chu Nianchen's strikes bore no fruit, merely depleting his own energy in vain. Lily shook her head and remarked, "Do not squander your time. Your realm and strength have no impact on it whatsoever. You cannot even comprehend its principles, and without understanding it, your attacks cannot hope to vanquish it." Yang Chen's words were echoed by Lily to Chu Nianchen, who clenched his teeth in frustration, blaming his own inadequacy. The entity invading their homeland stood before him, yet he lacked the power to eliminate or repel it. In the face of so many sacrifices, all due to its presence. Dejected, Chu Nianchen approached Lily and Yang Chen, casting a glance at his esteemed ancestor. He could sense that the ancestor was earnestly striving for enlightenment, while he felt utterly powerless. Sighing, he thought it futile to remain idle here. He would be better off joining the front line to engage in combat with the insect race. Chu Nianchen shook his head and said, "Lily, please take good care of my ancestor." Lily nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry. We will find a way." He needed to vent his pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction with himself. Qin Tianhao observed Chu Nianchen's frantic outburst outside, sensing that he remained oblivious to certain realities. Chu Nianchen widened his eyes and pushed Qin Tianhao aside. "Are you not coming? I mean, you should take a portion of demigods and the Dozuan and Doxing and hurry to extract them from those isolation seals." Qin Tianhao felt a sense of urgency. For the fate of these demigods, as well as numerous Dozun and Doshang, was intricately linked to their very lives. 2/3 of the demigods and Dozun, Doshang had emerged, yet the losses incurred by these forces had reached a staggering 7,000 to 8,000. Although no demigod had perished thus far, the death toll among the Dozun and Doxing was alarmingly high. No one wished to confront such a grim outcome. The combined total of Dozun and Doshang was merely around 100,000, and with many still unaccounted for. It was anticipated that a loss of at least 1/10 was inevitable. Jian Liuzhen, Elder Su, Lin Feng, and Wang Xia. Chu Nianchen promptly rallied the troops and declared, "Follow me to assist our brethren who remain engaged in battle." A dozen or so demigods followed Chu Nianchen, but upon reaching the perimeter of the formation, they were utterly taken aback. This formation effectively isolated both the insect race and the human race, creating an impenetrable barrier. Nothing could slip through. At this juncture, there were only two means to enter, either to voluntarily dismantle the formation or to forcibly breach it. Both options were nearly indistinguishable in their implications. "Withdraw one by one," Qin Tianhao commanded decisively. As they retreated from the formation, a larger isolation formation was established around them. Of course, this new formation lacked the potency of the meticulously arranged smaller formations. Nevertheless, the external situation appeared relatively stable, and with a considerable number of demigods pouring in, they had little to fear from low-tier insects attempting to exploit the chaos to break through. Indeed, even releasing hundreds or thousands of insects would bear little consequence. With 2/3 of the low-tier insects eradicated, fewer than 100,000 remained. The moment the formation was dismantled, a grand formation re-emerged. Upon witnessing the scene within, the expressions of the demigods shifted dramatically. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of countless insects, and only a mere handful of combat lords and saints remained alive. The demigods were drenched in blood, their breaths shallow and fading. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, they would have perished. With reddened eyes, Chu Nianchen charged into the fray, utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen calamity. It became evident that amongst the low-tier insects lurked several high-tier ones. Though their numbers were few, their cunning was unparalleled, targeting only the combat lords. After decimating a significant number of them, they then turned their sights upon the combat saints. Coupled with the unique characteristics of these insects, it proved exceedingly difficult for a demigod to capture them. The arrival of the demigod swept through the remaining insect horde like a tempest, swiftly annihilating the threat. The leading demigod turned to Chu Nianchen and expressed, "I regret that I could not fulfill my duty." In truth, there had been an opportunity for retreat, as the formation barred any creature from entering, yet allowed the human race to exit. This precaution was a final measure against unforeseen circumstances. However, none of the formidable human beings chose to take this route. Instead, they engaged in a desperate battle against the insects, expending their lives almost entirely in the process of obliterating the enemy. Rest well. It was the infiltration of high-tier insects among the low-tier ones that spelled doom. Should the high-tier insects proliferate, it would be the humans who would face annihilation. With their already diminished numbers reduced to a third, compounded by the vast disparity in quality, such a conflict was utterly unwinnable. The remaining battlefield lay in a state of desolation, nearly obliterated. Among the most ravaged was a battalion, half of its members lost, leaving only a few warriors of exceptional prowess. Had it not been for the demigods who sacrificed their strength to form a protective shield before their demise, none of these valiant fighters would have survived. Now, they clung to the last hope of a sealing formation, yearning for the chance to save more lives. Chu Nianchen clenched his fists, awaiting the formation's activation. Chapter 78. The Evolving Insect, Part 1. The moment the formation was activated, an overwhelming stench of blood pervaded the air. As it fully unfurled, not a single human remained standing within the confines of the formation. Instead, a grotesque insect was seen gnawing on the severed head of the leading demigod. Only half of the head remained, drenched in blood. Within the formation, the sole survivor was this insect, resembling a human in shape, adorned with 2 antennae and possessing arms that bore vicious barbs at the elbows. Its face, marked by 4 eyes, featured a mouth lined with sharp teeth, methodically devouring the head it held. Its feet were claw-like, robust and powerful, and its entire form was cloaked in a dark purple hue. "Delicious," the creature suddenly declared, fixing its 4 eyes on the assembled demigods. Terror gripped the hearts of all present. The sight of this creature brandishing the demigod's head was nothing short of horrifying. Chu Nianchen gritted his teeth and unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, only to find that his entire force was decimated by this singular insect. The creature caught one lightning spear in one hand, while it crushed the other with its teeth. The electric arcs crackled and danced from the spear. Yet the insect seemed utterly unfazed, effortlessly absorbing Chu Nianchen's furious assault. The thunderous spear in hand erupted violently, shrouding the violet-black humanoid insect in a dense cloud of smoke. He was still alive. Everyone, exercise caution. Without the need for Chu Nianchen's warning, all understood that the creature before them was unlike any insect they had encountered before. This one could even articulate speech. Having slain thousands of Dorin and Doshing, along with a demigod, what immense power it possessed. No sooner had Chu Nianchen uttered these words than the violet-black insect surged forth from the smoke, tackling Chu Nianchen and dragging him several meters before crashing him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Chu Nianchen found the creature's strength unfathomably immense. Even with his thunderous power unleashed, he was utterly overpowered. "God of Thunder, descend!" Chu Nianchen roared as a torrent of battle energy erupted around him, enveloping his form and manifesting a colossal visage of the Thunder God. Boom! Just as the manifestation of the Thunder God emerged, it was instantly crushed by the violet-black insect, disintegrating into countless sparks of lightning that vanished into the air. Chu Nianchen stared in disbelief at the violet-black creature. His external divine manifestation had been so effortlessly shattered. The insect lunged ferociously at Chu Nianchen. Thunder tribulation. A flash of lightning ignited in Chu Nianchen's eyes as dark clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing torrents of thunder that rained down upon the violet-black insect. "We shall assist you," shouted Elders Su and Jian Liuzhen, brandishing their weapons as they rushed to aid Chu Nianchen in evading the humanoid insect. All their combined strength, along with Chu Nianchen's thunder tribulation, struck mercilessly upon the creature. The purplish-black insect remained utterly motionless, its armor gleaming ominously. It was impenetrably tough. All the demigods encircled it, each employing their formidable powers in an attempt to annihilate the creature. In that fleeting moment, as their skills were unleashed, the purplish-black insect suddenly darted forward, exposing Chu Nianchen to the onslaught of attacks. Chu Nianchen's mouth fell agape as he beheld the skills hurtling toward him, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, evading the imminent danger. The combined strength of over a dozen demigods struck the ground with such force that it created a chasm several dozen meters deep, obliterating everything within a kilometer radius. Nothing remained. Gasping for breath, Chu Nianchen emerged, exclaiming, "That creature is undeniably formidable." The purplish-black insect launched relentless assaults, and scarcely had Chu Nianchen spoken when another demigod was ambushed nearby. Fortunately, with so many demigods present, they coordinated their efforts, preventing the insect from claiming further victims. Had a solitary demigod encountered it, they would likely have met the same fate as the first. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding their tier of capability. Chu Nianchen could distinctly sense that this insect had attained a level of prowess comparable to Lily's, if not slightly superior. Yet, despite this, they should have been able to restrain it. However, the current situation suggested that they were all ensnared in its machinations, utterly at a loss. Yang Chun had not devised any formations to counter these demigods. Was he employing the myriad formations of endless possibilities? Chu Nianchen pondered deeply. In a one-on-one confrontation, none could match this creature. However, the efficacy of the myriad formations remained uncertain. Their quality was exceptional, yet they had never tested the extent to which this array could accommodate. No, if this continued, he would be outmaneuvered. Should this creature breach the formation and escape, the ensuing casualties would be unbearable. This entity possessed the capability to rend apart all great formations, its speed and strength rendering it a formidable opponent, making any attempt to encircle it a daunting task. Fortunately, it had yet to realize it was ensnared within the array. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly devise a means to assault the formation. Its power was sufficient to shake the very foundations of this rudimentary array. The myriad formations. Resolutely, Chu Nianchen declared. "Friends, lend me your strength." All the demigods gathered around him, forming an irregular formation, channeling their energy into his being. "Indomitable thunder god," he bellowed, as bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, converging around him. Countless bolts coalesced into a colossal deep blue thunder giant, towering tenfold larger than the thunder god himself. "Concentrate." The skies continued to unleash torrents of lightning, crafting an electric cage to ensnare the creature. The black-purple insect thrashed violently within the confines of the thunderous prison, attempting to break free from the accursed electric cage. Yet, the nature of the electric enclosure rendered each impact a jolt of immense voltage, sending waves of paralysis coursing through its body, inducing spasms that hampered its movement. The thunder cage posed no real threat to the dark purple humanoid insect, yet it was sufficiently restraining. Chu Nianchen extended his hand towards the cage, as the hand of the thunder god grasped the electric prison. One hand was inadequate to contain it. The insect within surged violently, exerting tremendous force that caused the indomitable thunder god's hand to flail uncontrollably. Yang Chun, with both hands, exerted all his strength to firmly grip the cage, then commenced compressing the power of thunder within, intent on crushing the insect in one decisive grasp. The thunder god's hands trembled violently, the electricity produced appearing on the verge of disintegration. The combined strength of a dozen demigods had indeed propelled Yang Chen's power to a terrifying level, yet manipulating this force proved somewhat challenging. His understanding was insufficient to fully unleash its complete potential. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a single force can overpower 10. Even if he could not achieve perfect control or output, this power was ample to restrain that violet-black insect and annihilate it completely. Numerous arcs of electricity formed between the thunder god's hands. Concurrently, plasma orbs began to swirl frantically, expanding uncontrollably beyond Chu Nianchen's command. It was no longer manageable. This force had surpassed the limits of my control. Chu Nianchen abruptly severed the connection between the Thunder God's hands. The two hands transformed entirely into radiant plasma orbs, vaporizing everything in their vicinity. Even the air itself evaporated completely. Despite this, Chu Nianchen remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on the deep blue plasma orb within. The deep purple silhouette remained at the center of the plasma sphere. Although it made no movement, Chu Nianchen could sense its lingering vitality. The once formidable energy of the Thunder God now coalesced into his hands, transformed into a bow and arrow, with the majority of its might concentrated in the feathered tip. The deep blue arrowhead had nearly turned pitch black, and the power it contained made even Chu Nianchen, a demigod with dominion over lightning, feel a chill of trepidation. With a flash of lightning, the pure black arrowhead pierced through the outer shell of the black-purple humanoid insect within the plasma sphere. The arrowhead began to devour everything around it like a black hole. The once radiant black plasma sphere was consumed entirely, leaving only the solitary arrowhead in its wake. Chu Nianchen gasped for breath, his arms erupting with blood, as his robust muscles seemed to wither. Blood seeped from every pore, the exertion having surpassed the limits of his control. He had pushed his body to its utmost to barely release that arrow. The cost of this feat was dire. Both of his arms were nearly incapacitated, and it would take no less than 10 days to recover. Presently, he was incapable of lifting even a cup of water. Nianchen. The crowd swiftly gathered around him, their eyes fixed with concern. Chu Nianchen shook his head weakly, declaring, "I am fine, as long as I can slay it. This pain is trivial." His complexion pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, he gradually descended to the ground. His physical strength insufficient to sustain him in the air any longer. The black lightning arrow seemed to encounter an insurmountable obstacle, despite its relentless thrust forward. It was forcefully blocked by the exoskeleton of the creature's arm. Both sides were gradually depleting each other's strength. The creature's shell was visibly fractured, and a copious amount of blood was spilling forth. Yet, the creature continued to struggle, its hands raised defensively before its chest against the oncoming arrow. Silence enveloped the scene as the dark purple creature's arms were shattered. The arrow, propelled by an indomitable momentum, struck its heart. All the demigods clenched their fists, eagerly anticipating the demise of the dark purple creature with this shot. The creature's exoskeleton was extraordinarily tough. They had never encountered such formidable defensive capabilities. Thunder was one of the most destructive forces in existence, and this was a lightning arrow unleashed with all their might, yet it still faced considerable resistance against the creature. Chapter 79. The Evolved Insect, Part 2. It did not perish. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the dark purple insect. Its body was ravaged by the impact of the black lightning arrow, which pierced through its chest. Yet, astonishingly, it was not dead. Its arms were shattered, and a gaping hole marred its chest, blood flowing freely from the damaged exoskeleton. Although the creature's body was utterly destroyed, it clung tenaciously to life. Slowly, the insect raised its head, struggling to move. It gazed at the onlookers, opening its mouth as a beam of light gradually coalesced. "Hurry," Chu Nianchen urged. "Take advantage of its weakened state and finish it off." A dozen demigods immediately took their orders. The creature had been so severely injured. If they could not vanquish it now, they would truly be too ashamed to face anyone. All the demigods charged forward, unleashing their full power. The creature's body lay in tatters, utterly immobile, save for its mouth, which gathered a beam of light. The demigods dared not gaze upon that light, for although its energy was not as potent as the black arrow, it certainly reached the magnitude of a plasma sphere. "Disrupt its beam," Yangchen shouted urgently. "Use its own power to inflict damage upon its vital organs." At last, the demigods grasped his intent and concentrated their energies towards the force gathering within the creature's maw. Their powers erupted, creating a cloud of smoke between themselves and the creature. The disparity in power was overwhelming. The creature was far too stable, and their elemental energies lacked the potency to dismantle it. As the beam grew brighter and more concentrated within the smoke, the dozen demigods began to panic. Yang Chun and Lily had both noticed the scene from their vantage point in the battlefield. The towering figure of the thunder god, 1,000 meters high, was impossible to overlook. It seems we cannot offer assistance now. We can only watch and see if they can confront that creature themselves, Lily remarked. Do you believe that creature represents the ultimate form of the world tree from the dark world? No, it is not the final form of the world tree. Rather, it is the ultimate manifestation resulting from the consumption of one another by those creatures, though it has not successfully evolved due to the influence of its mother nest. It appears that the ultimate insect king has evolved thanks to the environment of our world and its voracious consumption of countless lower-tier insects and humans. Yangshan remarked, although that entity's power transcends our realm, the combined efforts of over a dozen demigods have proven effective. Regardless, this is not the path of their world. Thus, it remains incomplete, merely a semblance of evolution. Let them handle it. This trivial matter does not require your concern. He then shifted the topic, inquiring, how is your comprehension of the Tao progressing? Lily smiled. Indeed, I have made considerable advancements. My realm has entirely surpassed that of a demigod. If there exists a tier above that, I would estimate I stand 2 levels higher than a demigod. Despite her radiant smile, she spoke with utmost seriousness. Well, that is reassuring. Frankly, should the dark world tree before us engulf you, your strength should suffice for self-preservation. Furthermore, after its consumption, you could seize the opportunity for a remarkable breakthrough. While you may not ascend to the pinnacle, you would at least rank second beneath the world tree. Yang Chun pondered for a moment before continuing. The condition is that the insect must be vanquished first. Once the world tree succeeds, it will forge a new celestial path, even becoming its master. In such a scenario, you would be bound by this celestial order, unable to transcend, and left to its whims. Lily contemplated this and replied, then what significance does that hold? Being second or last is virtually indistinguishable. How could we possibly resist the celestial order? No, you can't. Yangchen replied calmly. It is because you possess not only its path, but also the path of the present world. The confluence of both empowers you to resist the manipulations of the celestial sovereign. The two had recently engaged in extensive discussions concerning the concept of the Tao. Yangchen had a profound clarity regarding the Tao, while Lily remained shrouded in ambiguity. As they conversed leisurely about the ownership of the world and even the great Tao, the battle between the demigods and the insect had reached its conclusion. The lifeless bodies of 2 demigods lay carelessly on the ground, and the insect's head had been blasted apart, leaving only a half-formed cranium. Yet, it still clung to life. The remaining demigods were largely incapacitated. The beam of light emitted by the insect had pierced the heavens, creating a gaping hole in the array, and the demigods, unable to evade in time, suffered debilitating injuries that rendered them immobile. Damn it! Damn it! Jian Liuzhen exclaimed in a frenzy, if I do not slay you today, I would truly be remiss towards my fallen brothers. His dual swords radiated a blinding light, merging with his very being, shining as brilliantly as a miniature sun. No, you are still young. Allow me. Old Su broke his own weapon and charged directly toward the insect's mangled form. The air crackled with intensity, flames erupting. Though Old Su had ascended to the rank of demigod, his advanced age had long since stymied any further growth, and faced with this nearly indestructible insect, he ultimately resolved to unleash his divine power for a mutual annihilation. The cataclysmic force unleashed by his self-detonation even caused the barrier to tremble. Yet, as the flames subsided, remnants of the insect's body continued to writhe, seemingly intent on healing itself. Alas, 2 demigods have perished in rapid succession, obliterating the body of the insect into mere fragments, leaving only a scant remnant. The scene is one of unparalleled devastation. The earth is riddled with deep craters, each nearly 100 meters in depth, a testament to the ferocity of this battle. Such is the fate wrought by calamity. 1 demigod surged forth to reduce the last vestige to dust, and only then did the tremors of the earth gradually subside. Chu Ninshin beheld this harrowing spectacle, his heart heavy as he realized that among the dozen or so demigods, 5 or 6 had already fallen, while the insect was barely vanquished. The outcome of this battle was utterly unacceptable. In a fit of despair, Chu Nianchen threw his head back and howled at the heavens, a cathartic release of his anguish. These demigods were not merely allies. They were friends with whom he had grown alongside, sharing years of hardship and camaraderie. And now he could only watch helplessly as they sacrificed themselves while he remained powerless to intervene. I must bring you back. I will ensure your revival. Chu Nianchen cried out in torment, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. As the barrier dissipated, Qin Tianhao and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the horrific scene within. The term atrocious scarcely encapsulates the reality they faced. Though shocked and overwhelmed by a tumult of complex emotions, Qin Tianhao did not forget his role as a commander. He was obliged to fulfill all the responsibilities that entailed. With no certainty regarding the battles that lay ahead, he steeled himself to shoulder the burden alone. Initially, Chu Nianchen had shared this weight, but now he appeared utterly despondent, devoid of any spark of life in his eyes, resembling a mere shell of a being. The campaign against the lower-tier insect race had come to a close, yet the toll exacted was unbearably steep. Despite the considerable casualties endured, there was a reluctant acceptance. However, the emergence of the final insect led to the demise of 7 or 8 semi-divine beings, a price far more horrifying and intolerable than the loss of 10,000 combatants. Once the lower-tier insectoid entities were entirely eradicated, the higher-tier ones seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and began their gradual retreat. Meanwhile, the human defenders, having endured an extended siege, were utterly fatigued and lacked the capacity to pursue. Their prolonged resistance had relied solely upon the fortifications, and the notion of launching a pursuit was beyond their capabilities. As the insects withdrew, Qin Tianhao promptly entered the chamber of Chu Nianchen. Leaning against the bed, Chu Nianchen appeared devoid of vitality, his gaze vacant, lost in contemplation. Nianchen. Qin Tianhao approached and inquired, "How is your health?" Chu Nianchen's arms hung limply at his sides, and it was evident to Qin Tianhao that his injuries were dire. "Chu Nianchen," Qin Tianhao suddenly exclaimed, "What is this? Merely a minor setback. How can you allow yourself to be so defeated? You are the most formidable genius of the human race. If you falter, what are we to do? Shall we all perish together in despair? You have duties yet to fulfill. Surely, you do not wish for your brothers to have died in vain. Summon your resolve. Did you not pledge to save this world? Is this truly your plan for salvation? Do not think I am unaware. Your arms are but temporarily impaired. With your semi-divine physique, recovery will not take long." The psychological blow to Chu Nianchen is far more profound than the physical injuries he has endured. Having been nurtured with care throughout his life, he has seldom faced adversity. This recent defeat weighs heavily on him. As he attributes the failure solely to his own misjudgment in command, he bears all the responsibility. He is unable to witness the demigods fall one by one before him, rendered powerless to intervene. Qin Tianhao yearns to rouse Chu Nianchen from his stupor, yet Chu Nianchen does not even blink, treating Qin Tianhao as if he were merely a wisp of air. With a deep sigh, Qin Tianhao is at a loss for how to rekindle Chu Nianchen's spirit. He may command armies across the realm, but the demigods still require Chu Nianchen's guidance. After all, their operational scope is far broader and on the front lines. His commands fail to reach them. Only Chu Nianchen's network can perceive everything, enabling him to issue directives through this web. You must come to terms with this soon. If you wish to avert the annihilation of humanity and prevent their sacrifices from being in vain, you must resolve your thoughts. With no other recourse, Qin Tianhao exited the chamber, pondering that perhaps only Yang Chun, or perhaps she, could help. Although he is unable to locate Yang Chun, he knows he can seek out Chu Nianchen's wife. He promptly dispatched someone to find her, hoping she might persuade Chu Nianchen. Chapter 80. Trials and Tribulations. The woman by Chu Nianchen's side is named Lianji, and they have yet to wed. Chu Nianchen has been contemplating that if they survive this calamity, he will marry Lianji. Upon being summoned by Qin Tianhao, Lianji, aware of Chu Nianchen's profound distress, promptly sought him out to offer her solace. Qin Tianhao led Lianji to Chu Nianchen's room and said, "He is inside. It has been over 10 days without food or drink, and he has not moved at all. We have exhausted all options, and can only rely on you to inspire him to regain his spirit." Lianji nodded gently and replied, "Do not worry. I will guide him well." As she pushed open the door and entered, Qin Tianhao lingered outside for a moment before sighing heavily and departing. The issue of Chu Nianchen was not the only concern. The ongoing battle ahead was equally troubling. Although the lower-tier insectoids had been entirely dealt with, the semi-divine entities, in their alliance with numerous fighting masters and saints, were progressively breaking through the ranks of the higher-tier insectoids, which began to coalesce into formidable groups. Initially, during the onset of the battle, the insectoids were oblivious to the concept of unity, engaging in chaotic skirmishes without offering mutual assistance. This disarray persisted even as they eradicated the lower-tier insectoids. However, it seemed that everything changed upon the demise of a particular black-purple humanoid insect. In the span of 10 days, the number of insectoids eliminated was minimal, yet many fighting masters and saints had suffered casualties. Qin Tianhao felt immense pressure. It was not merely the threat of the insectoids, but also the increasingly strained logistics. After over 50 years of relentless expenditure, his treasury was nearly depleted, with healing supplies particularly scarce. Injuries among soldiers were inevitable, necessitating treatment. Even for the fighters, recovery from severe wounds proved to be extraordinarily arduous. For semi-divine beings who had lost limbs, several days were required for healing, let alone the ordinary fighters. Alas, Qin Tianhao sighed repeatedly. For the front line was synonymous with life itself, and all supplies were prioritized for it. Yet, even under such circumstances, the ultimate provisions were increasingly strained. "Your Majesty," spoke a general beside Qin Tianhao, "recently, our nation's borders have been anything but tranquil. The formidable clans surrounding us have long coveted our cities. Just recently, the northern Nuzu tribe has amassed a significant military force, seemingly preparing to launch an assault on our northern strongholds." Listening to this news, Qin Tianhao's heart was beset with turmoil. It was a perilous juncture for the entire world, yet there were still those indulging in internal strife. The dual threats of internal discord and external aggression weighed heavily upon him. In frustration, he struck his chest and stomped his feet. The troops originally stationed to defend the city had long been reassigned within the protective barrier, and the current border defense forces barely constituted 1/5 of their strength. Should the clans decide to attack, he feared the city could not withstand the onslaught. He had proclaimed that every citizen bore the responsibility for the rise and fall of the realm. Yet they had failed to come to the aid when it was most needed. Now, it seemed they sought to take advantage of the chaos. If they were to assist, I would reward them once this calamity had passed. I would even grant them a city of their choosing. However, if they remained obstinate, once we regained our strength, I would ensure their clan faced total annihilation, leaving not a single survivor. Qin Tianhao refrained from expressing that if they could not recover, they would all be left to await their demise together. He wished to avoid such disheartening words, though he had long made the gravity of the situation abundantly clear. This was indeed the nature of the detrimental tendencies that Principal Yangshan had spoken of. Qin Tianhao empathized with the Nuzu perspective, contemplating that if he were the chieftain of the Nuzu, he would likely order an assault on the territories of the Qin state. After all, such an opportunity is rare and precious. It is only natural for individuals to fiercely pursue their own interests and those of their descendants. However, the timing was inopportune, and the circumstances were inappropriate. The general, left with no alternative, could only act upon Qin Tianhao's directives. Upon relaying Qin Tianhao's words to the Nuzu leader, the latter let out 3 resounding howls before commencing the siege and plunder. They would retract their defenses. If they could not retain those cities, so be it. Qin Tianhao, with no other recourse, was compelled to relinquish his own strongholds, focusing instead on allowing more individuals to enter the protective barrier. The issue of the insect clan could not be overlooked. Without resolution, peace would be a distant dream, and the entire world could face annihilation. Thus, Qin Tianhao found himself disregarding the legacy of his ancestors. As the days passed, Lianji remained by Chu Nianchen's side. In contrast to the turmoil of the ongoing battles, Qin Tianhao's attention was primarily directed towards Chu Nianqin's condition. After all, Chu Nianqin, endowed with immense combat prowess through the integration of numerous demigods, could effortlessly vanquish countless high-tier insect foes. One day, Qin Tianhao sought Lian Ji to inquire about Chu Nianqin's state. However, Lian Ji wore a sorrowful expression, unable to unlock the depths of Chu Nianqin's heart. This situation could not persist. His injuries had worsened, and his body was growing increasingly frail. Lian Ji, heartbroken, wept daily, never anticipating that Chu Nianqin would endure such profound distress. What could they possibly do to help him regain his strength and spirit? Seek out his grandmaster. He must possess a solution. Lian Ji's eyes sparkled, as if she had grasped a lifeline, gazing intently at Qin Tianhao. With a wry smile, Qin Tianhao replied, "If it were feasible, I would have done so already." At this moment, Principal Yangshan was closest to the World Tree, and we find ourselves utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of those high-tier insects to reach him. Is there truly no way to convey our message? Lian Ji lamented. If this continues, Nianchun, his plight weighs heavily upon us. Yet I believe Principal Yang is aware. He simply refrains from intervening, likely for his own reasons. In the eyes of Qin Tianhao and the others, Yang Chun was an omniscient being. How could he possibly be oblivious to the suffering of his disciple? Yet, despite his knowledge, Yang Chun remained inactive. His inaction must serve a purpose, yet no one can fathom his true intentions. Despite Chu Nianqin's profound anguish, Yang Chun remains indifferent, taking no action. This is calamity. Yang spoke calmly. I can shield Chu Nianqin from one tribulation, yet this particular trial is beyond my power. Originally, his semi-divine ascension should not have proceeded so smoothly. He ought to have perished. However, I forcibly altered fate to assist him, suppressing that trial at the time. Now, as one heavenly principle collides with another, chaos ensues, and calamity descends. There is little else to say. If he can overcome this trial, I believe you will not be far from achieving your own realm. Yang Chun conversed with Lily. Presently, she was the only one qualified to engage with him, as others were vastly outmatched. Realizing there was little more for me to comprehend, I decided to take my leave. Suddenly, Yang Chun contemplated departing from the Dark World Tree. Lily, perplexed, inquired, "Are you still concerned about Chu Nianqin?" "Not at all," he replied, "but there is no longer any necessity to remain here." Yang Chun advised her, "Focus on your cultivation and gradually attain understanding. Do not leave hastily," as she had already glimpsed some enlightening insights. A breakthrough could elevate her realm beyond the current 2 levels. Yang Chun ascended gracefully, gliding forward. As Lily observed him, she noted that when he approached the insects, they appeared oblivious to his presence, parting ways for him, as if he were their sovereign. With squinted eyes, Lily marveled at how Yang Chun seemed to grasp nothing, yet had reached an astonishing level of profundity. How formidable, she mused, genuinely awestruck. Every action of his brought her unparalleled astonishment. She could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his power had it not been constrained. Surely, even the World Tree could be easily uprooted at his whim. Yang Chun slowly ascended the city wall, where he found Qin Tianhao, who was dumbfounded, directing the battle. Yang Chun moved as if unnoticed, while the insects harbored no intentions towards him. Yet, this ignited a fervent flame within Qin Tianhao's heart. After all, Yang Chun's ability to achieve such a feat implied he had thoroughly understood the nature of these insects, or perhaps something else entirely. In any case, Yang Chun surely possesses a method to effortlessly eradicate these insects. Principal Yang Chun. Qin Tianhao gazed at Yang Chun with palpable excitement, barely restraining himself from directly inquiring about his plans. Yet, given Yang Chun's formidable prowess and esteemed position, Qin Tianhao managed to suppress his impulsiveness. "I understand what you wish to say." Each encounter with Yang Chun left Qin Tianhao feeling as though he were gazing into an unfathomable abyss, and this time, Yang Chun appeared even more enigmatic. "You merely wish to ascertain whether I have a solution, do you not?" Yang Chun's gaze was fixed ahead, observing the fierce struggle between the insect tribe and humanity. Though humanity had suffered tremendous losses, the insects were also falling, one by one. I possess a method to annihilate these insect creatures, and it would be exceedingly effortless. Qin Tianhao clenched his fists in exhilaration. The persistent struggle against the insect tribe had long plagued them. Even with more than half of their numbers decimated, for every insect that perished, at least 10 warriors at the king level, 100 at the soul level, and thousands at the sect level, alongside countless grand masters, had met their demise. Such a casualty rate was unbearable for Qin Tianhao. Approximately 150 million soldiers had dwindled to fewer than 80 million, with half their forces lost. Yet Yang Chun suddenly proclaimed, "It is ultimately meaningless." Qin Tianhao exclaimed in desperation, "How can it be meaningless, Principal Yang Chun? If you truly have a solution, you could save countless lives. How could that possibly be deemed insignificant? In my eyes, it is indeed a trivial endeavor." Yang Chun sighed deeply. "The tree of the dark world cannot resolve this. Even if we slay all the insects, it holds no significance. For this world shall ultimately be brought to ruin by his hands." Yang Chun pointed towards the towering tree that obscured the sun and inquired, "Do you possess the means to destroy it? If you can indeed obliterate it, I might consider aiding you in exterminating all the insects." "Oh, if you genuinely have the capability to annihilate it, then there is no need for my assistance." Qin Tianhao, filled with reluctance, pressed, "Is there truly no way at all?" Yang Chun shook his head. "I cannot conceive of a viable solution." "Very well, but I implore you to check on Yin Chun." Yang Chun interjected, raising his hand to halt Qin Tianhao's words. "I am aware of his condition, and I understand it well. Regrettably, I am unable to act in this matter. I am merely an ordinary person. Your expectations of me are rather lofty." Principal Yang Chun, despite Qin Tianhao's desperate entreaties, his earnest pleas, and even his heartfelt supplications, Yang Chun remained steadfast, his resolve as unyielding as stone. Could it be that Principal Yang Chun would truly stand by and watch without intervening? Even after reigning as emperor for such an extensive period, his stratagems had reached an extraordinary level, yet he remained inscrutable. No one could fathom Yang Chun's intentions. No soul could discern what he truly aimed to achieve. Why the inaction in the face of impending doom? In a fit of rage, Qin Tianhao overturned his desk. "You refuse to save us, refuse to save Chu Nianchun. Then why, at the outset, did you offer us hope and assist us in battling those insects? Could it be?" Qin Tianhao speculated wildly, ultimately concluding that Yang Chun had ventured too close to the tree of the dark world, resulting in his assimilation by it. Consequently, he would naturally betray humanity. Qin Tianhao was one of the few audacious enough to question Yang Chun, and he was determined to lay his doubts bare for all to hear. "Everyone, please remain calm and allow me to speak," he declared solemnly. He then articulated his suspicions and analyses regarding Yang Chun. The demigod stared at Qin Tianhao in disbelief. "Have you lost your senses? Principal Yang has done so much for us, and you dare to suggest he would betray us?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Though some of the demigods contemplated the matter seriously, yet they could scarcely believe that Yang Chun would turn against humanity, a mentor for all humankind betraying his own. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Qin Tianhao even went so far as to assert, "Perhaps all of this is merely a scheme orchestrated by Yang Chun himself. He seeks to usurp our world." "Your words are becoming increasingly outrageous, Qin Tianhao," several demigods retorted coldly. "Questioning is one thing, and we have no objection to that. But what you just said has completely altered the nature of the discussion." Qin Tianhao, feeling the urgency of the situation, acknowledged that he had spoken rather extreme words. But he merely wished for everyone to take this matter seriously. "Enough. Let us cease this discussion," Jian Liuzhen interjected, slamming his hand on the table. "If anyone has questions, I suggest you go directly to Principal Yang. Given his character, I am certain he will provide you with all the answers." A hastily convened meeting ended abruptly, leaving an atmosphere of discontent. Yet, Qin Tianhao remained deep in contemplation, reluctant to relinquish his thoughts.